I am the fated villain. Chapter 747 to Chapter 809. Guchunga's idea was very simple. Since he planned to set up a universe, he had to make use of it. The ancient heavenly venerative Samsara treated those universes as his back garden, accumulating Tao fruits for him. However, Guchunga's goal was only the universe in front of him. Therefore, he did not plan to tell a lie. Instead, he planned to start from the other end of the long river of time and change the present world. Guchunga planned to plant the epic tree in this universe and let everyone believe and know about it. Therefore, he had to let the people in this universe know about it. He had to change something that did not exist into reality. He could not say that he could completely change the memories of everyone in this universe. Therefore, the best way was to change the past and affect the present world. The consequences of doing so would be very serious. If he was not careful, he would suffer a huge backlash and karma. However, Guchunga did not want to let go of such a rare opportunity. Xiaoruoin's creation immortal boat and the space-time steel that I obtained back then can be put to good use now. With the space-time steel as the node and the creation immortal boat traversing the long river of time, it will not be easy to get lost. Now, what I need to do is to find a suitable space-time node and change the future from there. Guchunga walked in the starry sky and scanned with his spiritual force, looking for the races that had existed for a long time and the ancient planets of life. He wanted to understand the past of this universe as soon as possible. The simplest thing was to find the oldest race. This universe did not have any existence that surpassed the immortal realm. After the Forbidden Era, there seemed to be a gap. The strongest people after that were only Tao attainments. Therefore, Guchunga was not worried that the immortal Tao experts of the past would notice and interfere with him while traversing the long river of time in the present world. Soon, Guchunga noticed a vast and majestic life aura in front of him. It was an incomparably vast life star area. Many ancient life stars were scattered in the universe, emitting a thick vitality. Ziwei's Tao territory. There was once an existence known as Ziwei the Great, who established the Ziwei divine dynasty. It is one of the oldest factions in this universe, and even today, it still rules over vast territories and is worshipped by the whole world. Emperor Ziwei is a cultivator who is about to enter the quasi-emperor realm. Guchunga scanned the area with his divine sense and easily understood everything. He took a step forward, and the void blurred as he crossed a great distance and appeared in the palace of the Ziwei divine dynasty in an instant. None of the experts there could sense his presence or aura. The dynasty protection formation that was set up outside also showed no signs of being touched. The imperial palace was a dazzling sight. Spirit mist lingered around it, and talisman lights flickered. It was a majestic scene. Thick purple providence shrouded this place, turning into a purple providence dragon that coiled around the palace. Countless stars could be seen hovering above his head, like a majestic heavenly palace. A purple-robed man sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and his face was dignified without being angry. Imperial aura circulated around him, and he was extremely domineering. He was the current emperor of the Ziwei divine dynasty, and his cultivation level was already at the peak of the supreme realm. However, he did not sense Guchunga's arrival and was still cultivating and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth in an attempt to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Wake up, Guchunga did not intend to waste any time. With a wave of his sleeve, Emperor Ziwei woke up from his meditative state. In fact, he could also choose to search his soul and then directly investigate the past. Secrets of this universe. However, Guchunga did not want to go through so much trouble, so he might as well ask Emperor Ziwei to help him search for those secrets of the past and deduce the spatial node of the past. The long river of time was like an ancient history that recorded the past of this universe. If one wanted to determine a certain spatial node in the long river of time, one naturally had to deduce that location based on the past of this universe. Moreover, Guchunga also had to carefully understand this universe before he could choose the past that he wanted to change based on the present world and how to reasonably arrange something that did not exist. Soon, Emperor Ziwei woke up from his meditative state. He was stunned at first, but when he came to his senses, he could not help but widen his eyes in shock and horror as he looked at Guchunga. He completely did not expect that a young man with a cold expression would suddenly appear in front of him. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei almost suspected that he was dreaming. 0. He was one of the most powerful people in the world and was only half a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm. The Ziwei dynasty also had a Dao tool and could be revived at any time. How did this young man in front of him silently appear in the palace? Moreover, what frightened Emperor Ziwei the most was that he could not sense Guchunga's presence or aura at all. Clearly, Yi Qingyu was standing in front of him, but he felt like he was in a boundless void and a bottomless abyss. If you don't want to die, then obediently do as I say. Guchunga's eyes were cold and deep. He had no intention of wasting time talking nonsense with Emperor Ziwei, so he directly pressed a finger between his eyebrows and directly transmitted his many requests to Emperor Ziwei's mind. Senior, don't worry, I'll make the arrangements right away. Emperor Ziwei was even more frightened and his voice trembled, but he did not dare to refuse. He felt that his head would be pierced through by Guchunga's finger at any time and explode with a bang. Although Guchunga looked very young, his true strength was absolutely terrifying and had surpassed Emperor Ziwei's understanding. However, he could not figure it out. How could such a terrifying existence descend to the Ziwei dynasty and make such strange requests? For the next few days, Guchunga remained in the Ziwei divine dynasty's imperial palace. He sat cross-legged and waited for Emperor Ziwei to send him all kinds of information and secret records. He was not in a hurry. He planned to wait until he had a thorough understanding of this universe before he started his plan. Emperor Ziwei did not dare to leak any information about Guchunga, nor did he dare to mention it to anyone else. Although he was only at the peak of the supremacy realm, he could feel the terror of Guchunga's vast and boundless void. It was as if he could devour everything in this universe. Even if the Dao attainment artifact was revived, it would not be able to reach even 1/10 of this terrifying power. In front of Guchunga, the entire universe seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Such a person could destroy the entire Ziwei divine dynasty with a single thought. How could he dare to offend him? Senior, these are all the secret records I have collected. I dare not hide anything from you. Emperor Ziwei carefully placed all kinds of jade slips in front of Guchunga. Not only did he take all the ancient records of the Ziwei divine dynasty, but he also paid a huge price in exchange for them from other major factions so that he could satisfy Guchunga. You may leave. Guchunga opened his eyes and nodded with a cold expression. Yes, senior. Emperor Ziwei heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly left. However, he did not dare to slack off and continued to send people to collect all kinds of secret records. He did not know the purpose of Guchunga's actions and did not dare to ask. After the Forbidden Era, there was a period of almost complete annihilation. There were no records of it and no inheritances of Dao teachings were left behind. The later orthodoxies developed to their current level based on the ancient texts and engravings they excavated. After Emperor Ziwei left, Guchunga slowly flipped through the ancient records. Among them, the one that interested him the most was the dark fault that had appeared in this universe. After the Forbidden Era, the heavens collapsed and all the universes were affected greatly. As such, after that period of time, it would take an extremely long time to return to a flourishing age of cultivation. This long period of time became a gap in the ancient records. Without the emergence of the cultivation epoch, there would naturally be no Dao attainment cultivators. This part of the universe was clearly affected extremely severely. That period of time when the darkness was interrupted far exceeded 10 million years, spanning across many epochs. After that, the universe slowly regained its vitality. If that's the case, as long as the coordinates of the nodes of the River of Time appear after the end of the Dark Fault, we can begin the layout. Guchunga nodded and was a little enlightened. However, there was still one thing he wasn't sure of, and that was whether or not there were any ancient cultivators in that section of the darkness. After all, there were no records in the ancient texts. If he traveled through the Great River of Time and was discovered by the ancient cultivators of that time, it might affect later generations and even the future. The backlash of karma was tremendous, leaving behind terrifying Dao injuries. Maybe we can give it a try. Even if there are cultivators in that part of the darkness, as long as we can get rid of them, it won't affect us until now. At least for now, there are no ancient cultivators left. Guchunga slowly closed the many ancient books and began to think about other things. The Ziwei divine dynasty had existed for an extremely long time, almost going through a large portion of ancient history after the Forbidden Era. Its territory was vast, and it ruled the surrounding star regions of hundreds of millions of miles. There were many experts in the Divine Dynasty, and there were also weapons of Tao attainment cultivators in the depths of the Divine Dynasty. There were also quasi-emperors sealed in the Divine Source in the Imperial Treasury. So far, the Ziwei Divine Dynasty had only produced one Tao attainment cultivator. However, the number of quasi-emperors was uncountable. Speaking of which, for many of the super forces in this part of the universe, this was like a curse that couldn't be broken at all. For those whose ancestors had reached the Tao attainment realm, it was almost impossible for their descendants to break through to the Tao attainment realm. It was the same no matter what kind of physique one had. Reaching the peak of the quasi-emperor was already the limit, and one couldn't take half a step further. Many people guessed that the bloodline of their ancestors was too strong, and they couldn't break through the shackles because they followed the path of their ancestors. A super force can only produce one Tao attainment cultivator. This is because the karmic luck Tao fruit has already been plucked, which is equivalent to that path being blocked. If the descendants want to go out, the only way is to find a new path. But with the protection of the ancestors, no one has the courage to open another path. Guchanga was not surprised by this. In a way, it confirmed his guess. The will of heaven and earth in this part of the universe was extremely incomplete, and it was no longer able to make up for the missing karmic luck Tao fruit. Therefore, in all these years, no Tao attainment cultivator was born in this part of the universe. This is just right. It can be explained that in order for the epic tree to grow, it must devour the karmic luck of this part of the universe. This is an irreversible process. Thinking of this, Guchanga didn't hesitate anymore. Runes of the Great Tao flew out one after another, condensing the laws of time, and faintly discernible immortal intent. Vast fluctuations came from behind him, and a boundless and mysterious long river appeared, making crashing sounds. There were fragments of time flying in it, and the chaotic chi fell down, as if falling from the end of the world. It was incomparably vast, and it showed all the mysteries of this world. This river was incomparably blurry and not very clear. It was just a small branch of the long river of time. Because Guchanga had not broken through to the immortal realm, he couldn't really control the laws of time, and naturally couldn't make the long river of time fully manifest. But to him now, it was enough to determine a node in the long river of time. Because of the creation immortal boat, Guchanga didn't need to use his physical body to cross this long river and bear the unimaginable karma backlash. Soon, a mysterious green tablet appeared in his palm. There was a strong sense of time flowing on it, and it emitted a hazy light, incomparably mysterious. Time and Space Tablet. When the space node is determined, use it to locate the location, and won't get lost in the long river of time. Guchanga whispered. Light flowed in his eyes as he stared at the long river of time, determining the location of some of the nodes, and sensing the vast aura coming from that place. This process had to be done carefully. If he determined the wrong node, then the long journey would only be a waste of time. The darkness fault was inseparable from the forbidden era. Guchanga's eyes flickered as he sensed the karma coming from the unseen world. He immediately determined a small node in the long river of time. The time and space tablet turned into a stream of light and smashed into that place. Then, with a rumble, it suddenly rose up and smashed into the river. The long river in front of him had already collapsed, and there was a terrifying cut-off. It was difficult to see the scene on the other side of the long river. He could only see the vast long river rolling past, and terrifying waves appeared one after another. It should be that place. Guchanga was sure. Buzz, in the next moment, the creation immortal boat appeared, and a strong green light appeared, enveloping Guchanga's entire body. He directly turned into a stream of light and escaped toward the long river of time. Boundless fluctuations surged into the sky before disappearing in the blink of an eye like a meteor. The terrifying illusory image of the long river of time slowly faded away as if it had never appeared in the first place. What happened just now? Why does my mind feel like it's about to crumble? That senior suddenly disappeared. Emperor Ziwei, who sensed the aura of this place, rushed over while trembling. He was extremely shocked and almost exploded under the remnants of the aura. He immediately knelt on the ground, trembling non-stop. A premonition in the unseen world told him that something in the world was about to be rewritten and reversed. To cultivators, the River of Time was definitely the most mysterious existence in this world. It spanned across the ages and flowed in every corner of the myriad worlds. Even the most profound laws seemed dim in front of it. It was difficult to compare. Even if one reached the immortal realm, they wouldn't be able to explain the River of Time clearly. It was almost impossible for a perfected immortal to cross the River of Time. Only those who had condensed the immortal King Dao fruit were qualified to take a look at the profundities of the River of Time. However, they didn't dare to easily interfere with the River of Time. They would suffer a huge backlash and bear unimaginable karma. In extremely ancient times, there were immortal kings who tried to reverse the past through the River of Time, wanting to revive some old friends. However, they triggered a great terror in this world. They suffered a Dao injury that could not be healed, and it was difficult to heal even after countless years. In the end, they died and their Dao disappeared. Guchanga wasn't even in the immortal realm now, but he dared to trek through the River of Time. He wanted to go to the past and interfere with the present world. He was definitely audacious. Fortunately, the rules of this universe were extremely incomplete, and the will of the heavenly Dao was not complete. Moreover, the River of Time that Guchanga trekked was only a small branch. In addition, he had the mysteries of the creation immortal boat, which was why he dared to try. Otherwise, Guchanga wouldn't be willing to take such a huge risk. If I completely digest and absorb that drop of Demon Lord's true blood, I can easily trek through the River of Time. Unfortunately, the immortal Dao is a threshold. Guchanga's entire body was wrapped in green light as he stood in the creation immortal boat. Turbid waves surged into the sky on both sides. Many fragments of time danced in the air, reflecting countless scenes that recorded the past of this universe. He trekked from the present world to the past. Chaotic true lightning struck down from the sky. A vast and ancient aura surged over, and a storm of the great Dao swept over. Just a wisp of aura was enough to turn those who had achieved the Dao into ashes and be completely annihilated. Even immortal Dao experts didn't dare to touch it. It was enough to see how terrifying this place was. It could easily vanish into thin air. Fortunately, the creation immortal boat was indeed miraculous. A hazy glow lingered, and an inexplicable aura filled the air, resisting the various terrifying auras in the River of Time. Guchanga had been paying attention to the many scenes in the long River of Time. He saw many scenes of the past, including the birth of those who had achieved Dao in this universe, the establishment of royal families, sacred grounds, and even the inheritance left behind. Their lifespans were exhausted, and they perished. Of course, there were also some who attempted to find heaven-defying methods to break through the immortal gate and reach the immortal Dao realm. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth precepts in this world were even more incomplete than those in the upper realm. It was not enough to support them to reach that stage. The collapse of an era and the destruction of the natural laws. This environment is even more harsh and cruel than the Vipralopa period. After the break in the darkness, there wasn't even any spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The number of cultivators decreased sharply, and the life forms disappeared. The lifespan of the strongest experts also decreased sharply, from 1,000,000 years at the start to 100,000 years. Guchanga witnessed the entire process with his own eyes. He even saw some supreme experts trying to push open the door after learning about the Celestial Gate's message left behind by the reincarnation Ancient Celestial. In the end, without exception, they were all swallowed by the monster behind the door and their fruits were eaten. If they were in a universe with relatively complete rules, these supreme masters would definitely have the opportunity to advance further. What they carried was not only the fate fruit of this universe, but also the mark of destiny of this world. Guchanga's gaze was somewhat thoughtful. While trekking through the long River of Time, he had been thinking about how to leave behind the secret of the epic tree. Boom, in front of him, huge waves surged into the sky. The space-time steel was faintly discernible, standing tall in the long River of Time. It was majestic and ancient, exuding a desolate atmosphere. Looks like I've arrived. Guchanga confirmed this node and planned to stop and enter this era. In the next moment, the creation immortal boat suddenly emitted a blazing light, carrying him out of the long River of Time. Huge waves crashed from both sides, and chaotic lightning smashed down in an attempt to strike Guchanga into the long river. However, they all failed. The bronze flag on the creation immortal boat unfolded. Although it was damaged and stained with some blood, it isolated all the huge waves around it. The sound of thunder rushed into the sky. Every bolt of chaotic true lightning was incomparably terrifying. They were as thick as stars and split the dark long river of time. If it landed on an immortal Tao existence, they would definitely be severely injured, and there was even a risk of death. Guchunga's expression was calm as he kept the creation immortal boat. His figure left the long river of time and headed towards this era. A vast and ancient aura rushed over, and there was a kind of life force that was beginning to undergo nirvana after the silence. After the Forbidden Era, the entire universe fell into a period of darkness. The period that Guchunga was heading towards was the period when the world's environment suddenly began to change after the darkness ended. Boom, this was a vast and boundless world. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and jade-green lakes dotted the vast grassland. It was filled with a fresh and beautiful aura. Ancient mountains were majestic, and immortal mountains spread out. Fog lingered around, and it was full of immortal atmosphere. Many fierce beasts roared in the great wilderness, letting out sky-shaking roars. Terrifying black figures flew past, and their wings were like clouds hanging from the sky. Guchunga's figure appeared in this place. With a single step, she landed on the continent. Right now, he was not an illusion, but a real existence. A terrifying ferocious beast in front of him noticed him, but it didn't ignore him. Instead, it sensed the terrifying danger and turned to flee. It seems that I have indeed come to this era. The world's suppression on me is quite deep, and I can only use 10% of my strength at most. If I use my full strength, it may cause a great earthquake in this world, and even affect my return to the modern world. Guchunga closed his eyes slightly, adapting to the environment here. 147 this time was different from before. The suppression of the environment had not completely dissipated, and even for immortal Tao experts, it was still extremely intimidating. After the Forbidden Era, the immortal Tao collapsed, but there were still some remnants of its aura in the world. Moreover, the darkness had just disappeared, and the world had not begun to change. The age of chaos had not begun in the future. In other words, the current environment was far more suitable for cultivation than the modern world. Soon, Guchunga adapted to the environment here and opened his eyes. He seemed to have returned to his original state, and there was no aura. Buzz, however, he was still affected by karma. His face became very blurry, as if it was covered by fog, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. Guchunga did not care about this. He had already thought about how to leave his mark in this world. First of all, the secret of immortal ascension needs to be changed. It's nothing more than forcibly creating a piece of nothingness into the past, and use it to influence the present. The maturation of the epic tree is related to the appearance of the immortal path. Since that's the case, then I'll leave behind a legend and rebuild the legend. In ancient times, an indescribable supreme existence brought a mysterious ancient tree to this world, and established a life-forbidden zone in a certain place. That life-forbidden zone was called the Ruins of God. It is said that that place is connected to the immortal domain, and there are the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate, Lingxiao Hall, Heavenly River. Considering that he had to change the entire ancient history and affect the subsequent long river of time and even the future generations, Guchunga was very cautious. Even though he had a plan in his heart, he did not implement it. What he lacked now was witnesses and the corresponding dissemination of information. Otherwise, after some arrangements, he would leave behind a legend that no one could witness or know. Such a legend could not be investigated and naturally could not be believed by the future generations. The so-called arrival of a miracle naturally needed witnesses. Guchunga walked along this part of the universe, passing through continents and many barren and dead lands. After the dark fault appeared in this part of the universe, the environment of heaven and earth had changed slightly. But the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and longevity substances were extremely rich, very suitable for the cultivation of cultivators. Many sacred mountains were tall, vast and boundless. Some ancient trees covered the sky and the sun. They had lived for millions of years, longer than the lifespan of cultivators. Of course, after the dark fault, the number of cultivators decreased sharply. Even Guchunga did not find many traces of cultivators. On the contrary, there were many ferocious beasts with low intelligence. They could only distinguish between good and bad luck. After the dark fault, those ferocious beasts with terrifying strength were annihilated due to the impact of the aura of the past. What was left were the ferocious beasts with low intelligence. These ferocious beasts had terrifying chi and blood, but their cultivation was extremely low. Their long lifespan allowed them to accumulate a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth in their bodies. Undeveloped intelligence naturally could not use the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate. Basically, there are no cultivators in this period. It seems that I still need a long time to evolve. Maybe I should leave behind a cultivation method. Xianxia frowned, but he gave up on this idea. According to the normal timeline, it would take a long time for these ferocious beasts to evolve. If he enlightened them in advance, it might cause unimaginable effects. After all, what he wanted to do was to leave a rumor in this era, to minimize the impact on the future generations. Otherwise, with Xianxia's current cultivation, he would definitely not be able to withstand the terrifying backlash. When the karma of the entire ancient history descended, even the creation immortal boat would shatter. Unless he chose to stay in this era. Thinking about it this way, the best way is to find a suitable ancient life star and find the earliest cultivators. He walked along one life star after another. His divine consciousness swept past, shaking the entire universe. Even if he was suppressed by the will of the world and affected by the karma of reversing the river of time, he could only display less than 1/10 of his power. His strength also far surpassed that of ordinary Tao enlightened cultivators. In the current era, it was impossible for the cultivators to be that strong. During the time of the Dark Fault, the true experts had already gone extinct. The cultivators who were still alive today were either the survivors of that time, or they had discovered the cultivation method through some remains or relics, and had embarked on the path of the predecessors. What a rich aura of life. There are definitely cultivators there. There might even be traces of Taoist teachings. Suddenly, Xianxia noticed a star field not far away. Based on its aura, that region of stars was extremely ancient, and it was suffused with a vast and ancient aura. Many life-ancient stars adorned this place. They were incomparably massive, gently rotating. The life energy was incomparably rich, blue and vast. He quickly rushed over, and his figure flashed through the starry sky before him in an instant. He intended to descend towards that region of stars. For Xianxia, it was enough as long as he could find a life star with cultivators. His requirements were not high. Boom! A terrifying aura surged down, and a blazing light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire star field. All sentient beings felt this terrifying fluctuation at this moment. They trembled from the bottom of their souls and knelt on the ground. In the star field ahead, in a bamboo forest shrouded in dense immortal fog. Many ancient cultivators also sensed that fluctuation immediately. Everyone's faces were filled with deep shock and horror. How could such an aura appear in the current era? In this bamboo forest shrouded in immortal fog, there were many creatures that had gone extinct in the later generations. There were Chilan cubs, white tiger cubs, immortal phoenixes spreading their wings and soaring. Many immortal herbs and sacred herbs also grew in the cliffs and mountains, and no one went to pick them. However, the most eye-catching thing was in the depths of the bamboo forest. There was a bamboo house built in the vast sea of clouds. Among them, there was a white-haired elder. He sat there cross-legged, and his figure was extremely stooped, as if he was about to die. His eyes were also extremely turbid. Around the bamboo house, there were many cultivators sitting cross-legged. Some ferocious beasts with spiritual intelligence also quietly crouched there, as if they were listening to the white-haired elder explain the Tao of cultivation. Elder, what do you think this aura is? It's too terrifying. Didn't you say that after the Great Extinction era, there were no more supreme experts in this world? The aura just now was exactly the same as the supreme experts recorded in the ancient books. A young child with divine light in his body raised his head and asked the white-haired elder in front of him curiously. This aura is too terrifying. It's as if it could easily destroy our star. A young man with a Taoist sword on his back also asked in shock, respectfully asking the elder in front of him. In the distance, the little immortal phoenix flapped her wings and flew over. Spiritual light flickered all over her body, and she transformed into a beautiful girl in a feathered robe. She landed in front of the white-haired elder and said in a clear voice, "Grandpa Tsung, Do you think it could be a supreme expert who did not disappear from the Great Extinction era and is still alive in this world? When the old man called Grandpa Tsong heard this, his gaze immediately became somewhat nostalgic. He coughed a few times before shaking his head and saying, "That's impossible. During the Great Extinction era, all the supreme experts were killed long ago. Even great experts can't appear. The aura just now might have come from beyond the heavens." As a survivor of the Great Extinction era, he naturally knew the secrets of that period of history very well. Whether it was an immortal or a person who had achieved the Tao, they were all killed by the ruthless will of heaven. If it really came from beyond the heavens, then would he know the reason why the Great Extinction era happened? However, if he really is a supreme expert of legend, he should not care about ants like us. Many cultivators in the bamboo forest were discussing as they looked at the place where the blazing light had disappeared. "Grandpa Tsong, I want to go to that place to take a look. I want to see what the supreme expert recorded in the ancient books is like." A clear voice came from the young girl in a feathered robe. She was very determined, and her eyes were very clear and bright, shining with extraordinary splendor. "Then go and take a look. Logically speaking, such an expert should not care about a little immortal phoenix like you. If it was in the past or the ancient times, you might have been captured by him. However, now, even if your bloodline is very strong, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. There is no method, opportunity." The white-haired elder shook his head and sighed. He was very regretful about this. The severing of the cultivation method was not only because of the death of the supreme expert and the destruction of the orthodoxy. Even some races with powerful bloodlines had their inherited cultivation method engraved in their bloodline and soul destroyed by the will of heaven. How could they continue to cultivate along the path of their predecessors? They could only wait for the suppression of the will of heaven in this world to dissipate before they could find the real solution. "Huang Yu, if you want to go, you'd better be careful not to bump into them. But I'm afraid the real ultimate masters won't care about a little immortal phoenix like you. I don't think you'll be able to see them. But, perhaps this is also your opportunity." The white-haired old man shook his head and sighed when he saw the girl in the feathered robe turn into a little immortal phoenix and fly away. A long time ago, he had been a very powerful cultivator. Although he hadn't reached the ultimate level yet, he wasn't far from it. But because of the blade of heaven's will, his cultivation base had started to fade, and his lifespan had started to dry up. He had gradually forgotten some of the divine powers and cultivation methods he had learned in the past. Such a calamity was truly terrifying and frightening. Even immortals couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch as their cultivation base dropped, their insights were forgotten, their lifespan dried up, and they eventually passed away. Some people had tried to leave this universe and go to other universes to find a solution. But those who left never came back. Many people guessed that they had died on the way, or they had found a suitable place for cultivation and didn't return to their homeland. In short, the long gap of darkness lasted for countless years. Eventually, all the orthodoxies and inheritances of the past were wiped out. If there were any traces left, they would be the inscriptions on tablets and some ancient books and records that had been buried in the ground years ago. But no matter what they say, we can't let all our legacies be severed. The Great Extinction era is over, and today's environment is slowly becoming more suitable for cultivation. To the later generations, we are the sages of our ancestors. Perhaps the fluctuation just now was the return of the ultimate masters who had left this universe and found a solution. The old man sighed and continued to explain cultivation methods to the people in the bamboo forest and the fierce beasts that had some intelligence. In fact, similar scenes were happening all over this ancient life star. That blazing light was too intimidating. Even from such a long distance, it had a destructive aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Many cultivators were trying to find a way to get to the source of the light. Even some cultivators who couldn't fly were trying to get to the source of the light. Everyone wanted to know how such a terrifying aura could appear in today's environment. It was exactly the same as the supreme experts recorded in the ancient books. That is, the girl named Huang Yu flew at a very fast speed. Although many of the cultivation methods passed down in her bloodline had been obliterated, she was still able to fly. However, this didn't affect her speed in the slightest. She practically turned into a streak of scarlet divine rainbow as she chased after that streak of light. Soon, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. She fell into the air and couldn't recover for a long time. It was unknown when, or perhaps it was just a moment ago, but what was originally a vast and boundless wasteland was now enveloped by boundless immortal mist. One could faintly see the silhouettes of many divine mountains and ancient trees. They were incomparably large, as if they were as tall as the heavens and earth. Moreover, within this boundless immortal mist, numerous jagged rocks were especially obvious. Numerous damaged palaces, pavilions, and damaged ruins were scattered throughout the surroundings, and they were filled with a grand and ancient aura. It was as if they had existed for countless years. It was solemn and majestic, and one couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship it. Could this be the immortal palace recorded in the ancient books? That senior came from beyond the heavens and finally chose to live in seclusion here? The girl Huangyu was extremely shocked, and her heart was filled with deep reverence. In the mysterious area in front of her, she saw many terrifying scenes. Numerous incomparably large stars were suspended in the depths for some unknown reason. They were densely packed, and there was no end in sight. In the east, she could even see towering and magnificent pillars, as if they were holding up the heavens and earth. It was shrouded in boundless mist, mysterious and vast. In the west, chaotic chi filled the air, turning into a waterfall. An incomparably wide and huge river was faintly revealed. Rolling waves crashed against the heavens and earth, as if they were going to pierce through the universe. In the eyes of the girl Huangyu, that river was flowing backwards towards the sky. Many stars gathered in it, like the legendary heavenly river. What are these? What are those words? Southern Heavenly Gate? Look, there are words here. They seem to be words from a very long time ago. It says Ruins of Gods? The commotion and scene here startled many cultivators. Those who arrived later were also completely stunned. Many people had only heard about the immortal palace from ancient books. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, it was no different from the immortal palace. It was even more shocking. The boundless immortal mist enveloped this area. It was mysterious and vast, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was awe-inspiring. The commotion just now must be the work of that senior. It seems like he is planning to live in seclusion here. Ruins of Gods, Immortal Palace, Southern Heavenly Gate, it must be a senior from before the Great Extinction. Only before the Great Extinction would something related to immortals appear. Many people looked at the scene here and knelt down piously, worshipping it. In this era, cultivators were peaceful. There was no fighting and killing. It could be said that they were standing aloof from worldly affairs. Therefore, after knowing that there might be a place where a powerful senior lived in seclusion, no one disturbed him. They only bowed and watched quietly. Of course, many people also knew that the area ahead definitely contained many dangers. If one rashly stepped in, it would definitely be a life and death crisis. That seems to be a tree? Suddenly, the young girl Huangyu noticed something. The expression on her face became very shocked. She immediately stared at the deepest part. Chaotic chi surged there. Large amounts of mist suddenly rushed into the sky, and then some scenes were revealed. An incomparably mysterious and ancient towering tree stood in the deepest part. Its leaves were dry, but it condensed a boundless chaotic chi. Stars turned into dust one after another, spinning around it, and emitting a terrifying sound that was as majestic as the collision of worlds. Although this scene disappeared in a flash, many people saw it. Their hearts were filled with endless reverence and shock. A mysterious senior suddenly descended here with a mysterious ancient tree and established himself as the Ruins of Gods. Or is it that this place was originally called the Ruins of Gods? It was like this before the Great Extinction, Huangyu muttered. She really wanted to enter the Ruins of Gods and see the scene inside. However, her instincts told her that if she dared to take a step forward, she would definitely be destroyed in body and soul. She had been standing here for a long time, feeling extremely hesitant in her heart. However, there was a thought that told her that she could actually enter. In the end, a cultivator saw the little immortal phoenix transform into its original form. It flapped its wings and plunged into the boundless immortal fog in search of the Ruins of Gods. However, no one saw her come out. In the next few years, many cultivators would come to the edge of the Ruins of Gods to look at the vast scene inside. However, as time passed, the fog around the ruins of gods also increased, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Even the cultivators who had been here before would find it difficult to find the way. Many people noticed that the ruins of gods were gradually disappearing, just like the many cultivation methods that had once existed, gradually fading away. Some people said that the mysterious and powerful senior in the ruins of gods had been recuperating all these years. Now that his injuries were almost healed, he was planning to leave this place. However, there were also people who said that the ruins of gods was actually the entrance to the legendary immortal domain. That senior must have already ascended to the immortal domain, which was why the ruins of gods were gradually disappearing. After that, almost every year, there would be cultivators coming here to search for traces of the ruins of gods. Some people found some traces, but even more people were lost here. They couldn't find anything and felt that the ruins of gods had long disappeared. Thousands of years passed by in the blink of an eye. The ruins of God had gradually become a legend. As the environment of heaven and earth changed, although more and more cultivators appeared, fewer and fewer people had seen the ruins of God. To many people, the ruins of God had become an ancient myth before the darkness. It was a long time ago, but it really existed, and it had left traces in this world. It is connected to the legendary immortal domain, and there is an incomparably ancient tree in the ruins of God. It is said that it is the road to the immortal domain, and it has a deep connection with the former Jianmu, and the master of the ruins of God is a supreme senior during the Great Extinction period. His cultivation is profound, and he knows the heavens and the earth. If you are lucky and encounter the ruins of God, you might be able to obtain the guidance of that senior. It is said that there was once someone who entered the ruins of God and obtained a tablet inscription. In just a few hundred years, he became a great cultivator, and now he has already established a sect. However, you might not be able to meet him anymore. I heard that senior has already ascended to the real immortal domain. Now that the ruins of God has no master, it gradually disappeared from the world and can no longer be found. In some tribes, there were old people telling stories about the ruins of God to the younger generation. Everyone's faces were filled with yearning and pursuit. Regardless of whether it was young or old, they were all pursuing the path of cultivation, and becoming an immortal was the lifelong pursuit of almost everyone. Although it was far away, it still gave everyone something to think about. And the existence of the ruins of God seemed to be telling everyone that becoming an immortal really did exist. Things like this happened almost every day in various tribes. All cultivators and intelligent creatures knew of the existence of the ruins of God. There were even more cultivators searching for the ruins of God. Unfortunately, there were very few people who actually found the ruins of God. It was as if there was an invisible formation barrier outside the ruins of God that was isolating them from everything. That was why that place was isolated from the world and set up as a forbidden area. Senior, I am leaving this place. Thank you for your guidance all these years. Although you did not accept me as your disciple, in my heart, you are actually the same as my master. You have taught me a lot, and even awakened the inheritance in my bloodline. Huang Yu will never forget this great kindness. At this moment, in the ruins of God that was shrouded in boundless immortal fog. The mountains were majestic, the ancient peaks were tall, and there were many damaged palaces and pavilions. A beautiful woman in a feathered dress stood on the peak of a lonely mountain. She looked at the white-robed figure in front of her with reluctance. Her words were full of respect and reluctance. That white-cloaked figure was very blurry and hazy. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only a pair of deep and experienced eyes could be seen. It was as if he had once sat and looked at the heavens, and also looked at the ancient times from afar. However, it still couldn't reduce his peerless beauty and extraordinary appearance. He had his hands behind his back and seemed to be looking at the sea of clouds in the distance. His back was lonely, and there was only a peach tree by his side as a companion. It is indeed time for you to leave. It is also time for me to leave. You and I have known each other for a while. This should be considered fate. The white-cloaked man shook his head lightly. His tone was flat, as if there was no fluctuation in his voice at all. The woman in a feathered dress called Huang Yu stared at his back with her bright eyes, and in the end, she said with reluctance, all those years ago, I entered the ruins of God by mistake and was almost killed by the formation markings here. If it wasn't for Senior making a move and saving me, I'm afraid I would have been obliterated long ago. During these past few thousands of years, I've listened to seniors' teachings every single day, and I've gained a great deal and benefited immensely. However, I don't even know senior's name now. I'm afraid there won't be a chance to repay your kindness in the future, and I don't even know if I'll be able to see you again. The white-clothed man seemed to smile when he heard this, and then he shook his head lightly. A name is nothing more than a code name. It's actually not important whether you know it or not. You only need to know that I'm the master of the ruins of God. There's no need to know anything else. You possess the immortal phoenix bloodline. Cultivate properly after you leave, and you'll attain my current cultivation one day. Perhaps in the distant future, the two of us will be able to meet again. Will there really be such a day in the distant future? Hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes suddenly lit up with endless light. It was longing and yearning. However, before she could finish speaking, the white-cloaked figure in front of her smiled faintly. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent her out of the ruins of God. Senior, seeing that he had suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar mountain range, the surrounding scenery was completely different from thousands of years ago. The beautiful woman in the feather robe had a look of disappointment and loss on her face, as if she still had a lot of things to say. She stood there quietly for a few months before turning into a divine rainbow and leaving. For the past few thousand years, she had been together with the mysterious Lord of the ruins of God. From the initial reverence and fear, she gradually discovered that the Lord of the ruins of God was actually not terrifying. Instead, he was gentle, elegant, easygoing, and natural. Later on, it gradually became closeness, dependence, respect, and admiration. Such a figure was peerless and extraordinary. He was the top expert in this world and could easily tear through the barrier of the world to enter other universes. His methods were heaven-defying and unimaginable. Even before the Great Extinction era, he was a supreme existence that could not be described with words. Back then, she was just a little immortal phoenix that had just stepped into the threshold of cultivation. In order to see what a supreme expert was like with her own eyes, she took a huge risk and flapped her wings, plunging headfirst into the vast and mysterious ruins of God. After that, she stayed there for thousands of years, and her entire person underwent a complete transformation. Senior said that he was going to leave. What does that mean? He's guarding that mysterious ancient tree called the Epic Tree. Why is he guarding it? The woman in the feather robe had too many questions in her heart, but she also understood that she could not ask these questions, as it involved that senior's secrets. During her time in the ruins of God, she often saw it. That senior was carefully taking care of a small peach tree, planting it next to his courtyard. Just like a mortal, he was very meticulous in weeding and watering it every day. He also said that after he left, that peach tree would protect the epic tree in his place and wait for the right time to come. Of course, the woman in the feather robe did not understand these words. She only memorized them in her heart and planned to slowly understand them in the future. This trap has been set. The legend of the ruins of God should also be passed down. Since that's the case, it's time for me to return to the main world. This period of history will also be recorded in the history books as ancient history. After the woman in the feather robe left the ruins of God, the white-robed man, who was Xianxia, appeared. He smiled faintly, and then a vast divine will swept out. After understanding the many changes in this universe in the past few thousand years, he nodded with satisfaction. The legend of the ruins of God had been left behind. In order to increase the authenticity of the legend, Xianxia had spent thousands of years teaching Xianxia, who was the woman in the feathered robe who had left the ruins of God. He had a premonition that the woman in the feathered robe with the blood of the immortal phoenix would have great achievements in the near future. Even after the upheaval of heaven and earth, it would not be difficult for her to enter the Tao attainment realm. Maybe I can leave behind the orthodoxy. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. Xianxia's gaze swept across the ruins of God and finally landed on the peach tree that was blooming brilliantly. This was the identity that he had specially arranged for Tao Yao according to his plan. Before he planned to set up the plan, Xianxia had gone to the peach village and asked Tao Yao to do him a favor. He wanted her to act as the guardian of the epic tree. That was why Xianxia had planted the little peach tree in front of Xianxia and said that after he left, the little peach tree would help him protect the epic tree. Although the little peach tree had not developed intelligence yet, who knew what would happen after a long time? Moreover, The ruins of God had been arranged by Guchunga according to the evolution of the inner universe. The surroundings were supplemented by the great heavenly cycle divine fiendish formation and many restrictions and boundaries. Even if he left this place, he could ensure that everything in the ruins of God would not be disturbed. As for the epic tree, Guchunga would definitely not leave it in this era. Otherwise, the karma he would suffer would be unimaginable. He had already endured the consequences of the huge karma backlash and instructed Huang Yu, which would lead to some unexpected changes in the future. If the epic tree was left behind, the entire future would be reshuffled and everything would have to be restarted. The consequences of that were too terrifying. In particular, Guchunga could not be sure if he could successfully return to the present world. Boom, then, the vast power of time appeared again. Along with the stormy waves, a mysterious and vast river faintly appeared in the void. It seemed to run through the heavens, connecting the past, the present, and the future. The river of time this time was even more terrifying than when Guchunga had come. Boundless chaotic energy descended. It was vast and majestic, and stars were mixed within. They fell from the heavens of unknown latitude, making one's heart tremble. In the depths of the river, boundless primal chaos true thunder streaked down like a thunder dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, bringing with it a destructive aura. At this time even a true immortal Tao existence would be cautious, not daring to rashly approach the river of time. This was because Guchunga had already changed the history. Even the slightest change would cause great consequences. It was like a butterfly flapping its wings, causing the sky to collapse. And the sea to crash. This was a series of terrifying changes. With the space-time steel, I don't have to worry about not being able to return to the modern realm. The only thing I need to worry about is the great horror of this process. On the other side of the river of time, if there are existences beyond the immortal realm who sensed that I had changed the history, they might attack me. Guchunga's eyes flickered. Although he still had a drop of the demon lord's true blood in his body that had not been completely refined, and 2 layers of the seal of samsara could protect his life. However, this kind of backlash that involved the entire history, karma, and the future could not be underestimated. Buzz, however, he did not have much choice now. The creation immortal boat emitted a faint light that completely enveloped him. Then, it turned into a stream of light and headed straight for the river of time. Rumble. The moment the creation immortal boat entered the river of time, terrifying purple true thunder immediately struck down from the sky. It seemed to be formed by the boundless primal chaos chi, and even strange phenomena such as palaces and pavilions appeared. The destructive aura was shocking. Guchunga's expression was calm. Instead, he took out the great Tao treasure bottle, which floated above his head. The terrifying suction force was like a black hole, swallowing all the true lightning that was striking down. The great Tao treasure bottle's material was extremely mysterious and could be said to be indestructible. Even the extremely corrosive gray mist and the terminating essence could only become its nourishment. The true thunder, which contained a destructive aura, could not be harmed in the slightest. Guchunga, on the other hand, was shaken by the backlash, and his blood was roiling. The backlash from the river of time has surpassed the level of an ordinary immortal. Even a great universe would be reduced to ashes by a strand of true thunder. This karma seems to be a bit scary. Guchunga's eyes suddenly became very deep. The closer he got to the present world, the more terrifying the backlash became. Toward the end, even the creation immortal boat was shaking. Huge waves surged, drowning everything. Countless fragments of time danced in the air, and even a dense mass of horrifying white bones was reflected. He didn't know which epoch this scene was from, but since it was reflected in the river of time, it had to be related to his actions of changing the history of the past. This was the power of karma that traced back to him, the source. So, I guess the fateless body is the only way to travel through the river of time safely. It's a pity that I don't have time to look for Xiaoruoyin. Otherwise, with her blocking the karma for me, it would save me a lot of trouble. Guchunga looked at the karma threads that wrapped around him and frowned. In the next moment, silver flames suddenly gushed out from the surface of his body. They were blazing like the starlight that filled up the entire sky, throbbing in each of his pores, burning and igniting those pitch-black karma threads. They started to break apart, not tainting his body. This was the rich power of destiny, one of the purest and most mysterious energy substances in the world. Xianxia used this opportunity to ignite the power of faith, trying to get rid of the power of karma. It was not that he wanted to add karma to his body, but because there was a lot of karma entangled in his body, it could easily be detected by those in the upper realm. After all, this was his karma, not the karma of his identity as the demon lord. The power of karma is too strong. With my current cultivation, I can't avoid karma. It seems that I can only slowly get rid of it in the future, or try to swallow it with the great Tao treasure bottle. Fortunately, the immortal vessel was indeed miraculous, and it did not disappoint Xianxia. Soon, he sensed the aura of the space-time steel and confirmed the note of the modern realm in the river of time. Boom, the immortal vessel was surrounded by hundreds of millions of misty lights, and mysterious runes appeared on the damaged vessel. Then, it broke free from the river of time and carried Xianxia away quickly. I'm finally back in the modern realm. It seems that this change is quite big. Xianxia's figure appeared in a vast and boundless universe. A rich and ancient aura rushed toward him. The sky was full of stars, and the galaxy was dazzling. It was vast and magnificent, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. Every life-ancient star seemed to have existed for countless years, exuding vicissitudes and ancientness. After a moment of silence, Xianxia put away the immortal vessel and the other items. Then, he stepped out of this star field and began to inquire about the modern realm. He wanted to know what kind of changes had taken place in this universe over the countless years after the ancient history was changed. The ruins of God, the epic tree. There were too many things that he had left behind, and they should have all turned into reality. This universe had changed a lot. Judging from the laws of heaven and earth and the aura of the universe, it was different from before. Xianxia walked between the star domains, his divine consciousness sweeping across, and began to investigate the impact of changing history on the present world. What he was most concerned about was actually the legendary existence of the ruins of God. Other than that, the changes were actually insignificant and did not affect his layout and plan. Compared to before, many holy lands and tribes have been destroyed and disappeared in the annals of history. However, there are also many new tribes and forces that have risen up. The number of people who have attained the Tao in this world has not been affected. Some ancient planets with life have been destroyed. The Ziwei dynasty that I saw the last time I came to this universe has also disappeared. My ancestor did not attain the Tao attainment realm, so naturally, there was no follow-up. However, the disappearance of the Ziwei dynasty has helped a force called the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. At its peak, it was even more powerful than the Ziwei Divine Dynasty. The founder of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was a Tao attainment realm cultivator with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. In later generations, she was known as Empress Xianxia. In her early years, she had mistakenly entered the legendary ruins of God and met a supreme figure there. She was carefully taught by him for thousands of years. After that, she left the ruins of God and cultivated bitterly for 800,000 years. She finally inherited the mandate of heaven. It seems that this matter still had a great impact on later generations. In the end, she became an empress and established a celestial dynasty. Xianxia found a lot of useful information. His divine consciousness swept across many ancient planets with life, and he also learned many records about the little immortal phoenix. Among these, the changes of many forces and orthodoxies were actually within his expectations. And in this rolling ancient history, the ruins of God had indeed left behind a thick and colorful stroke of ink. Even now, there were still cultivators and powerhouses who pursued the traces of the ruins of God one after another, regardless of death, in order to understand the truth of immortal ascension. Now, the most powerful ancient force in this universe was the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Empress Xianxia was the first person to become an empress after the Great Extinction Era, and even after the Dark Fault. What she represented was extraordinary. Many cultivators felt that the reason why she was able to shoulder the mandate of heaven in such a short period of time and become a Tao enlightened cultivator was closely related to the opportunity she had when she accidentally entered the ruins of God. If it wasn't for this incident, Empress Xianxia would have to endure for close to 1,000,000 years even if she wanted to attain Tao. With the changes in the environment and the disappearance of life, the lifespan of those who had attained the Tao was naturally reduced. Not to mention 1,000,000 years, even living for 100,000 years was extremely difficult. Therefore, many people were searching for the location of the ruins of God, wanting to find a way to become an immortal and extend their lifespan. Naturally, there were many theories regarding the divine ruins. Some said that it was a forbidden land that existed before the darkness fault, or even before the Forbidden Era. The ruins of God was connected to the legendary celestial realm. There was a tree that reached the heavens, called the Builder Tree. Following the Builder Tree, one could find the location of the celestial gate. Of course, there were also some who said that the ruins of God was actually a taboo. Previously, two existences who had surpassed the immortal realm had fought, and after destroying the immortal palace, it was left in the ruins of the mortal realm. In the ruins of God, there were countless immortal treasures buried. As long as one could find one, it could allow a cultivator to be reborn. However, the most convincing explanation came from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. In the ruins of God, there was actually an incomparably mysterious white-robed lord of the ruins of God, and it was he who established the ruins of God. Not only that, he even planted a peach tree to protect something in the ruins of God. This story was spread throughout the entire universe, and countless cultivators believed it. After all, the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Empress Huangyu, had accidentally entered the ruins of God and came out alive. In less than 1,000,000 years, she had reached the emperor realm, and her cultivation speed far surpassed that of the predecessors of that era. Her understanding of the ruins of God was definitely more than what the people of the world knew. This is perfect. Everything is evolving and developing as I expected, Lin Yan said with a smile. Guchanga couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. Then, according to the aura of the restrictions he had left behind, he found the ruins of God hidden in a certain ancient life planet. He had set up many array patterns in the surroundings. Even after a long period of time, there were no signs of them being worn away. This is the traces she left behind. It seems that she still came here later on. It's just that she hasn't stepped into the ruins of God yet. Guchanga's figure appeared outside the ruins of God. Outside the many restrictions and array patterns, he saw a tablet inscription. On this tablet, Empress Huangyu's aura had been left behind. After she attained the Tao, she once again searched for the location of the ruins of God. However, at that time, Guchanga had already left, so she naturally couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only leave regretfully and dejectedly, leaving behind the traces of his presence on this tablet. It seems that after that, when her life was about to end, she came again. Why bother? Guchanga sighed softly as he saw a blurry figure appear beside the stone tablet. She was dressed in feathered clothes and had a beautiful face. She looked into the depths of the ruins of God, but her eyes were filled with unconcealable sadness. This ancient life planet was incomparably vast, with many clans and forces standing in great numbers. Among them, the most powerful were several royal families and sacred grounds. Their ancestors had once attained the Tao, and they had emperor weapons to suppress the foundation. In addition to these royal families and sacred grounds, there were several life-forbidden zones on this ancient life planet. These were the hiding places of those who had attained the Tao, in order to prolong their lives and avoid the 5 decay of the celestial being, after severing one of their Taos. Their cultivation had surpassed the quasi-320 emperors, but compared to those who had truly attained the Tao, they were still much weaker. In the vast ruins of God, immortal fog lingered, the mountain peaks were steep, and the divine mountains were tall, exuding a desolate and ancient aura. Now, as Guchanga appeared, the surrounding restrictions emitted a brilliance that rushed into the sky, covering the entire sky, shaking all directions, causing the entire universe to rumble. The next moment, a terrifying aura, as if heaven and earth were collapsing, spread out from here. Countless stars were trembling, as if they were about to fall here. The majestic and ancient aura of the world began to intertwine, suppressing this universe, causing it to tremble. Guchanga's eyes were deep, and he began to take action. He took out the epic tree from the inner universe, and with supreme magic power, planted it in the deepest part of the ruins of God. Countless restrictions and brilliance were as dazzling as the sun, and billions of rays of light and laws intertwined like an ocean. This was a terrifying ancient tree. Just the trunk of the tree was larger than a star. On the withered branches, there were sparse branches and leaves. Each branch and leaf received the starlight that filled the sky. And a boundless chaotic aura hung As the branches and leaves swayed gently, the terrifying sound of ancient worlds colliding rang out, as if they were pushing the rumbling of epics. Even those who had attained the Tao would feel their qi and blood churn here, not daring to approach. The epic tree had finally appeared. Rumble. The epic tree reappeared in this world after countless years. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a terrifying aura. Every star was as small as a speck of dust in front of it. It supported the world, every single pattern representing time, all of them of the past great eras. Countless factions and orthodoxies in the upper realm even started wars in the 8 Desolates 10 regions in order to find the epic tree. Until the last time they broke through the 8 Desolates 10 regions and killed their way in from Heavenly Deer City, they returned empty-handed and could not find any trace of the epic tree. In the hearts of many ancient orthodoxies, the epic tree was the most primordial thing in the upper realm. Before the forbidden epic, the 8 Desolates 10 regions was an abandoned land in the upper realm called the Sin Domain. It was used to imprison those who had committed heinous crimes. Later, the world changed greatly. The upper realm collapsed, the great Tao disappeared, and the precepts of heaven and earth shattered. Many experts from the Sin Domain went to the upper realm to plunder resources. The epic tree was taken away in order to nurture the epic Tao fruit and completely control the upper realm. Unfortunately, after the epic tree was taken away, the precepts of heaven and earth in the upper realm could no longer function, causing the immortal path in the future to collapse. Since then, all life lost hope. Even if they spent countless years at the peak of Tao attainment, they could forget about entering the higher immortal realm. Remnant immortals sounded much stronger than Tao attainment, but that was because they had touched that realm before the forbidden epic. However, as the world changed drastically and the epic tree was taken away, it could no longer nurture the complete precepts of heaven and earth. This also caused many remnant immortals to stop cultivating. They originally had hopes of becoming immortals as mortals. However, they could only look at that door. It was right in front of them, but they could not touch it at all. Now, the epic tree had appeared in this world once more. Its boundless and majestic aura filled this universe. Every single branch and leaf seemed to have received the radiance of a myriad of stars and interweaved with boundless chaotic energy. Numerous stars descended, causing one's heart to tremble. This aura. Could it be that some supreme being has appeared, or is some existence about to attain Tao? Many experts in this universe felt the vast and terrifying aura. They were shocked and rushed out from various ancient planets to the starry sky, looking in the direction of the ruins of God. It seems to be the legendary ruins of gods. Many existences who had been hiding in the life-forbidden zones also looked over, like heavenly blades tearing through everything, sharp and terrifying. Heaven and earth changed dramatically, and the universe shook. To them, such a fluctuation was like a quasi-emperor who was about to achieve the Tao. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since the last one who had attained the Tao had passed away and affected the environment. Today's terrifying shockwaves swept through countless star domains. All the great beings in the universe sensed it and rushed out. Some of the people sealed in the celestial source origin also woke up, walking out from the depths of the clan's holy land. A few powers that had previously produced individuals who achieved the Tao also immediately revived their emperor artifacts. Powerful and peerless auras covered the heavens. Radiance illuminated the entire stellar domain, rising and falling there. At the same time, countless living beings and cultivators felt their hearts tremble. Although they did not know what was happening, it did not affect the fear in their hearts. Epic Tao fruit, in the ruins of gods, Xianxia did not care about the fluctuations caused by the outside world. He looked at the magnificent fruit the size of a fist growing on the crown of the epic tree. Countless Tao rhythms and divine armaments intertwined and condensed within it, as if it contained the most mysterious mysteries and mysteries of the heavens. A dense and mystical aura burst out of the epic Tao fruit and merged with the surroundings. Xianxia even felt that the environment around him was slowly improving, unlike before when it was incomplete. It could only be said that the epic Tao fruit lived up to its name. With time as nutrients, the Tao rhythms and divine armaments accumulated were specifically used to fill in the gaps of the laws of heaven and earth. Although this world was incomplete, it was still nurturing a divine object specifically used to fill in the gaps. It could only be explained by mysticism. When the epic Tao fruit truly matures, it will also be when the immortal gate appears. Xianxia frowned slightly. He planned to contact the Peach Demon to come here and guard the epic tree for him, while he began to refine this universe. He had obtained the God Kingdom in a palm and the interminating origin just for this day. When Guchanga broke into hell, he had obtained the God Kingdom in a palm from the descendant of the Lord of Hell. He had yet to refine it because he was planning to refine the God Kingdom in a palm into this universe one day. He was planning to turn the entire universe into his God Kingdom. Even those who had achieved the Tao or even a broken immortal would be greatly suppressed when they entered it. In addition to it, Guchanga was planning to set up the interminating origin around this universe so that it could devour and eliminate all life at any time. The epic tree would be the bait, and this universe would be the fishing net. Guchanga was planning to attack all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. During this period, the epic Tao fruit was in Guchanga's hands, which basically meant that he was in control of the immortal gate. Without his permission, no one would be able to touch the immortal gate. A bunch of ants dares to spy on us? However, in the next moment, Guchanga's eyes were cold and emotionless. Her voice spread out and shook the entire universe. He sensed a boundary emperor approaching from outside the ruins of God. He even took out a Tao weapon and tried to attack the ruins of God. In addition to them, there were many cultivators of other levels. Even the cultivators on this ancient life planet were coming. After all, even if the epic tree was concealed by the forbidding aura around the ruins of God, how could it completely conceal its magnificent aura? Bang! A giant black hand suddenly slapped out of the ruins of God. It was surrounded by billions of crimson rules of order. The whole world dimmed immediately. The stars trembled as if the universe was about to explode. Pfft, what kind of terrifying existence is this? Why didn't I see it before? The quasi-emperor cultivator who was rushing towards the ruins of God suddenly had a look of horror on his face. Before he could react, he immediately took out his Tao weapon in an attempt to defend against this palm. However, what shocked him the most was that at the moment of contact, the Tao attainment weapon exploded with a cracking sound. It was as brittle as a thin piece of paper. The fragments of the divine weapon filled the sky, like dazzling meteors, smashing into the ground and shattering into pieces. Pfft! He did not even have time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. How is this possible? He killed a boundary emperor with a single palm and even shattered the Tao weapon. The many experts who came later saw this scene and felt a chill run down their spines. Their faces were pale with fear and they could not stop trembling. The other boundary emperors who wanted to see what was going on were also scared out of their wits. The entire ancient life planet fell silent. There was no more movement. There was no sound in the various life-forbidden zones. It was dead silent. In the next few days, Guchanga was in the ruins of God. He placed restrictions on the epic Tao fruit and refined the runes in the origin ancestral artifact into it to ensure that no one could refine and take the epic Tao fruit. He was still a little wary of the Peach Demon, so he made these arrangements. After Guchanga planted a restriction in the epic Tao fruit, he began to refine this universe. With his current cultivation level, it was actually very difficult for him to completely control an ancient universe. Fortunately, he had the divine kingdom in his palm, so he could use it to refine and fuse it with this universe. The disadvantage was that Guchanga had to find a way to erase the will of heaven and earth of this universe. In this way, this universe would become a dead land in the future, collapsing and no longer operating. Without the will of heaven and earth to maintain the operation of the universe, it was naturally inevitable that it would be destroyed. Guchanga was not reluctant to part with this. Many universes and worlds had been destroyed because of him, so he naturally did not mind one more universe. Only by occupying the will of heaven and earth can I completely refine the divine kingdom in my palm. In the next few days, Guchanga left the ruins of God, tore open the boundary passage of this universe, and appeared outside the boundless star domain. He directly displayed his incomparably huge Dharma body. Brilliant golden light far exceeded millions of feet, illuminating the starry sky. He was simply like a giant in ancient myths who could split the heavens and earth, able to hold up the sky with a raise of his hand. Boundless primal chaos erupted. Runes of the great Tao appeared one after another in the surroundings of this universe. They contained boundless light and burned everywhere like imprints. Vast and boundless waves of energy surged over like waves of suns. Even though this universe was incomparably ancient, it could not withstand the waves of 727, and terrifying cracks began to appear. Of course, many living beings and cultivators in this universe could not detect these waves. Guchanga sat cross-legged in the boundless void, his eyes deep and cold. While refining the divine kingdom in his palm, he also used great Tao runes to refine the will of heaven and earth of this universe. Chains of the great Tao appeared around him and began to coil around him like shackles. This was the will of heaven and earth's counterattack, trying to resist his power. It would not allow Guchanga to destroy it. Heaven-defying, kill without mercy. The next moment, a vague message entered Guchanga's ears. His expression was cold and indifferent, and there wasn't the slightest ripple in his expression. The numerous chains of the great Tao on his body started to emit cracking sounds that made one's teeth ache, and they were about to shatter. Boom, in the depths of heaven and earth, a huge cold eye slowly turned and looked at Guchanga. This was the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. It sensed the danger of being obliterated. Guchanga's face was still expressionless. He continued to smelt the divine country in his palm. Strands of crimson light flowed out like a river of stars, enveloping this part of the universe. Those who defy the heavens will be killed without mercy. This time, the cold murderous intent in the huge eye became even more obvious, almost materializing. Is this a catastrophe? What the hell happened? Some of the quasi-emperor experts living in this universe were also terrified. An aura that resembled the might of the heavens enveloped this world. It was as if a calamity was about to descend at any moment and destroy this universe. They didn't know what happened, but they suddenly felt fear, trembling under this aura. The higher one's cultivation level, the clearer one's perception of such fluctuations. On the contrary, the ordinary cultivators and living beings didn't feel anything. First, the ruins of God, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly appeared in the world. A vast and boundless ancient tree spread its branches and leaves, and a vast amount of chaotic chi drooped down. An indescribably terrifying existence guarded it, and with a single slap, it shattered a Tao treasure. And now, in the depths of outer space, a terrifying battle that sent chills down one's spine was happening. What was going on in this world? In the depths of heaven and earth, the huge eye finally moved. A terrifying attack came. It was the wrath of heaven, like a heavenly river pouring down, mixed with all kinds of extreme attacks from countless years ago: black heavenly saber, 9-colored immortal sword, mixed element source chi cauldron, furnace of all creation, purple mountain river seal. These were all powerful weapons that had once been imprinted in heaven and earth. They all contained the vast divine might of those who had attained the Tao, and at this moment, they were all projected to kill Guchanga. Boom, Guchanga wasn't scared in the slightest. His eyes were cold, within them blazing chaotic light, taking action against those attacks. Matchless might engulfed heaven and earth, descending mightily from this heaven and earth, splitting the universe. He reached out a large hand, within it millions and millions of streaks of divine light, as if he was going to mend the heavens. That large hand covered the sky dome, striking down on all types of weapons, making them tremble. Millions and millions of streaks of Tao light, millions and millions of streaks of divine light, simply enough to tear apart the heavens. Many scarlet streaks of lightning, black divine chains, were instantly turned into fine powder, matchless emperor might, engulfing the entire universe. Even if the will of heaven and earth that can't produce an immortal, it still far exceeds that of a ruined immortal. Guchanga's brows furrowed. He stood up again, a palm smashing towards that pair of terrifying eyes, about to pierce through everything. All of the weapons flipped about in his palm, the most resplendent light erupting here, drowning out the world. Divine might was boundless, producing all types of unmatched attacks, producing the cosmos, absolute beginning, mysterious yellow. It could simply encompass everything in this world. The will of heaven and earth was different from cultivators. Although it was emotionless, it didn't mean that it would allow outsiders to obliterate and occupy it. Guchanga's guts were truly too great. Even the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerable back then didn't dare to do this. This large eye moved again, the gaze moving along with it. Especially the cold and emotionless will, as if it was about to materialize. In the depths of heaven and earth, many blurry figures appeared. They didn't belong to heaven and earth, but were produced by the heavenly Tao. There was a fog shrouding them, as if they didn't exist in this space-time, difficult to see clearly. They took action together, heaven and earth immediately becoming blurry. this universe becoming dusky, simply as if it had arrived at the end of the world. Just by relying on my current strength, it won't take long to obliterate the will of heaven and earth. Seems like I have to end this quickly to avoid affecting the other universes. Guchanga frowned, feeling that the will of heaven and earth in this universe was troublesome, far more troublesome than the worlds he had encountered before. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time and directly took out the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. A beam of halberd light swept out with dazzling might, peerlessly domineering, swift and fierce to the extreme, capable of destroying the myriad of worlds. All the figures of the Tao laws were simultaneously blasted apart by this attack, and they were reduced to ashes. Poof, the cold eye formed by the will of heaven and earth was penetrated by the halberd light, like porcelain, countless cracks appeared on it, as if it would shatter into ashes in the next moment. In the next moment, a dark light appeared in between Guchanga's eyebrows, enveloping the vast expanse of dark light, like turning into a black hole that could contain the universe. He directly chose to devour the last remnant thoughts of the will of heaven and earth, refining this universe into his Tao body of the universe. The terrifying fluctuations finally calmed down, gradually returning to peace. Many thoughts of the beings of heaven and earth all appeared in Guchanga's mind, but his expression was cold and calm, without any ripples. Only a few existences whose cultivation had reached the quasi-emperor realm vaguely sensed something, and trembled in fear. They didn't dare to go forward to investigate, and could only carefully hide in their own territory. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd was Guchanga's killing move. It was absolutely easy to destroy a remnant immortal. Moreover, unlike in the upper domain, there was no need to worry about being detected if he took out the 8 Desolation demonic halberd here. Half a month later, after setting up all the arrangements, Guchanga began to return along the original route, planning to return to the upper domain. In terms of time, his wedding date with Yu Mingkong was approaching, and he also transmitted a voice message to the Peach Demon, asking her to come here to guard the epic tree. The central region of the upper realm, where the Wushuang celestial dynasty was located. Magnificent and vast pavilions and palaces, dazzling in gold and jade, majestic, were located in the divine city. The divine mountains and ancient peaks were scattered all over the place. They were majestic and vast, and the mountains were surrounded by clouds. The divine light was brilliant, and a celestial mist lingered. It was incomparably sacred, as if an ancient heavenly palace had fallen into the mortal world. Many knights with powerful auras were riding on ferocious beasts, patrolling between the heavens and the earth. Bai Feng, Pai Xiao, Zhu Yan. Many ferocious beasts with primordial bloodlines were roaring at the sky. Their bodies were huge, and they covered the sky. They patrolled between the islands and mountains in the divine city, and their aura was extremely terrifying. As the Wushuang celestial dynasty that was vaguely known as the #1 celestial dynasty in the upper realm, its foundation was far beyond the imagination of the people. The vastness and mystery of this place was like a small world. Outside the divine city, it was also a vast and shocking scene. Today, as the wedding date of the Empress Yu Mingkong and Guchanga approached, large batches of ancient warships tore through space and came from everywhere. The rumbling of the universe could be heard almost every day between heaven and earth. Many carriages and flying ships rolled past, and the momentum of their arrival could be heard. Many terrifying figures, along with many servants and followers, stepped down. Their figures were blurry, and they were surrounded by the light of the rules as they stepped into the divine city. Without a doubt, the marriage of Guchanga and Yu Mingkong was the most important matter to the orthodoxies in the upper realm. In some ways, it was even more important than the previous meeting with the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. This was because Yu Mingkong and Guchanga represented the two most profound and mysterious forces in the upper realm. Once the two of them got married, the situation in the upper realm would probably change unexpectedly. This was a situation that many orthodoxies did not want to see. Especially after the disaster of extinguishing heaven was quelled, Guchanga had an unfathomable reincarnation ancient heavenly lord as his master. If they wanted to attack him again, it would be 1,000 times more difficult than before. Last time, when Guchanga destroyed hell, countless people were already afraid of him. Now, he had a master with terrifying strength. Even those with a strong foundation were afraid of him. It would not be long before Guchanga would be able to do whatever he wanted in the upper realm. Therefore, the holy lords of many orthodoxies were secretly discussing and deciding to break the current situation. They could not allow Xianxia to dominate the entire world. Otherwise, in the long run, the entire upper realm's orthodoxies would welcome a great reshuffle. Until today, no one knew what level Xianxia's strength had reached. During this time, Golden Cicada Buddha child had died on his way back to Buddha Mountain. Buddha Mountain was furious and sent out many ancient monks in an attempt to track down the inheritor of demonic arts. But in the end, it was a waste of effort. They didn't find anything, so they could only give up. Ancient Buddha Xianxia, Heavenly Maiden Jin Yang, One-Eyed Taoist, and other powerful figures had also appeared frequently in various parts of the upper realm during this time, as if they were searching for something. In addition, some forces that usually did not show their strength began to become active today. Some extremely ancient figures began to break the seal in the source of God. Among them, there were even existences comparable to those with a strong foundation. Such things happened in many ancient orthodoxies, causing countless disciples to be shocked and ecstatic. This was because even they did not know that their own ancestors had not fallen, but had been using a certain method to seal themselves, waiting for the day when the immortal path was about to descend upon the world. The entire upper realm was surging with undercurrents because of this. Many cultivators who had reached the enlightened path realm or even higher had a vague feeling during this time. The environment of heaven and earth seemed to be different from before. Although this change was very slight, in their eyes, it was no different from a sign that the world was about to undergo a drastic change. Especially since a long time ago, there was news that the immortal path was about to appear in this world. How could this not make them excited, and as Xianxia and Yumingkong's wedding date approached, the universe where the Wushuang immortal dynasty was located also became incomparably lively. Many life-ancient planets were filled with festive scenes. Many celebratory items were hung up, red-crowned cranes danced, golden springs surged, and spiritual mist lingered, auspicious and auspicious. Every day, there were cultivators patrolling everywhere to ensure that no one disturbed them. 10 miles of red makeup, it was not an exaggeration to describe it as hundreds of millions of miles of red makeup. The Longevity Gu family and the people of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were all preparing for this. The number of warships and knights sent out could even flatten some orthodoxies. The ceremony was so grand that it made people dumbfounded. The entire star domain was filled with joy. Some uninhabited stars were even refined by great cultivators with supreme magic power, specially used as decorations. Boundless red clouds hung down, dazzling and dazzling. The vast star domain was covered in red clouds. There were even quasi-emperors who took action, intercepting many galaxies and connecting them to many star domains as a carpet for Xianxia to marry Yumingkong. The sky was filled with auspicious signs. In order to create an atmosphere of Tao rhythm, some who had achieved the Tao did not hesitate to preach the Tao in the depths of the star domain, causing the sky to be filled with dazzling lights. Countless cultivators and living beings benefited from this and were moved to tears. Of course, in order to marry the empress of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, the Longevity Gu family also gave extravagant betrothal gifts. It was so huge that it shocked some of the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sections. The so-called immortal medicine, unparalleled heavenly arts and ancient techniques, immortal Tao carvings and so on were not mentioned. There were even true immortal artifacts among them. These were not simple immortal artifacts, but artifacts that could be passed down from generation to generation. They were immortal artifacts that could suppress one's foundation. Even some of the imperishable orthodoxies did not have such immortal artifacts. It was only at a critical juncture like the extermination of their race that they would use such a trump card. Otherwise, the amount of energy that would be consumed every time they awakened would be unimaginably vast. The Longevity Gu family's unscrupulous display of their foundation made many of the orthodoxies understand that if they dared to interfere with this wedding, they would face the Longevity Gu family's endless wrath. Roar, 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 suddenly, heaven and earth trembled. A dragon's roar that shook the heavens came from the other side of the universe. 9 azure dragons that were shrouded in multicolored light pulled the white jade carriage and sped through the star domain. On both sides of the 9 azure dragons was a vast bridal escort army. They were majestic and mighty, and their momentum was monstrous. Countless cultivators and living beings looked at this scene in shock. They could not believe it. 9 azure dragons of the quasi-emperor realm are pulling the carriage, and there are at least 5 or 6 Dao attainments around them. The longevity Gu family sent so many people just to escort the bride? Or are they worried that someone will interfere on the way? If I'm not wrong, there's an immortal Dao aura hidden in this bridal escort army. Could it be someone with a foundation or an immortal artifact? Many of the supreme experts who had been waiting in the Wushuang immortal dynasty for a long time were shocked when they saw the scene. After all, just the bridal escort army was so terrifying. What about the wedding day? Before this, the longevity Gu family did not reveal their strength. But now, they suddenly showed so much of their foundation, which really shocked them. Xianxia, do you think I'm beautiful? At this time, in the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, in a group of majestic palaces, Yu Mingkong, who was wearing a red dress and a phoenix coronet, was carefully looking at her face in the bronze mirror. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her nose was exquisite and flawless, and her lips were red without any stains. She was like the most perfect masterpiece of the heavens, so beautiful that it was unreal. Xianxia smiled and drew the last of her eyebrows. Then, he lowered his head slightly and kissed her forehead. Beautiful. After Xianxia arranged everything, he returned to the upper realm. Coincidentally, his clan was preparing for his wedding. Therefore, he followed the welcoming army and came to the Wushuang immortal dynasty in advance. The marriage between the longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang immortal dynasty was naturally a matter of great importance. Many elders were very serious. In the depths of the clan, they specially invited many ancestors to come out to ensure that this marriage was foolproof. At this time, even many people with the strength of crippled immortals came out of their clans to worry about Xianxia's wedding. The undercurrent in the upper realm was turbulent. Many orthodoxies saw Xianxia as a thorn in their side. No one could be sure that no one would jump out to cause trouble during this wedding. Moreover, the marriage between the two super forces affected the hearts of countless cultivators in the upper realm. It was like a tight string that would snap with the slightest mistake. Of course, for ordinary cultivators, Xianxia had put in a lot of effort to quell the disaster of the extinction sky. He didn't hesitate to go against the orthodoxies just to seek justice for the common people. Naturally, they sincerely wished Xianxia and Yu Mingkong happiness. The grudges between the orthodoxies and the upper realm had nothing to do with them. However, everyone knew that once the longevity war broke out at this time, it would affect the entire upper realm. At that time, no one would be able to escape. Countless mountains, rivers, and territories would be turned into ashes. I've waited for this day for too long. In the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty's palace, Yu Mingkong leaned in Xianxia's arms. Her voice was very soft, and her beautiful face couldn't help but show a dazed expression. Before her rebirth, she had been yearning for this day. However, she didn't expect to be betrayed by Xianxia in the end. In this life, Xianxia had changed too much. It made her suspect that the so-called previous life was just a dream. I won't make you wait any longer. Xianxia smiled and helped her tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm truly afraid that all of this will be a dream. If I wake up from this dream, then everything will turn into bubbles. Yu Mingkong raised her sparkling eyes to look at him. Her eyes were full of unconcealable love, but her words were also somewhat hesitant and at a loss. Although she had married Xianxia in her previous life, Xianxia was as cold as ice at that time. He would not touch her at all, let alone be as gentle and attentive as he was now. The more it was like this, the more uneasy she felt. In the end, it was because the wedding date was really approaching and she was nervous in her heart. Usually, she was the lofty female Empress Wushuang, ruling over countless mountains and rivers. A single word from her could cause countless cultivators to lose their heads. But in front of Xianxia, she was just a virtuous wife who wanted to share his burden and soothe the space between his eyebrows. How could this all be a dream? Why are you still talking nonsense at this time? Xianxia chuckled and squeezed her slender white hand. Actually, he was very clear in his heart that Yu Mingkong was thinking about her past life's wedding and how she was tragically killed by him at this time. That was why she was so worried. The only thing he could do now was to make her feel at ease, that was all. Yu Mingkong nodded and leaned into his embrace, her mood slowly relaxing. Actually, during this time, Xianxia came to find me. at this time, she seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but speak softly. Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He knew Yu Mingkong's personality. If it wasn't something important, she wouldn't tell him. Then why did Xian'er come to find you? He asked softly. Yu Mingkong's bright eyes suddenly fell on his face, and then she said, Xian'er wants me to pay more attention to you. She's worried that you won't be able to control your demon heart and will attack me on the day of the wedding. So she told me that if I notice anything strange about you, I must tell her immediately. She has a way to help you control the demon heart's demonic nature. She knew from the beginning that Gu Chang'e was the inheritor of the demonic arts and that he had a demon heart. No, it wasn't just that. His identity was far more than just the inheritor of the demonic arts and the demon heart. In her past life, she had been killed by Gu Chang'e only because he wanted to find a suitable excuse to wash away the suspicion on him. Yu Mingkong had always known this, so at the beginning of her rebirth, she was very wary of Gu Chang'e. Then she found that many of his actions and personality were quite different from his past life. In particular, his attitude towards his family, lovers, and followers was completely different. In her past life, Gu Chang'e gave her the feeling that he was an absolutely selfish and cold-blooded person who would not consider anything other than his own interests. But the current Gu Chang'e had a touch of warmth in his heart. But even if it was just a touch of warmth, it was enough to make her satisfied. After all she wanted was to have a place in Gu Chang'e's heart. Why did she suddenly say this to you? The last time we met, I felt that she was hiding something from me. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly when he heard this, but he didn't think that Gu Xian'er was thinking too much. He was just worried that the silly girl would do something stupid. Last time in Peach Village, she almost dug out her own immortal bone to help Gu Chang'e suppress the demon heart's demonic nature. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to be honest with her, so that she won't mess around. Gu Chang'e shook his head lightly. Yu Mingkong also shook her head. I think that Xian'er might have seen something, which is why she suddenly became so worried. She had cultivated the unparalleled Celestial Dynasty's emperor-controlling technique. Although she couldn't see through people's thoughts, she could guess the changes in their minds through subtle changes. When Gu Xian'er came to tell her these things, she was obviously very worried, as if she knew that these things were going to happen. This made Yu Mingkong think of the situation when she was reborn. You're saying that Xian'er came into contact with something related to the future? When Gu Chang'e heard this, he suddenly understood. No wonder 09 looked like she wanted to say something when Gu Xian'er saw him last time. Even after knowing that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts, she didn't pay much attention to him. That was probably because she knew that there were more terrifying things waiting for her in the future. Therefore, in comparison, his identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts seemed insignificant. In that case, the future that Xian'er came into contact with might coincide with Mingkong's rebirth. Why did I choose to kill them in both timelines? Gu Chang'e's brows furrowed even tighter. He felt that he was coming into contact with some truths. If the system was related to him, then all these children of destiny, whether it was in the original timeline or in other timelines, would eventually stand against him. Was this a coincidence? Or was everything predestined? Gu Chang'e did not think that these were coincidences, just like what Gu Qingyi said before she left. Some things could not be said directly, because once it was said, one would suffer the so-called karmic backlash. Just like the taboo era, many orthodoxies and forces were secretive about it, and their expressions changed when they talked about it. That was because the taboo era was abandoned by the heavens. Even now, there was still an aura that could not be erased. Talking about the taboo era would lead to the arrival of those auras, which would lead to the backlash of the heavens. The higher one's cultivation level, the more sensitive they would be to such auras, so they would think of ways to avoid it. When I break through to the immortal realm, perhaps I'll gradually know the truth. Gu Chang'e was not too troubled by these problems. He had a deep relationship with Gu Qingyi, and his identity at that time was the Demon Lord. How? Could Gu Qingyi's identity be that simple? Of course. Gu Chang'e also remembered that Gu Qingyi had told him about the bet before she left. He would remember it sooner or later. What was this bet about? Chang'e, what's wrong? Are you thinking about something? Yu Mingkong's gentle voice came and Gu Chang'e returned to his senses. She extended her slender and flawless jade fingers and gently smoothed his furrowed brows. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of some things that might happen in the future. I'm afraid the upper realm will be in chaos soon. Although you and I have the power to protect ourselves, I'm still worried that some unexpected beings will appear. Once the epic Tao fruit appears, the immortal sex battle will not be far away. I'm afraid the entire upper realm will become a battlefield. Xianxia shook his head and returned to his senses. He planned to tell Yu Mingkong about the epic tree so that she could make some preparations. Otherwise, when the time came to kill the upper realm, the unparalleled immortal dynasty would also be killed. That would not be worth it. Apart from that, he had to let her know about the immortal sex and make plans. Epic tree, epic Tao fruit is about to ripen, so the epic tree that all the orthodoxies couldn't find in the 8 desolates 10 regions ended up in your hands in the end. No wonder we couldn't find anything even after searching through the entire 8 desolates 10 regions. Once this news spreads, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Mingkong was also shocked when she heard this. She understood that this matter was very important. Once the news of the epic tree was exposed, the entire upper realm would be shaken. No orthodoxy could sit still, especially those who had lived for a long time and whose cultivation base could no longer improve. They would definitely go crazy and do whatever it took to seize the epic tree and the opportunity to ascend to immortality. The epic tree nurtured the epic Tao fruit, which could complete and mend the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, allowing the immortal gate to descend. But, how many immortal Tao existences could the newly repaired heaven and earth laws contain? Everything was still unknown. Therefore, no matter who it was, as long as they had the ambition to enter the immortal sect, they would do everything they could to fight for the opportunity to enter the immortal sect. I already have a plan for the epic tree, so there's no need to worry too much. However, the situation in the entire upper realm will change drastically when the time comes. There might even be a reshuffle. Xianxia shook his head gently. When the time comes, I'll let the dark heavenly court descend and start the great purge, thus unifying the upper realm. The dark heavenly court had always existed in the dark. It had never truly shown itself to the orthodoxies in the upper realm, but the power it had accumulated was already enormous. The number of Tao attainment puppets alone had already surpassed the average imperishable orthodoxy. There was even the incomplete immortal heir in charge, as well as the reincarnation ancient heavenly venerable that Xianxia had refined into a puppet. Not to mention the many believers and countless lower realms that were secretly involved. Once these forces were gathered, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. Of course, the treasures Xianxia had accumulated over the years were also extremely shocking. The treasures of the various clans in the immortal ancient continent, the treasures of destroying the Purple Mansion realm, the treasures of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, the treasures of conquering the 8 desolates 10 regions. There were too many to imagine. These would become the foundation of the dark heavenly court. Xianxia, do you really plan to kill the entire upper realm? If you do so, regardless of whether it succeeds or not, there's no turning back in the future. You'll stand on the opposite side of the entire world. Hearing these words, Yu Mingkong only asked softly. Her eyes were very calm, and there was no uneasiness or fear. The consequences of killing the entire upper realm did not need to think too much to know how terrifying it would be, and what he would have to bear. The upper realm was incomparably vast. Throughout its endless existence, many orthodoxies and forces had been born. How many ultimate powerhouses were there? How many people with a strong foundation were there? Even some aristocratic families and clans that had never shown themselves in the world would appear because of this. When the time came, they would all become enemies. Even the thought of ordinary Tao attainment puppets would make people tremble in fear. From the moment I started on this path, I didn't have any choice. Xianxia smiled and said casually, moreover, I won't fail. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, I will always be by your side. Yu Mingkong gently held his hand. Her tone was very light, but it contained unimaginable determination. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. A sky-shaking dragon roar rang out from the depths of the star domain. 9 quasi-emperor-level flood dragons pulled a white jade carriage as they sped over. Below their feet was a sky full of red light, like a dazzling river of stars. They directly extended from the other side of the star domain, directly landing in the depths of the Wushuang immortal dynasty's imperial palace. A vast and mighty army, riding on many ancient ferocious beasts, separated into two sides, and exuded a majestic aura. 7 Dao attainment puppets with terrifying auras stood before the gates of the Wushuang immortal dynasty's imperial palace, as if they were waiting. The entire world was covered in red. Golden lotuses bloomed, clear springs flowed, auspicious scenes intertwined, spirit deer cried, red-crowed cranes danced, and many beautiful singers sang and danced. Wonderful and moving. After crossing many star domains, the bridal escort army of the Longevity Gu clan finally arrived outside the Wushuang immortal dynasty's imperial palace. The vast and boundless army was like a terrifying beast that could devour the universe. They were in charge of escorting the bridal escort team. Their killing intent shook the heavens, intimidating all the cultivators along the way. In this army, one could faintly sense the aura of the immortal Tao permeating the air. Among them, there was an immortal artifact that was held by a character with a strong foundation. It was supported by a vast amount of magic power, awakening it as a deterrent. Outside the Wushuang immortal dynasty's imperial palace, many supreme experts were already waiting for the arrival of the Longevity Gu clan. An old imperial uncle dressed in dragon robes, with a dignified expression and a violet gold crown on his head, exuded a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. His gaze slowly swept over the many guests and the surroundings, carrying a strong sense of oppression. Without a doubt, this was also a character with a strong foundation. The vicissitudes of life in the depths of his eyes were difficult to conceal. His cultivation base far surpassed ordinary Dao attainment puppets. Beside him, there was a group of royal relatives, including the previous emperor of the Wushuang immortal dynasty and the other princes. Their cultivation bases were unfathomably deep. Moon Sovereign. In the wedding procession of the Longevity Gu clan, an old man chuckled as he walked out. The aura of a Dao attainment puppet also permeated from his body. The Moon Sovereign was Yu Mingkong's father, and at the same time, he was also the previous emperor of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. He had a close relationship with Gu Changga's father, Gu Lindian. Mingkong is currently with Changga. I'm afraid they will come out soon. The Moon Sovereign also chuckled and greeted when he heard this, his face filled with unconcealable joy. As he spoke, he swept his gaze around. Although Gu Changga and Yu Mingkong's wedding had yet to truly take place, today was only a wedding procession, bringing Yu Mingkong back to the Longevity Gu clan. However, the guests who came here all had extremely terrifying statuses. They were practically the peak of the higher realms. They were either the sect masters of the imperishable sects, the clan leaders and old ancestors of the everlasting clans, or even the Dao attainment ancestors of the supreme ancient immortal clans. There were even some hidden characters who appeared in the shadows, coldly watching everything. It had been many years since such a grand event happened in the higher realms. No power or orthodoxy could sit still. After today, the situation in the higher realms would undergo an unimaginable change. The marriage of two supreme powers, just Gu Changga alone, was enough to cause countless cultivators in the higher realms to feel fear. Once he controlled the resources of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, no one would dare to imagine what would happen in the future. Once the two of them get married, Gu Changga will control the Wushuang immortal dynasty and have the support of the Longevity Gu clan. He has also accumulated a lot of strength over these years, and his own cultivation base is also unfathomable. If he wants to destroy an imperishable orthodoxy like last time, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. No one can contend against him anymore, unless all the orthodoxies join forces to suppress him. In the shadows, there were many blurry figures. When they saw everything, their expressions sunk to the extreme. They already foresaw that a power that surpassed all the orthodoxies and aristocratic families was slowly appearing. As for stopping this wedding, right now, in the higher realms, there might not be any power who dared to do this, unless many imperishable orthodoxies discussed and joined forces. Otherwise, who could endure the fury of the Wushuang immortal dynasty and Longevity Gu clan? The imperial capital was incomparably vast, occupying a great amount of land. Ancient divine mountains, silver waterfalls cascading down, boundless immortal mist curling about, like an immortal holy land. Right now, the entire imperial capital was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, a festive scene everywhere. Immortal cranes danced in the air, Qilin phantoms interweaving, spirit deer running and jumping everywhere, golden lotuses blooming in the void, clear springs gushing out from the ground. There were Tao attainments overseeing the sky dome, sitting there, explaining the essence of the great Tao. Immortal puppets appeared, radiance pervading the air, incomparably pure and holy, filling the entire star domain with a peaceful aura. Almost all the cultivators who personally witnessed this wedding were shaken by this grand display, never forgetting this scene for the rest of their lives. The red carpet that extended all the way from the depths of the imperial palace was refined by the Tao attainments from the stars that filled the sky. Many ancient stars were also refined by the supreme magic power, becoming stairs that descended step by step towards the white jade carriage. There were too many. Not to mention the millions and millions of miles of red makeup. Even some female Tao attainments were filled with thick envy in their hearts. Even the heavenly marriage of the ancient era was probably not so shocking and extravagant. Not to mention those heavenly favored girls, their hearts were even more envious to the extreme, not knowing what to say. If they had such a wedding in their life, they would have no regrets even if they died. In the imperial capital, all the subjects and citizens stood orderly on both sides of the long street. The remaining cultivators could only watch from afar, from an extremely far distance, with eyes full of shock as this wedding shook the entire higher realms. Boom! At this time, in the depths of the imperial capital, a sky full of red clouds appeared, illuminating heaven and earth in a translucent and resplendent light. Finally, the ruler of the entire Wushuang immortal dynasty, the current Mingkong Empress, appeared. She wore a phoenix coronet, a robe, and her head was covered with a veil. Her hands were crossed in front of her stomach, her figure was slender and tall, slowly walking over step by step, noble and elegant. She was like a mythical empress descending, peerless in her generation. Even though her face could not be seen, she was so beautiful that she did not seem like a creature of this world. At this moment, almost everyone was deeply shocked by this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Behind the Empress Yu Mingkong, a long dress dragged on the ground, dragged by more than 100 Saint Realm maids. The maids leading the way on both sides were quasi-emperors. Gu Changge was dressed in black wedding clothes, with a smile on his face, handsome and elegant, holding Yu Mingkong's hand, walking all the way from the depths of the imperial palace to the white jade carriage that was waiting for them. It was said to be a white jade carriage, but in fact, it was made of special immortal jade, the cost of which was extremely terrifying. Even if a Tao attainment cultivator spent a lifetime of foundation, they would not be able to make such an extremely luxurious immortal jade carriage. What a pair of immortals! When many guests saw this scene, even though they were deeply afraid of Gu Changge, they could not help but say this from the bottom of their hearts. In front of the imperial capital, the people of the peerless immortal court and the longevity Gu family quietly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Gu Changge bring Yu Mingkong into the immortal jade carriage, and also relaxed their tense nerves. It was not because they were afraid of those forces interfering, but purely because they did not want to cause trouble at such an auspicious time and cause a bloody disaster. Of course, they were also very confident that there were many supreme experts guarding this place, and there were also experts with immortal weapons in the dark, deterring everything. Even if they were similarly experts, they would not dare to act rashly. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, 9 quasi-emperors let out heaven-shaking dragon roars and began to speed into the sky. The vast procession also followed the red passage that passed through many star domains and set foot on the way back. The entire universe was filled with a festive mood, every star was covered with red clouds, and countless auspicious beasts presented gifts. The momentum was shocking. Outside the imperial capital of the peerless immortal court, countless cultivators and experts watched this scene, unable to recover for a long time. Some of the Tao attainments cultivators who were hiding in the dark also shook their heads slightly, sighing deeply. Unless they wanted to die, no one dared to interfere at this time. That would be a situation where one would not rest until one was dead. Hong Zhuang traveled hundreds of millions of miles, all the way to the depths of the universe. A huge army followed behind, and there were even Tao attainments and people secretly escorting them to ensure that this wedding ceremony would go smoothly. The unparalleled Celestial dynasty and the longevity Gu family were actually very far apart. Even if they used a large-scale teleportation formation, it would still take a long time. Therefore, in the process of this wedding ceremony, There were already Dao attainments who tore the universe passage in advance and stabilized it with great magic power to ensure that the procession would not be disturbed. The entire universe was shaking, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Endless brilliance of order lingered in the various star regions. Almost all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were paying close attention to all of this through different means. They either sent Dao attainments to follow the escorting guests and return to the Longevity Gu family with the army, or they sent spies to watch from afar and send the news back. Of course, after the wedding ceremony, Gu Changge and Yu Mingkong's wedding would truly begin. For this wedding ceremony, the Longevity Gu family had invited almost the entire upper realm. Any force with a little bit of background would do everything to get an invitation. After all, being able to participate in this wedding meant that they had the qualifications to squeeze into the peak of the upper realm. This was also a proof of their strength. Rumble, in each star region, the sound of the sky trembling could be heard. Ancient warships, carriages, ancient ferocious beasts, Taoist academies, divine mountains. Many mystical Dharma artifacts carried many cultivators, carrying a majestic aura, to the star region where the Longevity Gu family was located. Of course, many guests also began to rush over from all over. Whether they had ulterior motives or sincerely wished them well, they all brought extremely heavy gifts. Some of the ancient life forbidden zones that were shrouded in fog all year round, existing even longer than some of the imperishable orthodoxies, also made a move today. Carriages made of immortal gold were pulled by white jade cheilants, carrying many congratulatory gifts, and were sent out. Although many forbidden zones did not receive an invitation, they still sent people to deliver many valuable gifts, not daring to offend the Longevity Gu family at this time. After all, the surrounding forbidden zones had sent gifts, but they did not. Was this not obviously offending them? The forbidden area stood outside the boundless secular world and was completely isolated from the outside world. However, this did not mean that it would not be disturbed by the outside world. The foundations of many taboos were far inferior to those ancient orthodoxies. Looks like these orthodoxies aren't that stupid after all. They've reined themselves in. In the cosmic passageway leading back to the Longevity Gu family, an enlightened ancestral patriarch of the Gu family was talking to Gu Changge. His sharp eyes scanned the surrounding star regions. Although the wedding ceremony went smoothly in the beginning, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would go wrong in the middle. Gu Changge sat on a quasi-emperor-level pure-blooded dragon horse and said with a smile, "Elder ancestor, you don't have to be so cautious. At this time, they won't dare to make a move unless several orthodoxies join forces." He wasn't worried that some experts would jump out to interfere. Instead, he was worried that there would be no one. This meant that a bigger storm was brewing, and those orthodoxies were waiting for the right opportunity. For example, if they couldn't deal with him, they could deal with Yu Mingkong. In short, they had to do everything they could to stop this wedding. Gu Changge knew the objectives and intentions of these orthodoxies. They had to find a way to control all future unstable factors and eliminate them in the cradle. Now that he had grown to this stage, there was not much of a chance to deal with him. Therefore, the most likely target was actually Yu Mingkong. After all, if anything happened to either him or Yu Mingkong, this marriage alliance would definitely be for naught. Actually, Mingkong is in much more danger than I am now. Gu Changge naturally had plans for this. He had refined the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord into a puppet and had arranged for him to be by Yu Mingkong's side to protect her. In terms of cultivation, Yu Mingkong had collected many opportunities over the years and cultivated with the help of the boundless fortune of the unparalleled immortal dynasty. She was only at the quasi-supreme level now. Although she was far stronger than many young supremes, she could not resist at all against those who had achieved Dao. She could only fight against those who had achieved Dao in the unparalleled immortal dynasty's imperial capital with the help of the fortune of heaven and earth there. In the next few days, the wedding procession did not encounter any accidents. The journey back was exceptionally quiet, and the surrounding universe was very peaceful. There were less than 3 days left before they would return to the Longevity Gu clan's star domain. Many orthodoxies who were closely watching the wedding procession were extremely disappointed. They did not see anyone messing around with the wedding procession. Finally, they couldn't hold back and chose to make a move? If that's the case, it's time to let the entire upper realm know. Gu Changge, who had been sitting upright on the dragon horse, suddenly opened his eyes with a profound expression. After devouring and refining the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord's soul, his spiritual power was so vast and terrifying that even a remnant immortal could not compare to it. Therefore, he immediately sensed an obscure fluctuation flashing by somewhere in the starry domain ahead of him. Tell the procession to stop first. Someone has set up a formation restriction in advance, and there are also Dao attainment immortals lying in ambush. Guchanga waved his hand and informed the two Dao attainment immortals in front of him. Then, without waiting for the two Dao attainment immortals to respond, he took a step forward and quickly disappeared. At the same time, a vast and majestic aura erupted, as if the gates of heaven and earth were suddenly opened. Turbulent chaotic aura covered the entire area. The sky trembled, and thousands of stars swayed. The entire universe seemed to be distorting at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. This was an unparalleled pressure, far stronger than ordinary Dao attainment immortals. It was comparable to a remnant immortal. Chang'e, the two Dao attainment immortals riding side by side with Guchanga, did not have time to react before Guchanga's figure appeared at the forefront of the procession. His expression was cold, like an invincible immortal king. His black robe was suffused with a terrifying pressure, and his palm was like a boundless continent that came crashing down from the depths of heaven and earth. Rumble! That place immediately exploded, and boundless light soared into the sky. The terrifying formation patterns that were engraved in the void were also immediately revealed. Then, large patches of them were destroyed, collapsing like a torrent. This place had long been arranged. Many powerhouses had set up an ambush in all directions of the star field. They held various forbidden weapons in their hands, waiting here to interfere with this wedding. Although they were destined to fail, it was worth it for them to slightly interfere with this wedding. After all, it was purely to discuss the longevity Gu family and this marriage alliance. Rumble! That invincible aura that made people tremble swept over like a flood. Even the Dao attainment immortals of the Gu family felt waves of fear. Before this, the entire upper realm, including the longevity Gu family, had been guessing Guchanga's strength. They wanted to know what level he had reached. After destroying hell, many people guessed that he might have some kind of treasure that could unleash the strength of a remnant immortal. That was why he could destroy the fourth hall of hell, which was the most difficult to remove. However, there was no evidence for such guesses. Many people also felt that no matter how monstrous and incredible Guchanga was, it was impossible for him to have the strength comparable to a remnant immortal. But now, Guchanga's aura was comparable to that of a remnant immortal. Even the many ancestors of the Gu clan were shocked by the scene. Huge waves of emotion surged in their hearts. Strength comparable to a hidden figure. No wonder countless people are afraid. How many years has it been, when the immortal path descends, becoming an immortal is inevitable. An enlightened ancestor of the unparalleled immortal dynasty who was in charge of escorting the wedding was also stunned for a long time when he saw this scene. In the star field, countless cultivators and living beings were shocked speechless when they saw this scene. They could no longer calm down. Our guesses are all wrong. Guchanga already has the strength of a hidden figure, he has never shown his strength in front of the world before. Today, he is doing this to let the world know all of this. He is already standing at the peak of the upper realm. He is already at the same height as the hidden figures. Many supreme experts who had been paying close attention to the wedding procession gasped at this moment. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. No one expected that Guchanga would suddenly make a move at this time and directly show his extremely powerful strength without hiding it. The news and scene of this place were immediately sent back to the orthodoxies behind them. The entire upper realm began to shake. Guchanga did not say anything. His expression was cold and deep. Since he had shown his strength today, it was to let the entire upper realm know. Kill. As the light that filled the sky exploded, the runes were destroyed. Many hidden experts in this place attacked at the same time, using all kinds of precious techniques. They came from many orthodoxies and were all existences like death warriors. They were not afraid of death. There were heavenly sabers, divine swords, ancient lamps, green cauldrons. One by one, supreme treasures appeared. They shone brilliantly, covering the stars with shocking power. Among them, there were even 3 who had achieved the Tao. They were holding some kind of ancient forbidden weapon with terrifying power. Just a wisp of fluctuation that spread out was enough to make the edge of the universe blur and collapse. Buzz, however, as Guchanga gently flicked his finger, the void and even the firmament in front of him trembled. A faint golden sword chi gushed out from his hand. The brilliance covered heaven and earth, causing a terrifying rumbling sound to be heard. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. In just an instant, the group of experts who were charging at him exploded, including the one who had achieved the Tao with the forbidden weapon. His body was hit by the sword chi, and with a bang, he turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. Extremely far away, everyone who saw this scene was terrified to the extreme. Their souls trembled, and they actually couldn't summon up the will to resist. This was too terrifying. This was the strength of a hidden figure. Guchanga's cultivation had already reached this level. Killing an ordinary Tao enlightened expert was easier than killing an ant. Kill. Fight it out with him. When the remaining 2 Tao enlightened experts saw this, they were frightened for a moment. Then, they roared angrily, and their bodies seemed to be burning. Like a shocking thunder, the divine furnace pierced through the sky. Chi and blood rushed out from the top of their heads. They were like indestructible ancient divine beasts, charging at Guchanga. As Tao enlightened experts, they burned their divine souls and origin. This kind of aura was too terrifying. It was like a volcanic eruption. This fluctuation could definitely shake the stars millions of miles away into dust. In another direction, another Tao enlightened expert also turned into a golden light and rushed up. His speed was indescribable. He performed a supreme fist technique. Like a war immortal, he was invincible as he charged at Guchanga. At this moment, heaven and earth were covered by the fist shadows. There was even a vague image of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It turned into 6 ancient dry wells, trying to suppress Guchanga. Facing the joint attack of 2 Tao enlightened experts, Guchanga's expression was still cold and deep. When the fist landed, he raised his hand and reached forward. It was as if a universe was condensing and appearing. A supreme aura of the world appeared, letting out a majestic rumbling sound. There were also stars in the sky condensing and rotating, directly crushing and destroying the 6 dry wells. Chi, then, Guchanga struck out a peerless sword chi in another direction, containing the ultimate rule of destruction. In an instant, a black light tore through heaven and earth, turning into a true dragon of destruction that rushed up in the blink of an eye. Poof, the sword light rushed past, as if it had swept through all the spirits of heaven and earth, sweeping through the ancient heavens and destroying the world. What is this? The Tao enlightened expert who was burning his divine soul looked terrified. His divine soul was frozen, and he could no longer move. All his Dharma treasures and defensive means could not resist at all and were all penetrated. He could not die in peace. The sword light that was less than an inch long pierced through his forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Then, hundreds and thousands of sword lights shot out from his body. Bam, in an instant, his body was full of sword holes, then shattered in the void, leaving nothing behind. He was directly destroyed in both body and spirit. Even at the moment of his death, he could not even summon that terrifying forbidden artifact. Even his soul seemed to have been buried in a river of unknown origin. The other Tao enlightened expert was directly killed by Guchanga's palm. His divine soul collapsed and dissipated, and he did not even have time to scream. At this point, the fluctuation in the area quickly calmed down. The rest of the men of sacrifice also exploded in the fluctuation just now, turning into dust. This is the means of a person with a strong foundation. He has already involved the rule of time. Guchanga is stronger than the average person with a strong foundation. Killing Tao enlightened experts is like slaughtering dogs. He's definitely showing off to the orthodoxies by doing this. In the distance, the people who saw the end of the battle could not help but shudder. Their faces were pale with fear. Many Tao enlightened experts felt chills all over their bodies as they felt the same way. If they had stepped forward just now, they would not have been able to withstand one palm from Guchanga and would have been smashed into a bloody mist. After all, the battle ended too quickly, as if it was over in a flash. Guchanga only attacked 3 times from the time he appeared to the time he wiped out everything. And in those 3 attacks, 3 Tao enlightened experts had fallen. Guchanga displayed the strength of a remnant immortal. In a flash, he dealt with the 3 enlightened immortals and many saint-level loyalists who were lying in ambush here. This made everyone who witnessed all this unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Their hearts were full of shock. Previously, everyone was doubting Guchunga's strength and wanted to know what realm he had reached. However, now that they knew, they were all speechless. Their eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. It was very creepy and their minds were buzzing. Guchunga was definitely using his own strength to intimidate the current upper realm. Many of the scenes here were immediately reported back by the spies of various orthodoxies. It would not be long before it spread throughout the entire upper realm. On the way back to the Longevity Gu family, the 3 enlightened immortals set up an ambush. In the end, it was destroyed by Guchunga in less than 3 breaths of time. Such a battle record was probably not something that could be achieved by other people with a strong foundation. In the star domain, Guchunga stood tall. His figure was slender and blurry. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and his ink-black hair was sparkling and shining. There was even a faint chaotic aura intertwining. His entire person was like a young immortal king. His eyes were cold and deep. He slowly scanned his surroundings. As his eyes flashed, there was a flash of light. It was like a terrifying chaotic true thunder that streaked across the universe, splitting the rules and order. It was terrifying. The troops continued to move forward. He ordered calmly, and let the Gu family troops continue to move forward and return to the Longevity Gu family. Usually, no matter what happened, Guchunga always had the image of a humble and gentle immortal in front of others. He was gentle and elegant. He was rarely so cold and ruthless. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the terrifying scene of the universe collapsing appeared. The surrounding universe was silent. Even the many supreme experts who were hiding in the dark could not help but shudder. Even their divine souls were trembling. However, they could understand. After all, this was Guchunga and Yumingkong's wedding. It even happened during the wedding. The orthodoxies in the dark sent out their Dao attainments to interfere. They wanted to annoy Guchunga and the Longevity Gu family during this joyous occasion. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to tolerate this kind of thing. 3 Dao attainment realm cultivators are making a move. It seems to be similar to Chunga's guess. If that's the case, there are at least 3 orthodoxies involved. There's definitely more than that. In the wedding procession, Yumingkong, who sat in the immortal jade carriage, had a cold expression. She did not lift the curtain to look at the scene outside. To her, with Guchunga's strength, there was nothing to worry about. In today's upper realm, unless it was someone with a strong background who held an immortal weapon and attacked him, he would not be in any danger. But no matter what, such a thing was no different from a sign that her wedding with Guchunga this time would not go smoothly. Golden words flashed in the void and imprinted themselves on a decree. Then, they were sent out and disappeared. All these years, Yumingkong had been secretly training Sholua Wei according to Guchunga's request. It was an extremely terrifying force. Every Sholua Wei's strength was comparable to that of a saint. Due to the secret cultivation method, they were not afraid of death, fear, or pain. They even mastered hundreds of joint attack techniques. The leaders of Sholua Wei were supremes, boundary emperors, and even Dao attainments. This terrifying force had always been hidden in many small worlds and had never truly shown itself in the upper realm. Yumingkong planned to wait for the right time to reveal this force and catch her enemies off guard. Soon, the mighty wedding procession set off again. The universe shook, the stars trembled, and several Dao attainments from the Longevity Gu family flew out. They led the way at the front of the procession. Their eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. They slowly scanned the surrounding stars and universes to prevent the same situation from happening again. News about this place also spread to the heavens of the upper realm at the first moment. The one-eyed Taoist, heavenly maiden Jin Yang, ancient Buddhic Sana, and many other hidden figures were silent. Before this, they could still sigh about the younger generation's strength. But now, they obviously did not have the right to do so. 3 Dao attainment realm cultivators were killed by him in such a manner. This kid hid his strength well. I originally thought that he had just entered the ranks of Dao attainment realm cultivators, and that he had relied on some sort of supreme treasure or method to destroy hell, In the depths of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the one-eyed Taoist's expression was extremely ugly. He directly slapped the mountain peak in front of him into ashes. Among the 3 Tao attainments, one of them was sent out by him. He was a follower in his early years. He had been sealed for many years and had long exhausted his vitality. He did not have much time left and had no chance to reach a higher realm. That was why the one-eyed Taoist sent him out. He wanted to annoy the Longevity Gu family and at the same time test which powerhouses were hidden in the wedding procession this time. But he did not expect that Gu Chunga alone would destroy these people with just a lift of his palm. This caused his state of mind to waver and become somewhat unstable. He felt that it would not be long before he really encountered Gu Chunga, and even, he might not be his match. It was not that the one-eyed Taoist did not have the ability to reach the level of a ruined immortal. His other eye was blinded because of prying into the mysteries of heaven. At this moment, that feeling in the unseen world was simply unprecedentedly strong. The space between his eyebrows was in intense pain. It even began to crack and blood flowed out. It was extremely terrifying. No, I have to get rid of Gu Chunga. Otherwise, I will really die in his hands. The one-eyed Taoist's expression was ugly. His figure blurred and the void in front of him cracked open. He stepped directly into it and appeared in an extremely vast and magnificent palace. This palace did not seem to exist in this world. It was even a little blurry, causing the void to become unstable and many great Tao cracks to appear. Some withered stars floated in the surroundings. Even the traces of the flow of time had slowed down. In these palaces, there were 3 terrifying figures surrounded by chaotic fog sitting cross-legged on praying mats. Just by sitting there, they gave off a terrifying aura that could crush the heavens. The laws and order were even blurred. Brothers, if you still don't appear, my Heavenly Emperor Mountain's orthodoxy will probably end in this world. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of us. I hope the 3 of you can quickly wake up. After the one-eyed Taoist arrived, he also let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he spoke to the 3 figures in front of him. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had existed for a long time and had once ruled the 10,000 ancient races. The rulers that were born came from various races and had different bloodlines. The 3 people in front of him were the other 3 existences of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain that had existed in this world for a long time. Their cultivation was not weaker than his. After sensing the one-eyed Taoist's aura, the 3 people sitting cross-legged on the praying mats opened their eyes slightly, as if they were about to slowly open them. Seeing this, the one-eyed Taoist's face revealed a look of joy. He did not believe that Gu Chunga could do anything to him with 4 powerful figures and many powerful immortal artifacts in the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The team in charge of picking up the bride finally passed through the long universe tunnel and returned to the star region where the Longevity Gu family was. There were no more accidents along the way. All the stars were dressed in red, and the multicolored light intertwined. The auspicious scene was reflected everywhere in the sky, causing this part of the universe to be filled with a festive scene. In the vast territory, there were countless star regions and countless ancient life stars. As the subordinate force of the Longevity Gu family, almost every ancient life star was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Cranes spread their wings and flew across the sky. In the star regions near the central area, the divine mountains were even more majestic and magnificent. They stretched on without an end. Before this, they had already been refined by the ultimate powerhouses of the Longevity Gu family and became the residence of the guests. After all, this wedding was too grand. Almost all the oldest orthodoxies in the upper realm would be present. Ordinary forces would not have the chance to enter the central area at all. They could only temporarily stay in the outermost area. However, even so, the outermost regions were still fully occupied. It was extremely lively, and there were figures of cultivators everywhere. Rumble, the universe rumbled as the bridal escort team returned. They stepped on the red Milky Way that was intertwined with multicolored lights and headed toward the Gu family's main island. His wedding, on the Divine Mountain Island, many distinguished guests were present. They watched the immortal jade carriage from afar as it landed in the deepest part of the Gu family. The demon realm's Empress Xiao was dressed in a phoenix robe. Her figure was slender, and her face was cold and beautiful. However, she was stunned for a moment as she watched Guchanga riding away on the dragon horse. Then, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Although it had only been a few years since Guchanga left the demon realm, it seemed very long to her. Because she knew that days like this would only get longer in the future. Perhaps it would be forever. After all, the falling flowers were still intentional, but the flowing water was heartless. Things were like the spring breeze blowing away without a trace. Young Master Gu. In the direction of the other island, there were also several figures watching this scene from afar. Their hearts were sour and envious. Yanji, Lin Xiaohan. They used to have a very deep relationship with Guchanga. However, as Guchanga's strength and status became more terrifying, they gradually could not keep up. They could no longer see him. Occasionally, they would see him, but it was only through the images that were circulated around the upper realm. The young master specially ordered me to bring you to the inner island. A beautiful and enchanting woman in white walked over. Her fox tail was white and fluffy, and she was being carried by 4 maids. She said to Lin Xiaohan, Yan Ji, and the others in front of her with a smile. You're the heavenly maiden Yin Mei? Yan Ji had followed Guchanga for a while, so he was familiar with his confidant, the heavenly maiden of the 9-tailed fox clan, Yin Mei. Lin Xiaohan, on the other hand, was unfamiliar with Yin Mei. She had been cultivating in the Purple Pole alchemy sect and had almost no contact with the outside world. Her attainments in alchemy were extremely high. In just a few years, she had surpassed many elders. But now, this was obviously of no help to Guchanga. So, Guchanga almost never came to the Purple Pole alchemy sect again. This is the young master's confidant. She has been helping the young master with the business alliance's matters. She is also the person behind the business alliance, Yan Ji explained to Lin Xiaohan. She and Lin Xiaohan got to know Guchanga when they were in the lower realm. So, when she had nothing to do, she would go to the Purple Pole alchemy sect and talk to Lin Xiaohan. After a while, the two became more familiar with each other. Greetings, heavenly maiden Yin Mei. Lin Xiaohan was a little nervous. After all, she was just a small figure. In front of Yin Mei, she really had no say. You don't have to be so formal. Follow me to the inner island. Yin Mei smiled. Her behavior was dignified and polite. Even though her face was stunning and had shocking charm, she did not look seductive. Because of her special identity, many people in the Longevity Gu clan recognized her. They even thought that she was Guchanga's concubine. Lin Xiaohan, Yan Ji, and the others followed Yin Mei through many teleportation formations and entered the inner island. Compared to the star region outside, the inner island was a completely different world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a real immortal world. The entire Longevity Gu clan was decorated with lanterns and decorations. The small world that the ancestor had created with his supreme divine ability was also decorated with festive red ribbons and lanterns. In this place, even if one were to explode with power that far surpassed the immortal realm, it would still be impossible to destroy anything. Islands dotted the landscape like stars in the sky, mountains and rivers, waterfalls swirling in the air, clouds and rosy clouds enshrouded in immortal mist. Many guests who were entering the inner island of the Longevity Gu family for the first time were shocked by this majestic and terrifying aura. Their hearts were filled with horror. That kind of thick and majestic foundation aura was definitely not something an ordinary imperishable orthodoxy could compare to. At the end of the heavens, one could even see the sun, moon, and stars swirling about. Silver streams cascaded downwards, erupting with crashing sounds, as if they were descending from the end of the universe. Large stars surrounded by chaotic aura hung down one after another. Their brilliance was dazzling to the extreme. On every island, the silhouettes of many immemorial ferocious beasts could be seen, opening their mouths wide enough to swallow the sun and the moon. Among them, there was a dragon turtle. Its figure was even crawling at the end of the earth, as if it was dozing off. However, just a strand of its aura was enough to make the hearts of those who had attained the Tao palpitate. In the east, there was a green dragon all over. It was entrenched on an ancient divine mountain. Its body covered the sky, and its scales were like lakes. Its eyes were cold and merciless. The moment it swept past, many guests felt their scalps go numb, and their bodies trembled. In addition, there was also a divine bird all over red. It soared in the chaotic fog. The moment it spread its wings, it shook away the endless laws and order between heaven and earth. Its temperature was terrifyingly high. The vast desolate forest spread, extending to the depths of the Longevity Gu clan. That place was even more majestic. Auspicious light shone, immortal aura lingered, and divine mist glistened. It was as if a true dragon was soaring in the sky, or a black tortoise was splitting the earth. Dense chaotic fog shrouded the place. It was like a place that existed before the creation of heaven and earth. It was mysterious and boundless. Such scenes caused all the guests to have solemn expressions. Their hearts could not calm down, and endless waves were produced. This is the foundation of the Longevity Gu clan, an elder from the primeval immortal tribe side. His expression was full of amazement and shock. Beside him were the siblings Yi Langtian and Yi Liuli. They had a deep friendship with Gu Chang'e. However, now they could only quietly follow behind their elders and participate in Gu Chang'e's wedding this time. In fact, there were still many of the younger generation from the upper realm who came this time. However, they all followed behind their elders and were very quiet. Only when they looked at the many mystical places of the Longevity Gu clan would they reveal many expressions of amazement and shock. In the inner island of the Longevity Gu clan, immortal fog shrouded. Immortal flowers bloomed, and clear splendor filled the air. A path that looked like it could only accommodate a few people but was incomparably spacious appeared. It extended all the way to the depths of the fog. There were many majestic palaces there, as if they were located at the end of the universe. The vast sound of the falling heavenly river and the rotation of the stars could be heard. On both sides, there were many knights on ferocious beasts guarding this place. Their auras were awe-inspiring and terrifying. All the guests followed this path and entered the main hall where the wedding was about to be held. There was a different world there. Although it did not look big, it was an ancient great world that could accommodate countless people through spatial means. Inside the palace, figures flickered and fog filled the air. Unless they were very close, it was impossible to see each other's true appearance. Even those who had achieved the Tao were surprised and needed to use their divine sense to probe their surroundings. It was as if they were in a vast world with the sun, moon, and stars rotating above their heads, shining brilliantly. Of course, this was a terrifying forbidden artifact that the Longevity Gu clan had specially refined for this purpose and suppressed in the palace. 00 Before the wedding began, the guests were allowed to rest here to avoid encountering enemies and causing unnecessary trouble. Greetings, young Master Chang'e. In front of the palace, Gu Chang'e was receiving guests with a group of elders of the Gu clan. There was a slight smile on his handsome face as he nodded to the guests. In the distance, a group of grand patriarchs of the Taichu divine sect were also busy in the surroundings. His mother and father were also receiving guests and doing their part as hosts. After all, the orthodoxies who could enter this temple were the true overlords of the upper realm. They could easily change the world with a single word. The reincarnation Tao Lake has sent 3 reincarnation immortal jades, 3 bottles of boundless holy water, and 1 piece of enlightenment immortal gold. At the entrance of the palace, a group of guests walked in. Many people were shocked when they heard these gifts and hurriedly turned to look at the entrance. The leader was a true figure. His eyes were gray and white, and he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. There was a gray horn on his head, and his strength was extremely terrifying. The reincarnation Tao Lake was an extremely low-key orthodoxy in the upper realm, but that did not affect its mysteriousness at all. Now, on Gu Chang'e's wedding day, they sent a powerful figure to personally deliver a big gift. This is Senior Wuya. I didn't expect you to come in person. The 18th ancestor often talks about you. An elder of the Gu clan was shocked when he saw this, but then he smiled and personally came to receive the people from the reincarnation Tao Lake. It was obvious that the reincarnation Tao Lake had some kind of relationship with the Longevity Gu clan. The gifts they brought were also extremely shocking. The 18th ancestor he mentioned was the one who had once appeared and killed the first elder of the Purple Mansion. His name was Gu Lang, and his cultivation had already reached the incomplete immortal realm. Later, when the Longevity Gu clan had conquered the 8 Desolates' 10 regions and wanted to open Heavenly Deer City, the 18th ancestor Gu Lang had also made a move and almost split open Heavenly Deer City's defense. Gu Lang, this fellow, is actually talking about this old man? Looks like he hasn't fought with me in a long time and is itching for a fight. The powerful figure of the reincarnation Dao Lake smiled when he heard that. The reincarnation Dao Lake, many guests in the palace had a strange expression and were slightly shocked. The reincarnation Dao Lake had not appeared in the upper realm for a long time. Instead of calling it an orthodoxy, it was more like a forbidden area that had once destroyed an imperishable orthodoxy. They had never heard of a descendant in this generation. However, the reincarnation Dao Lake had a deep relationship with the Longevity Gu clan. They had specially sent a powerful figure over, which showed how much importance they attached to it. Father, Mother, Chang'e will be leaving for a while. At this moment, Gu Chang'e's eyes moved slightly as he noticed a few familiar figures. He slightly cupped his hands at his parents and left the palace entrance. Young master. In the hall, Yin Mei was looking for a seat with Lin Xiaohan, Yan Ji, and the others. However, Gu Chang'e walked over with a smile on his face. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she said to Gu Chang'e, I've already brought them here as you instructed. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Chang'e walked over and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Xiaohan and Yan Ji. He had not seen them for a long time. On one hand, there was no time. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e felt that it was not necessary and that it might harm them. Although he was not a good person, he was a person who cherished old friendships. Now that many orthodoxies in the upper realm were watching him closely, they might attack him at any time. Some people who were close to him might be in danger because of this. Although Gu Chang'e did not have deep feelings for the two girls, he did not want them to be involved in this crisis and lose their lives for no reason. He wouldn't say that he was protecting them like he was protecting Yu Mingkong, and he wouldn't spare a lot of energy to protect them. Greetings, young master. Yan Ji and Lin Xiaohan were slightly restrained in front of Gu Chang'e. Although they were surprised that he would take the initiative to meet them, they knew that their current status was very different from Gu Chang'e's. It was even worse than when they first came to the upper realm. You don't have to be so polite in front of me. Gu Chang'e smiled. His expression was as gentle and elegant as usual. In a daze, Lin Xiaohan saw the scene when she first met Gu Chang'e. He followed the ancestors of the Lin clan to the Lin clan and appeared in the main hall. He was like a young god, handsome and elegant. His entire body seemed to be glowing. Regardless of whether it was his words or his knowledge, she was deeply captivated. She couldn't extricate herself from it. In the blink of an eye, Gu Chang'e had become the real master of this vast upper realm. He could control fate, life, and death. His words could decide the life and death of countless star regions. Congratulations to young master on your wedding today. Yan Ji's expression also seemed to be a little absent-minded. Many memories surged into his mind like a tide. Then, he cupped his hands and said, if Gu Chang'e had not brought her to the upper realm back then, her soul would have dissipated by now, and she would not have the cultivation of a quasi-supreme. As for Gu Chang'e, she was actually more grateful than admiring her. Gu Chang'e smiled and then talked to them about old times. He asked about their recent situation and explained to Lin Xiaohan why he hadn't visited her before. Before this, he had asked Lin Xiaohan to help him collect the method to refine the purple celestial pill. He wanted to use this pill to help the people around him improve their cultivation. Lin Xiaohan had also sent him a message to inform him that she had only found some broken records, but not the real pill formula. Gu Chang'e had also given up. However, he did not expect that there would be some surprises today. Some time ago, I saw a record of the purple celestial pill in the handwritten notes of a senior of the purple celestial pill sect. Perhaps there will be a page or jade slip left behind in the cave residence where he passed away. There is a high chance that it will contain the pill formula of the purple celestial pill, Lin Xiaohan explained with a smile on her face. When mentioning the purple celestial pill, there was an extremely bright light in her eyes. In her opinion, she was indebted to Gu Chang'e for taking care of her for so long. Now, she finally had a chance to repay his kindness. The purple celestial pill. If that's the case, then I'd like to see how miraculous this pill, which is rumored to be able to make people ascend to immortality, is. Gu Chang'e nodded. In ancient times, in the vast territory of the upper realm, there was a sect known for alchemy called the Pill Sect. The Pill Sect was backed by an ancient world called the Pill Realm. Later on, because the pill realm refined a pill that should not exist in the world, they were punished by the heavens. The chaotic true thunder of the ninth heaven struck from the deepest part of the chaos for thousands of years. The ancient world collapsed, turned into ashes, and disappeared in the long river of history. According to Guchanga's knowledge, the pill that should not exist in the world was called the Purple Celestial Nine-Turn Immortal Pill. The Purple Celestial Pill later on was actually a reduced version, but it was also contaminated with great karma, leading to the destruction of many alchemy sects that had this pill formula. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Chohan about the Purple Celestial Pill. Guchanga smiled slightly. Lin Chohan hurriedly shook her head, her face full of joy. No trouble, no trouble. It's Chohan's honor to be able to help you, young master. After that, he chatted with Yan Ji, Lin Chohan, and the others for a while, and then Guchanga separated from them and went elsewhere. He took a jug of wine from the nearby attendant and took a white jade wine cup. How have you been? He smiled slightly and walked towards the woman in phoenix clothes who was drinking by herself at the corner. The woman in phoenix clothes had a plum blossom mark between her brows. She was extremely beautiful, and her expression was cold, and it added a different kind of charm. She was the demon realm's Empress Xiao. Actually, Guchanga did not expect that she would actually show up here, and that it was her true body and not an incarnation. Guchanga, Empress Xiao who was drinking by herself was slightly stunned. She seemed to have not expected that Guchanga would notice her and take the initiative to walk towards her, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl into a self-mocking smile. But soon she recovered her cold, noble, and proud appearance, exuding the aura of an iceberg, just like a peerless demon emperor. The two met in the Immortal Academy. At that time, Guchanga was just the leader of the younger generation. His strength was terrifying, and his talent was even more terrifying. But in her eyes, he was just a junior. Until Guchanga saw through her many worries and understood the painstaking efforts she had made for the demon realm, and even felt that she could be an emperor for all eternity. Empress Xiao changed her view of him, no longer treating him as a junior, but as a rare confidant. She even wrote to him personally about many things related to the demon realm. She even felt that Guchanga also saw her like this, but she didn't expect that after Guchanga came to the demon realm and a series of things happened, she suddenly understood the true face of this too. She was disappointed and lost. But it couldn't be denied that Guchanga was indeed the only man in her life who had walked into her heart. Before Guchanga left the demon realm, he also had sex with her. But in Empress Xiao's view, to Guchanga, to her, it was just like a spring breeze, and there was no trace of it afterwards. Neither of them cared too much. But in the half-year after hearing that Guchanga was going to hold a wedding with Yu Mingkong, Empress Xiao often felt restless, and many thoughts and memories surfaced in her heart. In fact, if there was no Guchanga, her fate today wouldn't be so good, and her rule over the demon realm would have been overthrown long ago. After all, if the 5 demon emperors hadn't suddenly disappeared, she wouldn't have been able to take advantage of the situation and unify the demon realm. Many memories flashed through her mind, but Empress Xiao was not an ordinary person. She quickly composed herself and did not show any abnormalities on her face. How have you been, Guchanga? She said softly and raised her glass. Congratulations. I didn't expect someone like you to be so sincere. Speaking of which, I'm quite envious of Mingkong Empress. She has what I can't. When she was in the demon realm, she always thought that people like Guchanga only cared about benefits. There was no such thing as warmth, let alone treating others with sincerity. However, she did not expect him to have such an attitude towards Yu Mingkong. Empress Xiao could not help but feel jealous. I didn't expect you to tell me this after not seeing me for so long. Guchanga smiled slightly. He seemed a little surprised, but he still sat down beside her and filled his glass as if he was catching up with an old friend. Indeed, I'm just surprised. Empress Xiao laughed self-deprecatingly. You took the time to meet me alone. Aren't you afraid that you'll be criticized on your wedding day? Many of the guests are still watching. Guchanga raised his glass and smiled. Why should I care? Why can't I meet an old friend? Empress Xiao saw that he was so calm and sighed in her heart. She then said seriously, You've come so far, and your vision is far beyond my imagination. However, I still want to say that your wedding today won't be peaceful. Many orthodoxies have come with ill intentions and are waiting for an opportunity. Although the demon realm was vast and boundless, it was still a far cry from the true immortal orthodoxies. Even if she wanted to help Xianxia, there was nothing she could do, so she could only advise him. I've known all this for a long time. I'm not afraid of him. Xianxia nodded and raised his white jade glass to toast with her. In the near future, the upper realm will not be peaceful. The demon realm may be swept in as well. You have to be prepared in advance. It was just the calm before the storm. I understand, Empress Xiao said with a smile. She raised her delicate, swan-like neck and drank the wine in one gulp. After that, Xianxia left, heading in another direction. He met with a few familiar faces, as well as some of his former peers. No matter what, today was his wedding day. Even though there were many grudges and schemes, Xianxia put them aside for the time being. He appeared modest and gentle in front of others, clinking glasses with many seniors and those who had attained the Tao. The Lord of Heavenly Emperor Mountain has arrived. The Lord of the Endless Fire Nation has arrived. Purple Cloud Valley's Valley Master has arrived. Shimi Holy Sect Sovereign has arrived. The Patriarch of the Ninely Clan has arrived. At this moment, many voices came from outside the palace. It was unknown whether the leaders of these orthodoxies had agreed beforehand or if it was just a coincidence, but they all showed up at the same time. One after another, important figures arrived. Although their cultivation had not reached the Tao attainment realm, they represented the imperishable orthodoxies behind them. They were not to be underestimated. Hearing the arrival of these important figures, many of the guests in the palace had strange expressions on their faces. Some of them were interested in watching the show. In their opinion, it was interesting that these important figures did not come with their real bodies. They only sent their avatars. There were no Tao attainment realm cultivators following behind them, let alone those with a strong foundation. Many people guessed the intentions of these orthodoxies. After all, they did not dare to be presumptuous in the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. They were worried that accidents might happen and they would be annihilated if their real bodies came here. That was why they did not even send their Tao attainment realm cultivators. As for those with a strong foundation, they were truly invincible in the upper realm. How could they simply go to other forces? After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. If an accident happened, it would be an unimaginably terrible loss that could not be borne. These guys are quite cautious. But since they dare to come to my Gu clan, they should be prepared. Some of the Gu clan's old ancestors sneered. Xianxia also had a strange expression. He did not think that these forces would dare to make a move in the Longevity Gu clan's territory. Even if a power beyond the immortal realm erupted here, it could still be suppressed. This was the confidence of the Longevity Gu clan's terrifying foundation. In the palace, many important figures entered and left, including all the peak forces in the upper realm. Even some of the forbidden areas that were independent of the boundless secular world, although they did not send any sovereigns, had also sent rich congratulatory gifts. The wedding had not started yet, but the palace was already very lively. Immortal fog filled the air, accompanied by heavenly music. All kinds of delicacies were served, and jars of divine wine were served. The fragrance spread for tens of thousands of miles, making people salivate just by smelling it. All the cultivators began to toast, drinking, and chatting. No matter what, today was the wedding day of the peerless immortal dynasty and the Longevity Gu clan. If there was no conflict that could not be resolved, no one was willing to provoke the Longevity Gu clan at this time. Therefore, even the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and other orthodoxies were quietly drinking and chatting with the leaders of the orthodoxies. Many of the Gu clan's old ancestors were also walking around the banquet, toasting. A few ancient existences with profound auras appeared, chatting with some low-key old friends. For example, the profound existence of the Tao Lake of Reincarnation was chatting with the Gu clan's 18th ancestor, Gu Lang, with a face full of smiles. In the vast territory of the Longevity Gu clan, even the outer islands, it was even more lively. The cultivators and living beings who didn't have the qualifications to enter the hall also started to toast and chat. It was extraordinarily bustling. Countless streaks of light flew through the sky as maids carried various types of wine and food. They were like butterflies flying through flowers as they flitted through various places. Of course, even in the outer islands, the banquet's delicacies were rare and priceless treasures. Only the true imperishable orthodoxies were willing to take them out. Even if ordinary cultivators ate a mouthful, it would be a great fortune. This grand wedding that shook the entire upper world was finally about to begin. Xianxia also followed the elders and toasted everywhere. Xianxia, congratulations. A girl as cold as an immortal walked over. She was ethereal, and she raised her cup in front of Xianxia. However, there was a hint of unhappiness in the depths of her eyes. Although today was the wedding day of Xianxia and Yu Mingkong, and she should have been happy for the two of them, she couldn't feel happy in her heart. There was a kind of depression, and her mood was extremely low. Little girl, you're doing this to me? Xianxia smiled and rubbed Xian'er's head. However, she glared at him and he quickly dodged. Yao Yao, congratulations, honored master. Beside Xian'er, there was a delicate and cute girl with snow-white skin who looked like a porcelain doll. She raised her small face and revealed a happy smile. She was Yao Yao. When she heard that her honored master was getting married, she asked Xian'er to bring her along. Xianxia smiled and squatted down to pinch her face. Honored master, thank you, Yao Yao. Congratulations. Another beautiful girl in white walked over. Her facial features were as flawless as a painting. Her eyebrows were deep, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She was otherworldly and peerless, like a snow lotus blooming at the peak of the extreme cold, untainted by the world. Jiang Chuchu pursed her lips and forced a smile on her face. However, it was difficult to hide the sadness and envy in her eyes. Although Xianxia did promise to marry her, it would not be as grand as it was now. She did not know when it would happen. That day was still far away in the future. Of course, Jiang Chuchu was very sensible. Even if she was bitter and envious in her heart, she did not show it on her face. She was afraid that she would cause unnecessary trouble for Xianxia. Xianxia sighed softly in his heart. Of course, the smile on his face did not change as he expressed his gratitude. Xian'er, Jiang Chuchu, Yao Yao, and the others left one after another after making their toasts. Then, some old friends came over, including the princess of the Great Void Divine Clan, Jiang Luoshan. Even the reincarnated High Priest of Destiny, Xiao Ruoyin, who had not been seen for a long time, came to the main hall and made a toast to Xianxia. Their expressions were calm, and there was nothing unusual about them. The matter between her and Xianxia was actually quite complicated. Because of the matter of the fairy boat of destiny, she came to this world from the distant other side of the starry sky. Then, she gradually recovered her memory of being the High Priest of Destiny, and in order to seek protection from Xianxia, she had given herself to him. Moreover, Xiao Ruoyin was also aware of Xianxia's true identity. After recovering her original memory, she sensed the many threads of karma from the taboo era, which were like a fog that twined around Xianxia. As a fateless physique, she was exceptionally sensitive to such illusory things as karma and fate. In the eyes of many cultivators, prying into the fate of heaven would result in terrible karma backlash, and could easily endanger one's life. Even those with exceedingly high cultivation base would be afraid of leaving behind a great Tao injury. However, Xiao Ruoyin was not afraid of karma. She had transcended fate, and karma did not touch her. Therefore, she would always take risks and try to see through karma and even the future. Congratulations. However, today at Xianxia's wedding, she did not say much, and seemed to have only come to congratulate him. How have you been? It seems that you don't hate me as much as before. Xianxia nodded slightly. He felt that Xiao Ruoyin's cultivation base had broken through to the Saint Realm in a short period of time. Moreover, this was only her strength on the surface. Her true means were probably even more terrifying. Previously, he had kept Xiao Ruoyin with the intention of plucking her when her origin energy matured. However, Xiao Ruoyin had probably guessed his purpose and was prepared for it. Of course, Xianxia no longer needed her source. After all, he had the Tao fruit that ancient heavenly venerate samsara had accumulated over countless years. Naturally, he didn't need her source. When they met again, her feelings were no longer the same as before. Xianxia could not possibly scheme against her anymore. the past is already like smoke. Why should we care so much? Obviously, Xiaoruoyin was also aware of this. Her temperament was indifferent. After congratulating him, she turned into a shadow and left the hall. She did not continue to stay. But in the end, she seemed to have thought of something. She turned to look at Guchanga and hesitated. However, Guchanga did not look at her again. He turned around and toasted with the rest of his old friends. He had thought that he would see Wang Zijin, but he only saw many great figures of the longevity Wang family. He did not see her. Guchanga was slightly surprised. According to his understanding of Wang Zijin, she should not have been absent from such an occasion. Her physique is somewhat special. Is she no longer in the upper realms? Guchanga could only guess. From the moment he first met Wang Zijin, he felt that she was hiding many secrets. Now, in the longevity Wang family, he could see Wang Zijin's younger brother, Wang Wushuang. However, Guchanga had no intention of going over to ask. The wedding banquet continued. The hall was lively and full of festivity. Firecrackers were set off everywhere. All kinds of divine music were played. There were also fairy-like girls flying through the air. Blue swans, phoenixes, red-crowned cranes, and other auspicious birds flew. Spirit deer, cheelants, and other auspicious beasts leaped. White clouds curled up, and divine light shone. Palaces hung high in the sky. It was as if they had arrived at the heavenly realm. The atmosphere here was incomparably warm and peaceful. Everyone drank cup after cup of wine. In the main hall, many of the older generation also said heartfelt words of blessings. The entire wedding maintained a high level of enthusiasm. Then, outside the hall, a sky full of red clouds appeared. An incomparably vast Milky Way appeared, shining brilliantly. It seemed to have fallen from the depths of the universe and directly draped over the hall. Immortal mist filled the air, and divine light interweaved. It was incomparably gorgeous. Many beautiful girls dressed up and walked slowly with the bride in hand. It was as if the 9 heavens' mysterious maidens had descended into the mortal world. Almost all the guests in the hall were stunned by the scene. Their eyes were full of amazement. Guchanga walked over with a smile and held the softy in a very natural manner. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to your parents. Husband and wife, bow to each other. An old ancestor with a very high seniority in the longevity Gu family looked at the 2 newcomers with a smile in his eyes. He shouted auspicious words and told them to pay their respects to the 2 sets of parents at the head of the hall. They had to go through the necessary procedures. Boom, however, right at this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. A terrifying sound that shook one's soul rang out. Many starfields were trembling. Countless stars were trembling, about to fall. Outside the longevity Gu family, almost half of the starfields were shaking. Resplendent light rushed into the heavens, shaking this part of the universe. At this moment, all the cultivators and living beings were stunned. Even those who had achieved the Tao put down the wine cup in their hands and frowned. In the distant universe, there was a light that suddenly tore through the sky. It was as if it was going to penetrate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was terrifying beyond compare. The entire world seemed to have undergone a drastic change. There was a terrifying and creepy aura that pervaded from that place. Dong, everyone heard the sound of something extremely heavy falling. They didn't know where it came from, but it suddenly smashed into the depths of this universe. It caused a huge commotion and caused a starfield to sink. The terrifying aura that was enough to crush the void continued to spread from that place. It made people's hearts tremble. Large areas of starfields were dimming and collapsing. They couldn't withstand it at all. This aura, is the aura of an immortal? Could it be that an immortal corpse fell out? In the longevity Gu family's hall, almost all the people's expressions changed. They stood up in shock and cried out involuntarily. Their gazes seemed to tear through the void and landed on the place where the terrifying aura came from. Something really did fall out. In fact, it wasn't just the longevity Gu family. In the other orthodoxies, there were also people who felt this terrifying fluctuation at the first moment. Their expressions changed greatly, and they were so shocked that they couldn't be more shocked. It was a terrifying aura that suppressed the laws of this world. It pervaded that starfield. Even if they didn't get close to it personally, they could feel the pressure and palpitations. Just a trace of it was enough to make all living beings and cultivators in this world tremble in silence. They almost couldn't help but kneel down. Why would an immortal corpse suddenly fall out, and at this time, so close to the longevity Gu family? Where did this immortal corpse come from? In the hall, all the guests looked at that place in great shock. Their faces were full of confusion. After all, the leaders of almost all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were gathered here. Every one of them had monstrous power and status. To put it bluntly, everyone here could easily change the situation in the upper realm. In their opinion, this was too much of a coincidence. Chang'e, Yu Mingkong, who was covered with a red veil, suddenly grabbed Gu Chang'e's hand tightly. She couldn't explain why she was trembling. She had a feeling that this immortal corpse that suddenly fell out of nowhere was coming for Gu Chang'e. It's okay. What should come will come. Gu Chang'e comforted her softly. At this moment, his expression was unprecedentedly calm. His eyes were deep and unperturbed. In fact, he had known all this long ago. He just didn't know how it would happen. At this moment, in the distant starfield, accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura, a cold voice that made people tremble in fear sounded. The voice was like the sound of nature, but it was bone-chilling. How can this disciple miss out on a big gift for Master's wedding? I wonder if this immortal corpse is enough. Rumble, overflowing demonic energy covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as if the heavenly river was bursting its banks, causing all the stars to tremble. The laws of order surged like a vast ocean, slapping there with a heaven-shaking momentum. The entire universe shook under this terrifying aura. An immortal corpse suddenly fell from a mysterious place, almost smashing into this world. A majestic and ancient terrifying aura spread out, suppressing everyone's bodies until they were about to explode. Ordinary cultivators even trembled from the bottom of their souls, prostrating in that direction. Master's wedding, this disciple came late. I hope Master won't blame me. The surging demonic energy was like a huge wave, covering the sky and the sun, rushing over from the distant universe. There were many demonic figures within, their demonic wings flapping, their wings flowing with light, emitting a terrifying aura. A red-cloaked figure stood in the surging demonic energy, her voice cold and without ripples. Her figure was tall and slender, her skin was white, and her face was extremely beautiful. However, she was like an unchanging iceberg, exuding a terrifying cold aura, as if she could freeze all the air around her. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what that voice meant. Who was she talking to? Also, was 990 referring to Gu Chang'e by Master? Demon Mountain's red-cloaked female devil has appeared, what does she mean by Master? In the Longevity Gu family's main hall, the expressions of many Dao enlightened cultivators became incomparably solemn. At the same time, many doubts appeared in their hearts. On Gu Chang'e's wedding day, the red-cloaked female devil brought an immortal corpse and called Gu Chang'e Master. They naturally didn't think that the master the red-cloaked female devil was referring to was Yu Mingkong. At this time, even the expressions of the people of the Longevity Gu family changed, their brows tightly knitted. Gu Xian'er, Jiang Chuchu, Jiang Luoshan, Empress Shi Yao, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six Crown King, and others. Too many old friends also changed their expressions, looking at all of this with incomparable shock. Many people turned their gazes to Gu Chang'e, but they saw that his expression was calm. He was not surprised, as if he had already expected this. If what the red-robed demoness said is true, that Gu Chang'e's true origins can be traced back to that forbidden era buried in the long river of history, the leaders of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, the Purple Cloud Valley, and the other orthodoxies were startled. They exchanged glances with one another and had an unbelievable thought. After all, before this, there were actually many rumors about Gu Chang'e in the upper realm. The speed of his cultivation was really too incredible. It could not be speculated with common sense at all. That was why many people felt that he had a monstrous origin, that he was definitely the reincarnation of some unmatched existence, that he possessed the Tao fruit of his past life. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to grow to the point where he was almost invincible in the upper realm in just a few years. The appearance of the red-robed female devil on this day and the fact that she addressed Gu Chang'e as her master, in a way, could already be seen. This thought flashed across the minds of not only the leaders of the orthodoxies, but also the people in the hall faintly guessed it. Of course, things like reincarnation and recultivation were not common. It was only recorded in some ancient books. After all, this involved reincarnation, and it was even a real life and death crisis. It was easy to really lose one's life, and it was difficult to have the wisdom of the previous life's spiritual root. For a moment, everyone was shocked and could not calm down at all. If Xianxia is the unmatched existence of that era, and the red-robed female devil calls him her master, who is he? It can't be. Many of the enlightened ones in the hall had a variety of expressions. Many thoughts flashed through their minds, and some even felt that it was absurd and unbelievable. Some even trembled slightly. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. After all, it was too frightening, and they couldn't accept it. If it was true, then the current upper realm would probably be scared out of their wits. Even those with a strong foundation would not be able to sleep well. When the red-robed female devil escaped from the demon burial abyss, it was actually related to young Lord Xianxia, right? At this moment, an eminent monk of Buddha Mountain put his palms together and began to blame Xianxia with a compassionate look on his face. His words immediately enlightened many people. After all, if they thought about it this way, the red-robed female devil escaped and then wantonly slaughtered the forces of the upper realm. After the siege of the divine city, she suffered heavy losses and almost no one survived. And in each of these incidents, there was a shadow of Xianxia. In this case, Xianxia and the red-robed female devil, even to this day, there was an unspeakable relationship between them. Today was the wedding day, and the red-robed female devil brought an immortal corpse. Although it sounded a little unlucky, it was undeniable that this was a resource that all orthodoxies wanted. A complete immortal corpse was definitely worth more than an immortal weapon. However, there were still many people who did not understand why the red-robed female devil brought an immortal corpse. Could it be that there was another reason? The red-robed female devil's escape was indeed related to me. If the seal was not weak, she would not have appeared in the upper realm and wreaked havoc everywhere. That is why I have been thinking of ways to make up for it and tried to seal her again. Unfortunately, she has been escaping all this time. At this moment, seeing that the eminent monk of Buddha Mountain spoke to him, Xianxia also finally spoke. He smiled faintly and then explained. His words were equivalent to admitting to his identity as the red-robed female devil's master. Of course, even if Xianxia did not admit it, under the current circumstances, it was equivalent to a hammer strike that could not be denied. However, the people still did not know whether he was the reincarnation of that unparalleled figure of the Forbidden Era. At that time, the environment of the world had not changed and there was no such thing as Heaven's End and Earth's End. Even though there were many existences whose cultivation was far beyond the immortal realm, there were still many. In that case, the enmity between young Master Xianxia and the red-robed female devil is not that simple. Young Master Xianxia chose to go to the demon burial abyss because he wanted to seal the red-robed female devil again? Hearing this, an enlightened one's eyes flickered and asked. In fact, he did not really believe Xianxia's words. However, judging from the red-robed female devil's monstrous cold words, there was definitely an unresolvable enmity between her and Xianxia. As a figure of the Forbidden Era, her cultivation was unimaginable when she was at her peak. Then, she was sealed in the demon burial abyss and only broke the seal and escaped in this life. However, why was she sealed back then? The Forbidden Era was too ancient and buried in the long river of time. No one dared to touch on it, let alone know the secrets of that time. Therefore, all of this was a secret to them. Rumble. At this moment, in the depths of the sky, a monstrous demonic aura rushed over, covering everything. The red-robed female devil, Emo-chan, descended with many great demons of the Demon Mountain. She was extremely bold and went straight to the mountain gate where the Longevity Gu family was located. All the cultivators and guests in the surrounding star field were trembling under this aura. Their faces were pale with fear and horror. Boom, Chan Hongyi led a group of great demons from the Demon Mountain. She was not afraid of the many ancient restrictions and array runes here. She stepped into the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate. All the guests were shocked when they saw this. They never thought that the red-robed female demon would be so bold. One had to know that in the Longevity Gu family's territory, even those with immortal artifacts had to be careful. Who would dare to be so ostentatious? At this moment, the many stellar regions around the Longevity Gu family were being attacked by a monstrous demonic aura, causing the stars to tremble. The immortal corpse smashed into the ground, emitting a terrifying aura that obliterated large areas of the laws. Affected by this, the stars with array runes on them lit up, as if the ancestral talismans were being ignited. Endless divine light rushed into the sky like light blades, enough to tear the sky apart. The laws of order intertwined, bursting out waves like the vast sea. This shocking scene shocked all the supreme masters of the various universes. All of them felt their hair stand on end, and they were deeply terrified. No one knew where the immortal corpse came from, but it was undeniable that the red-robed female demon, Xianxia, was so powerful that it made even the most powerful people feel uneasy. How dare you, red-robed female demon, barge into the Gu family's mountain gate? At that moment, a Gu clan elder's face darkened. He watched this scene from a distance and shouted in a low voice, "Don't worry." Although the red-robed female demon had just said that Xianxia was her master, from the looks of it, she did not come with good intentions. Today was Xianxia and Yumingkong's wedding day. How could she be allowed to mess around? This is an invitation personally written by my master. Does the Longevity Gu family want to stop me? Xianxia was tall and slender with long legs. Her face was fair and flawless, like a piece of jade. She stood in front of the Longevity Gu family's mountain gate and said coldly. At the same time, an invitation card appeared in her hand. The words appeared and floated in the void. It was from Xianxia when the reincarnation ancient celestial had appeared. When many powerful people went to visit him in the divine city, the heavenly bull demon king had received it. Seeing the invitation in Xianxia's hand, the many elders of the Gu clan furrowed their brows. They never imagined that she would actually be invited. "Elder, just let her in." Seeing this, Xianxia shook his head slightly. He didn't think that Xianxia would dare to cause trouble in the Longevity Gu family. Even though her physical body was terrifying and had long surpassed what the current upper realm could endure, it was also a fact that she couldn't display strength that surpassed the immortal realm. The reason she brought the immortal corpse with her today was none other than to expose his identity and use it to cause trouble for him. Perhaps in her opinion, through such means, she could make the orthodoxies of the upper realm fear her even more. Then, they would unite and attack her together, making her the enemy of the entire world. Or perhaps, in her opinion, doing this would interfere with his plan or show her hatred and dissatisfaction. However, in Xianxia's eyes, all of this was child's play. What he was most worried about was that Xianxia would go crazy and attack the people around him. Other than that, he didn't care about any of Xianxia's other tricks. On the contrary, he could use this opportunity to divert the trouble and let Xianxia solve some problems for him. In terms of strength, the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was far from being Xianxia's match. After the environment changed and the opportunity to become an immortal appeared, Xianxia could probably tear a perfected immortal apart with just the strength of her physical body. After all, her cultivation level was far beyond the immortal realm when she was at her peak. Xianxia didn't intend to get rid of Xianxia now because it involved many plans. Moreover, sealing her in the demon burial abyss was actually a part of the demon lord's plan. With the recovery of these memories, Xianxia became more aware of what he should do. The arrival of the immortal path was all part of his plan. On the day of Master's wedding, I'm here to ask for a glass of wine. Master, you won't mind, right? Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile as she walked straight into the mountain gate. On the contrary, the many great demons behind her were surrounded by demonic chi. Their scales flickered, and their auras were majestic and terrifying. However, they didn't follow her and stopped in front of the Gu family's mountain gate. All the guests felt their hearts tremble when they saw the scene. They watched as the red-robed female demon passed through many islands and sacred mountains and headed to the main hall where the wedding would be held. The terrifying demonic chi didn't disappear. Instead, it surged like a vast ocean and suppressed everyone. Many cultivators with weaker cultivation levels felt that their divine souls were about to explode, let alone their physical bodies. This red-robed female demon is so arrogant, the experts of various orthodoxies didn't look good. Even those who had attained the Tao frowned and felt deeply uneasy. The eyes of the leaders of Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Endless Fire Nation, and Purple Cloud Valley flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. The red-robed female demon's strength was obvious to all, but no one knew what the grudge between her and Guchanga was. The reason why she called Guchanga master was because of hatred, but in the eyes of some old guys, there was another deep reason. Love and hate. After all, she knew that this trip was extremely dangerous, but she still chose to come in her true form on the day of her master's wedding and caused such a huge commotion. If he said that he did not care, how could it be possible? In fact, to them, it seemed like the red-robed female demon was determined to attract Guchanga's attention. Who knew if the grudge between the two of them would be resolved? Guchanga was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era. This was an undeniable fact. Now that he had the support of his master, the ancient heavenly lord of reincarnation, and his own strength was unfathomable, if he had the help of the red-robed female demon. In the vast upper world, there would probably be no other forces who would dare to stand against him. While everyone in the main hall was having different thoughts and guessing, Hongyi appeared in the main hall. Her gaze paused for a long time on Yuming Kong, who was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red robe. Then, she looked at Guchanga and said, "I wonder if Master is satisfied with my gift?" As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curled up with interest. It was an immortal corpse that she had spent a lot of effort to find in a broken ancient world buried in chaos. At least 70% of its origin was preserved. When the immortal path descended and Guchanga's strength broke through to the immortal realm, he would definitely find the origin of the immortal Tao existence to devour and refine. Of course, Hongyi did not expose Guchanga's identity as the founder of the demonic arts at this time. What she wanted to see was the panicked expression on the face of her master, who had been calm and collected from beginning to end, as if he had everything under control. This would give her some satisfaction and some sense of revenge. "You're very thoughtful." However, to Hongyi's disappointment, Guchanga seemed to have known her purpose long ago. His expression remained unchanged, and his voice was as calm as before. It was as if he did not care at all even if his identity as the founder of the demonic arts was exposed. "As long as Master is satisfied." Hongyi's voice changed slightly, but her eyes were still fixed on Guchanga, as if she wanted to see through him and know what he was really thinking. As far as she knew, it was impossible for Guchanga to consider other people or other things for her own interests. In other words, Guchanga did not care at all that his identity as the creator of demonic arts had been exposed. In Hongyi's opinion, there were only two possibilities: Guchanga had a way to deny this fact. Or, he was already fully prepared, and did not care even if he became enemies with the entire upper domain. But no matter which it was, it would not affect Guchanga at all. For a moment, she felt defeated, as if there was nothing in this world that could really affect Guchanga. Even if it made him show anger or uneasiness, it would not work. Does a heartless person really have no weakness? Hongyi's eyes turned red, but they soon returned to normal. "Since you want a drink, take a seat." Guchanga seemed to know many of Hongyi's thoughts. Then, he gestured for her to take a seat. Since she was a guest, he would not make things difficult for Hongyi at this time. Hongyi looked at him deeply, but did not say anything else. She walked to the side of the table. Even though there was an unresolvable hatred between her and Guchanga, she was not stupid enough to fight with Guchanga at this time. Moreover, this was the territory of the Longevity Gu clan. When the other guests saw this, they quickly made way. They were extremely afraid of Hongyi and did not want to sit with her. Many leaders of the imperishable sects and supreme sage orthodoxies frowned. They were disappointed that they did not see Guchanga fight with Hongyi. Of course you are a guest, but in the Longevity Gu clan, no matter who you are or what your background is, you have to abide by the rules of the Gu clan. An ancestor of the Gu clan said with a frown. He felt that Hongyi did not come with good intentions and might cause some trouble. The immortal corpse that had fallen from nowhere was still in the territory of the Longevity Gu clan, and it was emitting a terrifying aura. If it was not dealt with properly, the abnormality of the immortal corpse or the aura it emitted could cause a great disaster. However, Hongyi only glanced at the ancestor of the Gu clan and ignored him. Instead, she often looked at Yuming Kong, Gu Xian'er, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. According to her understanding of Guchanga, a person like him was absolutely cold-blooded and heartless. He would not waste time and energy on the so-called love. Therefore, she had no intention of dealing with Yu Mingkong and the others. She did not think that Gu Changge would care about them. Even if she killed Yu Mingkong, Gu Xian'er, and the others, Gu Changge would not make a big fuss. He would at most take revenge on her to maintain his image. She's just a pitiful guy. She thought she could get his attention because she loved him a lot, but she was only a chess piece. Chan Hongyi glanced at Yu Mingkong with pity. The wedding that had been halted due to the arrival of the red-robed demon continued. Gu Changge and Yu Mingkong had already bowed to the heavens and earth. The rest of the formalities were soon completed. The banquet continued. Maids came and went with wine and spirit fruits. It was very lively. The guests in the palace had different feelings. Many people were guessing Gu Changge's true identity and wanted to know more about the Forbidden Era. Before this, they only thought that Gu Changge was the reincarnation of some supreme being. Because he had the Tao fruit of his previous life, his cultivation speed was so terrifying. This was also something that others could not be envious of. Just like the human ancestor of the human ancestor palace. Through the reincarnation method, he could reach the peak at an extremely fast speed every time he was born. This made the heavens prides of the same generation feel despair. From these many signs, Gu Changge's background was far beyond imagination. Even the human ancestor could not compare to him. Before the Forbidden Era, the upper realm and the immortal domain were connected. The rules of heaven and earth were complete. Immortal traces were revealed. Even immortal kings would often appear and preach the Tao in various places. Therefore, everyone guessed that Gu Changge was at least the reincarnation of an immortal king from the Forbidden Era. If this news spread, it would cause an unimaginable commotion. Who knew whether or not Gu Changge would recover his original strength after the immortal path descended? At that time, he would really be a true immortal king, sweeping through the entire upper realm with a single hand. From another perspective, the strength of the red-clothed woman Mo Chan Hongyi couldn't be underestimated either. She was at least an immortal realm existence. In reality, many people with deep foundations already sensed that the environment of heaven and earth was slowly changing at this time. Some laws that they previously could not comprehend also seemed to appear. This made them go mad with joy, feeling like the true immortal Tao Great Era was descending. He is at least a young immortal king, no wonder we are far inferior to him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crowned King, and many other young supreme beings of the same generation as Gu Changge, when they learned of this truth, they all revealed bitter smiles, starting to understand why they were crushed by this person until they couldn't breathe. Their life's goal was to achieve the Tao in this era, and then use the immortal gate to reach the immortal realm. However, Gu Changge had already stood at a level they could not see even if they looked up to him countless years ago. How could they compare? It would only make them feel more hopeless. Time passed, and the banquet came to an end. After many guests raised their cups and congratulated them, they already planned to leave. Chan Hongyi quietly watched Gu Changge raise his cup to the guests and thank them with a smile. Her expression was slightly absent-minded. Not long ago, this was a scene she had fantasized about. For a moment, it reminded her of the red-clothed little girl at the foot of the mountain. She timidly tugged at the corner of her master's clothes and said that she would marry her master when she grew up. Everything is just a dream. Chan Hongyi gave Gu Changge a deep look. Then, she walked out of the hall and disappeared. Many of the experts present let out a sigh of relief. Even powerful experts with deep foundations would feel uneasy when facing Chan Hongyi, let alone ordinary cultivators. That terrifying demonic aura that was like a vast sea covered the sky and pressed down on them, making them feel suffocated. Gu Changge looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, but he did not say anything. It seemed that he had misunderstood Chan Hongyi. Did she come here just to participate in the wedding? Or did she understand the gap between them and leave tactfully? However, he did not want to think about these things now. 6 candlelight flickered. Gu Changge bid farewell to the guests and walked into the bridal chamber. The starry night outside was bright, and the Milky Way shone brightly, emitting a gentle brilliance. The room was filled with warmth. A graceful and moving beauty sat there. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil, and her head was covered with a red veil. In the end, there were no hiccups in the wedding. Although Chan Hongyi's arrival was unexpected, it was still under control and was of no importance. Husband, it's getting late, a soft and pleasant voice came from the front. Yu Mingkong had been waiting for him for a long time. There were many things outside that she did not want to care about. Gu Changge would tell her what she should know, and she would not ask about what she should not know. I've kept you waiting, Gu Changge smiled and walked forward. He gently removed the red veil, revealing a peerlessly beautiful face. Their gazes met, and everything was silent. The red candles were extinguished, and the bridal chamber was filled with the beauty of spring. The night was warm and brilliant, unforgettable. No matter how many years had passed, no matter what, Yu Mingkong would never forget it. It would forever be engraved in her heart, becoming her most precious memory. Everything that she had yearned for 3,000 years in her past life had finally come true in this life. She had no more regrets. To the outside world, the grand marriage alliance between the Longevity Gu clan and the unparalleled Immortal Dynasty had also come to an end. However, the aftermath did not stop there. News about the marriage alliance had spread throughout the various universes. Many of the details were enthusiastically discussed by countless cultivators. Some even recorded it down, thinking that it would be of great research value after many years. Because of this marriage alliance, the Longevity Gu clan's deep foundation was revealed to the outside world, causing many orthodoxies to be wary. Secondly, the fact that Gu Changge was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era was exposed. It also caused a huge commotion, causing every universe to tremble. However, because of this news, many people no longer suspected that Gu Changge was related to the inheritor of the legacy of demonic arts. After all, he had the Tao fruit of his past life, which naturally explained his terrifying growth rate. After the wedding, the immortal corpse that Mo Chan had brought with her had fallen into the Longevity Gu family's territory. Many of the orthodoxies were tempted. They looked towards it, intending to negotiate with the Longevity Gu family to get a share of the immortal corpse. Everything related to immortals, including the immortal corpse, was a precious resource in the eyes of those with a strong foundation. In their opinion, this might be the opportunity for them to become immortals. As for where the immortal corpse came from, no one dared to ask Mo Chan Hongi, and no one dared to investigate further. Of course, regarding this matter, the elders of the Longevity Gu clan first asked for Gu Changge's opinion. The immortal corpse was brought over by Mo Chan Hongi, so the right to decide was in Gu Changge's hands. Since they want it, let them come and get it themselves. As for how much they can get, it'll be up to them. To this, Gu Changge merely smiled. There was mockery in his eyes. Did they really think that the immortal corpse that Chan Hongi had spent so much effort to deliver was just a piece of juicy meat? Many of the orthodoxies hesitated for a moment after receiving the Longevity Gu family's reply. They wondered if there was some sort of trick involved. However, soon after, they couldn't hold back their impatience, wishing to research the value of the immortal corpse. They began to dispatch large amounts of experts, bringing great treasures, wishing to bring away a portion. In their opinion, the Longevity Gu clan knew that they couldn't protect this immortal corpse, so they agreed to such a request. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out, engulfing the entire universe. Heaven and earth seemed to be about to explode under this kind of fluctuation. Not to mention the cultivators near the immortal corpse. They all coughed up blood and exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Even with the protection of a protective Dharma artifact, it couldn't withstand a strand of fluctuation from the immortal corpse. Among them, there were even quasi-emperors who had fallen, causing a huge commotion. Immortal corpses were not to be humiliated, although no one knew how long they had fallen, there were still remnants of their peerless aura. Many forces who came with greed paid a heavy price for this. The immortal corpse crashed into the depths of the universe, surrounded by a vast fog. Each strand of aura was more terrifying than the chaotic aura. Later on, the orthodoxies who came to search for the immortal corpse were much more cautious. They were no longer as bold as before. Because of this immortal corpse, the outside world also began to become treacherous. Gu Changge was happy to see such a situation. After the wedding, he had been sitting cross-legged in the Longevity Gu clan's palace. He had never left, quietly waiting for the right opportunity. On the third day, Yu Mingkong returned to the peerless Immortal Dynasty to deal with the various affairs there. Gu Changge had also left the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign's puppet body by her side, just in case. Now that many orthodoxies had placed their attention on the immortal corpse, he could focus on his plans. According to the dark heavenly court's infiltration, it's about time. Guchanga's eyes became a little deep. Then, he sent a message to Tao Yao, who was far away in another universe, asking her to break the seal outside the ruins of God. This day should have arrived, rumble. Right at this moment, a majestic and ancient aura of the world descended, and it effused over from an extremely distant universe. It was as if an invisible ancient hand was pushing the 3,000 great realms toward the upper realm. All the great realms began to collide with each other, emitting a terrifying aura. The upper realm trembled because of this aura. The precepts of heaven and earth seemed to be boiling and began to appear in large patches. Some incomplete parts even became sparkling and translucent. An inexplicable aura condensed and began to fill those gaps. What is this? The environment of heaven and earth has changed. The entire upper realm was in turmoil. All the cultivators, regardless of their cultivation base, fell into a state of shock. This is the sign that the immortal path is coming. It can't be wrong. This day has really come. The epic tree that we couldn't find in the 8 desolates and 10 regions wasn't there. This is the aura of the epic tree. The epic Tao fruit has matured, automatically filling the gaps in the precepts of heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire world was shocked. All the hidden existences were shocked beyond words. Then, they were extremely excited. In their opinion, the epic Tao fruit had matured and filled the gaps in the precepts of heaven and earth. It meant that the opportunity to become an immortal had arrived. This was the immortal ascension era that they had been waiting for countless years. On this day, almost all the orthodoxies and forces in the upper realm fell into a frenzy. Even the ancient forbidden areas that had been in seclusion had a shocking aura. The oldest hidden existences began to break out and compete for the opportunity to become an immortal. Terrifying rays of light tore through heaven and earth in every place. The monstrous aura shook all realms. The upper realm went crazy. The originally calm situation before the storm was completely shattered. Even those who achieved the Tao revealed expressions of excitement, becoming incomparably moved. However, for ordinary cultivators, this was the beginning of a bloodbath. They were not qualified to compete for the opportunity to become an immortal. Instead, they would lose their lives in this battle and become weeds that could be harvested at will. This day was like the end of the world for the ordinary races and forces. Most of the living beings and cultivators in the upper realm felt uneasy. The atmosphere was so oppressive and terrifying that it was suffocating. The sky changed, and the precepts appeared. In a daze, everyone saw a vast and mysterious immortal realm emerging. In the next few days, the supreme experts of various orthodoxies began to search for the exact location of the epic tree. They wanted to be the first to find the epic Tao fruit and seize the opportunity to become an immortal. The upper realm was in complete chaos. The upper realm was in chaos. These few days, blood and chaos were everywhere. Even in the territories of some imperishable orthodoxies, there were also battles. At this time, there was no so-called peace at all. Everywhere, there were battles for personal benefits. In many ancient orthodoxies, people with foundations appeared, bringing the entire clan's foundation, trying to find the location of the epic tree. They wanted to fight for the last time in this era. However, the most direct result of this method was that it led to the rapid decline of the ancient orthodoxies. The fate of the entire clan was taken away, and they went from prosperity to decline. Without the support of a strong foundation, these orthodoxies quickly declined. This gave the other forces an opportunity to seize the resources and cultivation methods. For existences above the level of Tao attainment, they had the opportunity to become immortals. For ordinary cultivators, Tao attainment and immortality had nothing to do with them. It was too far away. They only wanted to take advantage of this chaos to obtain resources, to obtain things that were suitable for them. Most of the battles in various places were caused by this reason. Countless cultivators and living beings died in such a battle. Directly destroyed in body and soul. Previously, because there was a tacit understanding between the various forces, supreme beings, boundary emperors, and Tao attainment existences would not easily make a move. However, now that the upper realm was in chaos, these tacit restrictions naturally did not exist and no longer existed. In some incomparably ancient forbidden areas, divine light rushed into the sky, chi and blood covered the entire universe. Many existences that had been hibernating for countless years also broke through the seal and appeared again. Such an existence was even stronger than those with a strong foundation. Even though they restrained their aura and blood, the terrifying pressure still shook half of the universe, powerful and peerless. As the opportunity to become immortal descended, the environment of heaven and earth changed drastically. Even in the sky, brilliant light could be seen, and immortal rain appeared. In every star domain, brilliant divine light could be seen, as if there was an ancient phenomenon appearing, ascending to immortality. Immortal light surged, incomparably holy. The world is in chaos, even we can't stay out of it. Xianxia just had a marriage alliance with Wushuang immortal dynasty, and such a big thing happened. As expected, the upper realm won't be peaceful for long. All of this is destined from the beginning. How can the path to immortality be peaceful? The ancestor has said it before. In the Longevity Gu family, many venerable ancestors who had attained the Tao side, their eyes filled with worry. They did not follow the other orthodoxies experts to search for the epic tree. This was because Gu Xianxia had already instructed them not to get involved in this matter as it would endanger their lives. Therefore, the many experts of the Longevity Gu clan, as well as those who had come out into the world, were very quiet, choosing to stay in the clan's land. At this time, the territory of the Longevity Gu family was instead peaceful and quiet, like a paradise. No war had broken out, and there was no conflict. Apart from the commotion caused by the immortal corpse, there wasn't much difference from usual. Although Gu Xianxia was only a junior, he was a supreme existence in the forbidden era in his previous life. His cultivation was unimaginable. Naturally, no one dared to ignore his words. Let's just fight like this. The good show hasn't even started yet. Gu Xianxia stood quietly in the palace. His white robes were purer than snow, and he looked at the distant sky with a calm and profound gaze. He murmured softly, not at all surprised by this. The epic tree's aura had only appeared for less than half a month, but the situation in the upper realm had changed dramatically. Many orthodoxies were even on the verge of collapse. This was because the temptation of becoming an immortal was too great for those with a strong foundation. It was so great that they could give up everything just for the chance to become an immortal. They had been in seclusion for countless years, waiting since the distant era, waiting for the environment of the world to change, waiting for the great era of immortality to descend, waiting for all of their family and friends to be completely buried in the long river of time, all of them turned into withered bones, never to be seen again. To them, what else could they not give up? Therefore, they brought all the resources of their orthodoxies to search for that chance. This was equivalent to giving up on the forces behind them and putting all their eggs in one basket. Calculating the time, it's about time for the dark heavenly court to descend. Gu Xianxia crushed the jade slip in his hand and passed down the instructions one by one. The chaotic upper realm was the best breeding ground for the dark heavenly court to harvest and grow. Those orthodoxies who had lost their foundation were Gu Xianxia's targets. Half a month later, the upper realm was shaken again. Just as those with a strong foundation were frantically searching for traces of the epic tree, a mysterious and terrifying force appeared in the dark. It was like a terrifying torrent shuttling through the universe, and began to wantonly devour those forces who had lost their foundation. In less than half a month, many forces in the star zones fell apart and were directly devoured by that mysterious force. Among this mysterious force, there were many who had achieved Tao. All of them wore black robes and were shrouded in fog, so their faces could not be seen clearly. While those with a strong foundation were too busy to care about other things, those who had achieved Tao were like the Grim Reaper, harvesting from all the star zones. Basically, no one could stop them. Many cultivators were terrified by this. They felt that this terrifying force was the mysterious organization that had appeared in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty in a flash. If they remembered correctly, that mysterious organization had even dared to assassinate Gu Xianxia. Later on, it had caused the deaths of many who had rushed to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Only a few survived. Judging from the current situation, this mysterious organization had infiltrated many forces. They did not even know if the elders and disciples around them were members of that organization. For a time, everyone felt insecure. Even those who were extremely close to them began to doubt. The upper realm was already in chaos due to the drastic changes in the environment. Many people who had achieved Tao and had strong foundations were frantically searching for the epic tree. Because of this, it was once again in chaos. At this time, almost all cultivators were living in fear and worry. They did not know when the crisis would befall them. The tragic scene of the marriage that was seen in the rebirth pool did not happen, but the situation in the upper realm is still as shown by the rebirth pool. There are no changes at all. The upper realm is in chaos. Everyone is in danger. All cultivators are living in fear of Guchunga's shadow. The master behind that mysterious organization is actually Guchunga. Gu Xian'er was dressed in green. She stood under an ancient tree that was already bare. When the breeze blew, the hemline of her dress swayed gently. She looked at the turbulent sky and murmured softly. Her expression was complicated and confused. Half a month later, something happened that shook the upper realm once again. A strong figure had fallen. He died tragically on the way to find the epic tree. He was attacked by other strong figures. His body exploded, and his pieces fell from a distant place. The whole world was shaken. This terrifying aura spread and filled the world, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Because of this, it was so terrifying that all living beings trembled in fear. It could be said that this strong figure was definitely the existence closest to immortality in this era. Especially when he had brought all his strength, but he still died tragically on the way. In the current upper realm, the fall of a powerful figure was an indescribably terrifying loss for any orthodoxy. Especially for some orthodoxies, they only had one powerful figure in charge. Once that person died, it meant that the orthodoxy was destined to disappear. Moreover, many forces chose to stake everything on one throw, placing all their hopes on that powerful figure, hoping that he could kill his way onto the immortal path and become an immortal. This required a lot of courage and guts, and the consequences were unimaginable. If they failed, they would not be able to bear it at all. After all, this was equivalent to a huge gamble, gambling all the future of the sect. The situation became more and more desperate and chaotic. Even the powerful figure could not guarantee his own life, let alone the rest of the living beings. In addition, during this period, the appearance of the dark heavenly court swept through the world at a terrifying speed, and almost no forces could resist. There were too many immortals in the dark heavenly court, much more than those extremely ancient orthodoxies. How could those forces that had lost their powerful figures resist? At this time, only those forces that had immortal artifacts, and whose ancestors had truly produced 740 immortal path figures, had the competence and qualifications to ensure that they would not be disturbed in this chaos and remain independent. In fact, for the upper realm, this was a complete reshuffling of the cards. Many orthodoxies proclaimed themselves as immortal, but their foundation was far from those old immortal orthodoxies and everlasting families. They were not on the same level at all. Therefore, at this time, these orthodoxies were the first to bear the brunt of this. They quickly collapsed, and their superficial foundation was undoubtedly exposed. In the following days, due to the drastic changes in the environment of the world, the laws of the upper realm began to change. Some life substances began to become denser, and a peculiar energy pervaded the void. Even ordinary cultivators could feel the changes. Some of the older generation powerhouses, who had been unable to break through the shackles, suddenly broke through at this time. Some of the more talented cultivators directly entered a strange state of enlightenment. The top of their heads shone, igniting from head to toe, as if they had entered the mythical state of ascension. Although the upper realm is in chaos now, it's undeniable that it's more and more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. This is a disaster, but it's also an opportunity that belongs to everyone. At first, they felt that the great era of ascension to immortality did not belong to them, but now, it seemed that everyone had a chance. Heaven and earth changed drastically, and the incomplete rules were mended. The fastest was 100 years, the slowest was 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. As long as this period of time passed, it was not impossible for it to return to the prosperity of the ancient times. At that time, with their natural endowments, it might not be impossible for them to improve further and become supreme beings, or attain the Tao, or even covet the position of immortal. During this period of time, many heaven's favorites broke through one after another. They chased after the others and began to grasp this opportunity. Of course, some forces and orthodoxies were unavoidably on the road to extinction. In just a few months, the forces in the upper realms' many galaxies had been reduced by almost 20%. Most of them were annihilated due to internal strife and war. Orthodoxies that were already hostile towards each other were now like fire and water, constantly fighting each other. Blood and fire intertwined, and blood flowed like rivers. Such days continued for several months. Then, shocking news appeared once again. In the depths of the universe, some people found a blurry passageway. It was like the legendary immortal path, reflected from a distant space. That passageway was incomparably blurry, making it difficult for people to tell whether it was real or fake. However, it was undeniable that it contained great killing intent. Even those with a strong background trembled in fear, not daring to get too close. Then, after some people with a strong background thought about it, they decided to give it a try. Although their current strength could not reach the immortal realm, if that blurry passageway was really the immortal path, if they could open it up, they might be able to attain the immortal position. As soon as this idea appeared, it was like wild grass, growing madly in their minds, unstoppable. Thus, several people with a strong background tried, deciding to use their immortal artifacts, activating their vast power, to see if they could open up that blurry passageway. If it really is the immortal path, if we blast it open, even if we can't reach the immortal realm, we still have a chance. Boom. In the end, they all took action, jointly activating an immortal sword-like weapon. The moment its power awakened, immortal light washed over the long river of time, illuminating time and space. The entire universe was shaking, all creatures trembling. Millions of cultivators and living beings were terrified, kneeling under that aura. The terrifying power, as if it was going to split open heaven and earth, directly smashing into that blurry passageway, causing primal chaos to explode. The surrounding space, all of the rules and order were immediately evaporated, forming an absolute nothingness. That scene was too horrifying. Even from very far away, it was as if countless suns had exploded there. It was dazzling and dazzling, causing many cultivators to shed tears, unable to look straight at it. Many of the ancient realms near that area collapsed and disintegrated at the first moment, turning into nothingness. The higher realm that had been silent for countless years finally experienced what was called immortal might. Of course, that was only an attack released after the immortal artifact had completely awakened. Compared to the true immortal might, there was still quite a bit of difference. However, this kind of aura still made one's hair stand on end. Even though they were very far away, their souls were about to be frozen. Under this kind of aftermath, those who had achieved the Tao would immediately explode, turning into dust, let alone other living beings. After this attack, that blurry passageway also cracked open. Although it was only a very small crack, a substance similar to the northern lights flew out from it, directly causing the bodies of those with deep foundations to explode. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and they could not dodge at all. The parts of their bodies that fell were directly ignited and swallowed by the primal chaos flames, falling into the depths of the universe. When this news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the higher realm. Countless cultivators were shocked. Without a doubt, that was definitely the immortal path. There was no other explanation other than the immortal path. A strand of immortal light that flew out almost killed those with deep foundations. It is indeed the immortal path, but it is not the path to immortality. It seems that the drastic change in the environment directly caused the immortal domain to descend. In the longevity Gu family, Xianxia, who had received this news, was not surprised at all. He knew very well that the true immortal path had not yet appeared, because the epic Tao fruit was in his hands. The immortal path would appear when he wanted it to. What those with deep foundations had discovered was actually a path to the immortal domain, and definitely not the path to immortality. However, this news made Xianxia have other plans. If the immortal domain suddenly descended and began to connect with the higher realm, it would greatly affect his next plan. Originally, Xianxia had planned to wait for the higher realm to be in chaos for a while before releasing news about the universe where the epic tree was located. However, it seemed that time was actually almost up. The current upper realm was shaken by the appearance of the blurry immortal road. Countless cultivators, living beings, and orthodoxies were staring at it, eager to know if the immortal region was real or not. Many powerful figures rushed over with immortal artifacts in hand, waiting in that universe. Their eyes were also fixed on the blurry immortal road. Someone behind made a move again, trying to break through the crack to see if they could step into the immortal road. However, it was as if they were struck by lightning. The northern celestial light flew out again, and it was even more terrifying and dense than before. Just a wisp of it made their bodies tremble violently. Their bodies cracked, and many bloody wounds appeared. If they got any closer, they would definitely explode. At this time, the powerful figures were silent. Although their hearts were burning, they didn't dare to get close to the blurry immortal road. Half a month later, another item fell out from the crack in the path of immortality. Many great figures saw it with their own eyes. It was the remains of a weapon wrapped in torrential flames. Where it was exposed, there were traces of multicolored blood. It made one's heart tremble. Even though they really wanted to fight over it, they were still vigilant. They knew how terrifying that immortal path was, and as such, they reached out their large hands, grabbing a Dao-achieving expert who was watching from the side, forcing him to approach that piece of weapon residue. The result was without a doubt. That Dao attainment cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he was touched by a wisp of flames. He was instantly turned into ashes, his body and soul destroyed. A weapon debris that's far beyond ordinary immortal artifacts. Maybe it's an immortal king artifact or a quasi-immortal king artifact. The eyes of some powerful figures were burning. They instantly saw through the weapon debris. However, they also knew that there was definitely a great terror in the immortal road. Even such a weapon was shattered, stained with the blood of some unknown existence. Even if they could step in now, they would probably be courting death. Even if you've achieved the immortal path, you can't easily step on this path. This isn't the immortal road, a female Daoist who was wearing a Daoist robe and a Daoist hat with a transcendent aura spoke. Her eyes were deep. She stopped. Here for a long time, and then left without hesitation. She didn't continue to wait. She was also a person with a strong foundation. Her eyesight was astonishing. She understood that the real path to immortality was definitely not here. Perhaps it was a road that connected the immortal region and the upper realm after the heaven and earth severed. Some immortal Dao existences who couldn't make it to the immortal region in time wanted to use this road to connect the two realms. Unfortunately, there were some who spoke up, lightly shaking their heads. They chose to leave and search for the epic tree again. In the end, the matter related to this vague immortal path was put to rest. The news spread throughout the various universes, and many people sighed regretfully. Within the Longevity Gu family, Guchunga's figure appeared on top of a mountain shrouded in clouds and mist. He looked into the distant universe and saw that there were divine lights everywhere. They even illuminated some of the star regions. His heart did not rise and fall like the others. Instead, he was extremely calm. He was silently counting the time, and he had already given the order. Next, they had to wait for the epic tree's existence to be exposed to the world like bait, attracting all the big fish. Fishing in this great world, he chuckled in his heart. His deep eyes seemed to reflect the scenes of various universes. There was a dark heavenly court sweeping through, various orthodoxies killing each other, rivers of blood flowing, and all living beings crying. Such a great world of immortality is so sad. At this time, a Gu family patriarch appeared beside him and seemed to sigh. Gu Chang'e looked at him. It was Patriarch Gu Lang who had appeared many years ago. He was a remnant immortal. For someone like him, touching the immortal Dao domain was actually just a matter of comprehension. However, he was not as eager as the other people. He was very indifferent. He even drank tea and played chess in the family every day, exchanging Dao techniques with the other patriarchs. He was extremely carefree. Countless years of waiting is actually just for this moment. All living beings are fighting to cross over, and they have almost reached the other side. They are only one step away. How can they not fight? Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. Actually, you should know how deep our Gu family's foundation is. Even if we don't fight, when the immortal domain connects to the upper world, there will be ancestors from the immortal domain who will guide us there. Gu Lang shook his head and then said with a smile, revealing a secret. Of course, this was a secret from very ancient times. As the environment changed drastically, even these patriarchs of the Gu family gradually lost contact with the immortal domain. They could not communicate with the Gu family in the immortal domain as often as before. Gu Lang said all this without much confidence and certainty. It was difficult to achieve the immortal Dao domain in the upper world, but was it not difficult in the immortal domain? However, at this time, he could still be so calm. This was definitely not something that ordinary people could do. There are many patriarchs of the Gu family. Even until now, there are still many who have not been born. They are all waiting for the day when the immortal domain connects, right? Gu Chang's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly, in this great era of immortal ascension, the orthodoxies with the deepest foundation are the calmest. In fact, he knew very well that even if the environment of the world changed drastically and the incomplete rules became complete, enough to bear the power of the immortal Dao domain, there was still a limit to what it could bear. For example, in some ancient universes, the most powerful person was only at the level of Dao attainment. Moreover, that was the accumulation of countless years of fate. The birth of a Dao attainment expert had a huge impact in the aftermath. It was very terrifying. Even after he passed away, at least for hundreds of thousands of years, his Dao and traces existed in the world and could not be removed. This would cause the birth of another Dao attainment expert in these hundreds of thousands of years. By the same logic, the birth of every immortal Dao existence was actually wearing down the fate of the world. No one could be sure how many immortal Dao existences could bear the weight of the world. It was because of this that those with deep foundations were so crazy. They were afraid that their opportunity to become immortal would be snatched away by others. Actually, I think that as long as I follow you, I won't be at a disadvantage in this great era of immortal ascension. At this moment, the patriarch of Gu Lang suddenly smiled and said these words. There was a deep meaning in his eyes. Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned, then shook his head and laughed. In fact, the patriarch of Gu Lang's words had given him a lot of inspiration. Since the opportunity to become immortal ascension was hard to come by, and the epic tree was in his hands, when he broke through the immortal Dao domain, why couldn't he follow the example of the ancients and create the investiture of the gods? Of course, this investiture of the gods was definitely not the same investiture of the gods. If that's the case, I can create the investiture of the immortal Dao domain. Those who want to become immortal ascension will have to leave their life spirits here, submit to me, and be bound by my rules. The opportunity to become immortal ascension is hard to come by. They have no choice. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly in his heart. He had a plan. It had been less than half a year since the great era of immortal ascension began, and the people with deep foundations who had awakened were only the tip of the iceberg. After all, the upper realm had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Since the Forbidden Era, how many peerless talents were trapped at the threshold of the immortal Dao domain? There were still many terrifying people who had not jumped out. Even in the Longevity Gu family, there were at least 10 patriarchs who had not shown their faces. The boundless upper realm contained too many unknowns. The investiture of the immortal Dao domain was an opportunity for them. Gu Chang'e had been thinking about the immortal bestowment role for a long time. He had been thinking about how to use the epic Dao fruit since he had it. He didn't think he could make all the people in the upper realm become immortals. However, there were still many difficulties in refining the immortal bestowment role. First, he had to have enough immortal items. At the very least, the immortals had to be indestructible. I can only carry out this plan after I achieve the immortal Dao domain. Gu Chang'e thought to himself. His eyes were deep. Half a month later, he left the Longevity Gu clan. He didn't tell anyone and went alone to the universe where the epic tree was. Although he had left a wisp of his Dao Dharma body in the ruins of God where the epic tree was, Gu Chang'e had bigger plans. He wanted to fish for the entire upper realm. His true body would naturally go. Besides, he had already chosen the day he achieved the immortal Dao domain. Now, he just had to wait for all the big fish to fall into the net. At this time, he would definitely reel in the net. On the day Gu Chang'e left the Longevity Gu clan, a shocking news that shook the upper realm suddenly came. It was even more shocking than the immortal path that had appeared before. It was like a meteorite crashing into the deep sea, stirring up endless waves and waves. All the living beings and cultivators who heard the news were stunned. They couldn't recover for a long time. Traces of the epic Tao fruit have appeared in a remote universe extremely far away from the center of the upper realm. That universe is called the Kuan-ji universe. In a place called the Big Dipper constellation, someone sensed the strong energy waves of the epic tree. This was the news from a person who had achieved the Tao. He was now very close to that universe. He didn't dare to approach rashly for fear of alerting the enemy, so he could only send the news back. However, he didn't expect to be intercepted by other people. This news caused an uproar in the upper realm. It was like an uproar. From the top to the bottom, the ordinary cultivators were excited to the point of no return. How many epochs had passed? How many years had passed? Finally, they knew the whereabouts of the epic tree. For the epic tree, the upper realm had launched many wars in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, but they were all left unsettled in the end. Some of the older generation figures were so moved that tears flowed down their cheeks. There was joy and great sorrow. All of a sudden, all the orthodoxies took action upon hearing the news. They began to dispatch a vast and mighty army towards that universe. Numerous ancient warships crushed through the sky, filled with terrifying auras, intending to seize the epic tree. In their eyes, the epic tree was a supreme divine object of the higher realms. It could nurture epic Tao fruits and mend the broken heaven and earth laws of the higher realms. Now that the environment of the upper realm had changed drastically, it was definitely a sign that the epic Tao fruit was about to ripen. For those with a strong foundation, the epic Tao fruit was even more significant because it nurtured the comprehension of heaven and earth that they had always lacked. With the epic Tao fruit, one can become an immortal. The eyes of many people with deep knowledge lit up. They could not hide the excitement in their hearts. They left the central area of the upper realm and started their journey towards that universe. Because of this news, the upheaval caused by the environment became even more intense. Many orthodoxies with a long history, such as the Buddhist temples, the primeval immortals, the reclusive immortals, the longevity Wang clan, the primordial lake. Only now did they finally reveal their heavy and terrifying foundation. There were more than 3 or 4 people with deep knowledge who had appeared in the world. Those orthodoxies that only had 1 or 2 people with deep knowledge seemed to be extremely shabby at this time. It was a little embarrassing, a little unworthy of the word immortal. Of course, on this day, they almost no longer concealed themselves. Their foundation was boundless and unimaginable. They even brought along many immortal weapons that had been passed down since ancient times, as well as some forbidden weapons that could unleash power beyond the Tao attainment realm. Moreover, some ancient figures who did not have much life left were also sealed in divine objects. They were brought along as weapons to be used at critical times. Those existences risked their lives, and might even drag the people with deep knowledge into the water. This was a terrifying foundation. Those most ancient orthodoxies began to enter the water to fight for it. The realm-crossing teleportation formation shone with boundless light, tearing apart the multiverse, turning into a terrifying void passage that directly connected to the other side. The mighty army was like a torrent shuttling through the universe, following the space passage and rushing towards Kunji Cosmos. In the underground palace of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the one-eyed Taoist could not hide his excitement as he paced back and forth. On the cattail hassock in front of him, 2 people with extremely terrifying auras who were not weaker than him were sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Strands of chaotic chi fell, as if it could crush the galaxy. Brothers, this is a rare opportunity. I've confirmed the news of the epic tree's location. It's completely true, and it's definitely not a lie. The one-eyed Taoist spoke, his tone was very firm. He was very cautious. Even if the upper realm was in chaos during this period, and all the people with deep knowledge were searching for news of the epic tree, he still chose to stay at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and did not take half a step out. Somehow, he had a feeling that the chaos in the upper realm this time seemed to be driven by an invisible hand behind the scenes. After the one-eyed Taoist knew that Xianxia was the reincarnation of some supreme existence of the Forbidden Era, he became even more cautious. He was worried that he would be attacked by Xianxia if he left the Heavenly Emperor Mountain alone now that the upper realm was in chaos. Before this, he had also discussed with the people of other orthodoxies to find a way to get rid of Xianxia, so that he would not be able to rule the upper realm in the future. However, who would have thought that the situation would change so quickly? Those people who had discussed with him before this no longer cared about Xianxia, and instead, went to look for opportunities to become immortals. At this time, anything could be put aside, let alone the fear of a young man. Therefore, the one-eyed Taoist could not do anything about it. How could he dare to go against Xianxia alone? Xianxia's strength was unfathomable and had long reached the heavens. Ordinary people were definitely not his match. On the day of Xianxia and Yu Mingkong's wedding, the one-eyed Taoist had sent powerhouses to ambush them. How could this hatred be resolved so easily? The one-eyed Taoist did not believe that Xianxia would not be able to find out about it. However, when the news of the epic tree came, the one-eyed Taoist could not sit still anymore. Every day, he saw ancient warships from other orthodoxies breaking through 5.0 and opening the universe passage, rushing to the Kunji universe. After all, he was also eager to become an immortal. According to the information he received, the Kunji universe was extremely far away from the upper realm. It was very remote, and the celestial maxim was incomplete. There was definitely no one there. Although no one knew why the epic tree appeared there, it was undeniable that it was very tempting. Even those with a strong foundation could not sit still. They were extremely eager to become immortals. Heavenly Emperor Mountain is now guarded by the 3 of us. If we all leave, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain will only be an empty shell. How can we defend against powerful enemies? Didn't Xianxia of the Longevity Gu family have a grudge against you? Did you see him leave? After hearing the one-eyed Taoist's words, the old man sitting on the right slowly opened his eyes and said calmly. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had existed for a long time and had a deep foundation. However, it was an indisputable fact that there were only 3 of them left. Many of them couldn't survive and passed away in the annals of history, never stirring up any waves. Of course, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain actually had other branches that had split off before. However, they had already evolved into other clans and had their own masters. They wouldn't come to help the Heavenly Emperor Mountain at this time. There were also people who left with a portion of their resources and became independent from the boundless secular world, forming a forbidden zone. Therefore, it was reasonable that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, as an extremely ancient orthodoxy, only had 3 of them left. If Xianxia comes, hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist's face turned pale with fear, unwilling to think about it. Now, there was no trace of Xianxia. He didn't know if Xianxia was at the Longevity Gu clan, or if he had gone to the Kunji universe with the other orthodoxies to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. In fact, the one-eyed Taoist didn't plan to care about the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As long as he could become an immortal, so what if the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was destroyed? He had lived for too long. His clan had multiplied to this day and was already incomparably strong. There were several people who had achieved the Tao, and they had also fought for the throne of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain before. However, the bloodline connection between those clansmen and him was already extremely thin. The one-eyed Taoist's real relatives and friends had already passed away in the past. Even their bones couldn't be found. Now, his only thought was to become an immortal. He could give up everything else. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain can't be destroyed. My chi and blood are already exhausted. Even if I fight for the opportunity to become an immortal, I can't win against others. Why don't I stay in the clan and prevent the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's inheritance from being lost in this chaotic world? The person sitting cross-legged on the cattail hassock spoke. His tone was calm and his eyes were deep. He didn't have the slightest desire to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. He had already seen through all of this and wouldn't fight for it anymore. Hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist fell silent. His expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect this at all. In the clan, it's enough for one person to hold the fort. I'll go with you. This old man's chi and blood are exhausted. I'm afraid I won't be of much use. If that Xianxia comes, one of us should be able to hold him back with our foundation. The other existence who had been silent all this time opened his eyes. His tone was filled with helplessness. He stood up, appearing to be very stooped. He was as thin as a match and appeared to be senile. One of the 2 horns on his forehead was broken, as if a gust of wind could blow him away. However, the aura on his body was not to be underestimated. It was majestic and filled with the boundless universe, capable of crushing the void. Hearing this, the one-eyed Taoist was overjoyed, and great hope suddenly appeared in his heart. If the two of them worked together and used all their means, there was still hope for them to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. The Kuan-ji universe was extremely remote. It was too far away from the center of the upper realm. There were still many dried up and tattered ancient universes in between. Even if it was a domain-shattering ancient warship, it was still extremely difficult to open up a path, wishing to break through the chaotic energy. If they were not careful, some corpses and weapon remnants buried in the chaos would be blasted out, containing extremely terrifying and destructive aftershocks. The mighty army of various orthodoxies killed their way to the center of the upper realm. However, because of the broken universes in between, they lost a lot of manpower. Even some supreme cultivators had fallen. This made many cultivators feel uneasy. This was only the beginning of their journey. If a great battle broke out in the middle, everyone except those who had attained the Tao would be reduced to cannon fodder. This path is indeed difficult, but for the opportunity to become an immortal, we'll do whatever it takes. Some of the people with the foundation had cold eyes. They waved their hands and ordered the army to continue forward without hesitation. At the same time, they sent out the Tao attainments and boundary emperors from their clans to open up the path ahead. They would only act when they encountered dangers that they could not solve. During this process, the people with the foundation were thinking of ways to accumulate strength for themselves. They had already predicted that after reaching the Kuan-ji universe, an unimaginable and shocking battle would break out. That universe would definitely be destroyed. Meanwhile, in the distant Kuan-ji universe, in the Big Dipper constellation, boundless immortal light erupted in the ruins of God. It was as if a dazzling sun had risen there. A terrifying aura swept across the heavens and the earth. Countless cultivators and living beings trembled in fear. Even from afar, one could see a towering divine tree rising from the ground in the legendary ruins of God. The branches and leaves supported the chaotic sun and moon. The rumbling sound of the world rotating could be heard. It was earth-shattering, majestic, and heavy. The entire universe trembled because of that aura. Countless Taoist rhythms and divine armaments appeared from that place and spread throughout the entire universe. The legend of the ruins of God had been passed down since ancient times. Even the founder of the current Yuhua celestial dynasty, the most ancient and powerful force in the Big Dipper constellation, Empress Huanyu, had entered it when she was young. She even received guidance from the master of the ruins of God. She said that there was an incomparably ancient and majestic tree in the ruins of God. It could hold up the heavens for eternity. It was mysterious to the extreme. That master of the ruins of God had an unparalleled cultivation base. No one knew where he came from. It was more likely that he had existed since the Great Extinction period and had long surpassed the immortal realm. All kinds of rumors had long spread throughout the Big Dipper constellation. There were even such rumors circulating in other constellations. In the ruins of God, other than that incomparably mysterious ancient tree, it was said that the master of the ruins of God had also planted a peach tree. Now, it had already grown to an unknown level and was guarding the ruins of God, at this time in the glorious palace of the Yuhua celestial dynasty. The current Yuhua celestial emperor was sighing as he looked into the distance. Many ministers knelt in front of him. They all had worried expressions as they tried to persuade him. "Your Majesty, leave quickly. Leave the Big Dipper constellation first. Then, think of a way to leave this universe. It's obvious that there's something wrong with that ancient tree in the ruins of God. Its fruits are about to ripen, and it's attracting many supreme powerhouses of the universe. When that time comes, an unimaginable war will definitely erupt in the Big Dipper constellation. Even the Kuan-ji universe won't be able to escape and will be destroyed. The world is changing. Let's escape while there's still time." The other forces and orthodoxies have already moved to other places. Now, the Big Dipper constellation was in chaos. There were battles, blood, and fire everywhere. It was not peaceful, and there was a huge exodus. The ruins of God was incomparably mysterious. Even the most powerful Tao enlightened cultivators since ancient times couldn't get close. The divine object inside had matured, and the waves it emitted were extremely strong and terrifying. It was spreading to the myriad of worlds. It was no different from a bright light in the darkness, and it would attract the supreme powerhouses of the other ancient universes. Therefore, after understanding this matter, the Holy Lands and ancient aristocratic families whose ancestors had Tao-enlightened cultivators were all thinking of ways to move their clans and territories away from the Big Dipper constellation. The current Yuhua royal lord's eyes were filled with grief as he looked at the vast territory. He clenched his fists tightly under his dragon robe. How can I leave so easily at such a juncture? These are all my people and territories. My Yuhua immortal dynasty's territory is in the Big Dipper starfield. It has existed since ancient times. Am I going to leave my homeland and go to another starfield? His heart was filled with unwillingness. He couldn't give up everything. An unforeseen crisis was about to befall. The entire Big Dipper starfield would be turned into dust and even the Kuan-Ji universe would be destroyed. The Yuhua royal lord naturally knew all of this better than anyone else. However, he really couldn't let go of the people and territory of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. The Yuhua immortal dynasty was the oldest force in the Big Dipper starfield. It was established by the first person to achieve Tao after the Great Extinction Era, which was Empress Huangyu. In the Big Dipper starfield, Empress Huangyu had an extraordinary meaning. In the eyes of countless cultivators, she was fully deserving of the title of the first empress. Her cultivation was unparalleled. After becoming an empress, she even generously preached Tao to the later generations and left behind Tao and techniques. Even in the era when the other Tao-enlightened cultivators suppressed the world and carried the mandate of heaven, they didn't dare to be disrespectful to Empress Huangyu. In their eyes, Empress Huangyu was a forerunner. During the most difficult period when it was impossible to achieve Tao, she created Tao and left behind a path for the later generations. Those Tao-enlightened cultivators of the later generations were indebted to her. Your Majesty, at this juncture, you can't be indecisive. The orthodoxies who should leave have already left. There aren't many forces left in the Big Dipper starfield now. As long as the Yuhua immortal dynasty's foundation is still there will be a day when we rise again. Every day we stay in the Big Dipper starfield is another day of danger. Your Majesty, please don't hesitate anymore. When the Big Dipper starfield is destroyed, nothing will exist anymore. Everything will become history. At that time, what's there to worry about? Below the palace, a group of ministers knelt down with sorrowful expressions. They were all begging the Yuhua royal lord to leave. They knew the Yuhua royal lord's worries and concerns at this moment. It would be great if the ancestors were still here. The ancestor he spoke of was the first emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. At the same time, he was also the disciple of Empress Huangyu. He didn't want to bear the infamy of a fallen country, even though he couldn't stop it. But now, the Yuhua immortal dynasty brought their foundations with them and left for other regions. This meant that they had given up on all their land and people. In everyone's eyes, he was a weak and cowardly king who had abandoned his people. This was something that would be nailed to the pillar of humiliation and left behind in infamy for thousands of years. Boom, suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It was like a rain of light blotting out the sky. Holy and terrifying fluctuations could be felt there. The ministers and the feather royal overlord in the palace were stunned. They opened their eyes wide and looked into the depths of the palace. That was the forbidden ground of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Normally, even the old emperor and the others couldn't easily approach it. Everyone guessed that it was the place where the old emperor of the Yuhua immortal dynasty went into seclusion. However, no one knew whether or not there was an ancestor overseeing the situation. Ever since Empress Huangyu attained the Tao, the Yuhua immortal dynasty had never produced another Tao-enlightened cultivator. The strongest was only a quasi-emperor. They were extremely close to that level, but they couldn't touch it in the end. Could it be that the old emperor has awakened? The Yuhua royal overlord and the others were extremely shocked. At the same time, they were surprised and excited as they looked at that place. This isn't the aura of a quasi-emperor. Why would a Tao-enlightened cultivator suddenly appear in the direction of the Yuhua immortal dynasty? This isn't the aura of an awakened emperor weapon, but a peerless emperor. How is this possible? Didn't the Yuhua immortal dynasty just produce a Tao-enlightened cultivator? Moreover, that was after the Great Extinction Era. It was extremely far away from now. At the same time, in the Big Dipper starfield, some orthodoxies that hadn't moved away yet. The expressions of the strongest cultivators who had awakened changed drastically as they looked in the direction of the Yuhua immortal dynasty with incomparable shock. The brilliance there was too bright. It was like a pillar of light that tore through the sky, broke through the universe, and covered all directions. It was incomparably terrifying. In the current Big Dipper star field, there were no true Tao enlightened cultivators in the world. Only in those life-forbidden zones, there were ancient existences whose vitality had declined and who had severed their own blade. But their strength was still much weaker than a true Tao enlightened cultivator. Of course, it was another matter if a quasi-emperor was in front of him. Not to mention the Big Dipper starfield, even in the vast Kuan-Ji universe, there were almost no auras of Tao enlightened cultivators. In the other starfields, some quasi-emperors and ancient existences who had severed their own blades sensed this fluctuation. Their expressions changed drastically, and they were in disbelief. After so many years, an emperor's might suddenly rose in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It was vast and majestic, causing countless cultivators in this universe to tremble as they knelt down and kowtowed. How can there be a Tao enlightened cultivator in this world? It's definitely not the awakening of an emperor weapon, but a true Tao enlightened cultivator. It's also not a sudden Tao enlightened cultivator. Could it be that they have been sealed with a secret technique or some other method to avoid the 5 decay of the heavens? All of the powerful existences were shocked. They immediately thought of the founder of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. If that was the case, then could the Kuan-Ji universe still be saved? Impossible. Not to mention a Tao enlightened cultivator, even an immortal Tao enlightened cultivator wouldn't be able to change all of this. Compared to the other ancient universes, the Kuan-Ji universe's foundation is too weak. In other ancient universes, the number of Tao enlightened cultivators is easily in the double digits. But we only have one. The strongest powerhouses of many orthodoxies smiled bitterly. The trace of hope that appeared in their hearts was shattered again. They didn't think that a Tao enlightened cultivator could change anything at this time. But they still looked at the Big Dipper star field. Boom, divine light rushed into the sky. There seemed to be a seal that was broken. Everyone saw a peerlessly beautiful woman in a phoenix robe. Her Dharma body was incomparably dazzling. She stood there naturally in the sky of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, exuding an aura that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if this universe couldn't contain her true form. Empress Huangyu, it's really her figure. How did she manage to survive? From that distant era until now, it's too unbelievable. The first monarch actually appeared at this time. Is that really Empress Huangyu's figure? Everyone was shocked. The waves in their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. After all, she was the first person to become a monarch since the Great Extinction era. She had the immortal phoenix bloodline and terrifying talent. Her original form was an immortal phoenix. If she wasn't born in the wrong era, it wouldn't be as simple as becoming a monarch. One should know that before the Great Extinction, all Taoist techniques were obliterated, and all traces of cultivation disappeared. But she was able to forcefully open up a path from among them. Such achievements and boldness were enough to make countless people in the future admire her. Just as the Kuan-Ji universe was shocked by Empress Huangyu's appearance and felt that it was inconceivable, in the depths of the distant universe, chaotic energy exploded. Lights filled the sky like sharp blades, tearing through the universe tunnels. The mighty Upper Realm army was approaching. The terrifying aura that swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the vast river of time made everyone tremble in fear. Ancient warships covered in blood and bones smashed open the sky dome, rumbling as they rushed over, quickly closing in on Kuan-Ji cosmos. Even though they encountered many dangers along the way, and some chaotic seas boiled and flooded many of the armies, it was difficult to hide the terrifying vastness of this force. After all, the upper realm was the intersection of the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. There were too many ancient worlds, and each universe was far older than the Kuan-Ji universe. Instead of saying that the upper realm was attacking the Kuan-Ji universe, it was better to say that those universes were clashing with the Kuan-Ji universe. The accumulated power was crushing toward them. I can already feel the aura of the epic tree. It's indeed in that universe. It's not far away, on the ancient warship, an ancient figure with a terrifying aura said with a burning light in his eyes. He stared at the vast chaotic energy in front of him and felt the aura of the laws of heaven and earth. That aura made him feel comfortable all over. Every pore seemed to be opening, greedily devouring that aura. We must seize the epic tree as soon as possible. When our race's true ancestor becomes an immortal, our race will become the #1 race in the upper realm. We must get the epic tree. There were other terrifying figures standing on the ancient warship. Although they were not powerful figures, the weakest existence was a quasi-emperor. Their vitality was overflowing, and they were at their peak. They looked into the distance, and a terrifying aura surged on their bodies. As the vanguard, although there were signs of death, it did not affect the confidence in their hearts. This was because according to their perception, this place was extremely remote from the center of the upper realm. The laws of heaven and earth in these universes were extremely damaged. Even if the epic tree grew here and slowly repaired the environment here, it would take a very long time. It was impossible for these universes to produce enough powerhouses. In other words, the strength of the most powerful individuals in these universes definitely wouldn't exceed their level. Moreover, there weren't many of them. Hong Long Long. Soon after, the ancient warship crushed forward. Countless resplendent symbols lit up, and like a flood, the chaotic energy in front of them was blasted apart, tearing apart the universe barrier, opening a path that directly connected to the Kuan-Ji universe. The mighty vanguard of the upper realm finally descended. This was a type of terrifying power that made even the Kuan-Ji universe tremble, crushing the laws of heaven and earth to the point where they were about to shatter. Great stars collapsed one after another, exploding into heavenly ashes. The ancient warship was too large, as if it was an ancient continent. It descended from the heavens, powerfully tearing apart the space barrier, descending here. Above were all figures of cultivators and creatures, densely packed. They were either holding heavenly blades, heavenly swords, or riding on vicious and savage beasts. They were like a torrent, causing one to tremble in fear. One couldn't see the end of it at all. Moreover, this was merely the vanguard. The great army that descended later was even more terrifying, enough to sweep through any universe. The laws of heaven and earth of this universe are oppressing us, but that's all. It can only withstand the existence of those who have achieved the Tao. However, after the true ancestor descends, he alone can suppress this universe. Ha ha ha, the epic tree actually appeared in this kind of place. Isn't it specially waiting for us to descend and pluck it? After the terrifying figures standing on the ancient warship sensed the extent of the laws of heaven and earth of this universe, they all felt relieved and laughed loudly. They weren't worried in the slightest about what kind of threat this would pose to them. They didn't even have those who had achieved the Tao, so weak that they were simply unworthy of the upper realm's attention. They swept out with their divine senses without any misgivings, extremely arrogant and unbridled. They revealed the aura of those who had achieved the Tao, covering all directions, not hiding it in the slightest. Immediately, according to the information, they drove the ancient warship, quickly heading towards the Big Dipper starfield. They completely ignored the other starfields that they encountered along the way. They didn't care about them at all, nor did they want to waste time. The Kuan-Ji universe posed no threat to them, but the orthodoxies that arrived later were no weaker than them at all. There might even be people with strong foundations descending, so they had to seize the epic tree as soon as possible. The forces from outside the domain have arrived. This day has finally arrived. How can anyone fight against it? Just the aura of those who have achieved the Tao is no less than 4. In these starfields, many forces that had produced those who had achieved the Tao activated their emperor weapons at the first moment, preparing to resist at any time. However, what made them despair was that there were already 4 people who had achieved the Tao on this ancient warship, not including the quasi-emperors and the great army that followed behind them. One should know that in the records of the Kuan-Ji universe, it was impossible for 2 people to achieve the Tao at the same time, because the environment of heaven and earth didn't allow it, nor could it withstand that kind of qi. But today, there were 4 people who had achieved the Tao at the same time. Just a strand of qi that permeated the air was enough to make the entire world explode. In front of those who had achieved the Tao, all cultivators and living beings were like ants. It was impossible for them to resist. Even if a quasi-emperor activated his emperor weapon and fully activated it, it would most likely be shattered. This day was an absolutely dark day for the Kuan-Ji universe. It was a doomsday day. All the cultivators and living beings couldn't see the slightest trace of hope, and their hearts were filled with despair. At this moment, in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, divine light shone brightly, and sacred light rain sprinkled down. Empress Huangyu's Dharma body appeared, towering above the heavens and earth, exuding the aura of a person who had achieved the Tao. However, the Yuhua royal lord and the others who had rushed here were all stunned when they saw this scene. They were filled with shock and disbelief. A platform was located here, and there was only a skull that was as translucent as jade on it. The huge platform was shining, and runes of the great Tao revolved around it. There were strands of laws intertwining, and boundless chaotic chi fell. Empress Huangyu's figure wasn't here as they expected. There was only a skull, and there was a weak spiritual imprint that was transmitted out, triggering the Dharma body that existed, as if it was transmitting a kind of emotion and searching. Empress Huangyu had yet to awaken, and this was merely a wisp of spiritual fluctuation she left behind. The people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty who had rushed here were all stunned. They didn't dare to believe all of this and found it hard to accept. The first empress to become an immortal emperor during the Great Extinction was no longer in this world. Moreover, her body had already passed away, leaving behind only a skull. All traces had dissipated, leaving behind only a feeling of pursuit. Empress Huangyu, she was a peerlessly talented girl of a generation. Who in this world was worthy of her pursuing and searching for his footsteps? Such a wisp of spiritual fluctuation caused the hearts of the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty to tremble. They found it hard to accept and even more unbelievable. However, how long had it been since the Great Extinction? It was a long period of time that made people despair. How could Empress Huangyu have lived for so long? This was actually the truth that they could accept. That period of time was really too long. Most likely, even immortal Tao figures couldn't live for so long. Moreover, this world lacked longevity materials. The lifespan of those who attained the Tao was only a few tens of thousands of years. No matter how heaven-defying Empress Huangyu was, it was impossible for her to reverse the trend of the world and survive from the distant era until now. The heavens want my Yuhua immortal dynasty to die. The Yuhua immortal emperor was the first to be unable to accept this reality. His vision turned black. If it wasn't for the ministers beside him supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. This was a kind of great joy and great sorrow. He originally thought that he would welcome hope, but he didn't expect to see true despair. Empress Huangyu was long gone. This wasn't her true body. That isn't Empress Huangyu's true body. It's just a Tao La Dharma body left behind. It has a spiritual fluctuation comparable to the true body, and it's already starting to disappear. I knew it. How could anyone in this world live for so long? Empress Huangyu attained the Tao after the Great Extinction era. It's really too long from now. Even if she attained the immortal realm, it's impossible for her to live for so long. A vast ocean-like spiritual fluctuation surged above the Big Dipper constellation. Some of the quasi-emperors who had been alarmed earlier approached with emperor weapons in hand. They wanted to see if Empress Huangyu was truly alive or if she had some sort of backup plan. But very soon, they noticed that the phoenix-robed figure that had suppressed the entire world was dimming and fading away. It no longer had the unparalleled pressure from before. It was like a meteor that had burned away its last bit of light. It was only dazzling for a moment before it returned to silence. They could even sense a remnant spiritual fluctuation. It was regret, pursuit, and reminiscence. What exactly is going on? Empress Huang 210, even at the moment of her death, is still searching. Is she searching for someone? Why would Empress Huangyu's mental fluctuations awaken at this time? Could it be that she sensed something? They were incomparably shocked, feeling that this was inconceivable. In the ancient records, Empress Huangyu was a peerless and resplendent figure. Countless people looked up to her and suppressed an entire era. Even the cultivators of later generations were in awe of her. Such an extraordinary woman had died with regret in the end and passed away in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. In a trance, everyone saw a phoenix-robed figure looking in a certain direction with a face full of regret. She had once left this universe to search for the traces of someone. She had also stayed outside the ruins of gods for a long time, but in the end, she returned without success. Her lifespan was nearing its end and she turned into a skeleton. She died of old age in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. A cold and regretful sigh reverberated in everyone's ears. They seemed to hear a murmur. So, you are not a person of the current era. The expressions of the strongest people in the Big Dipper constellation and even the surrounding constellations changed at this moment, as if they had seen a ghost. Was the remnant spiritual fluctuation so powerful to such an extent, in a trance, it even made them have some kind of illusion that Empress Huangyu actually still existed in this world, but in another way. Moreover, what did this sentence mean? Was it what she said to the person she was searching for? According to ancient rumors, Empress Huangyu once entered the ruins of gods by mistake when she was young and received the guidance of the master of the ruins of gods. Later on, she also searched everywhere for the ruins of gods. Could it be that the person she was searching for is that mysterious master of the ruins of gods? Now that a shocking change has occurred in the ruins of gods, the remnant spiritual fluctuation left behind by Empress Huangyu after she passed away has suddenly awakened. Could it be that it is because she sensed the existence of the master of the ruins of gods? How is this possible? Even if the ruins of gods are incomparably mysterious and have ancient origins. But what kind of person can live for so long? It is said that the ruins of gods existed before the Great Extinction Era. That incomparably mysterious master of the ruins of gods had an exceedingly high cultivation, but even if he was an immortal, it was absolutely impossible for him to live for so long. Divine perception fluctuation surged. Above the Big Dipper constellation, numerous terrifying figures stood there. Terrifying runes coiled around them as if they were shrouded in a chaotic mist. Some of them were as tall as mountains, but there were also people who appeared with the appearance of humans. All of them stared at the strange changes in the Big Dipper constellation in bewilderment. Divine light still shot into the sky in the ruins of gods. There were endless runes of the great Tao floating there one after another like a vast sea, emitting a heavy and majestic aura that could crush the heavens and ancient times. A divine tree covered the sky and the sun. Its branches and leaves were simply like a lush small world, letting out terrifying rumbling sounds that suppressed their minds to the point of collapse. It should be known that they were quasi-emperors, but even they did not have the slightest bit of courage to go there, let alone go deep into the ruins of gods at this time. If Empress Huangyu's spiritual fluctuation really awakened because she sensed the aura of the master of the ruins of gods, then it was absolutely a shocking matter to them. How long has the master of the ruins of gods lived? Just thinking about this number made their souls tremble and their scalps go numb. At this moment, in the depths of the ruins of gods, Walala, the branches and leaves collided, and the epic tree swayed. Every leaf had the kind of world pattern that let out a majestic and heavy sound. Under the epic tree, a blurry white-robed figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by immortal light and shrouded in chaotic chi. He was aloof and otherworldly. He seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the depths of reincarnation. His aura was illusory and indistinct, and even those who were most familiar with him would find it difficult to determine his identity. Strange great Tao runes floated in the surroundings, filled with a vast and supreme power that could crush all rules. Suddenly, the white-robed figure moved slightly and then began to blur, as if he had disappeared from nothingness and was reborn from nothingness. In just an instant, he completed the transformation from nothingness to reality. It seems that I came in time. Guchanga opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, and many terrifying scenes of the collapse of the heavens and the destruction of the universe appeared in his eyes. Then, they returned to silence like an abyss. He had left a Tao La Dharma body here. Even though it had the intention of guarding the epic Tao fruit, its main purpose was to serve as a spatial coordinate so that his true body could descend here, saving him a lot of time. Now, it seemed that he had come in time. The army of the upper realm had not really descended, and only a portion of the vanguard had come to die as cannon fodder. You've worked hard during this period. Guchanga looked at the beautiful figure standing on the other side of the epic tree. Taoyao nodded and did not say anything, but her gaze toward him was a little complicated. Even though she had agreed to help Guchanga, she did not expect him to set up such a huge trap, using the epic tree as bait to attract the upper realm. It seemed like he was planning to sacrifice this universe and bury the orthodoxies of the upper realm to fulfill his purpose and take that path. In terms of accumulation, the current Guchanga was indeed not comparable to those people, so he could only rely on this shortcut to become an immortal. Whatever secrets are hidden in the ruins of Godin. The Big Dipper constellation is not something that we can pry into. According to the news from the other constellations, beings from other universes have already descended, and there are a total of 4 Tao experts leading the way. At this time, above the Big Dipper constellation, a quasi-emperor existence suddenly spoke. and his expression changed drastically when he heard the news from a distant constellation. The territory of the Kuan-Ji universe was vast, but for those who had achieved the Tao, it was just a stone's throw away, and they could arrive here very quickly. Our top priority now is to leave the Big Dipper constellation as soon as possible and evacuate this universe at the same time. The target of those beings is definitely the divine tree in the ruins of God. If the master of the ruins of God was still here, he would be able to destroy the heavens and the earth once he attacked, and a wisp of his energy waves would be enough to kill us millions of times. This place will soon become a place of trouble, and it won't do us any good to stay here for long. They were very decisive, and their figures left the Big Dipper constellation, intending to return to their respective ancestral lands and ancient planets, and leave with their people far away. However, in the next moment, a terrifying rumbling sound came from the end of the world, and it swept through the entire sky. Oh no, it's too late, it's too late. How can they be so fast? The quasi-emperors standing above the Big Dipper constellation all had a drastic change in expression, and they were incomparably terrified and in disbelief. It had only been a few breaths' time since they received the news and rushed to the Big Dipper constellation, but this terrifying army had already arrived. This really made them tremble, and they were terrified to death. Vast and mighty black figures were densely packed, and like a torrent, they traversed across. Those were the knights riding on the ancient warships, and they were all waiting to set off, holding heavenly swords and heavenly spears, and their chi and blood were monstrous. The leading Tao expert's eyes were cold and emotionless, and there was a hint of mockery in them. He swept his gaze across many constellations, causing many large planets to tremble, rustling, and they were about to fall. These ancient warships were majestic and huge, and it was as if they had come along the universe passage, and they were very fast, accompanied by a monstrous momentum. All the cultivators and living beings along the way were extremely frightened, and their faces were deathly pale, filled with despair and shock. Dense killing intent enveloped the entire constellation, and it was as if the winter of doomsday had arrived, and all life was withering away. This is the fluctuation of a Tao expert that was transmitted just now, ha ha ha, it's just a spiritual fluctuation left behind by a skull, and this Kuan-Ji universe can't even produce a single Tao expert. Why did the epic tree choose to take root in this part of the universe? What a waste of natural resources. Looking at the Big Dipper constellation that was close at hand, the vanguard army from the higher realm finally stopped in the sky. Ancient warships floated in the sky, and there was a black mass of them, and they carried a terrifying pressure that shook one's heart and soul. Among the four leading Tao experts, a person with a snow-white face and snake-like eyes spoke. He swept his gaze below with a cold smile, and his voice carried undisguised mockery. Just now, they had sensed the aura of a Tao expert appear in the Big Dipper constellation, and it covered the entire universe, and even spread to where they were. Therefore, they rushed over even faster, but they never thought that the Tao expert they saw was actually just a spiritual fluctuation left behind by a skull. This was completely out of their expectations, and they couldn't help but laugh mockingly. They didn't hide their contempt for the Kuan-Ji universe and the Big Dipper constellation. Even the strongest people around them were only quasi-emperors, and their levels were extremely low. It was as if there was a natural chasm between them and the Tao expert realm. They only needed one finger to stab these quasi-emperors to death, just like how they would stab ants to death. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Hearing this undisguised cold voice, all living beings in the Big Dipper constellation were in extreme despair, and they knelt on the ground, trembling incessantly. Many of them were abandoned, or the orthodoxies behind them didn't have the ability to cross the constellation and bring them away from the Big Dipper constellation, so they could only stay here. The upheaval in the ruins of God swept across the entire universe, and they already knew that the Big Dipper constellation was destined to become a land of chaos, and no one would be spared. However, they never thought that these powerful beings would come so quickly, and didn't give them any chance to survive. Since the Great Extinction Era, how many Tao experts had been born in the Kuan-Ji universe, but now, a total of 4 had appeared, and they were standing in the sky above the Big Dipper constellation. Their cold and terrifying fluctuations suppressed everyone's soul to the point of collapse. It's over, no one can save us. The Big Dipper constellation will be destroyed soon. In the Yuhua celestial dynasty, the Yuhua royal emperor's face was pale, and he was paralyzed outside the clan grounds, full of despair. The four of them represented the invincible Tao experts. Even if Empress Huangyu didn't die, she couldn't defeat them, and this was already a dead end. The fluctuation of the epic tree is coming from that place. It's strange, there's actually a fluctuation that makes my heart palpitate. The other three Tao experts scanned the Big Dipper constellation below, and finally fixed their gazes on the ruins of God. After all, the brilliance there was too dazzling, as if it was going to penetrate the heavens. The fluctuations that filled the air were like waves, and it was accompanied by the sound of the world, vast and majestic. Under this kind of aura, even they felt great pressure. In the ruins of God, the divine tree was boundlessly huge, covering the sky and the sun. Its branches and leaves swayed, and it emitted a rumbling sound. Every branch and leaf seemed to hang down, and it was enveloped in boundless chaotic chi, as if it could support the heavens. Without a doubt, this was the epic tree that they had been searching for all along. Looks like the epic tree didn't wander here by accident, but was brought here by someone, and in the end, it was planted here. The Tao expert who spoke first had a burning look in his eyes, and he attacked without hesitation. He wanted to test the miraculous nature of that area, and see if he could kill his way in and take the epic tree away. Rumble, the sky trembled, and a large silver hand suddenly reached out. It seemed to be formed by the interweaving of moonlight, and the silver light was dazzling, and the runes of the great Tao coiled around it. It could destroy everything, and it directly descended towards the ruins of God in the Big Dipper constellation. A huge silver hand reached down from the sky. It was as if it could hold the stars in its hand. It covered the sky and the sun and directly covered the land of the ruins of God. The sun, moon, and stars trembled. Millions of strands of divine light were like a boiling sea. The terrifying aura caused all the cultivators and living beings in the Big Dipper star region to tremble in fear. Some of the forbidden areas that used to be domineering in the Big Dipper star region and had launched dark chaos. Those existences also had terrified expressions. They took out all their magic tools and hid in the forbidden areas. They did not dare to show themselves, afraid that they would be hit by such a wave and be directly destroyed in body and soul. This was a true Tao enlightened one. His blood chi was monstrous, and he was peerlessly terrifying. He was at his peak. Once, a peerless aura appeared in the ruins of God. Someone tried to rush into the ruins of God, but he was directly slapped to death. Even his emperor weapon was shattered. Both sides are existences that cannot be provoked. If a war breaks out, it will definitely destroy the world. They were incomparably terrified. They felt that the existence guarding the ruins of God was definitely stronger than an ordinary emperor. They did not know if he was the rumored master of the ruins of God. But even if he was not, he was definitely not someone an ordinary Tao enlightened one could compare to. The Tao enlightened one who had rushed over from the other universes in the sky was terrifying enough. But they did not think that he would be a match for the mysterious existence in the ruins of God. They reckoned that he would be shattered with a single slap. Boom, in the next moment, accompanied by a world-shaking loud sound, it was as if the world had collapsed. Boundless divine light exploded as a jade-white palm slapped out from within the ruins of God. A wave of energy undulated like that of Wan Yang as it met the palm that was descending from the sky. This was a shocking scene. It was as if billions of suns were boiling there. The dazzling light swept through all the surrounding star regions. Countless cultivators and living beings could not help but close their eyes. That kind of aftershock swept over, instantly turning the surrounding withered stars into ashes. Ah, a scream rang out, and then it quickly disappeared. The Tao enlightened one who had just attacked had already turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and disappeared in the sky. He did not use any of his techniques. Just in the collision just now, his body and soul were destroyed. Emperor blood descended from the heavens, scattering everywhere. It was as if there was a rain of blood, but it was destructive. The energy contained in this drop of blood was boundless, enough to pierce through some stars. This shocking scene left all the cultivators and living beings who had witnessed it with their own eyes dumbfounded. Even those quasi-emperor existences who had fled far away from the Big Dipper star domain and were heading to the desolated edge of the universe were dumbstruck. What the hell is going on? Outside of the Big Dipper, the figures standing on the ancient warships felt their scalps go numb at this moment. Their bodies went cold, and they were incomparably terrified. The faces of the other three cultivators turned pale as well. Their arrogant laughter came to an abrupt halt as their eyes were filled with fear. In just a single exchange, their comrade was slapped to death. He only had time to let out a scream before they were unable to rescue him. Moreover, if they weren't mistaken, there were other peerless beings around the epic tree. Slapping a cultivator to death with a single palm, it's definitely someone comparable to an existence with a foundation. They were terrified and kept swallowing their saliva. Oh no, we underestimated the enemy. Although there are no cultivators in this universe, it doesn't mean that there aren't any in that place. Back then, someone must have dug up the epic tree. They were not stupid. They were incomparably arrogant just now because they were sure that there was no existence in this universe that could threaten them. Now that they knew that there was an existence with a foundation in the ruins of God, they all wanted to retreat and wait for the true ancestor of their race to arrive. Otherwise, with their strength, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. There was no other outcome. At this moment, all the living beings in the Big Dipper star domain heard a wave-like sound coming from the ruins of God. That was the rise and fall of vast spiritual chi laws, slapping the sky. Mist filled the air and spread outwards. A slender figure stood there. Peerless and proud, her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were as clear as water, and the mist was like gauze, making her hazy and impossible to see through. However, everyone could see that the one standing in the mist was an extremely beautiful woman. She stood there proudly, her figure slender, her beauty exceptional. Just now, it was precisely her who took action, slapping a cultivator to death with a single palm. She was so powerful that it was a complete mess. No one would be able to associate such a peerless woman with the ruthless man from before. Could this be that mysterious Lord of God? Could it be that she really survived from the Great Extinction era until now? How is this possible? Could it be that she has already become an immortal? The Big Dipper star domain was in an uproar. Everyone felt shock, disbelief, unimaginable. The amount of time it had lived was simply too long. It would probably have to be counted in countless years. Could the life matter in the Kuan-Ji universe support her for so long? Ancestor, is that the Lord of God? The person you are searching for? Within the Yuhua immortal dynasty, Yuhua Emperor Lord even more so felt that the sparkling white skull on the Dao platform was trembling slightly. Spiritual fluctuations appeared again, extremely weak, transmitting a type of emotion. He said with a trembling voice, kneeling below the Dao platform. He felt like Empress Huan Yu didn't truly disappear, still remaining here, supported by a type of great obsession. Senior, who exactly are you? The Era Tree is a supreme treasure of our higher realms, related to the fate of our higher realms. I hope Senior can return it. Even though you can easily kill us, our true ancestors are still on the way. Every single one of them is not weaker than you. Moreover, there are countless powers like our clan in the higher realms. When they all descend, Senior, no matter how great your methods are, you can only nurse a grievance. In the Sky Dome, the remaining 3 cultivators quickly calmed down. They looked straight at that figure outside the ruins of God, trying to make her understand the difference, to not try to resist. This was the power of the entire higher realms, no power could stop it. No universe or ancient world could resist. Hearing this, all the cultivators in the Big Dipper starfield felt even more despair. Just this vanguard was enough to destroy this universe, but there was actually an even more terrifying existence behind it that was about to descend. What did they do wrong? Why did they have to suffer such a world-destroying disaster? Senior, I hope you understand that with your strength, you can't protect the Era Tree, the 3 cultivators spoke again. Great Dao runes appeared on the surface of their bodies, surrounded by brilliance, one after another. It was extremely shocking, and they were vigilant. They had a bad premonition. The woman in white standing outside the ruins of God seemed to have chuckled just now. That voice was extremely enchanting, like a peerless demoness bringing calamity to all living things, but it carried undisguised mockery and disdain. In a daze, they saw an incomparably brilliant peach tree blooming. Peach blossoms fell from the sky, carrying astonishing beauty. Rumor has it that the master of the ruins of God once planted a peach tree. Could it be her? This scene caused all living things in the Big Dipper starfield to tremble in horror. They suddenly thought of a rumor, and their eyes widened. What? This place is called the Forbidden Area of the Ruins of God. There's a master? Is this just a peach tree that he planted? These voices caused the expressions of the three cultivators in the sky to change again. The bad premonition in their hearts grew stronger. If that was true, didn't it mean that the Era tree was brought here from the upper world by the master of the ruins of God and planted here? The peach tree he planted had grown to the point where it could be compared to a person with a strong foundation. Their scalps went numb, and they no longer spoke with the confidence they had before. If the master of the ruins of God still existed in this world, his cultivation would definitely have reached the point where he could pierce through heaven and earth. But, why did he still want to snatch the Era tree? Many doubts arose in their hearts, but at this moment, they no longer had the chance to think about it. Chi, chi, chi. In the ruins of God, a light that shot into the sky appeared again, entering the sky. It was incomparably brilliant, like a huge chain that connected to an unknown area. Terrifying runes burned in the void, illuminating the universe in a dazzling light. There was a shocking fluctuation surging there. The existence in the ruins of God intends to use us to refine medicine to prolong his life. Not good, this is a ruthless guy. Seeing this scene, the three cultivators in the sky changed their expressions drastically, and turned to flee. Suddenly, they thought of some rumors. In the most ancient times, before the world's environment changed drastically, those immortals would use the method of refining medicine to prolong their lives. Those runes were like suns in the sky, entering the void, as if they were collecting some kind of energy. Then, they turned into chains that suddenly bound them. Like lightning, they quickly disappeared into thin air, giving them no chance to react. 0-0 Even if they used all means, they couldn't break free from the chains of the great Tao. The spirit chi in their bodies seemed to have dried up, and they couldn't use it at all. Senior, please spare my life, Senior, please spare my life. Waves of terrified screams reverberated in the sky, sweeping through the entire universe, causing many quasi-emperors in the distant star domains to shiver, feeling fear and despair. The rest of the cultivators on the ancient warship also felt their hair stand on end. They thought that as the vanguard, they would be the first to rush to the Big Dipper star domain, and they would be able to solve everything in the first moment and seize the epic tree. However, they didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying thing. Using the method of refining medicine in the human world had long been a taboo. Even in the upper realm, no one dared to try, let alone using three cultivators to refine medicine. This was enough to be described as shocking. How frightening. Three who achieved the Tao. Just like that, they couldn't move at all, bound in the void, refined like great medicines. How terrifying is this method? All the cultivators in the Big Dipper star domain were shocked by this scene, and their bodies were cold. Boom, accompanied by the roar of the great Tao, the three cultivators showed despair on their faces. They screamed and kept begging for mercy, as if they were suffering the most terrifying torture in the world. Their flesh was disappearing, and their souls were dispersing, dimming like flames. Countless fragments of the great Tao flew out, separating from their flesh, bones, spirit seas, and soul palaces. They arranged themselves in the void and reformed, becoming a rain of light like ascension, extremely dazzling. In the end, they exploded, turning into three incomparably resplendent spheres of light. That was their source, and it just floated in the void. Everyone was stunned, and they wanted nothing more than to immediately rush over and let the rain of light pour down, collecting the endless fragments of the great Tao into their bodies. However, no one dared to do so. They could only watch as the symbols burned continuously, and then began to refine medicine. This process lasted for a long time. Then, the three spheres of light rushed together, colliding with the most dazzling light. Meanwhile, those fragments of the great Tao also melted together. At the center, a sphere of light condensed. It was incomparably huge and dazzling, crushing the void until it was about to collapse. In the end, under everyone's shocked gazes, a stock of great medicine was formed, and an astonishing and rich medicinal fragrance pervaded the air. This stock of great medicine took form in the void, looking like a small immortal phoenix. It was vivid and lifelike, incomparably brilliant. It seemed to have spirituality. As soon as it was born, it turned into a divine rainbow, heading straight for the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Under everyone's shocked gazes, it entered that sparkling white skull on the Tao platform. Boom! At this moment, a wave-like aura of life emerged. The sparkling white skull became increasingly resplendent and translucent. Then, endless light rose from there, completely enveloping the surroundings. An expanse of blurry haze appeared. There was brilliant Tao light, immortal rhythm interweaving. There were even people who heard the clear cry of an immortal phoenix. Ancestor, the Yuhua immortal dynasty's emperor lord watched this scene in a daze, completely unable to react. That existence in the ruins of gods gathered the great medicine refined by the three Tao sovereigns, and used it on their ancestor, in other words, Empress Huanyu, actually, not only the Yuhua immortal dynasty's emperor lord, but all the living beings and cultivators in the Big Dipper starfield were also stunned by this scene. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Could it be that he planned to use the lives of the three Tao sovereigns to forcefully extend Empress Huanyu's life? They simply didn't dare to think about it. Such a method could no longer be described with words. It was simply seizing life from the heavens. From this, they suddenly understood the many rumors that they had seen before. Empress Huangyu had indeed followed and encountered the Lord of the Ruins of Gods. Moreover, the person she was searching for was definitely this mysterious Lord of the Ruins of Gods. Otherwise, why would the Lord of the Ruins of Gods use three Tao sovereigns as medicinal ingredients to gather the great medicine of the mortal world for her? In the Ruins of Gods, Guchanga sat cross-legged under the epic tree, his gaze calm. To him, doing this was not difficult, not to mention that he had sufficient source energy of the Tao sovereigns. Gathering and refining the great medicine of the mortal world was itself a process of refining the source energy and removing the impurities. In the process of him tampering with the history of this universe, Empress Huangyu herself was an anomaly. In the original timeline, she couldn't become an emperor, and it was impossible for her to establish the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Even in this world, there were still remnant spiritual fluctuations. If she didn't have remnant spiritual fluctuations, Guchanga wouldn't be able to revive her now. At most, this could only be considered as repaying this karma. Above the dome of heaven, the fragrance was still pervading the air. Strands of pure and holy light drizzled down, scattering in all directions. It was like a heavy rain that could nourish everything. The divine light that soared into the sky was like a chain that connected to the void and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. All the cultivators and living beings had yet to completely recover from this shocking scene. The three who had achieved the Tao were still shouting arrogantly towards the ruins of God just now. They were incomparably domineering. They displayed the terrifying aura of Tao attainments, but in the blink of an eye, they were refined into great medicine. Nothing was left, as if they had been erased from this world. Such a scene was too shocking and horrifying. Their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. On the ancient warships, the horsemen wielding heavenly sabers and heavenly halberds, riding ferocious beasts and savage beasts, had expressions of extreme fear. They had never thought that such a terrifying existence would be hidden in the ruins of God. No one even saw how he did it. The three who had attained the Tao were treated as great medicines of the world and refined in the void. All of their source energy was turned into great medicine to nourish the Empress Huangyu of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. We can only wait for the true ancestor to arrive. Otherwise, we will only be sending ourselves to our deaths. Just that white-robed woman's strength far surpasses ordinary Tao attainments. She is definitely comparable to an existence with a foundation. The Lord of the Ruins of God is even more terrifying. Could he be a former immortal? Some of the quasi-emperors who didn't show up were terrified and uneasy. They were trembling to the extreme. They didn't expect the danger of this trip to reach such a degree. As the vanguard, they really seemed to be sending themselves to death. In the next moment, a monstrous fluctuation suddenly appeared above the ruins of God. A giant black hand appeared, as if it was condensed from great Tao runes. The void collapsed around it, and the laws exploded. Heaven and earth seemed to be unable to withstand this aura. Boom! This terrifying palm slapped out from the ruins of God. Thousands of stars trembled, and it directly caused the entire Kuan-Ji universe to collapse. A vast and supreme aura descended. Ancient warships began to collapse one after another, like ice and snow meeting a blazing sun, constantly cracking and disintegrating. All the cultivators and living beings on the warships were incomparably terrified and desperate. They couldn't dodge in time. They couldn't even let out a scream. Only popping sounds could be heard as they turned into a bloody mist and collapsed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. In just an instant, all the ancient warships that enveloped the Big Dipper constellation collapsed and exploded into pieces that filled the sky. Dead silence, only deathly silence remained between the heavens and the earth. All the cultivators and living beings that witnessed this scene with their own eyes opened wide in shock. What kind of terrifying power was this? Just a single palm was enough to wipe out so many people. It could be said to be a vast and mighty army. There's nothing left, the army that just arrived was wiped out just like that. Within the forbidden zone, those ancient existences hiding within trembled. They never thought that there would be a day when they would be able to personally witness such a scene. If they were not mistaken, there were actually a few Dao attainments hidden in those ancient warships. In that instant, they erupted with heaven-shocking auras and fluctuations, shaking up the world. However, it was useless. What was meant to be destroyed would still be destroyed. His flesh instantly collapsed, and his weapon exploded, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. Could this be the power of immortals? There are immortals in the ruins of gods. They couldn't help but kneel in the direction of the ruins of gods, prostrating themselves in worship. They were extremely pious. Ancestor, in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, on the square platform, dense great Dao runes bloomed. A shocking medicinal fragrance filled the air, as if it could make one ascend. The Yuhua immortal emperor knelt there, sincerely worshipping there, his expression incomparably excited. At this moment, it wasn't just him. The entire Yuhua immortal dynasty's people saw this scene. Divine light rushed into the heavens in this place. At the same time, clear splendor interweaved. True flames in the shape of divine phoenixes burned in the void, as if they were about to be reborn. Empress Huangyu seemed to be about to be reborn. This was the consensus of all the cultivators in the Big Dipper constellation. That astonishing great medicine just now was bestowed to her by the Lord of Gods, nurturing a new life. And now, in that place, rich vitality surged like a vast sea. The entire universe felt that kind of fluctuation, the aura of a peerless monarch. The vanguard all died tragically, no one survived. It seems like the Kuan-Ji cosmos isn't as simple as we thought. Even at the moment of death, there were no images of their lives transmitted. That cosmos is definitely isolated by a supreme existence, preventing the divine will fluctuations from spreading. Back then, the epic tree might have been brought here by that kind of figure. On the other ancient warships that were hurrying towards the Kuan-Ji cosmos, many terrifying figures whispered softly. They were enveloped in clear splendor, their true bodies couldn't be seen clearly, but their blood and chi were peerless in this world. A wisp of fluctuation seeped out, making the surrounding great stars collapse into powder. Without a doubt, they all came from the same orthodoxy. Moreover, they weren't the kind of insiders who appeared because they were decaying and didn't have much life left. They were still in peak condition, their blood and chi exuberant like a furnace. There was a completely different gap between insiders and those who achieved Tao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one was like heaven and the other was like earth. They were already incredibly close to the immortal Tao domain. It could even be said that they already had half a foot in it. What they lacked was only the light of immortal Tao, as well as the tempering of immortal Tao regulations. Insiders could kill those who achieved Tao with a single palm strike. This was a well-known fact in the upper realm. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to surpass us. With immortal weapons in hand, we can kill them even if they're in the same realm as us. The epic tree is among them. After we get it, we'll think of a way to comprehend the missing laws and strive to break through to the immortal realm first. What we need to consider is how to defend against those orthodoxies who come later. They spoke and discussed their next countermeasures. However, no matter who it was, they didn't think that there was anyone in the Kuan-Ji cosmos that could threaten them. This was the strong confidence that they had as the pinnacle of this era. Unless they were surrounded and annihilated by those of the same realm, they wouldn't die. At this moment, Guchanga was sitting cross-legged in the ruins of God. His expression was silent and deep. He didn't care about the living beings in the Big Dipper constellation. Instead, he turned his gaze to the distant end of the cosmos. The vanguard army had been completely annihilated. The army behind was his target. Without insiders, everything would be in vain. He had planned for so long just for this day. So what if the great era of immortal ascension descended? All living beings should be his nourishment. Not a single one of them could be missing. Now, he just wanted to wait for those insiders to join in. If the immortal realm and the upper realm started to connect, it was inevitable that other factors would affect him. Therefore, at this time, he had to make the best use of his time and break through to the immortal realm. Then, he would use the Tao fruits left behind by the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign to break through to a higher realm. At the same time, he would refine the drop of demon lord's true blood. This was Guchunga's next plan. Buzz. A light breeze blew, accompanied by wisps of mist. Taoya returned to the ruins of God. There was a hint of confusion on her flawless face. She didn't understand. According to her understanding of Guchunga, why would he resurrect the Yuhua immortal dynasty's empress? An accomplished Tao cultivator was of no help to Guchunga at this time. She was worthless. Or was it just because he pitied her? In the past, Guchunga wouldn't have such emotions. The current you is much more humane than the you I know, Taoyao said softly. Guchunga smiled when he heard this. His gaze fell on her face. Since that's the case, then tell me, what kind of person am I in your heart? Hearing this, Taoyao seemed to be immersed in her memories. At that time, she was just a small demon. Her original body was a very ordinary peach tree that grew by the riverside near the netherworld. She was corroded by the miasma and mist all year round, but because her cultivation was not enough, she couldn't transform and could only endure the torment. There were many demons on the banks of the netherworld, and there was no lack of ferocious great demons. One day, a young girl who liked to wear red suddenly broke into the netherworld while chasing a great demon. She was very powerful. Although she was young, her skills were not inferior to those elders of the great sections. She killed a great demon that had cultivated for many years and made it flee in all directions. Later on, she often saw the young girl in red come here to kill great demons and hone her sword skills. The young girl in red had a very beautiful face. Her eyes were bright and clear, and her eyebrows were like dark clouds. Her eyes were like dots of lacquer, and her nose was like jade. If she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty that could bring disaster to countries and people. At first, the peach demon was very afraid of her. She felt that the murderous aura on her was especially strong. Many powerful great demons died tragically at her hands. She was just a small demon that couldn't even transform. However, one day, the young girl in red suddenly noticed her. When she was tired from practicing the sword, she sat down under the peach tree. She said that the peach blossoms were beautiful, but when would they bloom? The peach demon didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Later on, the young girl in red began to tell her many things, as if she wanted to tell her many thoughts and find someone to talk to. Among them, the one she talked about the most was her master. Her master was a very, very powerful and very, very mysterious person. He sat on the mountain peak all year round, as if he was looking at the ages. Everyone was very afraid of him. Even the most powerful great demons would tremble in fear when they heard his name. Even the descendants of the most ancient great sects didn't dare to fly when they passed by this place. Those who had preached the Tao to the immortals didn't even dare to mention his name. People called him the demon, the lord of all demons. The young girl in red also told me that her master was very strict with her. Sometimes, he would even punish her by throwing her into the decimating abyss at the back of the mountain because of a mistake in the sword skills she cultivated. He also often didn't let her eat. However, the young girl in red said that it was her master who saved her from the bandits. When she grew up, she wanted to marry her master and didn't want her master to be so lonely. Seeing Taoyao say this quietly, Guchunga revealed a rare calm expression as he listened quietly. In his mind, many memories were rolling, gradually overlapping with the many things that Taoyao said. Later, after I got familiar with Taoyao, she wanted to take me out of the netherworld. She said that the mountain was too cold and lonely. When she went out to cultivate, there was no one to talk to her master. At that time, I also wanted to leave the netherworld. I was very curious about what kind of person the master she mentioned was. Therefore, the young girl in red brought me back to the mountain, as well as the stone that she had been resting in all year round and was about to develop sentience. As Guchunga listened to these words, many scenes appeared before his eyes. The present peach demon, the old stone that had existed for an extremely long time in the Immortal Academy, and the young girl in red, Chan Hongi. These were the origins of their relationship. He actually knew what happened later and didn't need Taoyao to say it. However, Guchanga still wanted to know what kind of existence he was in Taoyao's eyes. Many of the memories that had been sealed for a long time were like a blurry ancient mirror. He could only see some blurry outlines and some blurry scenes. If the dust couldn't be wiped away, then these memories were no different from being sealed. Immortal Palace, Chingy. Guchanga suddenly remembered that the reason why he named Chan Hongi was actually because of a person. His acquaintance with Chingy was too distant, so distant that at that time, he didn't even have the concept of an immortal palace. Boom! Suddenly, outside the ruins of God. In the Yuhua immortal dynasty, a peerless aura suddenly appeared, and a boundless clear light soared into the sky. Immediately after, all the cultivators and living beings heard the cry of an immortal phoenix that shook the universe. Between heaven and earth, sparkling and translucent petals danced in the air, and dazzling divine flames burned. A celestial phoenix flew out from there, bathed in the fiery light as it emerged. However, a wisp of fluctuation that seeped out caused the entire Big Dipper constellation to tremble. This scene was simply as if a living being had suddenly attained the Tao. All kinds of phenomena were extremely shocking and appeared everywhere. All the cultivators and living beings prostrated themselves in worship towards that place, and they were extremely pious. Empress Huangyu revived and was reborn from the flames. Her figure was slender and tall, and she was dressed in a phoenix robe. Her beauty was peerless as she stood in the sky. Senior, thank you for restoring my physical body and extending my life. Huangyu is unable to repay your kindness. At this moment, her beautiful face couldn't hide her excitement and gratitude. She bowed respectfully in the direction of the ruins of God. Although her body had passed away, there were still obsessions and spiritual fluctuations left in her skull. She never thought that after countless years, she would be reborn in such a way. Such methods could be said to be heaven-defying. Even with her experience, it was difficult for her to describe the profoundness. However, Empress Huangyu was clear that the senior in the ruins of God had only taken her in and guided her for a period of time. To her, he didn't have the status of a master. Her pursuit after that was in vain, and it was nothing more than her own wishful thinking. But the senior was willing to extend her life for another lifetime because of this. Such kindness was like rebirth. Empress Huangyu's rebirth was a joyous occasion for the entire Big Dipper constellation and even the entire Kuan-Ji universe. In any case, there was finally a Tao enlightened being in charge of this universe in this generation. Although she was still insignificant and powerless in the face of that boundless and terrifying army. However, this was an unimaginable ray of hope for all living beings in the Big Dipper constellation. Within the ruins of God, Guchanga regained his senses and looked at Empress Huangyu outside. He then nodded slightly. To him, one more Empress Huangyu wasn't a big deal, and one less wouldn't be a big deal either. If a great war broke out in the Kuan-Ji universe, as a Tao enlightened being, she wouldn't be able to do much. However, with her around, there were some things that Gu Changa could tell her in advance. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, a golden path to the heavens appeared. Amidst rumbling sounds, sparkling petals, and a rain of light spread out. Without his guidance, a Tao enlightened being wouldn't be able to get close to the ruins of God. The restrictions outside weren't as simple as killing intent. There was also an ancient maze formation. This was also the reason why no one had been able to discover the location of the ruins of God for countless years. Senior is finally willing to see me. Empress Huangyu looked at the golden path that was directly connected to the ruins of God. She couldn't hide the joy on her face and hurriedly landed on it. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, she descended into the ruins of God. Under the epic tree, Guchanga sat there cross-legged. He looked just like how Empress Huangyu saw him when she was young. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his demeanor was transcendent. However, this time, she could clearly see Guchanga's true appearance. He was handsome like an immortal, flawless, and incomparably young. It was as if all the immortal chi in the world had gathered here. Huangyu greets Senior. She wasn't surprised by this because Empress Huangyu also knew that the Guchanga who appeared in the ruins of God wasn't a person of the current era. Or rather, he wasn't a person of the current era. After the Great Extinction era, she left the divine ruins, and that was the last time she saw Guchanga. In the days that followed, she devoted herself to cultivation. She cultivated according to the methods that Xianxia had taught her, as well as the ancient techniques that he had enlightened her. Finally, she attained the emperor throne, becoming the first person to attain 100% Tao after the Great Extinction era. In the following days, she also searched for the existence of the ruins of God. Relying on her memories, she came to the outside of the ruins of God and requested to see Xianxia there. However, there was no reply for thousands of years. She had always thought that it was because Xianxia had reached the end of his lifespan or had passed away long ago. After all, no matter how high his cultivation was, how could he live for so long in such an environment? Therefore, later on, Empress Huangyu established the Yuhua immortal dynasty and took in her first disciple. She began to explain the Tao to all living beings and told them her understanding of cultivation. It could be said that she had fulfilled her duty. Later on, she ran out of the ruins of God again, still unwilling to give up. She felt that there was still hope of meeting Senior again. An existence with such a high cultivation like him would definitely have a way to prolong his life. However, that time, she still waited bitterly for thousands of years, but there was still no reply from the ruins of God. Empress Huangyu guessed that maybe Senior didn't pass away but had long left this universe and headed to other places. Therefore, she tried to follow his footsteps and also left the Kuan-Ji universe. However, in the broken universes around her, she encountered great trouble. The environment was shattered, the rules were incomplete, and the omnipresent chaotic fog was everywhere, as well as the rare longevity substances. Even with her cultivation, it was impossible for her to cross those withered universes and head to distant places. The only result was that she would die of old age on the way, or her life would wither away. She would be torn apart by those powerful vicious beasts in the withered universes and become their food. With no other choice, Empress Huangyu could only return alone. Before her lifespan was exhausted, she looked in the direction of the ruins of God again. In the end, she chose to pass away silently in the depths of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, leaving behind endless regret and frustration. At the last moment before she passed away, it seemed to be the peak of all the mental power she had in her life, causing her to suddenly descend into a strange state, or perhaps a realm. She saw an incomparably vast and mysterious river. The waves were sparkling and surging, as if they had gathered from all corners of the heavens, flowing through every world and every universe. Although she had never seen it before, at that moment, she knew that this was the legendary Long River of Time, and only those in the immortal Tao realm could step into it. In that long river of time, she saw the afterimage left behind in the past, saw the white-robed figure she had been searching for all her life. So, you are not a person of the current era. At the end of her death, she left behind such a disappointed and frustrated sentence. Along with the remnants of her spirit, it didn't disappear even after countless years, becoming her greatest obsession. Her thoughts flew back. Empress Huangyu had never thought that there would be a day when she would be resurrected in such a way and reappear in the mortal world. "How have you been, little Huangyu?" Xianxia smiled slightly. Although it was very awkward for him to speak to Empress Huangyu like this at his age, Empress Huangyu didn't feel that way at all. Instead, she felt that it was incomparably warm and natural, as if she had returned to the beginning of the Great Extinction era. At that time, she was just a little girl wearing Huangyu clothes. She was ignorant about cultivation and basically needed to rely on her senior to guide her in everything. There were some things that her senior even said several times, but she couldn't remember them. She originally thought that her senior would be very angry or even scold her, but he didn't. He was as gentle and patient as usual. To Empress Huangyu, this wasn't as simple as teaching her. Although she didn't know why Xianxia would choose to return to that era and plant this mysterious towering tree in that era. Now, the only thing she wanted to do was to stay by her senior's side. "We finally meet again, senior." Empress Huangyu came closer. She couldn't help but choke with sobs in her voice. It was as if she had returned to that young girl of the past. She originally thought that after attaining the Tao, she wouldn't be so sentimental, but she was wrong. Because her obsession with attaining the Tao was because she didn't want to let down her senior's guidance. Tao Yao quietly watched this scene. For some reason, he felt that he saw the epitome of Chan Hongyi in Empress Huangyu. Perhaps Xianxia wanted to make up for what he owed Chan Hongyi to Empress Huangyu. Moreover, He casually said that he would revive Empress Huanyu to repay the karma of that time. But at his level, did he still need to care about this? Perhaps he just wanted to give himself a reason to do so. Tao Ya's expression became even more complicated as he thought of this. Actually, he couldn't understand why the demon lord would treat Chan Hongyu like that. Was it because he was temperamental, or did he have a deeper meaning? Or was there another reason? Those memories that were too far in the past were perhaps no longer as important as they used to be now. The current Guchanga was also different from the demon lord of the past. He was the demon lord of the past, but he wasn't completely the same. Actually, I wanted to tell you about the Kuan-ji universe. Guchanga smiled. In fact, he had no intention of catching up with Empress Huanyu, because there was nothing to talk about. When he went back in time through the space-time steel and the creation immortal arc, he didn't want to change too much. He just wanted to leave behind the legend of the epic tree and the ruins of God, so that this story would be more realistic and attract the big fish. Empress Huanyu's appearance, in a way, was indeed because he changed the past. Because of the past, it created karma in the present world. Senior, please tell me. Empress Huanyu's beautiful face became serious when she heard this. Although she had just been revived, she knew what the Kuan-ji universe was facing now. Take away all the living beings in this universe. Guchanga said softly. It wasn't that he suddenly became soft-hearted, or that he felt that using the entire universe as bait would cause some terrible consequences. Instead, after he refined the divine kingdom in his palm, he planned to connect this universe with his own innerverse to ensure that nothing would go wrong. If there were living beings in this universe, it would only affect the efficiency of connecting his innerverse with it. After all, it was equivalent to bringing real living beings into his innerverse. Currently, his innerverse hadn't completely evolved, so it couldn't accommodate countless living beings like these ancient universes. A war that you can't imagine will soon erupt in this universe. Any living beings and cultivators who stay here will only be reduced to ants. After all, they are all innocent. However, Guchanga thought for a moment and continued to speak. This explanation could be considered as maintaining his image as a senior. Empress Huangyu was stunned when she heard this, but she quickly understood Guchanga's meaning. She said with a heavy expression, "Huangyu understands. I will arrange for the evacuation of the living beings in the Kuan-ji universe soon." As the current empress of the Kuan-ji universe, her words naturally carried unimaginable authority. She immediately rushed out of the ruins of God, and a mighty emperor's aura swept across the entire Big Dipper starfield. Many existences in the life-forbidden zones were shocked. When Empress Huangyu entered the ruins of God, they were all guessing what would happen. What would that incomparably mysterious and powerful Lord of the Ruins of God say to Empress Huangyu? Many doubts shrouded their minds. All living beings and cultivators, evacuate from the Big Dipper starfield and the Kuan-ji universe. Her voice was very calm, but it contained an unquestionable tone as it resounded in the sky above the Big Dipper starfield. At the same time, her voice also sounded in many starfields in the surroundings. Many quasi-emperors were horrified, and then without hesitation, they began to use their great abilities to evacuate their clansmen from the Kuan-ji universe. They were incomparably decisive. As the strongest battle force in this universe, excluding those who had attained the Tao, they had witnessed the scene outside the Big Dipper constellation with their own eyes. They understood that at this moment, they were actually no different from ants. There was no difference at all. Staying in this universe would only be waiting for death. Empress Huangyu stood in the sky, exuding a terrifying pressure that suppressed all directions. It was as if this universe couldn't contain her aura. At this moment, almost all living beings and cultivators deeply felt the urgency and sense of crisis. Previously, many people still thought that the mysterious existence in the ruins of God might take action to protect this universe. However, judging from Empress Huangyu's words, this was obviously impossible. Immediately, ancient warships rose into the sky from various life starfields and ancient life planets, full of living beings and cultivators, all thinking of a way to evacuate. Empress Huangyu sighed softly as she watched this scene. In fact, there was nothing she could do. She could only use her divine consciousness to scan the place and see which living beings were left, and help them, sending them to the ancient warships and ancient flying ships. Other than this, she really didn't have any other ideas. Now, she couldn't feel the existence of the will of heaven and earth in this universe, as if it had died silently. If the will of heaven and earth was still there, perhaps it could still suppress the supreme experts from the external universe. In the ruins of God, Guchanga looked at the scene in the outside world with a deep and calm gaze, then he started to deal with his own matters. The will of heaven and earth in this universe had been obliterated by him a long time ago. Moreover, he had refined the interminating origin into it. This universe was a cage-like existence, so how could there be a will of heaven and earth? Looking at the epic tree in front of him, Guchanga immersed his mind into his inner universe. Chaotic chi surged in the barren land, surging like in myths and legends before the chaos was divided. From void to reality, Guchanga directly absorbed the epic origin on the epic tree and opened his inner universe. Rumble. This was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The embryonic form of a towering tree sapling started to grow rapidly in the inner universe. Its branches and leaves were extremely huge, as if they could support the heavens and 10,000 worlds. In the sky, great Tao precepts started to appear one after another, materializing into a tangible form. They floated there, vast and unfathomable. This towering tree sapling started to sway. It was extremely majestic, covering the sky as if it could cover the entire sky, and it flowed with astonishing will of heaven and earth. The leaves flickered with the brilliance of stars, as if the Milky Way was falling, evolving into endless mysteries. In the next moment, this tree sapling formed by the epic origin started to expand. Countless great Tao runes condensed, and its entire body glowed. It extended its branches and leaves into the invisible void of the universe. In the void, chaotic chi surged, and a chaos ocean appeared. In the chaos ocean, the branches received the will of heaven and earth, and new worlds were born on every leaf. These were microscopic worlds that were countless times smaller than a minor kiliocosm. These new microscopic worlds were born, and then they started to nurture new living beings. Guchanga's mind moved, and time passed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed, and civilizations were born. Every world moved in a different direction, and they started to evolve differently. These changes also appeared in Guchanga's mind. Although these newly born worlds can't compare to the billions of lower realms in the upper realm, they are already in their embryonic form. This is the true will of heaven and earth, and it belongs to the incomplete precepts of the epic Tao fruit. Guchanga understood that this was a universe that belonged to him. When the void and reality collided, it would be the day when the innerverse descended into the real world. Rumble. The Kuan-Ji universe trembled. At the edge of the universe, many ripples could be seen forming. It was as if some kind of power had seeped in, and it was transforming from void to reality. Countless great Tao precepts appeared, and they were incomparably complete. They could even be said to be comparable to the precepts of the upper realm. At the center of the innerverse, the infinitely large sapling was still growing, and it continued to extend into the void in the distance. At this moment, Guchanga watched all of this happen. His expression was very calm, or rather, it could be said that he was indifferent. The great Tao was merciless, and all things were nothing. Or perhaps, he was in this state at this moment. He was impartial, just, and impartial. His will had completely become the will of heaven and earth of this universe. At this moment, the Kuan-Ji universe's will of the heavenly path was completely replaced by Guchanga's will. With a single thought, his divine consciousness enveloped the entire universe. Every inch of space and nook was within his sight. Now, he was the true master of this universe. As long as one stepped into this universe, no matter what kind of cultivator or living being they would be suppressed by his will. It was just like the ancient world that the various great orthodoxies had entered when they went to destroy hell. At that time, the ancient world and the true palm-sized world merged and completely replaced the will of the heavenly path. That was why the orthodoxies who went there had to pay a heavy price. Basically, no one survived. The inner universe has established a connection with the Kuan-Ji universe, but that's not enough. I still need to completely merge the true palm-sized world with this universe. Guchanga sat cross-legged under the epic tree. The epic origin flowed and spread into the inner universe that was unfolded behind him. A ball of light that was as brilliant as the sun rushed out from it and pounced towards the Kuan-Ji universe. It was like a rain of light that enveloped the entire universe. This was the origin of the divine nation in a palm. Guchanga planned to completely merge it with the Kuan-Ji universe so that this universe would complete its final transformation. Terrifying waves of energy spread out from the edge of the universe. It was as if a new world was being created in the chaos, shattering everything and then merging everything together. The inner universe unfolded into a boundless space. It was as if it could banish cultivators and living beings to the endless sands of the Ganges River. This was an unimaginable horror. After a long time, Guchanga finally retracted the inner universe. As far as his eyes could see, many changes had already begun to occur. From the evolution of the microscopic world, Guchanga saw a path of the evolution of the celestial domain. Perhaps the real celestial domain, or perhaps all the realms in this universe had evolved like this. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt a little terrified. Then, he shook his head and dispelled this thought. No matter what, his current combat power had reached the peak of the current era. Throughout history, there was no one in the same realm as him who could defeat him. There was no doubt about this. If that's the case, it's time for the Era Dao fruit to fully unleash its aura. Guchanga rose to his feet and moved to the top of the epic tree. A majestic and terrifying aura of a world crushed down like a mountain and a river. It was as if an ancient world was being pushed forward. He reached out and touched the incomparably beautiful ball of light, as if he was grasping the origin of all realms in the heavens. That kind of heavy and mysterious aura was as bright as the stars. Then, it erupted into rays of light that were tens of millions of feet long, shooting straight into the sky like a sword of light. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the ruins of gods. Then, it radiated throughout the entire Kuan-Ji universe, and then to the other realms. The boundless universe was affected by this aura at this moment. All the laws and order in the world surged up and down like a vast ocean, slapping towards the heavens. The aura of new life was like a bonfire that had been lit in the darkness. The faces of those who had rushed to the Kuan-Ji universe from the upper realm changed drastically. Then, they all revealed expressions of ecstasy and excitement. This is definitely the ripples of an epic Dao fruit ripening. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of us. They went crazy. They even began to disregard the consequences and directly took out forbidden weapons to blast away the broken universes in front of them, just so that they could travel faster. To them, this kind of aura was far more attractive than any kind of poison, because they could already feel that the laws of heaven and earth were being completed by this aura, making up for the defects. Rumble. The heavens fell and the earth was destroyed. The vast and endless army had all gone crazy as they rushed to the Kuan-Ji universe. No matter if it was a cultivator or a creature, seeing this scene would make their scalp go numb and terrified. Even those who stood at the pinnacle of the world seemed to have gone crazy. Their eyes were red and blazing. This was too inconceivable, but this was the reality. In the upper realm, many people who had not awakened before also rushed to the sky at this moment, alarmed by this kind of fluctuation. This was far more realistic than any rumor. The era of immortal ascension had really descended, and it was no longer a lie. The laws of immortal Dao manifested from a distant place, and it had already spread to the upper realm. Between heaven and earth, multicolored light was dense, and golden lotuses bloomed. All kinds of immortal chi interweaved, enveloping the sky of every universe. There were strange phenomena everywhere between heaven and earth, and there were even great Dao scriptures that automatically manifested. It was as if there were ancient immortals explaining important matters to the masses, explaining the principles of heaven and earth. The upper realm that was originally crazy because of the era of immortal ascension was now even crazier and more chaotic. Some extremely calm people who did not go to the Kuan-Ji universe to seek the opportunity to become an immortal were even regretting it. On the demon mountain, demonic chi overflowed into the sky, and clouds rolled. It was incomparably demonic, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. Chan Hongyi stood on the mountain peak. Her red clothes were as red as blood, making her snow-white skin look even more delicate. Her gaze was a little complicated, and also a little crazy. In the end, these emotions intertwined and gradually returned to calmness. The world is changing. This scene is so similar to back then, but the ones who died back then were immortals, immortal kings, she said softly with a hint of mockery at the corner of her mouth. Her bare feet were whiter than snow, and a monstrous blood river appeared under her feet, all the way to the distant immortal academy. She always knew that there was an old friend here, but she had never seen him before. Boom! In the Immortal Academy, brilliance rushed into the sky, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Many ancient figures were shocked by Chan Hongyi's arrival, and then they became incomparably vigilant. Such a murderous demon dared to send a complete immortal corpse to Guchanga on his wedding day. It was clear how terrifying her strength was. Even those with a strong background were definitely not her match. In the current upper realm, the red-robed female demon was definitely the top of the combat strength, unless those legendary existences jumped out, such as the reincarnation ancient heavenly sovereign. If she caused a ruckus in the Immortal Academy, this place would definitely be destroyed, and no one could stop her. You don't want to come out and meet me? Chan Hongyi said lightly. Her figure stood above the Immortal Academy, sweeping her gaze over the back mountain that was surrounded by multicolored light and immortal chi. Cough, 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 this is how old friends greet each other. Unfortunately, my body is no longer able to withstand the torment. At this moment, a coughing sound was heard. Then, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the Immortal Academy, a stooped old man in black appeared. He was trembling, as if he was going to be blown away by a gust of wind. However, none of the people present dared to underestimate or ignore his existence. Elder Sure, many ancient existences looked at him with respect in their eyes. This was because he was the oldest existence in the Immortal Academy, a true living fossil. His seniority was far beyond imagination, and he had lived for countless years. The current Demon Realm's Empress Xiao was also his disciple. However, from the scene today, they were surprised and shocked that Elder Sure and the red-robed female demon Chan Hongyi were old friends. If that was the case, then wouldn't Elder Sure and Guchanga know each other? Now, the entire upper realm knew that Guchanga was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era, and that Chan Hongyi was his disciple. If that was the case, then wouldn't there be a deep relationship between Elder Sure and Guchanga? When Guchanga first entered the Immortal Academy, he did seem to have gone to find Elder Sure through the Dao Heaven Immortal Palace's Great Elder. Now that they thought about it, they seemed to be able to understand all these things. They were not surprised at all. It seems that you blocked that attack for Tao Yao. Chan Hongyi looked at Elder Sure's current state and suddenly realized something. She raised her eyebrows slightly, and her expression returned to normal. Elder Sure smiled bitterly. But that palm also made me suffer. Until now, I still can't get rid of it. Fortunately, my original body is only a stone, or else I wouldn't have lasted that long. According to his original strength, if he wanted to kill you, how could you block that palm? Chan Hongyi frowned, feeling that things were getting weirder and weirder. All these years, her heart had been filled with hatred, and her eyes were full of hatred and killing intent, but she had neglected many things. According to her understanding of her master, the Demon Lord, if he really wanted to kill, he wouldn't have let Elder Sure and Tao Yao go so easily. His strength had long reached an unfathomable level. Even if it was just a palm, it could easily destroy 3,000 continents. Even the most powerful immortal king would have to suffer. Elder Sure's cultivation was still far from the immortal king realm. It was inconceivable that he could survive a palm strike for so many years. Although Tao Yao's cultivation was stronger than Elder Sure's, it wasn't impossible for him to take a palm strike. The only possibility was that the Demon Lord had shown mercy. Indeed. Not only did he kill me, but he also killed you. Why did he have to throw you into the demon burial abyss? How could an existence like Master reincarnate? I don't understand. There are too many things that I can only ask Master. Elder Sure shook his head. All these years, many things related to that epic had gradually faded away in his mind. Even he couldn't keep his mind clear. In his opinion, this was actually the influence of the forbidden epic. It was as if the heavens and earth were doing this. It wasn't unreasonable for it to be called a taboo. Is that so? Chan Hongyi was silent, but her hatred for her master wasn't as simple as throwing her into the demon burial abyss. Haven't you thought of asking for an answer? She asked again, looking at Elder Sure with a gaze as sharp as a sword. I can't leave this place now. If I force myself to leave, I'll suffer a backlash. I'm afraid I'll be struck to ashes by a bolt of heavenly lightning. The aura from that epic is still there. Even I am a taboo, let alone leave this place and help you. You're on your own now. Eldersher only shook his head and sighed. Even if he wanted to leave in his current state, he couldn't. I can see that he's setting up an earth-shattering plan. I wanted to see it with my own eyes and make him fail at the last step, but after hearing what you said, I suddenly lost interest. Chan Hongyi said coldly. She didn't say anything else and directly left the sky above Immortal Academy. However, before she left, she glanced at the distant abandoned land of immortals and didn't sense Tao Yao's aura. Eldersher, this is, hearing the brainless conversation between Eldersher and Chan Hongyi, the ancient existences here were shocked. They couldn't understand what it meant. However, they could tell that this definitely involved some secrets of the forbidden epic. They needed to be extremely careful and cautious. Don't leave Immortal Academy during this period of time. Stay here obediently. The calamity will probably come again. Eldersher sighed and didn't explain anything to them. He turned around and returned to the back of the mountain. So what if there was an earth-shattering plan? How could he interfere with it? Today, I want to see what's so strange about this universe that it can destroy my race's vanguard. Outside Kuan-Ji universe, the mighty army approached. The leading existence had a burning gaze as he sensed the rich fluctuations of the epic Tao fruit. He snorted coldly and attacked without hesitation. The Tao weapon he had refined for countless years was a divine pagoda made of eternal blue gold. A terrifying aura fluctuation swept through many of the surrounding universes. Countless large stars crumbled into dust in an instant. The cultivators and living beings that had been sent out by Empress Huangyu, even though they were separated by an endless distance, could feel this world-destroying fluctuation. They were simply horrified. This was the first time they saw what an existence with such a strong foundation was. Even those who had achieved the Tao were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. The quasi-emperors were so scared that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They still had hope that Kuan-Ji universe could withstand the battle fluctuations. But now that they felt it, their scalps went numb and they couldn't believe it. Let's see if that master of the ruins of God is worth us attacking. Another being's eyes turned cold as he reached out with his hand and grabbed a quasi-emperor from another universe. He then searched through his memories without the slightest scruple and found out a lot of information about the Kuan-Ji universe. Then, this quasi-emperor didn't even have time to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist and dust. His body and soul were destroyed. This pagoda emitted a dazzling blue light. It was eternal and dazzling. As if it was burning, it actually smashed into Kuan-Ji universe. Obviously, this existence also wanted to measure the strength of that master of the ruins of God. He wasn't as fearless as he appeared. Slap. Beyond everyone's imagination, the master of the ruins of God in Kuan-Ji universe didn't care at all. Instead, he slapped out with a crisp sound. Then, there was the sound of an explosion. The divine pagoda made of eternal blue gold shattered, turning into a rain of blue light that rushed into outer space. It shattered many stars into dust and disappeared into the depths of the universe. A white palm reached out from the Kuan-Ji universe and slapped toward the divine pagoda made of eternal blue gold. Along with a crisp sound, the divine pagoda collapsed and turned into pieces that filled the sky. A rain of blue light danced in the air, dazzling and beautiful. These were divine gold fragments that rushed into the deepest part of the universe. Many large stars were crushed into dust like fireworks. It was magnificent and shocking. This scene shocked everyone. The expressions of the other existences also changed. The army that followed behind them was in an uproar, and they were extremely shocked. This was a divine pagoda that had been nurtured for countless years, and its power was extremely strong, surpassing that of many emperor weapons. However, with a single slap, even the god within was shattered. It didn't even make a sound, and just like that, it silently disappeared. Damn it, this guy is definitely not weaker than you and me, and his cultivation is unfathomable. After the divine pagoda was destroyed, this powerful being's expression became unprecedentedly cold. Endless coldness flashed in his eyes, and there was anger and killing intent intertwined. No matter what, the divine pagoda was after all an emperor weapon that was intertwined with divinity and Tao patterns. It couldn't be compared to an immortal weapon. Even if it was them, it was normal for them to destroy an emperor weapon with a single slap if they attacked with full strength. He just wanted to measure the strength of the Lord of the Divine Ruins in the Kuan-Ji universe. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and domineering. He directly slapped over with a peerlessly powerful palm and destroyed his weapon. It doesn't seem to be the Lord of the Divine Ruins. It might be the white-robed woman beside him, another powerful being said in a deep voice. Surging waves of energy surged from his body as he stood outside the Kuan-ji universe. He naturally exuded an aura that shook the 9 heavens and 10 lands, as if this universe couldn't contain his true body. There was no doubt about his strength. Just now, with just a single thought, he had captured a quasi-emperor from planet 433 who was extremely far away and swept his divine soul clean, clearly understanding what had happened in the Kuan-ji universe. In the land of the Divine Ruins, apart from the mysterious Lord of the Divine Ruins, there was also a peerlessly beautiful white-robed woman. Her strength couldn't be underestimated. In other words, there are at least 2 existences of the same realm. But so what? In this world, no one can use the strength of the immortal Tao. Even the master of the ruins of God, who surpassed this realm back then, can't use it now. This majestic figure that was enveloped by the chaotic mist had a cold and indifferent expression as he spoke in a low voice. However, he was still domineering, confident, and peerlessly domineering. He was incomparably strong, and did not feel uneasy about the destruction of the Emperor's pagoda. Instead, he strode forward, and terrifying waves swept through the entire universe. The waves of an immortal artifact appeared on his body. In order to rush to the Kuan-ji universe, he had even brought along an immortal weapon. This was the foundation of the clan behind him, a weapon left behind by the most ancient ancestor. It contained the will of the immortal Tao, its power extremely great, long surpassing that of ordinary emperor weapons. Back then, when they blasted open the immortal path in the upper realm, they had used the immortal artifact. That kind of fluctuation was enough to overturn a part of the universe and destroy all the star regions within. You're crazy. You've used the immortal artifact before even seeing the epic tree. If you destroy it along with this part of the universe, the epic tree will be affected. The expressions of the other existences changed. They did not expect this guy to be so crazy and use the immortal artifact without hesitation. Although they came from the same clan, they only had one immortal artifact. As long as I become an immortal, I can reforge a new immortal artifact. So what if he destroys the Emperor artifact? This being said coldly, but his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent and madness. After all, that was a weapon that had accompanied him for countless years. The immortal artifact inside had also accompanied him for a long time, but it was destroyed just like that. The killing intent in his heart could be described as monstrous. In fact, there were not many living beings left in the Big Dipper constellation. Apart from Empress Huangyu, there were actually the quasi-emperors in the Forbidden Zone. They were unwilling to leave, and had long been indifferent to life and death. Even if they died, they wanted to stay here. Now that they saw the woman in white attack again, their hearts were filled with shock. With just a slap, she destroyed a divine weapon that surpassed an ordinary emperor artifact. How terrifying was her strength? Could it be that she had an immortal body? At this moment, an unparalleled killing intent swept over from outside the Kuan-ji universe. All the constellations were trembling. That was a fluctuation. That surpassed the Emperor aura, and it was as if this universe was going to collapse. Is this the power of an immortal artifact? Empress Huangyu's expression changed. Even she felt a sense of uneasiness. It had nothing to do with will. It was just the difference and suppression caused by the level of life. It was like an ant standing in front of a true dragon. It could not help but tremble. In front of the immortal aura, even if she was a Tao enlightened one, she was no different from an ant. This was an absolute difference that could not be overcome. Obviously, at this time, the other party had taken out a true immortal artifact and was going to attack this universe. Xianxia stood on the epic tree with his hands behind his back. His expression did not change. Only a few people came, he said softly. He felt a little disappointed. Of course, he knew that this was a matter of time. However, these people were the first to arrive, so there would definitely be big fish of the same level behind them. Although fishing like this was slower, it was still useful in the end. Now, there were a total of 3 hidden figures who had arrived outside the Kuan-ji universe. These were all old guys who had hidden themselves very deeply. They had lived for a very long time. Some Tao enlightened one's age was not even a fraction of theirs. My name is the Emperor. At this time, a terrifying aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths swept down from the sky. Countless star regions turned into Wanyangs, rising and falling continuously. The universe was torn apart, and a domineering figure walked in. At first, he still seemed a bit old, but as he walked over, his aura continuously rose, blood and blood overflowing. His powerful aura crushed over like a great wave, crushing many star regions into powder. Above his head, there was a golden cauldron with a true dragon's shadow revolving around it. Countless immortal Tao patterns interweaved on the cauldron, emitting a terrifying aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even though there was an endless distance between them, the cultivators of the other universes were shocked. They felt a kind of powerful pressure. Supremacy in the heavens and earth, looking down on all regions of eternity. This was that person's aura. Every move he made was like the descent of a human lord. I'll go kill him. Peach Demon spoke. A cool breeze blew over, and the mist was heavy. Her figure was tall and slender, and her clothes fluttered in the wind. She was peerlessly beautiful as she stood beside Xianxia. No need. Xianxia looked at this figure and shook his head lightly, not letting Peach Demon take action. A blurry shadow seemed to appear behind him. Then, the entire universe rumbled, and the will of the heavenly Tao appeared. Then, it condensed into a hazy incarnation. Divine light shone brilliantly, as if there were 3,000 ancient worlds floating behind it, emitting dazzling silver flames. In terms of battle prowess, this heavenly Tao incarnation was definitely not inferior to those with foundations. You haven't even revealed your true body. How arrogant. Let's see how you can protect the epic tree. Seeing this scene, the Emperor was furious. He never thought that Xianxia would actually only reveal an incarnation, and even his true appearance was extremely blurry. This was looking down on and mocking him. Immediately, his eyes became extremely cold. The immortal cauldron hung above his head, and he slaughtered his way into the Qianji universe step by step, wanting to seize the epic tree in the godly ruins. The constellations along the way seemed to have collapsed. Countless stars exploded into dust. It was incomparably powerful and tyrannical. He roared angrily, and a silver river seemed to spurt out from his mouth. That was a vast and mighty chaotic chi, and it attacked Xianxia's incarnation. Rumble. The two exchanged blows, and the Big Dipper constellation seemed to have undergone a huge explosion. It was released from the collapse of a pole, and it caused numerous stars to fall and turn into dust. Dazzling light shone, and resplendent radiance danced in the air. A supreme technique was displayed, and this part of the universe became incomparably terrifying. The immortal tool released a trembling sound, and boundless aura of absolute beginning poured down. Then, it seemed like there was an immortal light shining down. What is this? But soon, the Emperor discovered that something was wrong. There was an indescribable aura descending from this part of the universe, and it seeped into his skin and even into his bones. It even followed along his lungs and entered his spiritual sea. Even though he was a figure with foundations, his expression changed. His eyes looked around the universe, and he couldn't be bothered to fight this incarnation of Xianxia anymore. He began to search for the source. This is the fragrance of medicine. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly again, and his voice contained extreme anger. He smelled the smell of great medicine that pervaded the air from his body. Which one of the figures with foundations that could reach this step wasn't a figure who was peerless in their generation? They were figures who suppressed their peers until they couldn't breathe. At this level, every drop of their blood or hair was a supreme divine medicine that contained boundless vitality. However, when he stepped into the Qianji universe, this heaven and earth was like a terrifying furnace that was melting him, refining him like a great medicine. That kind of aura that constantly pervaded and intertwined with each other was clearly the most ancient medicinal texts. This kind of medicinal text could be said to be all-pervasive. Even if he used a celestial tool to isolate himself, he would still be contaminated. Just like karma, it was unavoidable from the moment he stepped into the Qianji universe. You plan to use the epic tree as bait to lure us here so that we can refine the great medicine for you? How dare you? The Emperor suddenly understood Xianxia's intentions, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He understood this, but he wasn't afraid in the slightest. That was the confidence of a figure with foundations. Especially now that he had a celestial tool, he was even more unafraid of all schemes and tricks. He believed that everything could be broken through with absolute power, including the schemes of this master of the divine ruins. Boom! But in the next moment, a boundless and vast aura crushed down. There seemed to be a blurry and hazy outline of the celestial world in the heaven and earth, and even a blade of the great Tao appeared and slashed toward him. This was the manifestation of the will of the heaven and earth in this universe, which was Guchunga's will. Seal. Guchunga's eyes were cold and deep, and his words were even more ruthless. When these words rang out, the sound of the great Tao seemed to appear in this universe. It was vast and boundless, and it made the emperor's eyes blur. His entire divine soul seemed to be suddenly imprisoned. In the next moment, the incarnation closed in on him. A dazzling celestial sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With clanging sounds, the sword light shook the sky, and there was an extremely sharp light blooming. Suddenly, with a poof, it slashed toward the emperor's head, and a rain of blood splattered everywhere. The sword was extremely sharp, and as it bloomed, there seemed to be endless brilliance intertwining and spreading. It was an unparalleled aura that suppressed this world. With a poof, the emperor's head was chopped off. Blood splattered in all directions and sprinkled outside the Big Dipper constellation. Guchunga's heavenly Tao incarnation appeared and then dissipated like a light shadow. He appeared behind the emperor. His face was blurry, and his eyes were cold and lonely like the boundless sea. The immortal sword in his hand that was condensed from the precepts also dissipated like a light rain. It was like a flickering light and a passing shadow. It brought along a canopy of 5-colored divine blood, and it was heart-wrenching. Without a doubt, this was a shocking scene. A powerful figure with an immortal weapon in his hand charged over in a domineering manner. He was determined to snatch the epic Tao fruit. However, he was not even a match for the incarnation of the Lord of the Ruins of God, and his head was chopped off in an instant. Although his cultivation had reached the stage where he could be reborn from a single drop of blood, this scene was still shocking and horrifying. This is, the pure precepts of the Sword Tao, condensed from the will of this universe. How did he do it? Could it be that he refined this universe for his own use? Looks like he definitely planned this for a long time. Outside the Kuan-Ji universe, the few powerful figures who had not stepped into this universe had a drastic change in expression. Just now, they thought that the Emperor's immortal weapon would be a one-sided battle. They never thought that the Lord of the Ruins of God would be so powerful. Just a mere incarnation was able to chop off the Emperor's head so easily. This made them feel very uneasy. That Lord of the Ruins of God was not just an immortal at his peak. He took the epic tree and planted it in this universe to attract us here and become a resource for him to refine the great medicine. One of the powerful figures spoke with a cold gaze. Although they knew that this was a scheme, they had no choice but to seize the epic Tao fruit. Otherwise, they would have no hope of becoming an immortal in this lifetime. You're very good. After so many years, you're the first one to chop off my head. At this time, blood suddenly gathered at the severed head of the Emperor, and then it began to flow in reverse. Endless multicolored light interweaved, surging with vitality. He grew a new head, his expression was extremely ugly, and his voice was incomparably cold. The immortal artifact above his head shone with boundless radiance once more, but it was unable to conceal his sorry state and humiliation from before. His head was chopped off in an instant, and it was absolutely an unimaginable humiliation to him who had practically never suffered a defeat in his entire lifetime. Today, he was determined to get everything back. Kill. The Emperor walked over with large strides. The laws and order around him surged up and down like a vast ocean. There were boundless rays of light converging around him. Boom, the immortal artifact was dazzling, and it shone with boundless brilliance. It was as if a peerless immortal had been revived within it. This was a true resurrected immortal-grade weapon. Every strand of its might made those who had achieved the Tao tremble. No matter how far away they were from it, those who had achieved the Tao in the other universes couldn't help but kneel down. It was too terrifying. Strand after strand of immortal light burst forth, causing the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens to all dim. They couldn't be compared to this artifact at all, and there wasn't the slightest bit of brilliance in front of it. This person wants to refine us into medicine. We can't let him succeed. Let's attack together to avoid any more problems. We have to suppress and kill him. No matter what kind of schemes he has, we have to work together to break through them and seize the epic Dao fruit. Outside the Kuan-Ji universe, several other elites also spoke up. Their eyes became cold, and they began to move. They were also going to attack to avoid any accidents like just now. They all had a bad feeling in their hearts. That Lord of the Ruins of God, who hadn't revealed his true body from beginning to end, might have some kind of grand scheme in mind. This was their inexorable feeling. At their level, any premonition wasn't just a simple impulse. Xianxia sat upright in the land of the ruins of God, and when he saw this scene from afar, a smile finally appeared on his face. Finally can't help but make a move? Rumble. He raised a palm and slammed it down. The entire Kuan-Ji universe trembled, and it was as if a terrifying giant hand was descending between heaven and earth. It contained world-destroying fluctuations, enough to destroy everything. This place seemed like it was going to shatter, heaven and earth turned to ashes. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, penetrating through the past, present, and future. For the Kuan-Ji universe, this could be considered the destruction of everything, because there had never been a world like this before, where so many elites gathered together and attacked together. Kill him. The emperor's entire body was shining, and there was even an immortal mist-like substance curling around him. His entire being seemed to have turned into a true emperor, overlooking the past and present. With an immortal artifact in hand, he was going to tear apart heaven and earth. The others didn't show any mercy either, all of them displaying the most terrifying methods. They were incomparably cruel, displaying the most powerful methods, about to slaughter their way into the land of the ruins of God. Just a strand of fluctuation was enough to destroy this boundless heaven and earth. The entire great universe seemed to be about to be destroyed. This type of terrifying aura could be sensed from as far as the 8 desolate lands, even in the deepest depths of the universe. Their eternal wait, their endless anticipation, all erupted in this era. They had been in seclusion for the sake of becoming immortals. Now that the opportunity to become immortals was right before their eyes, how could they give it up? However, the palm strike descending from the depths of heaven and earth was truly too terrifying. It was as if the power of heaven and earth was suppressing them. Contained within was a boundless pressure, causing the void to crumble unceasingly. The entire all-heaven starfield was trembling. The surrounding universes were also trembling. Merely a strand of the aftershock was enough to cause them to collapse. Dong, the immortal artifact was struck, giving off a deafening, terrifying sound. The palm strike continued to descend, causing the several elites who had attacked to tremble all over, unable to stop themselves from coughing blood. Their expressions changed in disbelief. How could he be so powerful? He clearly hadn't become an immortal. At the same time, at the 4 extremities of heaven and earth, with a single thought from Xianxia, incomparably terrifying bronze pillars began to appear. They were enough to hold up the sky, like the pillars of heaven that held up the 4 corners of heaven and earth. Ancient sacrificial runes began to appear on those bronze pillars. They shone brilliantly and turned into chains that twined around them. That was the word sin. Once those ancient sacrificial runes were ignited, they immediately became extremely resplendent. Like small suns, they flew out from the bronze pillars and rushed toward them. Like a brand, they directly entered their souls. What is this? The emperor's expression changed once again. He felt that this fluctuation was simply too similar to the aura that had erupted at the absolute Yin sky. Merely touching a trace of it caused it to seep into the depths of one's soul. It was simply impossible to expel it. The expressions of the other elites changed greatly. They felt as if there was a black dot spreading within their souls. In an instant, it had spread to every corner of their souls. Even with their cultivation, they were unable to expel it. It was like a maggot in their bones. No, it was a maggot in their souls. This is naturally the first gift I've prepared for you all. Xianxia's casual voice came from the ruins of God, and with a thought in his mind, numerous dark cages hidden in the gray fog appeared between the heavens and the earth. They were cold and deep, and they emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. This is the big gift I've been preparing for you for a long time. Xianxia looked at the powerful figures who had come to the Big Dipper starfield and finally smiled. With a thought, the power of the entire universe came crashing down on him. All of the planetary systems seemed to have become Wang-yang, rising and falling. The dark cage appeared. Although it was called a cage, it looked more like a dark temple made of dark divine gold. It floated between the heavens and the earth. The black light was dazzling, and there was a thick gray mist in the surroundings, surging like a huge wave. Dark runes of the Great Path circulated around these ancient palaces. They seemed to contain the most mysterious spells of the Great Path in the heavens, and they were extremely suppressive. The entire Kuan-ji universe began to tremble. Chains of the Great Tao condensed from the power of laws extended from all directions, binding them and dragging them into those cages. Rumble, the sky trembled. The 4 pillars that rose from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands all trembled. One after another, the ancient Sing characters were ignited and then flew out. The light they cast was so dazzling that even their spiritual seas and souls started to tremble and corrode. Who are you? What is your relationship with the Yin field? The expressions of the emperor and the others changed drastically. They felt that these dark cages were specially set up for them, waiting for them to appear. What was he trying to do? Trap them in these dark cages? Moreover, the Sing characters that had merged with their bloodline spiritual seas had the aura of the Yin field. They were extremely thick, as if they were the source of the Yin field. One had to know that the Yin field that had troubled the entire upper world had been sealed by the ancient celestial lord of Samsara. At least for now, it was safe and no accidents would happen. But where did the aura of the Yin field come from? Because of the aura of the Yin field, they even felt that their source Tao fruits, which hadn't changed for so many years, were being corroded and swallowed by the aura. They were about to be assimilated and dissolved. They were even a bit horrified, worried that their own minds would be corroded by this Yin Absolute Sky's aura, turning into a Yin Absolute creature. At that time, they would no longer be themselves, but rather another creature. Such methods truly made them feel terrified and uneasy. Could it be that you are the reincarnation ancient celestial? The true master of the ruins of God is the ancient celestial lord of Samsara. It is because he has not died that he is scheming against us and the entire upper realm? Looking at those chains of the Great Path piercing towards him, no matter what he did, he couldn't block them. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. It's definitely not the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, but it's definitely an existence from the higher realms. His shadow has always been there since ancient times. This era tree was also stolen by him back then, moreover shifting the blame to the 8 desolates 10 regions, making us fight in that realm for countless years. Another figure roared in a low voice. His gaze was like a torch that was incomparably bright and brilliant as he stared at the ruins of God that was enveloped by the boundless chaotic mist. Although he didn't know the truth, he felt that he had already come into contact with a part of it. Because of the Forbidden Era, the Era Tree was stolen and its whereabouts were unknown. For so many years, the heaven and earth laws of the upper realm had always been incomplete. If it was someone from the current era, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Therefore, he suspected that this master of the ruins of God was definitely someone who came after the Forbidden Era of the upper realm. He was even more ancient than the reincarnation ancient celestial lord. In the current era, he had never revealed himself in front of the world, and no one even knew of his existence. However, he was like a shadow, always behind the scenes of every era. He was the big mastermind behind the scenes, watching as the eras changed, the mountains and rivers shattered, the orthodoxies destroyed, and the ages withered. Even though he was a figure with a strong Tao heart who had fought in the world since he was born, stepping on the bones of countless peers, he still felt a chill down his spine at this moment. How interesting. Hearing this, Guchanga's voice sounded. He couldn't help but reveal a light smile. He really didn't expect these people to think that way. However, this didn't mean much to him. Now, all the big fish had yet to enter the net. He didn't plan to reveal his true form. All of this was too early. Who exactly are you? The ancient ancestor behind the Yin-terminating sky? The Emperor spoke again. While activating the immortal weapon to suppress the origin of the Yin-terminating sky in his body, he stared at the depths of the ruins of God. He wanted to know the origin of Guchanga. However, the origin of the Yin-terminating sky had long been entangled in the depths of their souls like maggots. Even with their cultivation base, they couldn't get rid of it. They needed to suppress it with incomparable strength. As a result, they couldn't unleash their peak strength. From the moment they stepped into this universe, the interminating sky's aura had seeped in and silently infected them. This was something they didn't expect at all in the beginning. Now, there was only anger in their hearts. Who I am is not important. What's important is that the Tree of Epic is not something you are qualified to covet. Xianxia smiled faintly and attacked again. A dark and terrifying palm stretched out from the ruins of God. It was like the palm of Epic, and it had the power to crush everything. The darkness immediately collapsed. The great path chains in front of them were like long whips that directly lashed at the few people, causing their physical bodies to begin to collapse. Their auras quickly withered. The entire universe was suppressing them. Even they felt extremely uneasy at this moment. Rumble, the light of the immortal weapon bloomed again. The Emperor roared and attacked, trying to break the great path chains in front of him. However, in the sky, a terrifying will appeared. It was like the eyes of the heavenly path, cold and emotionless. It instantly suppressed the light of the immortal path. Even if the immortal weapon tried to break out, it was instantly suppressed. In the next instant, even more chains of the great Tao extended toward the Emperor. In the end, amidst his shocked and furious screams, he was dragged into a cage of darkness that had been condensed long ago. The other people's expressions changed drastically when they saw that the situation was not good. They had thought that version too. Zero fighting against several people at the same time was the limit of the Lord of God ruins, but they didn't expect that he had already become one with this universe. To be precise, this universe was already under his control. The moment they stepped in, the outcome was already decided. Rumble, the darkness collapsed, and gray fog shrouded, covering the dark cage. Their terrified voices gradually disappeared. Xianxia had prepared these dark cages, which were condensed from the power of this universe. Its sturdiness was comparable to great path tribulation metal. Only immortal path cultivators could break it. Moreover, because of the interminating origin, they had to divert part of their power to resist, which made it difficult for them to use their peak strength. Even the most powerful people were weakened by most of their power. Compared to those who had achieved the Tao, they were not much weaker. In Xianxia's eyes, they were no different from big fish. The four of them tried their best to resist the interminating origin substance, but they couldn't do anything. In the end, they were shackled by the great Tao chains and imprisoned in a dark cage. After Xianxia dealt with all this, he looked at the distant universe. There was still a mighty army that hadn't followed the four of them into this universe. In the army, there were Tao attainments and quasi-emperors, as well as many other supreme beings. However, once the powerful figures were suppressed, they were no different from ants. Xianxia didn't even plan to interfere. The army behind hasn't arrived yet. There are only 4 of them, which is far from enough for me to reach the immortal Tao domain. Xianxia whispered. He was still waiting for the right time. His target was the upper realm. Now, all the powerful figures who came for the opportunity to become immortals were naturally not these 4 people. However, although he planned to let the mighty army outside the Qianji universe go, they didn't know what was good for them. They wanted to charge in and rescue the 4 powerful figures. In their eyes, the 4 powerful figures seemed to have been bewitched. They couldn't display their strength at all. The gray fog swept over from an unknown place, shrouding the entire universe and dragging them in without a sound. Outside the Qianji cosmos, everyone was incomparably shocked. They didn't see the process of this battle at all, so they didn't know what had happened. It was like a clay ox entering the sea that caused these 4 existences to disappear so thoroughly without even making a sound. Boom! Outside the Qianji universe, another crack was torn open. With a rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The mighty army charged in. At the forefront, the Tao attainments attacked. Brilliant light shone, and matchless emperor might poured out. Even the rules of the great Tao trembled. There had never been so many great emperors erupting at the same time. They moved together and attacked together, shocking the universe and suppressing eternity. In that big crack, all kinds of laws interweaved. They could crush quasi-emperors and resist great emperors. They charged in, but unlike the 4 powerful figures at the beginning, they didn't directly charge towards the Big Dipper starfield. Their target was the dim starfield shrouded by the gray fog. There were 4 pillars that supported the sky there. There were endless chains descending, extending from that place, accompanied by crashing sounds. Even their souls were about to freeze. Guchunga's expression did not change as he watched this scene from the ruins of God. Then, he reached out his hand. Terrifying fluctuations were like the end of the world, simply about to destroy that place. Large swathes of living beings and cultivators were wiped out by this palm. They didn't even make a sound before they disappeared. The stars of the heavens were all falling, myriad realms trembling, about to fall together, but in the end, they all collapsed. At this time, those who had achieved the Tao were like ants. They couldn't hold on for too long at all before exploding under that kind of aura. A rain of blood filled the sky, dyeing the entire cosmos red. At this time, why would you choose to die? Guchunga's expression was still as cold as ever. He sighed and his voice echoed throughout the entire Kuan-Ji universe. When all of the great army and creatures heard his words, they felt their blood run cold. It was as if there was a deity that had stood for eternity, coldly looking down on them, as if they were ants. Who exactly are you? There were those who had achieved the Tao who roared, doing everything they could to break apart the sky dome, to scatter the gray fog in the surroundings. However, in the end, they were completely exhausted. No matter how they burned their source energy, or displayed exceptional forbidden techniques, they were still helpless. This made them feel despair. This was an enemy they couldn't contend against at all. Guchunga didn't say anything, only calmly looking at them. Then, his eyes gazed into the distant cosmos. He could sense that the experts from the higher realms were getting closer. Moreover, their numbers were much greater than before. More and more big fish were rushing to enter the net. A smile appeared at the corners of his lips. The epic tree behind him suddenly shone, becoming incomparably resplendent. It was like a streak of light that shone down from this era, penetrating the past and present, illuminating the future. In a daze, the phantom of an immortal path appeared in the sky behind him. It was incomparably solid, not blurry at all. Meanwhile, on that immortal path, the laws of the great Tao began to appear. The phantoms of gods and demons condensed, incomparably terrifying. One after another, they stood there, wearing armor, terrifying to the extreme. They were like the heavenly soldiers that guarded the immortal path in legends. As soon as this immortal path appeared, it filled the entire heavens with a fluctuation, radiating in all directions, causing the entire Kuan-Ji universe to be filled with immortal ascension radiance. The scene here passed through this part of the universe, transmitted to other places, as if it was informing the heavens that the immortal path had truly descended. That kind of dense immortal ascension light was too resplendent, illuminating the entire universe within. There was even a blurry long river of time that began to appear. Of course, all of this was condensed by Guchunga using the laws, not the real immortal path. He only did this to make those experts even crazier. More and more experts are coming, Tao Yao also spoke. He stood in the ruins of God, looking into the distant depths of the universe. Only Empress Huangyu was trembling. Even with her mental state, it was difficult for her to calm down. She felt that all of this was too terrifying. Those who achieved the Tao were inferior to dogs. Only those with foundations were qualified to fight, qualified to be a big fish. What kind of shocking grand scheme was the senior planning? She never thought that she would actually be able to witness this kind of scene with her own eyes. Her mind was filled with horror and fear. In her heart, Guchunga was an easygoing and otherworldly figure, but she never thought that he was actually so ruthless and heartless, treating all creatures in the world as ants. Rumble. The Kuan-Ji universe was blasted open again, terrifying cracks spreading, heaven and earth seemed to be shattered. Matchless fluctuations transmitted from outside the cracked universe, undisguised, incomparably powerful. 8 terrifying and matchless figures stood in that direction like demonic mountains, their eyes like lightning. This universe is a bit strange. The creatures that rushed here before were all annihilated, and there are even remnants of immortal artifacts. Something extraordinary happened. However, what is certain is that the opportunity to achieve immortality is right before our eyes. Now, the 8 great experts stood together. This truly was heaven-defying. Tao that couldn't coexist were squeezed together, a great explosion taking place between them. Every single one of them stood in a star domain, surrounded by stellar streams. Every single one of them was the ruler of the universe. They were using force to separate themselves from the others. A single person was comparable to a true great universe. Despite this being the case, primal chaos still surged between them, a great explosion taking place. They all used unmatched methods, blasting the fluctuations here towards the Kuan-ji universe. The spatial barrier before them immediately broke apart. Boundless fluctuations erupted, simply like a heavenly river bursting its banks, rushing over like a flood. Could that really be a mortal domain? Or is it just a void image, not truly descending into this world? A great army was galloping. Within that great void crack, a long life world shone, floating right before them. They quickly approached. Meanwhile, at this time, hundreds of thousands of illusory immortal figures appeared, as if they were ascending to immortality, covering heaven and earth as they converged within that illusory world. That was an expanse of dazzling rain of light, turning into eternity, destroying everything. If a half-emperor was here, even if there were millions of them, they would still immediately turn into pus and blood. As long as they were touched by the rain of light, their body and soul would inevitably be destroyed. This was a natural law created specifically to stop those with great foundations. They attacked with full force, wishing to blast open the Kuan-ji universe, incomparably desiring to come into contact with that shining world. However, they were scared of the strangeness within, not daring to take the initiative to enter. Not willing to come in? Then I'll help you all a bit. Xianxia sat within the ruins of God. With a light shout, sword Dao laws condensed before his eyes. His entire body was shining, five-colored immortal energy overflowing from the surface of his body. The chaotic energy surrounding his body was all shaken apart, revealing his handsome immortal-like features. However, his expression was cold, as if he didn't have any emotions. The void before his eyes exploded, sword Dao laws condensing into a bronze immortal sword that was incomparably solid. Then, with a wing sound, the immortal sword flew up. Once the sword was released, the universe and stellar rivers lost color, splitting heaven and earth, even making the heavenly path collapse. With a pu sound, the immortal sword swept past, light and shadow flying out, shattering all of the fluctuations in front of it, filling the sky with fragments of laws and crushed into powder. Pooh, what a terrifying existence, is he the one who took action and killed the other great foundations? The 8 great foundations took action together, attempting to blast open the Kuan-ji universe, but at this moment, they all coughed out blood, their bodies trembling, their faces full of shock. Terrifying sword intent seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens, boundless and boundless, heaven and earth lost color, capable of collapsing everything. They felt their blood run cold. If they were outside the universe, there was no way they could come into contact with the other party, let alone blast open this universe and approach that shining ancient world. In the next moment, they looked at each other. The 8 great foundations decided to work together. Their respective Dao pervaded the air, releasing terrifying auras, crushing forward, colliding with each other, directly entering the Kuan-ji universe. A terrifying battle erupted here again, engulfing the endless starfields and universes. Even from very far away, tens of thousands of realms could feel it, and couldn't help but tremble in fear. No matter how many of you there are, you are all useless before me. Xianxia coldly spoke, looking at the 8 people slaughtering their way over, his eyes deep like the unchanging deep sea. Without a doubt, this battle ended quickly. The cage of darkness reappeared, accompanied by the sound of chains being dragged. The 8 great foundations were once again dragged inside, their auras vanishing without a trace. The Kuan-ji universe sank into darkness, apart from the sky above the ruins of God, where immortal light shone brilliantly. Terrifying great fog engulfed, covering everything, causing this place to suddenly become deathly still and desolate. Those great foundations who rushed over later all trembled in fear, stopping outside the universe. However, they couldn't resist the temptation of immortal ascension, directly slaughtering their way in. Without exception, they followed in the footsteps of those great foundations before, adding several more figures to the cage of darkness. A terrifying gray fog appeared out of nowhere and shrouded the entire Kuan-pol universe. All the stars dimmed without a trace of light. This place seemed to have fallen into an eternal silence. The cultivators and living beings on the ancient warships outside of the Kuan-Ji universe were all horrified. Unbeknownst to them, all of them had sunk into the Kuan-Ji universe like a clay ox entering the ocean. Not a single sound was heard. This was too terrifying. In their eyes, there was a great demon hiding inside. It wasn't just a place for immortal ascension. This had never appeared in the annals of history. No matter how mysterious the Kuan-Pol universe was, how could it withstand the combined efforts of so many great figures without being destroyed? This was an unbelievable thing to begin with. All the armies stopped outside of Kuan-Pol universe, not daring to take half a step closer. Even the accomplished ones felt chills running down their spines. The remaining cultivators were even more horrified. We paid such a heavy price for immortal ascension and brought our entire race's foundation here, only to be stopped here in the end. How sad. There was clearly an opportunity for immortal ascension in Kuan-Pol universe, right in front of us. Why is this happening? What is going on? Our true ancestor has been in hiding for countless years, waiting for this moment. Many cultivators were wailing. They thought that their progenitor would become immortal in this universe and lead them to glory. However, who would have thought that even the primogenitor would fall into it, swallowed up by that universe shrouded in darkness, making one's heart tremble with fear. At this moment, they were in despair. All the light in front of them was like the universe in front of them, falling into absolute darkness. There was no color at all. Xianxia sat upright in the ruins of God, watching all of this from afar, and gently shook his head. He had no pity for these beings. All the races were willing to overturn everything for the sake of immortal ascension. They were even prepared to massacre this universe. No being or cultivator was innocent in this era of immortal ascension. If they wanted to become immortal, they had to pay the price. The ripples from the epic Tao fruit are growing stronger and stronger. The laws of the world are becoming more and more complete. It seems that in a few hundred years, the world will return to its former prosperity. Tao Yao looked at the sky and quietly closed his eyes. He sensed the fluctuations of the laws of heaven and earth. It was like an incomplete part was slowly being filled up by some kind of aura. She even felt that her cultivation was slowly recovering. No, it was not recovering. Instead, the amount of magic power she could use was increasing, causing her strength to increase. This was because her cultivation had already surpassed that of an ordinary celestial realm cultivator. The reason why she was unable to display her full strength was because of the restrictions of the environment. Now that this restriction had been removed, the strength that she could use was naturally much stronger. That's right. Because the environment is changing and the immortal ascension era is descending, they are all anxious and want to fight for the opportunity to become immortal. That's why they are so hardworking and don't care about death. They even don't care about their own race. Xianxia smiled faintly as the cultivation on his body slowly changed. His current cultivation was actually only at the late-stage Tao attainment realm, which was the late-stage Nirvana Tao realm. He was actually still far from the peak of the Nirvana Tao realm, who was half a step into the immortal Tao realm. But to him, his cultivation didn't mean anything. His combat strength had already reached the pinnacle of what this world could contain. For example, the strength that this world could accommodate was at the remnant immortal realm. Therefore, the strength that Xianxia could display now was naturally at the remnant immortal realm. Now that the laws of heaven and earth were becoming complete and the limits of what it could accommodate were increasing, the strength that he could display would naturally increase as well. When Xianxia had faced the Samsara Ancient Lord, he'd used the Octotera Demon Halberd to destroy the Samsara Ancient Lord's soul with one strike. In fact, he'd already reached the limit of this world. These so-called experts only felt that they stood at the peak of the world. In fact, this wasn't the case. Even Tao Yao could easily kill them. Not to mention Xianxia. The true immortal domain is about to descend. I have to hurry. These experts have all learned their lesson and are now hiding in the distant universe. They haven't come close yet. Xianxia looked into the distance and saw the scene outside the Kunji universe. Many of the experts who'd rushed over stopped in the distance with uncertain expressions. They didn't step into this universe like the others before them. They'd personally witnessed the scene of those experts being swallowed by the darkness and were greatly alarmed. They chose to wait and see what would happen. After all, they'd lived for so long and wouldn't be so rash when they sensed danger. Not long ago, 8 figures with hidden reserves had made an appearance here, yet they were like clay oxen that had entered the sea, and they vanished without a trace. No matter how much they desired immortal ascension, they understood that the Kunji universe contained great danger. Guchunga naturally didn't expect them to be like those experts before them and come in recklessly to their deaths. The quintessence of a dozen experts should be enough for me to break through to the peak of the Nirvana realm. Guchunga shook his head lightly and vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing in the star region enveloped in grey mist. The 4 pillars seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. They were boundless and ancient, and they emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Above the 4 pillars, countless chains extended out, and at the ends of the chains, they were connected to the dark cages. Those experts were now imprisoned in these cages. Some chose to attack these cages in an attempt to break out. Some sat cross-legged on the ground and glowed all over. Signs of ascension appeared on their cheekbones. They intended to forcibly burn their souls to connect with the immortal aura of heaven and earth. They'd already sensed the aura of ascension here. It was extremely dense and emanated from the ruins of God, so they wanted to give it a try. Of course, there were also people roaring furiously. Their eyes had turned red as if they'd fallen into a heart demon. It wasn't that their minds weren't firm enough, but that the terminating quintessence had seeped into their souls. Even the terminating great ancestors couldn't stop the aura in the past. Their cultivation might be impressive, but they weren't even qualified to carry the shoes of the terminating great ancestors when it came to their souls. Who are you? Why are you doing this? What's your goal? After Guchunga appeared here, many of them immediately roared and stared at him, the big black hand behind the scenes, wanting to know his identity. After the forbidden epic, he took the epic tree and framed the 8 desolates' 10 regions for it, leading to countless years of fighting between the upper realm and the 8 desolates' 10 regions. After this era, he made the epic tree appear in the world and attracted them here as his medicine. It was far from enough to describe his intentions as vicious and ruthless. He was scheming against the entire upper realm and all the orthodoxies. Most terrifyingly, no one knew about his existence after so many years. He was like a shadow that had fused into the darkness. He had always been hiding behind the epics and looked down on everything coldly and emotionlessly. He watched as the epics changed, the upper realm fell into chaos because of the search for the epic tree, and the world fell into chaos. Such a mastermind was definitely not a nameless figure. He was definitely an extremely terrifying figure before the forbidden epic, and he was even more ancient than the ancient heavenly exalt of samsara. Who am I? Guchunga shook his head and chuckled. He didn't conceal his appearance as he walked over step by step from the darkness. His peerlessly handsome face had a cold and indifferent expression. It's you? How is this possible? Suddenly, it was like a basin of cold water had been poured down from the top of their heads. It caused those figures who recognized Guchunga to open their eyes wide with shock. They were filled with horror and trembling, and they couldn't even speak properly. Before this, they'd already guessed and even deduced many possibilities. They felt that the ancient heavenly exalt of samsara was very likely. But they never imagined that the mastermind behind this would be Guchunga, the invincible junior of the current era. This was simply like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable, and they didn't dare to believe it at all. Many of them had learned about Guchunga from the juniors when they woke up before. They knew how terrifying his talent was and how monstrous he was. But they didn't put him on the same level as them. They only felt that he was a junior. Only when the red-clothed woman, Emo-chan, mentioned Guchunga at his wedding that they knew he was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the forbidden epic, did they pay much attention to him. Some of them had even discussed with the one-eyed Taoist of Sky Emperor Mountain before to kill Guchunga in the cradle so that he wouldn't be able to control the world with one hand in the future. But because of the appearance of the epic tree and the opportunity to become an immortal, they had no choice but to put this matter aside for now. They didn't pay attention to Guchunga anymore and rushed to Kunji Universe with the strength of their entire clan. But who would have thought that the mastermind behind Kunji Universe would actually be Guchunga? At this moment, everyone's heads were buzzing, their scalps were numb, and their bodies were cold. As people with deep foundations, they had long reached the point where their state of mind was unaffected. But now, they still felt a deep sense of fear. How could it be you? How did you do it? Or is Guchanga just your incarnation, and this is your true self? An existence with deep foundations said with a trembling voice. Even he didn't realize how terrified he was right now. He felt that all of this was too unbelievable. Guchanga's expression didn't change, and he didn't answer their questions. Runes of the great Tao appeared behind him. Dark light fell, as if a black hole had suddenly condensed in the darkness. It enveloped those people, wanting to refine them. Guchanga's expression was cold and indifferent. He did not answer the crowd's question. With a wave of his sleeve, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. A terrifying fluctuation seemed to cover the entire universe. The celestial vase of the great Tao fell. Accompanied by a vast black light, it enveloped the entire star region. Even the gray fog that swept over trembled and was about to collapse. The surrounding star regions exploded, turning into countless pieces of dust. This kind of devouring power was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to devour the cultivators' souls. Those who were imprisoned in the dark cage were even more terrified and trembling all over. They felt that the source of their cultivation base was leaving their bodies and was about to be devoured by the celestial vase that fell in front of them. This kind of taboo item. How did it appear on you? So you're the inheritor of the demonic arts hidden at the back. The entire upper realm is under your control. Someone's eyes widened, full of fear and disbelief. They recognized the celestial vase of the great Tao that existed in the taboo legend. In just a moment, they understood Guchanga's true identity. Their faces turned pale. Not only was he the reincarnation of a supreme existence of the taboo era, but he was also suspected to be the one who caused the collapse of the era and the end of the long river of time. Even his existence had become a taboo that no one dared to mention. Even in the ancient history books, no one dared to record it. They would suffer ominous and heavenly retribution, and there would be a huge and terrifying backlash. Such an existence appeared in this world and became the successor of the Longevity Gu family. He became the leader of his generation in the upper realm. No one doubted his existence. They did not even really suspect that he was the mastermind behind the demonic arts and the mastermind behind the chaos in the upper realm. 343 Before this, when the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Endless Fire Nation, and other orthodoxies wanted to put the huge hat of the inheritor of the demonic arts on Guchanga's head, they incurred the wrath of all living beings and were reviled by countless people. However, who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence? The true inheritor of the demonic arts was really him. At this moment, the faces of these existences that had seen through the truth were ghastly pale. There was rage, terror, regret, and unwillingness. At this point, they could not figure out how Guchanga had planned all of this, nor could they figure out how he had secretly led all of this behind the back of the entire upper realm. At this point, even if you know everything, what's the use? The vast upper realm will become nourishment for my ascension to immortality. Guchanga said coldly. His eyes were deep and emotionless. He stood in the depths of the universe and watched everything without any change in expression. The chains of the great Tao trembled, descending from all directions. In the end, they wrapped around the bodies of these powerful individuals like shackles, making it difficult for them to move. At this moment, a boundless black light erupted before his eyes, like an extremely resplendent black sun. Then, this black sun exploded, filling the sky with black light, turning into a chaotic black hole, hanging above Guchanga's head. Blood chi filled the air, immortal light lingered, and chaotic fog spread. In the end, endless laws intertwined, as if turning into a chaotic pool of ascension to immortality. In the next moment, this chaotic pool of ascension to immortality suddenly expanded, enveloping the group of powerful individuals in front of him. Under their terrified expressions, it gradually swallowed them up, until finally, not a trace of life was emitted. The sky was filled with the color of blood, spreading out like a fog, covering all the star fields. Guchanga quietly closed his eyes, the emotions on his handsome and perfect face seemed to have frozen. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into the true heavenly Tao, without the slightest trace of emotion. He was indifferent and ancient, looking down on the heavens and myriad realms as ants. In the distant land of the divine ruins, Tao Yao was similarly speechless as he watched this scene. At this time, she only felt that Guchanga and that ancient figure gradually merged and overlapped, but this fluctuation quickly dissipated. Wang. Colorful immortal chi spread out from Guchanga's body. He opened his eyes, which seemed to reflect the many scenes that had happened since ancient times. The river of time reversed, the galaxy collapsed, and the sun and moon rumbled. Just by standing there, there was a terrifying aura that made the heavens submit and myriad realms tremble. This universe seemed to be unable to contain his figure. As expected, I am still far from that threshold. I do need to summon the true immortal path and become an immortal on the immortal path. Guchanga shook his head. He felt that although his cultivation had reached the peak of the Nirvana Tao realm, he was very close to the true immortal realm. However, without the baptism of immortal light and the baptism of the immortal Tao, his primordial spirit couldn't cultivate the light of the immortal Tao, and his physical body couldn't truly advance to the immortal Tao domain. If his physical body wanted to advance to the immortal Tao domain, he had to undergo the tempering of the immortal Tao domain, which was to welcome the arrival of the immortal tribulation. Although the world had begun to change and the laws of heaven and earth were becoming complete, it would be at least a few hundred years before it was possible to experience the immortal tribulation. The only possibility now was to step onto the immortal path and undergo the tempering of the immortal tribulation on the immortal path. Guchanga controlled the epic Tao fruit, so he could easily cultivate the light of the immortal Tao for his primordial spirit. However, if he wanted to break through to the complete immortal realm, he had to establish himself on the immortal path. There are no traces of the true immortal path yet. I need to return to the upper realms before I can summon the immortal path. Guchanga already had other plans in mind. In the following days, more and more powerful figures from the upper realms arrived outside the Kunji universe. The army was so vast that one couldn't see the end of it. Terrifying ripples collided there. Different great Daos intertwined, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the sky. However, they were all very cautious. When they sensed that the people in front of them had already disappeared into the universe ahead, they didn't choose to enter. They stayed outside the universe, choosing to deduce or use other methods. They were waiting for the best opportunity to charge into the Kunji universe. In their direction, they could sense the rich ripples of the epic tree. It came from the depths of the Kunji universe, carrying an aura that made one's hair stand on end. It was as if they were about to ascend to immortality. The only place shining brightly was the Big Dipper starfield. The sky was illuminated brilliantly. Everyone could see an ancient and lush towering tree at the center of the universe. Chaotic chi floated around it, and stars filled the sky. It was incomparably mysterious and beautiful. There's an incomparably ancient existence in this universe. His peak cultivation is definitely beyond the immortal realm. He's the one who stole the epic tree and plotted for countless years. He's been waiting for us to come and become his nourishment. The epic tree is inside, and so is the opportunity to ascend to immortality. How should we choose now? Brothers, what do you plan to do? Outside the Kunji universe, these powerful figures all appeared. Their numbers were terrifying, involving at least a few dozen imperishable orthodoxies and supreme forces. The one-eyed Taoist of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had already arrived. His expression was uncertain as he conversed with several old friends beside him. They had already captured creatures from other universes that used to live in the Kunji universe. From their memories, they understood many of the origins of the Kunji universe, including the origin of the godly ruins and so on. Ancient Buddha of Instant, Heavenly Maiden Jin Yang, and other powerful figures had all appeared. Now, they were frowning as they watched the scene in the Kunji universe with the one-eyed Taoist of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. There's a great risk and danger here. I've decided to leave. My Buddha told me that there's a danger of death here. Ancient Buddha of Instant put his palms together. His white eyebrows drooped down to his cheeks. He looked kind, but now, he couldn't hide his solemn expression. His eyes that were closed all year round suddenly opened as if he wanted to see through the scene in the Kunji universe. Hearing his words, the expressions of many people changed slightly as they felt a sense of unease. To put it bluntly, most of the most powerful forces in the upper realm had gathered outside the Kunji universe. Many orthodoxies had even brought their entire clan's resources to this place, putting everything on the line. Before us, there were at least a dozen powerful figures who rushed here, but they all disappeared without a trace. Even their armies disappeared as if they had evaporated. You have to know that there must be someone who used an immortal artifact, and the remnants of their aura still lingered. The heavenly maiden Xianxia of the great void divine tribe also spoke. She had regained her original appearance. Her golden hair was dazzling, and she was extremely beautiful. She was no longer as gray-haired as before. For this opportunity to become an immortal, she had made all the preparations to restore her body to its peak condition. But now, she was hesitating. She was planning to retreat. Compared to becoming an immortal, she didn't want to die here for no reason. Just as all the powerful figures were feeling uneasy because of the darkness and strangeness of the Kunji universe and didn't dare to set foot here again. The Kunji universe in front of them suddenly trembled. Wisps of mysterious immortal chi overflowed from heaven and earth, making everyone's heart tremble. An inexplicable aura suddenly appeared. Like streaks of immortal light, they overflowed from the Kunji universe and lit up the dark universe around them. A magnificent gate emitting the light of the immortal ascension suddenly appeared in the dark Kunpol universe. It looked like the legendary gate of immortality. There were even immortal soldiers and generals appearing in that place. Immortal Dao lightning struck down, filling the sky with multicolored light. What is that? Is it an illusion? Or is it the real immortal door? One of the powerful figures suddenly opened his eyes wide. His voice was trembling. He had been waiting for this moment for ages. Even though he knew that the Kunji universe was full of danger and could easily kill powerful figures, he did not care anymore. Everyone, don't believe it. That is definitely a trap set up by that person in the ruins of God to lure us in and use us as his medicine for breaking through. This is an illusion, not a real immortal door. There is nothing behind the door, only danger. Another powerful figure spoke. His eyes were like two blazing suns that could destroy everything. He looked at the scene of immortal ascension in the Kunji universe and did not believe it. The rest of the powerful figures did not believe it either. They used all kinds of methods to deduce whether it was real or not. After witnessing the death of more than 10 powerful figures, they became more cautious. They knew that the person in the ruins of God had a shocking background and methods. All of a sudden, the scene of ascension appeared. This was just too dreamy, and not too believable at all. The Golden Sun Heavenly Maiden was very decisive. After seeing this scene, she gritted her teeth and said, regardless of whether the flying immortal is real or not, I'm going to leave. If I stay here, I'll only end up losing my life. Those fellow Taoists before me are the best examples. She did not allow herself to be blinded by immortal ascension. After sensing that the appearance of the epic tree was an overt scheme, she began to hesitate. After witnessing the death of more than 10 powerful figures, she was even more certain of her decision. Then, she waved her sleeve and led the people of the great void divine tribe back the way they came. Then, ancient Buddha Xianxia also showed a hint of hesitation. But soon, he chanted a Buddhist chant and followed behind the heavenly maiden Xianxia. He led the people of Buddha Mountain away and did not want to get involved in this matter. Compared to the other orthodoxies, Buddha Mountain clearly did not have such a strong desire for immortal ascension opportunities. They cultivated the Bodhisattva and Arhat Buddhas. Although it was similar to the immortal Tao, there were still many differences. What he had accumulated was the path of faith and incense. He did not rely much on the path to immortality. After the departure of the heavenly maiden Xianxia and the ancient Buddha of Xianxia, many other powerful figures chose to leave as well. They were not willing to take such a huge risk. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of us, yet these people are so cowardly. We are ashamed to be fellow Taoists. The one-eyed Taoist's eyes flickered with a sinister glint. He couldn't help but speak when he saw this scene. He directly put the blame on the heavenly maiden Xianxia and the others. He had planned to send the rest of the people to the Kunji cosmos to find out if it was true or not. However, he didn't expect that the flying immortal fluctuation would scare them away. Faced with the opportunity to become an immortal, they are not fighting for it. Instead, they are afraid of death. This is the end of their lives. They will never be able to take that step again. Another powerful figure from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain also spoke. He was an old man with a medium build. His face was blurred and was shrouded in chaotic fog. Now, as he spoke, his dark bronze face was revealed. His eyes were deep and his aura was terrifying. On the way here, the two of them had already made up their minds. If there were any accidents, their lives would be the most important. However, the opportunity to become an immortal was right in front of them. They could not give it up. Therefore, they could only let others explore the path for them. The two of you are right. Before becoming an immortal, you are afraid of everything. You are not like us when we were young. With dozens of us here, we can destroy any universe. How can we be afraid of such an open scheme? We will take the epic tree together and plan the path to immortality. These words immediately resonated with the rest of the powerful figures. To reach this step, which one of them had not walked through endless battles and killings? When facing their peers, they looked down on them and were invincible. Why were they afraid of everything now? Even if there is an open scheme, so what? I will crush it with my own strength. Another powerful figure spoke. His entire body's golden blood energy overflowed into the heavens. He had a special constitution that allowed him to contend against a true dragon, powerful beyond compare. Since the higher realms were born countless years ago, the great eras were like a sea, too many to count. The most powerful individuals that emerged from every great era gathered here, wishing to break through the barrier of immortality. Their auras devoured the endless ages, blood surging like a great expanse. They all displayed their most powerful and terrifying state, preparing to attack Xianxia Cosmos together. Regardless of whether it was an open scheme or an open scheme, they would crush it with their own strength. When they saw this, the one-eyed Taoist and the other powerful figure from Heavenly Emperor Mountain looked at each other, seeing the smiles on each other's faces. Hong Long Long. Right at this time, rumbling noises sounded from Xianxia Cosmos again. The resplendent immortal light there became even more rich. Strand after strand of immortal energy seeped out from the borders, spreading through this void space. A type of aura pervaded the air, as if it could slow down the decay within their bodies, allow them to prolong their lives. For people at this level, what was that? It could only be something related to immortality. Joy appeared on everyone's faces again, unable to hide their desire to become immortals. At this moment, in Xianxia Cosmos, immortal light blossomed again. That grand gate towered, endless immortal essence appearing. Azure dragons soared, immortal phoenixes spread their wings. At the same time, a blurry immortal path appeared, as if it could truly connect to celestial domain. Meanwhile, in that dark and deep cosmos, one could see streaks of lightning begin to descend. At first, they were extremely blurry, but then, as if they were condensed from natural laws, they continuously hacked down, crackling with crackling sounds. It was incomparably shocking, just the shockwaves alone made the entire cosmos tremble. Immortal tribulation, this is the legendary immortal tribulation, the immortal tribulation one must go through to become an immortal. How long has it been since the higher realms experienced a lightning tribulation, immortal tribulation? A powerful figure's voice trembled as he stared fixedly at that scene, already finding it hard to remain calm, incomparably excited. Ever since the taboo Great Era, no more lightning tribulation descended in the higher realms. During the process of cultivators' cultivation, they all lacked the most important lightning tribulation tempering. And now, in this Xianxia Cosmos, they actually saw lightning tribulation again. No, that wasn't just lightning tribulation, that was immortal ascension tribulation. Someone was going to become an immortal at this time. Could it be that the Lord of the Ruins of God is going to become an immortal? The one-eyed Taoist's eyes burned brightly as he stared fixedly at that scene, his voice full of passion. And just as many powerful figures were so shocked and excited that they couldn't suppress their emotions, a boundless light suddenly erupted from the Xianxia Cosmos, and a slender and blurry figure stepped out from the Big Dipper starfield, directly charging towards that sea of lightning. The Lord of the Ruins of God is going to undergo immortal tribulation. This is our chance. He can't scheme against us anymore, and he has no time to care about other things. This is our chance. Kill. Many powerful figures' eyes turned red at this moment, like gamblers. Surging auras erupted as they directly rushed into the Xianxia Cosmos, no longer hesitating as before, as if they didn't care about their own safety, afraid that someone else would take the lead. The opportunity to become an immortal is right in front of us. Those who left, I wonder if they will regret it when they know all of this. The one-eyed Taoist was so excited that his voice was trembling. His large hand tore through the void in front of him, hurrying through the cosmos with large strides, rushing towards that area filled with immortal light. Ascension light was incomparably resplendent, as if an expanse of immortal mist appeared above Big Dipper starfield, surrounding and spreading outwards. This was a shocking scene. Lightning tribulation appeared in that place. Streak after streak of lightning radiance descended from the heavens, directly hacking down, containing extreme destructive natural laws. The fluctuations that were released were like great waves, crackling everywhere, quickly forming a sea of lightning. It was just too spectacular and resplendent. Immortal light shone brilliantly, accompanied by fluctuations that made the bodies of those who achieved the Tao feel like exploding. It was going to destroy this entire cosmos. One could vaguely see a hazy and indistinct immortal land rising and falling there. Behind it, there seemed to be a towering and ancient city gate that appeared. Through the cracks that appeared, one could see the boundless world within. Divine mountains were tall and ancient trees towering into the heavens. Immortal cranes moved about, auspicious energy surging. It was just like the immortal palaces of ancient legends. Right at this time, within Big Dipper starfield, an exceptional white-clothed figure appeared. He bathed in that sea of lightning, as if he was going to push open that gate, walk on that path, achieve immortality. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. Kill. When they saw this scene, all of the hidden figures outside Kuan-Ji Cosmos couldn't sit still anymore. They shouted angrily, their eyes becoming red, their bodies surging with great Tao radiance, chaotic mist spreading outwards. At this moment, they were powerful to the extreme, displaying their own terrifying peak, tearing apart everything as they rushed forward. These were terrifying fluctuations that were going to support Kuan-Ji Cosmos. All types of great Tao collided within, a single strand of shockwaves erupting, making those starfields in outer space explode, turning into fine powder that covered the skies. This type of scene was enough to be recorded in ancient history. It was just too shocking. Several dozen hidden figures appeared in this world, taking action together, each displaying their own Tao methods. They were previously revered in a certain great era, unmatched among their peers. After becoming hidden figures, they already didn't display their past brilliance again. However, now that they were in the same world, they were going to slaughter their way into that expanse of ascension light. All of the creatures outside Kuan-Ji Cosmos were shocked by this scene, their emotions stirring as these hidden figures slaughtered their way over. They felt like they were going to witness the grand occasion of immortal ascension. After waiting for so long, they were going to witness it now. The great age of immortal ascension descended. Were all of the hidden figures going to achieve immortality at this time? The Lord of the Ruins of Gods has ascended to immortality. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. All the experts who had entered the Kuan-Ji universe roared in unison. When they stepped into this part of the universe, they felt a strange fluctuation spreading, which was completely different from the outside world. The environment here was very different from the other universes, but it did not hinder their determination to become immortals. All sorts of terrifying nomological laws surged and exploded, bombarding the Big Dipper constellation. The surrounding regions had already collapsed at the first moment. More than 10 powerful individuals took action. This was unprecedented, not a single existence at the same level could stop them. Some people had even utilized immortal artifacts and were burning the quintessence of their own lifespan. They wanted to utilize their immortal artifacts with all their might to forcefully and resolutely smash into the area enveloped by the sea of lightning. It was as if the world was about to be reopened. This place was incomparably chaotic energy surging. Even space and time were becoming turbulent. Within the ruins of gods, Empress Huangyu stood next to Tao Yao. Unlike the calm expression on Tao Yao's face, Empress Huangyu watched this terrifying scene, her mind trembling, feeling incomparably uneasy and worried. This was too frightening. From what she knew, those who achieved Tao were already the most powerful beings in this part of the universe. Only one could be born in a generation, and the Tao that was born would affect the Tao of others, leading to the fact that no one else could be born for tens of thousands of years. That was why the number of those who achieved Tao in the Kuan-Ji universe was very limited. However, every single one of them was the most powerful being of an era since the Great Extinction Era, and no one could compare to them. However, with the arrival of this era, all of this changed. The Tao of the other universes descended with great armies. Their numbers were terrifying, making one tremble in fear. Then, these hidden figures appeared again. Each of them was powerful enough to casually slap the previous her to death. Now, there were more than 10 of these figures, all of them slaughtering their way into the Kuan-ji universe. It was too shocking, and one's hair stood on end. You don't have to worry. These people are just fish. They've already fallen into the trap. Tao Yao spoke at this moment. As if she could see Empress Huangyu's worry, a smile appeared on her calm face. She saw the shadow of Chan Hongyi and Empress Huangyu, so she couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness to her. They've all fallen into the trap? Senior is now, isn't he about to become an immortal? Why would they fall into the trap? Empress Huangyu was still confused. She found it difficult to understand. Even with her experience, she couldn't see that the calamitous lightning tribulation was a trap. She felt that with her strength, as long as she stepped into that lightning tribulation, she would instantly be turned into dust. Wasn't that lightning tribulation an immortal ascension tribulation? Tao Yao shook her head gently, and didn't say anything. In fact, she couldn't see through Guchunga's plan or his next move either. She could only guess his intentions. This was a kind of blind confidence. After all, he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Almost every step was done after careful consideration and planning. He could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Can't wait any longer? Had they fallen into the trap? Guchunga, who was bathed in lightning, did not look worried when he saw the attacks coming at him. He wore a faint smile instead. The blurry gate of immortality appeared above his head once again. He could even see the patterns of the primordial people on it. It was extremely realistic. He braved the sea of lightning that filled the sky, ignoring the terrifying lightning that fell on his body, and steadily walked forward. There was not the slightest ripple on his spotless white robe. Rumble, the whole universe was filled with the aura of the tribulation. It was going to penetrate the heavens and earth, illuminate the past, and shatter everything. Don't let him get close to the gate of immortality. When he opens the gate of immortality and enters it, it will be the time for him to become an immortal. The people who came to stop Guchunga from entering the gate of immortality yelled furiously upon seeing this. At this time, all the ultimate attacks crashed into the sea of lightning. Some directly smashed into Guchunga's body, but ripples spread out behind him. It was like an invulnerable power that could make him immune to all attacks. However, the fluctuations of the immortal artifact's recovery were too terrifying. It was like a beam of light that directly blasted away the lightning. Guchunga staggered and almost lost his balance. Then, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's injured. This scene immediately made the people excited. They felt that there was hope in this battle. This mysterious master of the ruins of immortality was not so powerful that he was completely invincible. The one-eyed Taoist was even more excited. He felt that the aura of the immortal realm here was extremely dense. It even made him feel that his primordial spirit had become even more resplendent. His cheekbones were transparent, and his spiritual power was unprecedentedly vigorous. Buzz, at this time, in the sky above the Big Dipper constellation, the illusory image of the immortal land solidified again. Even the ancient gate of immortality became real. There was immortal light all around, and many rules began to fall and condense. Thousands of troops and horses galloped and suddenly appeared around the gate of immortality. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of illusory immortal shadows appeared, as if they were ascending to the immortal realm. They covered the sky and earth and became heavenly soldiers and generals, blocking Guchunga's footsteps. Slash! He shouted softly, and a bronze immortal sword appeared in his hand. It shattered the lightning and slashed forward. The terrifying sword light immediately shattered the illusory immortal shadows. Even the tightly shut gate of immortality had a gap, and a corner of the shining vast world was revealed. However, the result was that the sea of lightning became even more terrifying. It was accompanied by crimson human-shaped tribulation lightning that pounced on Guchunga. Among the human-shaped tribulation lightning, there were even ancient Taoists and sword immortals who appeared to fight with him. Seeing this, many people naturally did not want to let go of such a great opportunity. They attacked again, ignoring the backlash and the heavenly punishment. They were not afraid of being implicated by the tribulation lightning. They all displayed their strongest techniques and attacked Guchunga. They wanted to take this opportunity to destroy him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is courting death and chose to become an immortal at this time. He has no other choice. If he misses this opportunity, I'm afraid he will have no hope of becoming an immortal. Everyone was unable to hide their excitement. They felt that as long as they killed Xianxia, they would be able to replace his efforts and plans. They would directly enter the immortal sect and become an immortal there. This was an extremely tragic battle. In their eyes, the Lord of the Ruins of God needed to contend against the condensed rules from the immortal sect. At the same time, he needed to bathe in the sea of lightning to contend against this calamity. At the same time, he also needed to resist their attacks. Even if he was powerful to the point of defying the heavens, it would be difficult for him to hold on. In the end, he would be exhausted. Everyone's eyes were red with killing intent as they used the most powerful spells and techniques since ancient times. In the end, they did not expect it. Along with the recovery of several immortal artifacts, their peerless auras were abundant. They rumbled and crushed over, transforming into several beams of light that tore through the universe. They pierced through Xianxia's figure and tore it into pieces. Then, the light of these immortal artifacts even tore through the sea of lightning and landed on the gate of God, blasting open many of the originally small cracks. Inside, there was a dense light of ascension that filled the air, causing all the people to be excited. They rushed over without care for their own safety, wanting to blast open the gate of God and enter the immortal path. What was behind the immortal gate? Just by looking at the slit that was revealed, one could see that it was a vast and boundless world. It was shining, and there was a substance of immortality that pervaded the air. It could slow down their decay and aging, and even allow them to reconstruct their soul light. Their spiritual energy had become unprecedentedly vigorous. The Lord of the Ruins of God has died tragically under the immortal tribulation. His aura has disappeared. The opportunity to become immortal in this universe belongs to us. All of the hidden figures were extremely excited. They charged over. They had been waiting and waiting since ancient times, all for this final moment. Everyone wanted nothing more than to blast open that gate and charge inside. The one-eyed Taoist was even more so. His eyes were burning with passion. He didn't hesitate to use his most powerful forbidden artifact. His surging aura was like an immortal sword as it blasted over, shaking the entire universe. The immortal tribulation dispersed, and so did the sea of lightning. The light that enveloped everything was also fading away. It was as if after the Lord of the Ruins of God was torn apart. His immortal tribulation was also dispersing. It wouldn't last forever. All of the hidden figures looked at the immortal gate that suddenly became blurry because of the dissipation of the lightning tribulation. It seemed like it was going to disappear into the distance. Their cultivation wasn't enough for them to trigger their immortal tribulation here. However, the immortal gate was right in front of them, and the immortal path was within. How could they give up? Boom! Endless attacks were launched again. It was as if everything that had happened since the creation of the world was reenacted. It was so powerful that it made people tremble. Since ancient times, there had never been such a terrifying thing. The Xianxia universe continued to collapse. The star region had long collapsed, and it was a scene of devastation. There were aftershocks everywhere. Even the chaotic aura was scattered, diffusing into the tattered universe. The mighty army outside the Xianxia universe watched this shocking scene, and their hearts were filled with excitement and shock. Even some of the cultivators with lower cultivation levels felt like they were opening up the immortal path like those hidden figures. This was an unprecedented grand occasion. They witnessed the revived hidden figures become immortals with their own eyes. They watched as they stepped into the legendary world. I've waited for ages. I finally saw this day. I have no regrets in this life. They were so excited that tears flowed down their cheeks. Kill. Even if there is no path ahead and the immortal gate has yet to open, so what? We will slaughter our way out. No one can stop us from becoming immortals. All of the hidden figures' auras surged into the heavens at this moment, simply about to suppress 10,000 years, devour past and present. Their eyes were like heavenly blades, immortal swords, releasing zing-zing sounds as they hacked forward. That was a terrifying will that had never been seen before. It condensed up ahead, making all of the cultivators' expressions change. It was enough to shock the ancient past and shake the present world. That blurry gate was now becoming faint, as if it was going to disappear soon, unable to exist forever. However, there was still radiance within that attracted all of the powerful individuals. A type of immortal and everlasting aura pervaded the air, making them head inside. It made their pores expand, their souls become bright, as if they were about to ascend. The gate of immortality is about to disappear. Today, we will use our origins as a guide to reconnect the path of immortality in this life, someone shouted. 5 colored Dao swords appeared above their heads, as if they were overflowing with immortal energy. It was incomparably shocking. As the hidden figures sacrificed their own origins, their entire bodies began to shine with brilliance, making their cultivations continuously increase, to the extent where they even reached an incomparably terrifying level, incomparably close to the so-called immortal. They were trying to guide that gate, not letting it get too far away. Everyone took action. As the immortal gate condensed once more, all types of killing moves descended, wishing to blast that place open. This continued until a terrifying great crack appeared. Through the gate, one could see the grand ancient walls, immortal soldiers, and immortal generals within. They were condensed from natural laws, but they seemed extremely real. They even saw immortal phoenixes, white tigers, true dragons, and others soar into the sky. The ancient peaks were massive, divine mountains majestic. The entire world was shining, to the extent where the legendary southern heavenly gate appeared. Hong Long Long. In the end, the brilliance was too resplendent, as if a sun exploded there. The immortal gate was finally blasted open. The grand walls were revealed before all of the hidden figures' eyes, endless smoke and dust rushing over. However, not long after the immortal gate opened, it showed signs of closing. At this point, the group of hidden figures could no longer hold back. They all rushed inside. Along the way, they even began to fight over the order of entry. Just now, everyone's goal was to blast open the immortal gate. However, after the immortal gate opened, the remaining hidden figures were their greatest enemies. A rain of light danced, filling the sky. That great crack and the path of immortality were filled with light, brilliant and sparkling, but also terrifying. A single speck of light like this was enough to penetrate a supreme being, boundary emperor, and others. It would be difficult to survive. At this point, it could be said that everyone's eyes were red. They wanted to continuously close in on that gate, enter the immortal path, and achieve immortality. This was the greatest desire since ancient times, and no one could stop it. The path is in front. A hidden figure shrouded in 5-colored radiance rushed to the front of the immortal gate. When he saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but roar. However, when he rushed in, he saw those things condensed from natural laws shattering. The city walls collapsed, and the immortal path was breaking apart. The immortal path disappeared. Something is wrong. There is another mystery behind this. The immortal path is separated by a world sea, this hidden figure shouted, incomparably excited. His figure quickly rushed into the immortal gate, instantly disappearing inside. Behind him, many hidden figures also rushed in. Their speed was too fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. They were racing against time, for fear of falling behind. Resplendent multicolored light flew up. At the end of the empty void, there was suddenly a light. The grand world that had disappeared earlier vaguely appeared. There was a power of immortality that attracted everyone, but it was like there was a world sea between them. It really is the aura of immortality. We are going to become immortals in this era. The eyes of all the hidden figures who entered the immortal path immediately lit up. It was like a resplendent flame that illuminated eternity. They hurriedly rushed there. How hateful, just a little bit more, and we can enter. Meanwhile, outside the immortal gate, those hidden figures who didn't rush in could only watch with incomparable unwillingness, their eyes turning red. That immortal gate slowly closed, as if it was going to forever isolate them outside. Heavenly Emperor Mountain's one-eyed Taoist was incomparably unwilling. His speed was already extremely fast, but he still couldn't compare to the others. Some of them specialized in the speed Tao, to the extent where they even touched upon the concept of time. The others were also incomparably proficient in this Tao. With the world extreme speed, he couldn't catch up at all. So what if the immortal gate closed? Since it could be opened once, it can be opened a second time now. However, there were some hidden figures who weren't discouraged, quickly recovering. Their eyes were like fiery light, shining on that ancient gate, deciding to open the immortal gate again. The hidden figures who rushed in just now numbered less than 20. Now, there were more than 10 people outside. When they heard this, they all regained their confidence, taking action again, wishing to blast open the immortal gate, become the second batch of people to enter. However, when this gate was blasted open again, the scene inside was different. There was bloody light that rushed into the heavens, to the extent where there was even some blood that flowed out from the cracks of the gate. Ah, a sorrowful roar sounded. One of the figures inside was screaming, the voice extremely mournful, extremely terrifying, intimidating the entire Kuan-ji cosmos, making everyone feel a type of despair. One could see from outside the gate that his aura was dissipating, as if his entire body was melting away, as if he couldn't withstand the aura of the Ascension Immortal. This horrifying scene made the hidden figure's expressions change. However, the opportunity to become an immortal was right in front of them, so they couldn't care too much. They all rushed into the immortal gate, unwilling to fall behind. After all of the top cultivators entered the door of immortality, it began to heal and close. It was as if the immortal ascension path was truly coming to an end, and the curtains had been drawn. However, many people felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene. What was inside the immortal gate? Why was it that the first batch of people who entered all let out howls of despair and screams of misery? The people outside of the Kuan-ji universe couldn't see what was happening inside at all. They didn't know what was happening inside the immortal gate to make those people so desperate. They were too far away. They didn't know what was happening inside the Kuan-ji universe at all. Moreover, that surging and peerless aura was too terrifying. Even those who had reached the Tao would instantly explode into smithereens if they came in contact with it. Who would dare to step into that universe? Could this immortal gate be a conspiracy? That Lord of the Ruins of God was clearly killed by the combined efforts of all the people here. He was torn apart, his body and soul destroyed. But why is the Kuan-ji universe still so dark? It's as if it has fallen into eternal silence. There's no change at all, someone's voice trembled. This was a Tao attainment expert. He was originally someone who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But now, he was filled with fear and trembled non-stop. Because he thought of a possibility. All the people here had been tricked, that wasn't a real immortal gate. If that Lord of the Ruins of God isn't dead and his aura still exists, this is simply unimaginable. He's plotting against the entire upper realm. Everyone was frightened and uneasy. However, the people behind all rushed in the end. No one stayed outside the immortal gate. Even if some people reacted now and guessed this possibility, what could they do? Just now, they were incomparably excited like those people. They even thought that they could witness the grand scene of immortality with their own eyes. The vast Kuan-ji universe was once again shrouded in darkness. A thick fog of unknown origin spread and swept over. It was so fast that it even spread to the outer realms, covering the sky and earth. Something's wrong. Luckily, I held back. I can't stay here for long, but what if there are other shocking changes? Let's wait a little longer. At this moment, in another incomparably barren and dilapidated universe, several terrifying figures shrouded in a vast chaotic fog were watching the scene unfold in the Kuan-ji universe with lingering fear. Naturally, they were also people with strong foundations, but they were extremely cautious. Even though the celestial gate had already been blasted open and the light of ascension had spread out, he still didn't go forward. He stubbornly resisted and suppressed himself. Now, as the immortal door closed, the immortal ascension light also disappeared. Even the longevity substance that had appeared before began to thin. This caused them to be incomparably shocked, and they instantly understood that there was definitely something fishy about this. If the path of immortal ascension had truly descended, why would it be so unpredictable? The immortal ascension aura that had leaked out before was like bait, attracting them. When all the fish entered the net, he directly and decisively took away the bait. That master of the ruins of God is fishing. He definitely isn't dead. All of this is his doing. These people with strong foundations were horrified and felt a deep sense of fear. There were dozens of people with strong foundations who had rushed into the immortal door just now. They were the strongest foundation of the upper realm for countless years. If they were all buried here because of this, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the upper realm. Bah. It's all thanks to the heavenly maiden Xianxia's reminder that this old monk was able to escape this disaster. On the other side of the distant universe, ancient Buddha Xianxia and the others who had planned to leave earlier were all drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the heavenly maiden Xianxia pulling them back in time, they would have held back. Otherwise, when the immortal door closed, they would have already rushed over. They almost couldn't hold back and rushed in like the rest of the people with strong foundations. They didn't go far from the Kuan-ji universe because they were still stubborn in their hearts. They didn't want to give up just like that, so they had been watching from afar. However, the scene before them made them shiver. Their bodies were cold from head to toe, and their souls were about to be completely frozen and cracked. Is this all a scam? One of the people with strong foundations became even more despondent, and his face suddenly turned ashen. Without a doubt, even if they knew that the epic tree was in the hands of the Lord of the Ruins of God, what could they do? Even if they had an immortal artifact, they would still be suppressed in this universe. They couldn't completely eliminate him, so how could they snatch the opportunity to become an immortal from him? This was a premeditated situation, waiting for them to come and deliver themselves to their deaths. Perhaps the only fortunate thing was that they were very lucky and had not died yet. They had not fallen into this trap, and they still had a chance to escape back to the upper realm. If the Lord of the Ruins of God becomes an immortal at this time, we're completely done for. Such a ruthless person will definitely not let us live. If he becomes an immortal, I'm afraid the upper realm will completely fall, and no one will be able to stop him. The voice of the person who spoke just now trembled, and an indescribable feeling of fear struck again. The expressions of the heavenly maiden Xianxia, ancient Buddha Xianxia, and the others all darkened, and their hearts were full of haze. Maybe we're thinking too much? Someone muttered. However, no one agreed with this statement. The Kunji universe was calm. 2 batches of people entered one after another, but there was no movement at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. This kind of immortal ascension was too dull, without the slightest ripple, and it felt unreal. Especially when there were screams just now, it was incomparably shocking. What's inside that immortal gate? In the Ruins of God, Empress Huangyu was also frightened by the scene just now, and she could not help but ask Taoyao at this moment. Behind the immortal gate is his world, Taoyao replied calmly. He felt that the environment was changing faster and faster. At this time, Xianxia should be about to truly become an immortal and take that step. Ah, desperate and unwilling screams rang out, but it could not be transmitted to the real world. Outside the immortal gate, as Taoyao said, was a world, Xianxia's inner universe. He imitated the ancient celestial of samsara and used the immortal gate as bait, while his main body waited inside. He waited for the group of people to exhaust themselves before he stepped in and became nourishment for his ascension. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia was in the inner universe, looking at the scene outside indifferently. He only began to act when the first batch of people rushed in, and the result was predictable. In his inner universe, his consciousness was heaven and earth. Although he had refined the Kunji universe, how could its compatibility compare to the inner universe that he had evolved for so many years? Who are you? Why are you scheming against us? Some people went crazy. They had never thought that after fighting so hard to get to the immortal gate and crossing the world sea, they would see the Lord of the Ruins of God here again. This immortal ascension was nothing more than a mirage, a dream. They roared, and their eyes turned red. They were like trapped beasts on the verge of despair, falling from heaven to hell. They understood that all their joy and waiting were for nothing. Xianxia sat there cross-legged with a cold expression. He pointed the 8 desolation demon halberd in front of him, and it was as if the most terrifying primordial beast had been born. A terrifying aura surged forward, and the real world outside the innerverse was about to collapse. Meanwhile, in outer space, there were many small stars that directly exploded, turning into fine powder, all of them destroyed by this wave of fluctuations. Those people who wanted to rush in front of him exploded one after another, swept by the 8 desolation demon halberd. A wisp of aura was enough to destroy their physical bodies. In Xianxia's inner universe, all the people went crazy. They all rushed towards him as if they had gone mad. No one would have thought that all their efforts would be in vain in the end. Immortal ascension was fake. The immortal gate was fake. Even the aura of the flying immortals in this universe was fake. Immortal ascension was a scheme. The epic tree was just a bait to attract them. They hated Xianxia to the core. They wanted to pull out his tendons, pull out his bones, and smash his body into pieces. Even if his soul was destroyed and he could never be reincarnated, they still couldn't vent their hatred. Many of the powerful figures had long given up. They burned their true souls and summoned their immortal weapons to attack Xianxia, who was swinging his halberd at them. However, the 8 Desolation demonic halberd merely swept in their direction. All the laws exploded. Even the immortal weapon's fluctuation was eliminated and became dim. All the attacks were like clay oxen entering the sea. They couldn't hurt Xianxia at all. This scene made them feel even more desperate. They couldn't feel the slightest trace of life. The real world outside was right in front of them, but they couldn't escape. They were all exploding here. Who are you? A person who looked like a golden giant roared and charged towards Xianxia. He punched, and golden light surged. It could blast open the universe, but it couldn't even touch Xianxia's robe. Rumble, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The cold halberd light slashed down and swept down, directly splitting the golden giant's forehead. His divine soul was instantly torn apart. Xianxia's expression was cold and emotionless. He looked at them as if he was looking at ants struggling under his feet. In his eyes, these people were already destined to be unable to escape from the inner universe. In the end, they could only become nourishment for him to take that step. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy or emotional fluctuation. After all, this 597 was destined from the beginning. It couldn't be changed. How sad. There was someone who was in distress, trying to break out of this fake immortal domain. However, there was endless lightning that hacked down from heaven and earth, every single strike landing on his head, making him cough out blood and stagger, unable to hold on for much longer. Previously, in order to kill their way to this immortal domain, in order to break through the immortal gate, they had already expended a lot of energy and were no longer at their peak. Currently, the Innerverse was under Xianxia's control, and unless someone from the immortal Tao was revived, it would be impossible to destroy the Innerverse. Even if they activated their immortal artifacts and caused them to awaken, they would only be able to cause the Innerverse to tremble. Boom, something strange happened in the Innerverse, and a chaos hole appeared. Blood chi permeated the surroundings and spread continuously, shrouding the fallen elites. Even though they died, they still couldn't escape the fate of becoming nourishment. They were swallowed up by the primal chaos cave just like that. True flames burned in the surroundings, starting to refine them. Some of the weapons that were swallowed up even collapsed and exploded, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. One of the more powerful individuals couldn't stand this kind of scene. He roared and charged towards the chaos cave. But without exception, in just an instant, he was swallowed up, and there was no more sound. In the next moment, there was a loud bang in the chaos cave. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was bright and dazzling. It made one's heart tremble, and one's pores felt as if they were being pricked by needles. Bright red blood splattered like red diamonds, sprinkling up from the chaos cave. Mist filled the air, and white bones fell out. It was a shocking sight. The speed of the fall of such a powerful figure caused the others to feel despair. Since when had they become lambs waiting to be slaughtered? They were the most tyrannical and invincible figures in the history of the upper realm. It's your turn, one-eyed Taoist from Sky Emperor Mountain. Xianxia's gaze fell on the group of elites. Especially the one-eyed Taoist, who was extremely terrified. Xianxia had been paying attention to this person since a long time ago, so he naturally wouldn't let him go. On the day of his wedding with Yuming Kong, Sky Emperor Mountain had sent a Taoist to intercept and cause trouble. On such a joyous day, they deliberately discussed him. Xianxia had long regarded Sky Emperor Mountain as a dead man. After the matter here was settled, he would naturally trample on Sky Emperor Mountain. The one-eyed Taoist in front of him had secretly plotted many times to get rid of him. Xianxia didn't pay attention to it before. He was busy setting up the overall situation, but it didn't mean that he didn't care. You recognize me. Who are you? He saw the master of the ruins, who was covered in chaos fog and seemed to be sitting at the end of the long river of time. Suddenly look at him. The one-eyed Taoist felt a chill all over his body and became terrified. His soul was trembling, and he felt as if he was seen through. It was as if the top of his head was being opened. However, Xianxia didn't answer him. Instead, his big hand reached over. The chaos spread and directly slapped the one-eyed Taoist, causing him to cough blood and fly backward. His body was almost torn apart, and he couldn't dodge at all. Pfft, the one-eyed Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked and terrified. He felt that this aura was very familiar. He had seen it with his own eyes. Who was it? Who was it? He couldn't have remembered wrongly. The master of the ruins in front of him was definitely someone he had seen before. He couldn't be a nameless person. It's you, Xianxia. Suddenly, the one-eyed Taoist thought of something and trembled in horror. He couldn't even complete his words. An unprecedented sense of fear shrouded him. His eyes widened as an unimaginably terrifying thought grew in his mind. His whole body and limbs turned cold. How was this possible? Before he left the upper realm, he had inquired about Xianxia's whereabouts. He knew that after his wedding, he stayed in the Gu clan and never left. Then, how did he come to the Kunji universe and become the master of the ruins? How did he scheme against all the orthodoxies in the upper realm? This was too horrifying and unbelievable. The one-eyed Taoist couldn't believe that all of this was real. The rest of the people were also terrified. They never thought that the one-eyed Taoist would call out a person that they didn't dare to imagine at this time. The reincarnation of the supreme existence of the Forbidden Era, the mastermind behind all of this was actually him? You. How did you do it? The one-eyed Taoist's voice was full of fear. He couldn't stop trembling. He knew that Xianxia definitely wouldn't let him go. He had secretly plotted many times to harm and kill him. With such a deep hatred, Xianxia would definitely kill him. Xianxia didn't expect the one-eyed Taoist to recognize him. However, at this time, it didn't matter whether he recognized him or not. The immortal fog on his face dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was like a god sitting at the end of the world, looking down at them coldly. The terrifying chaos hole floated above his head, and endless blood chi filled the air. Then, runes of the Great Tao fell and condensed into a Great Tao treasure bottle. Tell me, how do you want to die now? He said coldly and looked at the one-eyed Taoist. The Octotera demonic halberd swept across the sky, and a wisp of aura fell, causing the one-eyed Taoist's body to crack. Colorful blood flowed out, and half of his life was gone. This is the weapon that appeared in the Forbidden Era. In the future, a demon with a demon heart had imitated it. Its demonic power is overwhelming, and it can kill everything. You are the culprit of the Forbidden Era. You reincarnated to this day. At this time, a person recognized the Octotera demonic halberd. His pupils shrank, and his voice trembled. He was shocked to the extreme. They thought that it was shocking enough to know that Xianxia was the mastermind behind all of this. However, they still didn't expect that before he reincarnated, he was the culprit of the Forbidden Era. The reason why the upper realm had undergone such drastic changes, the broken rules, and the inability to become immortals was actually caused by him. This kind of thing had never been revealed before, and no one even dared to think in this direction. He is, the Lord of all demons? No wonder. No wonder, everything that happened in the upper realm was led by you behind the scenes. You've really hidden yourself well. The one-eyed Taoist was once again shocked by this news, and he was speechless. He was pale and desperate. This news was definitely more shocking than Xianxia's plan to control the entire upper realm, because this represented the truth of the separation between the celestial realm and the upper realm. It would even attract the attention of the real existences in the celestial realm. However, he also knew that no matter what kind of impact this matter would have, they wouldn't be able to see it. Everyone was terrified and desperate at this moment. It seemed that they had nothing to regret about being schemed against by such a person. Xianxia didn't say much, and there was indeed nothing to say. Even if they knew the truth, it wouldn't be useful, and it wouldn't affect him in any way. In the next moment, the Chaos Cave emitted endless light, and it was like a flying cave. It completely enveloped the world, and everyone collapsed within it. It was like a brand, and it became dazzling. Then, the light dissipated, and it became a rain of light that filled the sky. In the end, the place returned to true silence. Only a few immortal tools that couldn't be refined were scattered everywhere. The gods within them were already asleep, and they weren't empty shells. Of course, there were also some immortal tool gods that were sacrificed by powerful figures in an attempt to pose a threat to Xianxia, but it didn't have any effect. This is the true light of ascension to immortality. It's a pity that you won't be able to appreciate it. Xianxia whispered. Bathed in the rain of light, his primordial spirit that was sitting in the soul palace walked out and began to condense the light of ascension to immortality. Energy as vast as the ocean surged in the innerverse and gathered towards him. It was as if it was supporting him and building the foundation of his path to immortality. Xianxia sat cross-legged in the depths of the inner universe. Dense fog of origin covered the entire Kuan-ji universe. A vast amount of energy surged towards him and turned into a vast Wang-yang beside him. It constantly pounced and slapped at him, causing the top of his head to become resplendent and translucent. His primordial spirit walked out of the soul palace and sat cross-legged there, devouring the energy and refining it. In the ruins of God, the epic tree shone with boundless divine light. Immortal light bloomed there, and the epic Tao fruit manifested. It shone like the sun, illuminating the heavens. Following Xianxia's will, it rushed into the sky. At this moment, his primordial spirit was being refined by the epic Tao fruit. He was calmly comprehending it, and the ascension light washed over him. Immortal Tao aura condensed on his primordial spirit. The drop of true blood of the demon lord that he condensed in the demon burial abyss was like a cloud of blood mist. It spread and merged into Xianxia's body. Immortal light gushed out of every inch of his pores. It was dazzling to the extreme. Terrifying and majestic energy surged. It was as if one punch could shatter the ages, and a strand of chi could shatter the universe. Of course, Xianxia knew that he was only at the right level now. He used the partial rules of the epic Tao fruit to make up for the incomplete rules of heaven and earth. This allowed his primordial spirit to enter the realm of the immortal Tao. However, if he wanted to truly become an immortal, he would need to undergo the refinement of the immortal Tao lightning tribulation to transform his physical body and achieve a true immortal body. Xianxia wasn't worried, because he knew where the true immortal path would manifest. When he was still in the palace of heavenly immortals, the immortal path had manifested in the immortal ancient continent. Through Yuming Kong, he had snatched many immortal essences from the jaws of a tiger. Although times had changed, if the immortal path were to manifest, it wouldn't be far away from that area. Right now, he was only letting his primordial spirit attain the position of immortal Tao first. Of course, with the terrifying strength of Xianxia's current physical body, even a true immortal Tao physical body might not necessarily be able to match his current physical body. Once he completely refined this drop of true blood and used the will of creation to refine his corporeal body, he would be invincible. Even if the universe collapsed, he would still be immortal. Phew, I've finally reached this step. Xianxia stood up. Immortal chi gushed out from his nose and mouth, slashing out like an immortal sword, directly breaking apart thousands of star regions. The universe in front of them shattered, and the endless army of various races outside of the Kuan-ji universe was turned into dust in an instant. They dispersed without a trace, leaving no trace behind. As his primordial spirit became an immortal, strange phenomena appeared in the world. Chaotic immortal light suddenly surged into the sky above the Kuan Pole universe, illuminating the distant and blurry true immortal realm. The Peach Demon and Empress Huang Yu were the witnesses to this immortal ascension light. Their emotions were not calm at all. Boom, the 9 heavens shook. Endless dazzling light instantly penetrated the border of the universe, causing the river of time to tremble. At this moment, a monstrous light surged into the sky from the depths of the universe, dimming the billions of stars in the endless upper realm. What, that is? Is that the legendary chaotic immortal light? That's impossible, this is the immortal ascension light. What's going on? Where is the immortal gate? How can someone become an immortal? Could it be that those who went to find the opportunity to become an immortal have succeeded? Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked at the sight of this. In the distant upper realm, the remaining powerhouses of the imperishable inheritances and supreme orthodoxies were all shocked and terrified. They looked into the distant starry sky, toward the end of the universe, toward the end of the universe. The immortal ascension light, immortal and eternal, illuminating the past and present. How is this possible? The immortal gate has yet to open at the end of an era. How can someone become an immortal? Even if they obtained the epic tree, they can't become an immortal at this time. They have to wait for the opportunity to become an immortal. But this is indeed the aura of immortal ascension. Someone has become an immortal at this time. These powerhouses' voices were all trembling, feeling like something inconceivable happened. From this direction, the immortal ascension light came from the distant Qianxia cosmos. Even though it was too far away, it still couldn't stop that type of matchless radiance that could illuminate the heavens. That was the immortal ascension light that crushed all of these powerhouses. Immortal Tao aura reigned above everything. In the eyes of those who entered the immortal Tao domain, they were ants, because those were true undying existences. Too inconceivable, I personally witnessed the immortal ascension light. Even though it was only released for an instant, there is definitely someone who is about to become an immortal. Forget about the other cultivators, even the most terrifying life-restricted regions released cries of shock. They were in complete disbelief, shocked to the point where they couldn't say anything. However, this was the real thing. The immortal ascension light illuminated the world, even though it was only for an instant. However, an endless rain of light scattered down, directly engulfing the upper realm's various starry skies. Many of the immortal ascension experts were bewildered, feeling that this was inconceivable. Why didn't they sense the opportunity to become an immortal in this world? It was because this was the end of a great era, the immortal gate had yet to open, the immortal path had yet to appear. Once one became an immortal, the results would be unimaginable, directly affecting all of the cosmos. All clans and sects knew about this, deeply shocking everyone. It was because since the ancient past, only when the immortal gate appeared and the immortal path could one achieve immortal ascension. Only by becoming an immortal under this type of situation could one obtain the recognition of heaven and earth. Moreover, without the immortal gate and immortal path, how could one become an immortal? This already exceeded their understanding, simply in disbelief. Right now, within the Qianxia cosmos, all types of natural laws appeared. Sweet dew descended from the heavens, divine springs surged from the earth, countless golden lotuses appeared in the void, all types of irregular scenes indescribable, the entire world becoming divine. Even though there was an endless distance between them, the aura that pervaded the air in that instant still left countless ancient existences shaken. All clans and orthodoxies were horrified, and then they became incomparably excited. They wanted to know exactly which family's hidden figure achieved immortal ascension. Becoming an immortal in the mortal world, advancing at the end of a great era, this type of difficulty was comparable to ascending to the heavens, almost impossible to accomplish, even if one had cultivated for a long time. According to deduction, it was incomparably rare, requiring the guidance of the immortal path and the refinement of the immortal ascension light. Why did the hidden figures of various clans and sects fight for the epic tree? Naturally, it was to attract the complete precepts of heaven and earth, allowing the immortal path to reappear, thereby entering it and achieving the immortal path domain. However, now, this mysterious person's immortal ascension had exceeded everyone's understanding and imagination, and they felt that it was impossible. Because no one sensed the guidance of the immortal path, naturally, no one saw the majestic immortal ascension light. However, the only thing that the various orthodoxies of the upper realm were certain of was that the person who had become an immortal must be the hidden figures who had killed their way to the Qianxia universe in search of the epic tree. This was because they had already reached that step, and were only one step away. This opportunity to become an immortal naturally belonged to them, and no one could take it away from them. Now, all the orthodoxies were excitedly anticipating the return of that immortal ascension, because that would mean that the current upper realm could accommodate a true immortal. When the immortal ascension era arrived, the world would change greatly, and the environment would change drastically. With an immortal ascension overseeing things, the result would be different. Xianxia was dressed in white, and all of his aura was retracted, making him look simple and unaffected. His face was handsome, and his eyes were deep and peaceful. His hair was sparkling and translucent, and he looked extraordinary. He walked out from the depths of the Qianxia universe and returned to his original state. There was no immortal light around him, and he looked very natural. However, the entire universe seemed to be moving along with his breathing. Senior, has he become an immortal? In the land of divine ruins, the epic tree was still spewing out divine light and making rumbling sounds. However, there were no fluctuations of the great Tao like before, because the epic Tao fruit had been plucked by Guchanga. Empress Huangyu looked at all this in shock. It was hard for her to imagine that she would one day witness such a shocking scene of immortal ascension with her own eyes. However, Taoya was much calmer because she had already expected this. She knew that with Guchanga's means, he would not tolerate failure. Everything was destined from the beginning. There would not be any accidents. Guchanga nodded slightly. He glanced at the two of them and did not say anything. Then, he waved his sleeve and put the epic tree into his inner universe. To him, immortal ascension with the nascent soul was not much different from true immortal ascension. Now that the matter here was settled, he had to return to the upper worlds and start purging everything. At the same time, the Kuan-ji universe in front of him shrank rapidly with a thought. It was as if a supreme force had appeared and removed this universe from nothingness. He took away the Kuan-ji universe and erased all traces of this place at the same time. It was as if this world had never existed, and he had never appeared here. Of course, the wreckage of the ancient warships outside the Kuan-ji universe was excluded. These scenes were too shocking. Many cultivators and living beings in the distant universe were deeply shaken and overwhelmed with shock. After the light of immortal ascension rushed out of the Kuan-ji universe, the surrounding space quickly collapsed. It was as if this place had fallen into an eternal black hole. All the laws of matter were annihilated. Now, even the Kuan-ji universe had disappeared. It was completely erased from this world. Such methods made them feel horrified. Only a true immortal could do such a thing. Without a doubt, an immortal had been born before. That kind of vast and boundless fluctuation spread through the myriad realms. Almost all cultivators felt it. A supreme Tao of heaven and earth spread through every inch of space, every corner of the universe. After the Forbidden Great Era, he was the first immortal to be born between heaven and earth. No one knew his origins, only that countless creatures were buried here, simply too many to count. Even those who had attained the Tao were used as cannon fodder. Like chives, they died one batch after another. A few tens of people with reserves had died miserably, and they were like clay oxen that had fallen into the sea. In the end, they charged into the immortal sect and vanished without a trace. What happened here would definitely shock the entire universe. Apart from the upper realm, the other ancient worlds would also be shocked. The immortal ascension light had ended, but the current upper realm was not peaceful at all. The army that had rushed to the Kunji cosmos had completely returned to the upper realm. Almost immediately, they informed the upper realm about what had happened there. The upper realm that was already in chaos to begin with even more of a rumbling noise, as if it was ignited, erupting with unprecedented horror. There were no orthodoxies or powers that could sit still at this time. Even the most ancient existences within those restricted regions were trembling, feeling incomparable fear. The immortal ascension opportunity was always changing, not a true manifestation. The Era Tao fruit was just bait. All of the orthodoxy's powers and reserves that hurried over became the big fish, buried within. The one who achieved immortality wasn't those with reserves that hurried over, but rather another mysterious individual. He was the great dark hand behind the transition of great eras, a vicious individual who schemed against the myriad realms. This was an extremely cruel truth. When many people learned of this, they all cried out, unable to accept it. There were even some who directly fainted, their hearts filled with endless grief. Perhaps in order to verify the authenticity of this news, in the skies above a few orthodoxies, irregular scenes appeared. A rain of blood overflowed into the heavens, accompanied by howls and cries, echoing through the entire star domain, the scene horrifying. Meanwhile, the divine mountain that previously had a strand of a Tao soul overseeing it collapsed at the first moment, exploding into pieces. The mourning of all living beings even sounded from within, bloody mist drifting about, as if reflecting the scene that happened in Kuan-ji universe. One after another, Tao-like lives were fading away, dying out. Accompanying the disappearance of a Tao-like life meant the fall of a powerful figure. This was an unimaginable grief in the upper realm, a true death, a pain that all orthodoxies couldn't bear the most. Apart from the passing of powerful figures, those orthodoxies' immortal artifacts were also lost in that battle, their whereabouts unknown. This was a terrifying pain that couldn't be endured. Without a powerful figure overseeing it, without an immortal artifact to suppress their fate, it wouldn't even take 100 years. In the upper realm that was currently in chaos, in just a few short years, they might be completely erased from the long river of history. This was the result of Duvier's gamble. Of course, in the current chaotic upper realm, the orthodoxies that died every day were simply like the sand in the Ganges River, uncountable. It was just that those orthodoxies were far less ancient than the imperishable orthodoxies. This is a tragedy. Almost everyone who went to become immortals died. A ruthless person has been scheming against the upper realm for countless years, starting from the moment the epic tree was stolen. He was like a shadow, hiding behind the long river of time, waiting for this moment to reveal his true face. The dark heavenly court that suddenly appeared during this period of time might have been established by that ruthless person. Previously, no one could guess the origin of this dark heavenly court, but now that I think about it, I'm terrified, because this lord of the dark heavenly court is a true immortal. Many of those who didn't participate in this opportunity to become immortal felt chills all over their bodies, feeling extremely lucky. However, they were also afraid if they didn't hold back before, they might have died there by now. Those who returned from Kuan-Ji universe were even more terrified, worried that they would be dealt with by that ruthless person. Although they escaped in the end, in the eyes of those who practiced the immortal Tao, it was the same whether they escaped or not. From that day onwards, the upper realm was shrouded in an atmosphere of extreme fear, and everyone felt insecure. In the grand palace of the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chu with a thin face looked at the distant starry sky and murmured softly, "Did you succeed?" Although Guchanga didn't tell her about this, she knew very well that the person who schemed against the heavens was Guchanga. The human ancestors' hall was detached from worldly affairs, and although the upper realm was in a great crisis, it wasn't affected. Moreover, because of Guchanga, the human ancestors' hall was also protected and remained detached. However, Jiang Chuchu was very haggard. Although she knew that Guchanga's actions were bad things that would bring disaster to the heavens, she couldn't help but worry. Because this matter involved too many people, and so many people with great potential had appeared, how was she going to face it? At the same time, she was at a loss. She was the saintess of the human ancestors' hall, but she couldn't save the world, and the teachings of the human ancestors' hall were extremely fragile at this time. In the end, she calmly accepted it, and felt that Guchanga was right, that it was right to live for oneself. "You will come to see me, right? You promised me." Jiang Chuchu had a faint smile on her face as she looked at the boundless starry sky, waiting for Guchanga to return. The upper realm was in an uproar. A mighty army fled from the distant Kuan-Ji universe, bringing back news that made everyone tremble in fear. All the orthodoxies were terrified. They felt that it would not be long before there would be a series of disasters that would endanger the entire upper realm. No one would be spared. The dark hand hiding behind the scenes had become an immortal and ruled the dark celestial court. The entire upper realm would live under his shadow. Many of the powerhouses who fled were trembling. They tried everything to return to their clans and prepare many forbidden artifacts. They were extremely worried. That was because that ruthless person would definitely carry out a major purge after returning to the upper realm. All the factions and clans would not be able to escape this fate. And they were the first to bear the brunt. After all, they were the strongest powerhouses under the immortal realm. If they did not submit, only death would await them. Although the environment of the upper realm was changing rapidly, it was changing and recovering at a faster speed than before. However, if they had to wait until the environment was truly adapted and could accommodate more immortal existences, it would take at least hundreds of years, or even longer. Unless they had a way to become an immortal in such an environment like that ruthless person. However, how small was the possibility of that? The chances of that happening were extremely slim and almost impossible. During this period, all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were terrified and worried. They lived in fear every day, unable to be as carefree as before. Even the most ancient clans with extremely deep foundations hid in small worlds, choosing to seal off contact with the outside world as a form of self-preservation. However, they also knew that the effect of such a method was limited. If a true immortal wanted to attack, they would not be able to stop him. There were also many people guessing the true identity of that ruthless person. Some people connected it to the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord. However, they saw him in the dark celestial court recently, dispelling their guesses. Later on, everyone realized that even the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was from the dark celestial court. This news was even more shocking. However, no one knew that this reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was just a shell. The upper realm was becoming more and more chaotic. Everyone was in danger. However, after Gu Chang'e returned to the upper realm, he was very quiet. He did not make a sound, nor did he alarm anyone. He appeared in the Wushuang immortal dynasty and met with Yu Mingkong. After the two of them got married, they didn't spend much time together. Later on, because of the appearance of the Ascension immortal light, the upper world was in chaos. Yu Mingkong could only return to the Wushuang immortal dynasty to settle many things. As for Tao Yao, he still returned to Peach Village. Empress Huang Yu headed to the universe where the Yuhua God dynasty was currently located midway. She was a little worried, so Gu Chang'e naturally didn't care about her. I know you will succeed, but I can't help but worry. In the depths of the palace, Yu Mingkong was wearing a thin gauze dress. Her delicate body was curvaceous, and she was shockingly beautiful. She lay in Gu Chang'e's arms, her beautiful eyes staring at his face, as if she was already infatuated. Gu Chang'e smiled. He placed his chin on her head and said, "How can I fail? No one in this world can stop me. I will soon open up a path to the immortal realms and let all of you become immortals. Becoming immortal is too far away. Right now, I am still very far away from achieving the Tao. I actually don't have much desire to become an immortal. As long as I can be by your side, it will be enough." Yu Mingkong spoke softly. At this moment, she felt unprecedentedly at ease. All the worries during this period of time had disappeared. She could finally have a good night's sleep. All along, she didn't want much. Even after she took control of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, she was still thinking of all ways to help Gu Chang'e. To her, power and whatnot were inconsequential. If you are tired, just hand the Wushuang immortal dynasty to someone else and have a good rest. I don't need you to do so much for me anymore. Gu Chang'e looked at her sleeping face and gently smoothed out her furrowed brows. He felt some heartache for her. However, Yu Mingkong only replied in her sleep. Clearly, she was already very tired. Gu Chang'e smiled as gentleness appeared on his face. Earlier, he had indeed tormented her a little. Several days later, he left the Wushuang immortal dynasty and went to the mortal ancestor hall to see Jiang Chuchu. A long time ago, he had promised her that he would marry her. However, this promise hasn't been fulfilled yet. Gu Chang'e always remembered that he had made many promises to many people. However, there weren't many who he truly wanted to fulfill. He wouldn't break Jiang Chuchu's promise. After you become an immortal, will you leave the immortal realm? The curtains were like clouds, the immortal mist was faintly discernible. In the palace, Jiang Chuchu opened her beautiful eyes and asked. After that, she pushed him a little embarrassedly. You are pressing on my hair. Gu Chang'e laid on the bed with a lazy look. When he heard this, he couldn't even be bothered to move. He only said, let's see how things go. Currently, I have no plans to leave the immortal realm. Moreover, the immortal realms haven't been connected yet. After so many eras, who knows what the current situation of the immortal realms is like? Is that so? Jiang Chuchu didn't seem to understand. After that, a doe-like expectation appeared in her eyes. That means that you will stay in the immortal realms for this period of time. Gu Chang'e nodded. He didn't know what she was expecting. However, Jiang Chuchu was very clingy to him. This was the truth. After the primordial spirit ascension, it was actually very simple for Gu Chang'e to unify the immortal realms. He didn't have to worry much. After he returned to the immortal realms, he had already ordered Ada, Er, In Mei, and the others to take charge of the dark heavenly court. They were very efficient. Even if he didn't show up now, almost all the orthodoxies in the immortal realms knew that the master behind the dark heavenly court was a true immortal. Who would dare to go against the dark heavenly court? After all, no one was stupid. Those who submitted would submit, and those who didn't would be destroyed. Speaking of which, that fellow transmigrator shouldn't be in the immortal realms now. At this time, Gu Chang'e thought of Wang Zijin. He hadn't heard any news about her for a long time. In his opinion, Wang Zijin was also quite mysterious. She had a strange physique. Initially, he was still plotting to obtain the origin of her physique. However, he didn't do anything about it in the end. For the next few days, Xianxia stayed in the human ancestors' hall to accompany Xianxia. This could be considered as making up for what he had been doing all this time. After that, he went to the Purple Pole Elixir sect and asked Lin Xiaohan about the Purple Pole Elixir. After learning about the whereabouts of some of the elixir recipes, he went to get them for her. After all, this elixir was related to the rapid improvement of the people around him. Xianxia was very concerned about it. The purple celestial pill was a legendary pill in the upper realm. It could be called an immortal pill. Because of its special refining method, it had been passed down since countless eras ago. Later on, because of its amazing medicinal effect, it could help cultivators break through continuously. It could even break through the shackles of one's innate talent and step into another world. However, because of the special nature of this pill, it was punished by the heavens. Even the pill formula was destroyed, and since then, it had disappeared in the long river of time. The reason why the Purple Celestial Pill sect could become a major pill sect in the upper realm and was quite famous was actually deeply related to this Purple Celestial Pill. Back then, Xianxia sent Lin Xiaohan to the Purple Celestial Pill sect only because he didn't want to waste her talent in alchemy. He also wanted to use the Purple Celestial Pill sect to nurture her. As for the Purple Celestial Pill, he only knew about it after Lin Xiaohan told him about it. As long as the pill formula is gathered and the right materials and furnace are found, we can start refining. However, we might fail at first. The current environment of heaven and earth hasn't returned to ancient times. Maybe we won't encounter a pill tribulation when refining this pill. Although it might affect some of the medicinal effect, it's amazing enough. Lin Xiaohan was wearing a plain robe. Her figure was tall and slender, and her face was covered with a thin layer of powder. When it came to refining the Purple Celestial Pill, she was full of excitement and her eyes lit up. After all, this was a legendary immortal pill. Basically, every alchemist pursued this immortal pill their entire life. Even if they only saw the pill formula, they would have no regrets in life. If they heard the Tao in the morning, they would die in the evening. They would not feel regret. As for the furnace, I'll ask someone to find one. If it doesn't work, we can refine another one. Xianxia nodded slightly. To refine a pill like the Purple Celestial Pill, the level of the furnace must not be too bad. Many were comparable to Taoist tools, but they could not be too bad. The people around him could not cultivate as fast as him, but Xianxia would still think of ways to help them as much as possible. Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, Gu Xian'er. Although they were very strong compared to the younger generation, in Xianxia's eyes, they were still too weak. He was still very far from becoming a supreme being, let alone a quasi-emperor, Tao attainment, or even immortal ascension. The arrival of the great era of ascension to immortality was an opportunity for every cultivator. Nowadays, the younger generation all had terrifying talents. They were all working hard to catch up, wanting to grab hold of that trace of opportunity. I will definitely not disappoint you. Lin Xiaohan's eyes were full of solemnity. With her current attainments in alchemy, she still had some confidence in refining the extreme purple immortal pill. Xianxia nodded. He was not worried about her. After all, he had brought her up from the lower world. Although he rarely came to see her over the years, her loyalty to him had never changed. I've already ordered for the materials. Someone will send them to the Purple Pole Pill sect. I'll make arrangements for the nearby planets. No one will disturb your refining. He said again, eliminating all possible causes and effects that could affect this matter. Lin Xiaohan knew that the upper world was in chaos now. Some alchemy sects had been destroyed. These days, the sect master and elders of the extreme Purple Pole Pill sect were very uneasy, afraid that the sect would be devoured and occupied. If it was a peaceful era, with the sect's superior status and connections, no one would dare to provoke them. But now, even the imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects were destroyed one after another. This time, they went to the distant Kuan-Ji universe in an attempt to seize the opportunity to become an immortal, but they all died tragically there. A faction called the Dark Heavenly Court rose rapidly and swept across the heavens. Many orthodoxies were devoured or destroyed one after another. Almost all cultivators who heard these 4 words would feel fear in their hearts. Lin Qiuhan naturally knew about this as well and felt uneasy and worried. Of course, she didn't know that the master of the dark heavenly court, who made the entire upper world feel fear and unease, was now standing in front of her. Guchanga didn't plan to tell her this now. After leaving the extreme purple pole pill sect, Guchanga went to the chaotic star region to see the sisters Xianxia and Xianxia. After her cultivation was sealed, Xianxia had been living here. In the quiet courtyard, she played the zither every day. Her state of mind had gradually calmed down. Previously, cultivating demonic arts affected her state of mind. In addition, she had always seen Guchanga as her hope and support in life. She didn't expect that she had always been a pitiful chess piece in Guchanga's hands. Suddenly, the world collapsed, and that was why she had a demon in her heart. When she was on the demon mountain, she was also bewitched by Chan Hongyi's words and almost became a demon. Now, she had a kind of indifference that seemed to have seen through all worldly affairs. After Guchanga's arrival, she had neither fear nor regret. She was still the same as before, as if nothing had happened before. Congratulations on your marriage with Mingkong Empress. It's a pity that I couldn't see the wedding with my own eyes. Xianxia was dressed in white. Her hair was soft, and her face was as white as jade. Her facial features were delicate and flawless. Her temperament was cold and refined, just like when she was in the holy land of Taichu in the lower world. Guchanga smiled and didn't say anything. In fact, he only treated Xianxia with the idea of using her in the beginning. In fact, it was not Xianxia. It should be that everyone around him was like this. Even later, after he learned Xianxia's identity as the inheritor of demonic arts, he played along and used her as a chess piece. Xianxia saw him as her only support and sustenance. She felt that he had always been good to her and was sincere. But when she learned the truth from Chan Hongyi, she felt that everything was too cruel. Her world had collapsed, so much so that a demon had formed in her heart. Guchanga naturally didn't blame her. Otherwise, he would have killed her in the 100 Realms battlefield. He wouldn't have brought her back to the chaotic star field. In his life, he had schemed against many people and used many people. But he rarely entrusted his heart to others. Not very few, but almost none. Even when he treated Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and Gu Xianer in the beginning, he had the idea of using them. Guchanga naturally wasn't qualified to say how others would treat him. At that time, he didn't regret doing so. During this period of time, your complexion is much better than before. He looked at the pretty face in front of him and smiled softly. Then he released the shackles on her cultivation without saying or explaining anything. Xianxia stared blankly at Guchanga, who waved his sleeves and left. It took her a long time to recover her senses. "Thank you, young master." After a moment of silence, she whispered in her heart. According to her understanding of Guchanga, not killing her in the first place was already the greatest kindness or gentleness he could give her. During this time, she played the zither every day to nurture her mind. In fact, she had already thought through everything. In this world, everyone was competing to cross. They wanted to cross to the other side. They wanted to cross themselves or others. Guchanga had his own way of crossing. She also had her own way of crossing. She had no right to say what she wanted others to do. Everything was her own choice. Whatever the consequences were, they were her own. For the current upper realm, chaos and uneasiness were the main themes every day. Basically, all the orthodoxies in every galaxy were thinking of ways to seal their mountains. This was their last resort. The appearance of the dark heavenly court swept across the universe at a terrifying speed, and its influence spread far and wide. In the face of such a mysterious force with a perfected immortal, almost all orthodoxies were terrified. The oldest and oldest forces also chose to return to their homeland and seal themselves in the small worlds, no longer interfering with the affairs of the upper realm. During this period of time, the appearance of the dark heavenly court brought many powerhouses. Among them, there were even many familiar figures in the upper realm, such as the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, some leaders of merchant alliances, some leaders of imperishable sects, and the leaders of reclusive immortal tribes. However, almost no one knew who the master of the dark heavenly court was, and no one had seen his true face. They only knew that because of his existence, countless orthodoxies and ancient planets were destroyed, and they disappeared without a trace, never to appear in this world again. This was an incomparably mysterious and ruthless person. Countless people died because of him. Some of the orthodoxies who had sealed their mountains were incomparably fearful, and worried that they would be punished. This was because the ancient existences of their clans had also rushed to the Kuan-ji universe in an attempt to become immortal, but without a doubt, they all died tragically there. This was a disaster for the entire upper realm. However, on the other hand, due to the appearance of the Dark Heavenly Court, order was re-established. The upper realm, which was in chaos due to the drastic changes in the environment of the world, began to evolve in a stable direction. However, the once prosperous galaxy was now showing signs of withering. The great sects sealed their mountains, and the ancient clans sealed themselves in the small worlds. Even the Buddhist temples were reclusive, and the entire sect moved away. During this period, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, which had a long history, was destroyed, and was erased from history. The people who attacked were several of the Longevity Gu family's elites, and they attacked with immortal weapons. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, which only had one elite guarding it, was naturally defenseless, and fell apart in just a few days. Many orthodoxies, including those from the Endless Fire territory, were trembling in fear. Previously, they had all expressed their hostility towards the Longevity Gu family. This time, Mount Tianhuang was annihilated. Many people felt that it was because Mount Tianhuang had sent people to ambush Guchanga and Yumingkong during their wedding. This time, the Longevity Gu clan, Wushuang Immortal Dynasty and the other Dao elements seemed to have avoided this calamity. This caused many people to sigh, but there were also some who were speculating. After all, no one had seen Guchanga during this period of time. In fact, no one even knew where he was. In the end, they could only suspect that he was in seclusion within the Longevity Gu clan in an attempt to advance to a higher level. After all, the environment of the upper realm was undergoing drastic changes. Perhaps it would not take more than a few hundred years for it to return to its ancient state. However, there were also those who suspected that Guchanga might be related to the Dark Celestial Court. Those who had escaped from the Kunji universe all had such a feeling. However, they did not have such evidence. Even if they could prove that Guchanga was related to him, what use would it be? There was no shortage of smart people in this world. Some ancient existences in the imperishable orthodoxies had already guessed from the various signs. After all, the Dark Celestial Court had swept across the upper realm, but they did not care about those orthodoxies who were related to Guchanga. This was very obvious. Guchanga was the reincarnation of the supreme existence of the Forbidden Era. Even the red-robed she-devil, who almost massacred the upper realm, was only his former disciple. How terrifying was his identity and background, no one knew, and they did not know. Among those orthodoxies, there were some who had already guessed that Guchanga was related to that ruthless person who schemed against the entire upper realm. However, they chose to pretend that they did not know. They were not willing to get involved in this matter. The consequences were too terrifying, and no one could bear the consequences. As for how Guchanga did it, this was not something they could imagine. Time passed. A few decades had passed since the Kuan-ji disaster. The environment of the upper realm was changing. Some tribes and orthodoxies were recuperating and even showing signs of prosperity. The disaster of the Kuan-ji universe was passed down and recorded by the people. It became the darkest period in the history of the upper realm, except for the Forbidden Era. It almost caused the entire upper realm to wither. However, after a few decades, the environment of the upper realm gradually stabilized. The Dark Celestial Court was even more prosperous. There were 108 divine generals, all of whom had attained the Tao. There were also various celestial lords and venerable lords who ruled the various tribes of the upper realm. There were signs of unifying the upper realm. Many tribes and forces in the universe gradually joined them. Some of those with great providence in the universe even said that they were believers of the Lord of the Dark Celestial Court. When they were young, they had received gifts from the Lord of the Dark Celestial Court. Later on, they soared to the sky and reached their current heights. They wanted to join the Dark Celestial Court and serve it. There were many things like this. Some of the desolate and exhausted universes in the past were now showing signs of prosperity, giving birth to extraordinary people. From destruction to cultivation, then to the appearance of vitality, then to prosperity, and finally to extreme prosperity. This process was amazing. In the past, there were powerhouses with various constitutions. Although many galaxies were turned into ruins because of the Qianxia disaster, the power of time was great. Now, there were many divine seedlings from the ancient, archaic, and mythological eras. It could be said that hundreds of flowers were blooming, and the stars were shining brightly. People used to think that when the path of immortality opened, this era would enter the most powerful golden period in history. Who would have thought that it would be the most tragic disaster? Before the Qianxia disaster, many universes were torn apart. Various tribes and orthodoxies were massacred. They were in chaos and almost destroyed. For those that appeared in this era, this was a relatively stable but extremely brilliant era. The environment of the upper realm was changing, and it was very suitable for cultivation. After the Qianxia disaster, although various tribes and orthodoxies suffered heavy losses, it also made the upper realm's incomplete heaven and earth precepts more complete. Many heaven's prides were eager to fight, trying to compete. Some had already reached the quasi-supreme realm, and after accumulating for a long time, they shocked many galaxies. If this happened more than 10 years ago, it would definitely be something that they wouldn't even dare to think about. And that heaven's pride was extremely low-key before, so much so that no one even knew his name. Only now did he break through, and the whole world knew about him. One had to know that even more than 10 years ago, those youngsters of the same generation as Xianxia, such as the heavenly Phoenix Maiden, were now stuck in the Great Saint realm. This extremely low-key young heaven's pride shocked countless people. It's just the quasi-supreme realm, what's there to be shocked about? I've already become a supreme being. In a gorgeous and beautiful peach village, a slender girl who was as cold as a fairy wrinkled her nose. She snorted at this news. All these years, you've eaten so many of my pills. Even a pig would have become a spirit. What are you so proud of? The man in white beside her knocked her head with a smile. Annoying. Don't think that you can bully me just because you've become an immortal, Xianxia glared at him and muttered. She still had a deep resentment towards Xianxia. I'm not bullying you. I just want you to be cautious and not underestimate the prodigies of the world. Xianxia smiled gently and reached out to pinch her nose. He was dressed in white robes with wide sleeves. His face was handsome and exuded an extraordinary aura. However, other than that, he looked like an ordinary cultivator. No one would be able to tell that he had already become an immortal. Even those with a strong foundation would find it difficult to control their own chi and blood. If ordinary cultivators were to approach them, they would be suppressed by their physical aura. They would either be unable to move or collapse easily. Like Xianxia, he could control all the aura and blood in his body to the point that it was untraceable. Returning to his original state like that of a mortal was already a sign of his incomparably profound cultivation. You're not much older than me. Don't talk to me in such an old-fashioned tone. Xianxia slapped his hand away and said with a look of disdain, last time you said that as long as I broke through to the supreme stage, you would suppress your cultivation to the same level as mine and fight with me. But you don't keep your word. But she knew that Xianxia was telling the truth. All these years, the reason why she could improve so quickly was because of Xianxia's elixir, which was the purple celestial elixir. Although it could not be compared to the real purple celestial elixir, it had extremely strong medicinal effects and could help a cultivator to break through the shackles of the realm. Even if Xianxia wanted to make every step as solid as possible and reach the peak of every realm, it would not affect her cultivation with elixir. Because there were actually 9 types of elixir. Each type of elixir could improve to a different extent and aspect. Some could improve mana, some could improve spirit, and some could improve one's potential. Of course, these were all decided after Xianxia and Lin Xiuhan to divide the elixir into 9 types. Because even if the elixir formula was not complete, it would still cause trouble during the refining process. And because of the special effects of the elixir, it was easy for a cultivator to become dependent on it. Although Xianxia wanted to help the people around him improve their cultivation, he also understood that they didn't want to spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. Therefore, after much consideration, he divided the extreme purple celestial pills into 9 different types. They complemented each other, and their medicinal effects were relatively mild and stable. That's why I came to Peach Village. Guchanga smiled and followed her into the Peach Village. Really? Are you here to see me? Xianxia looked at him suspiciously. When she saw Guchanga nodding seriously, she raised her snow-white chin, her small face showing a bit of arrogance. At least you still have some conscience. However, he was actually quite happy in his heart. Other than seeing my Xianxia, what else can I come to Peach Village for? Guchanga chuckled. Who's your Xianxia? We're not that close. Xianxia glared at him, but her footsteps became lighter and lighter. She raised her chin slightly and was in a good mood. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and repeated, "You've only come to see me a few times in these few years." The last sentence was her main point. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Anyway, you don't like me. Hearing this, Guchanga looked quite helpless. You. Xianxia stopped and turned back to glare at him. However, she thought about how she seemed to have been too disgusted with him all these years in order to hide her feelings in her heart. Guchanga wouldn't think it was true, right? For a moment, she hesitated. Should she tell him that she didn't actually dislike him that much? Of course, she did dislike him a lot, but not as much as he thought. However, very quickly, Xianxia caught the faint smile on Guchanga's face. She instantly understood that he was teasing her again. She gritted her teeth and threw a punch at Guchanga. She really wanted to press him down and give him a good beating. How hateful. This bastard always thought of ways to tease her. This time, Guchanga did as she wished. He suppressed his cultivation to the supreme realm and had a fair fight with her. This made up for the regret of Xianxia wanting to fight with him all these years. The shockwaves from their fight quickly attracted many villagers of Peach Village. Even the Peach Demon appeared with Yao Yao by her side. She was like the goddess of the river, beautiful beyond words. Master is here again. Yao Yao shouted in surprise. She didn't grow up in these years. She waved her little hands and greeted Guchanga. Xianxia's masters looked at all this with some emotion. They couldn't take their eyes off it. With their experience, they could naturally see that Guchanga had reached an unfathomable realm. It was probably just as the rumors said. He had already become an immortal. The biggest culprit behind the Kuan-ji disaster was him. However, they weren't afraid or uneasy. In front of the villagers of Peach Village, Guchanga had always been easygoing and elegant. Even the young children liked him and were willing to get close to him. Xianxia, this girl, also broke through very quickly. It seems that Guchanga is planning to bring her to become an immortal. The village chief of Peach Village sighed. He was quite envious of Xianxia. A true immortal had suppressed his cultivation to her level and fought with her. This was an opportunity that countless cultivators dreamed of. Perhaps only Guchanga was willing to spoil her like this. Guchanga had only come to Peach Village a limited number of times over the years. He either came to see Xianxia or to visit Yao Yao or Tao Yao. Xianxia was very clear about Guchanga's background, including the Kuan-ji disaster decades ago and the dark heavenly court that was gradually unifying the upper realm. She knew that all these were Guchanga's handiwork. At first, she was a little worried that things would develop like the rebirth pond. However, she realized that she was overthinking. Guchanga didn't even reveal his identity in front of the world. Naturally, he didn't wreak havoc in the upper realms. He remained behind the scenes and seemed to have other plans. Of course, this was relative. The dark heavenly court ruled the upper realms and destroyed many clans and forces. It had nothing to do with being soft-hearted. All the orthodoxies and forces lived in the shadow of the dark heavenly court. Zero, however, compared to what Xianxia saw in the rebirth pond, these were all trivial matters. They weren't worth her attention. The rebirth pond showed that Guchanga would personally kill Yu Mingkong on their wedding day. However, the two of them were very loving now. She was often envious and jealous. Guchanga, you're not allowed to let me, I won't fight anymore. You keep letting me win. Soon, Xianxia, who was fighting with Guchanga, suddenly shouted in dissatisfaction. Her little face was full of displeasure. I didn't let you win. It's all because you're too strong in the same realm. I'm almost no match for you. Guchanga had an innocent look on his face, indicating that he didn't do that. Gu Xian'er didn't believe his nonsense. She knew her own strength. Although she could look down on her peers, if she were to face Gu Changge, who was in the same realm, she wouldn't be able to take more than a few hits from him. Now, she was actually fighting back and forth with him. She even had the upper hand. This wasn't going easy on the opponent. This was going easy on the opponent. Don't try to fool me. Damn it. Gu Xian'er looked at his innocent face and became even more angry. I was thinking that if I let you win this one time, you would be happier. Looking at her appearance, Gu Changge's expression was also slightly restrained as she said softly. He could tell that Gu Xian'er wasn't very happy during this period of time. She was hiding something in her heart. Some time ago, Gu Xian'er went to the ancient Kanglan world and stayed with her parents for a while. Gu Changge actually noticed this, but when he returned, his mood didn't improve much. Although Gu Changge didn't want to admit it, he knew that he still owed Gu Xian'er this girl. You want me to be happier? Gu Xian'er was stunned. It was rare to see Gu Changge so serious. Her gaze wandered, and her heart was inexplicably happier. She muttered, I'm happy as long as you don't bully me. Peach Village wasn't very big. It was located in the upper realm's abandoned land of immortals. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, it was a vast primitive forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky. All kinds of ferocious birds and giant beasts roamed about. Normal cultivators didn't dare to approach this place. During this period of time, Gu Changge had nothing to do, so he stayed in Peach Village for a while. After all, it was quite leisurely. Today's upper realm was more prosperous than before, and at the same time, there was a rare peace. After the Kuan-ji disaster more than 10 years ago, the Dark Celestial Court began to unify the heavens and realms. This caused the upper realm's environment to become unprecedentedly stable. Normal cultivators could still feel it. In the past, the various clans and orthodoxies of the upper realm were all respected and set rules for each other. The result of this was that there were often chaos and battles between the various galaxies. It was not peaceful. Looking at the current situation, in the long run, the upper realm had more advantages than disadvantages. In the past, the orthodoxies of the upper realm ruled their own star regions and treated ordinary cultivators as ants according to their own rules. Some of the supreme beings who were exhausted would even go to some ancient planets with life and devour countless living beings to slow down their aging when their lifespan was about to run out. However, after the establishment of the Dark Celestial Court, new rules and regulations appeared. The orthodoxies of the past were no longer superior. Ordinary cultivators were also protected by the rules of the Dark Celestial Court. Those paragons who had started the chaos of darkness didn't dare to be as arrogant as they used to be, treating ordinary cultivators and living beings as food for their blood. This was actually a good thing for ordinary cultivators. After the chaos, the environment became more stable and peaceful. They would naturally benefit from it. On the contrary, the supreme orthodoxies and the immortal forces were the most restricted. They were not as free as before. The birth of an immortal had set new rules. Even they had to abide by these rules. This was an undeniable fact. Gu Changge had told the people around him a long time ago that he would set new rules later. This was very important for him to develop the followers of the Dark Celestial Court. The power of faith was very special. It originated from the devotion of the soul. Even at Gu Changge's current level, he could not clearly explain what the power of faith was. Countless cultivators and living beings in the upper realm could produce the power of faith. The power of faith was not affected by the strength of one's cultivation base. That was why Gu Changge was so considerate of ordinary cultivators and living beings. After all, ordinary cultivators were the most numerous in the upper realm. He was very familiar with winning people over. Peach Village was very peaceful at night. The starry night was like water, diffusing a hazy glow. There was an indescribable tranquility and peace in the entire wasteland. The ferocious beasts in the distance were quiet and did not roar. Because of Gu Changge's arrival, the villagers of Peach Village prepared a lot of wine and ferocious beast meat. They built a bonfire. Many beautiful women sang and danced in it. It was very lively. Gu Xian'er and Gu Changge were very close to each other, hugging each other's legs. Their small faces rested on their knees. Their beautiful eyes reflected the light from the bonfire, as if they were watching everything in a daze. Her head of fine black hair danced in the night wind, some of it blowing onto Xianxia. Is it because the immortal region is starting to connect with the upper realm? Is that why you're leaving? All of a sudden, Xianxia's words rang out. Xianxia, who was grilling meat for Yao Yao, was slightly taken aback. He couldn't help but burst into laughter, and said, "The celestial realm and the higher realms are beginning to connect, isn't this a good thing? For many cultivators, the opportunity to become an immortal is a step closer. In less than a few hundred years, the upper realm will be able to return to its former prosperity, and immortals and mortals will no longer be separated. I will head to the immortal region, but at least I'm still far away. Does that also mean that the existences in the immortal region can affect the upper realm? I heard that after the Forbidden Era, the immortal region and the upper realm separated. The existences in the immortal realm in the past, and even those who were far beyond the immortal realm, all ran to the immortal region and spent a long time there. Who knows how deep their cultivation has become?" Xianxia lowered her eyes, looking a little sad. She thought of many things. "Tell me, when the immortal region truly connects with the upper realm, will you be able to defeat those people now?" She had never asked about Xianxia's true identity, but from his many arrangements and actions, she could guess that Xianxia's goal was not as simple as becoming an immortal. He had a lot of plans, and he definitely had a long-term plan in mind. However, it was undeniable that Xianxia's schemes against the myriad realms would soon be exposed to the world. After the immortal region and the upper realm connected, how would those who had truly entered the immortal realm view this matter? Would there be Xianxia's past enemies among them? After all, he had reincarnated into this era after the Forbidden Era. Why did he reincarnate? This could not be without reason. So this is what's on your mind? You don't have to worry about this. You just need to understand that there are very few people in this world who can do anything to me. Or rather, in my opinion, no one has appeared. Xianxia somewhat understood her unhappiness and worry during this period of time. He could not help but laugh. But he did not say anything. In fact, he was not worried about these things, because the immortal region and the upper realm were connected. If those existences in the immortal region wanted to set foot in the upper realm, they would have to pay a high price. It was impossible for them to truly descend. Moreover, Xianxia had been refining and absorbing that drop of demon lord's true blood for the past few decades. In addition, he was also waiting for the true immortal path to appear so that his physical body could be tempered by the light of the immortal path and truly condense an immortal body. Then, he could refine and absorb the Tao fruits that the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara had left for him. Those things were prepared by the ancient heavenly lord of Samsara to condense the immortal king Tao fruit. In the end, it was a wedding dress for Xianxia's disciple. So what if it's the king of immortals or the ancestor of immortals? It won't have any effect on me. In the current upper realm, I have the final say. Xianxia had many tricks up his sleeve, so he was not worried about this kind of thing. Instead, he was a little curious about what the current immortal region was like. After all, the real ruins of the immortal palace were in the immortal region. When the myriad worlds collapsed, it started with the immortal palace. The damage that the immortal region suffered was definitely greater than that of the upper realm. But, I keep having a bad feeling about this, something will happen. Xianxia raised her eyes and looked at Xianxia very seriously. What if someone has been waiting for you in the immortal region? Waiting for me? You mean that there will be enemies waiting for me? Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that Xianxia's words were not on a whim, but really had a premonition. However, in his memory, he could not find any trace of this so-called enemy. Was there really an enemy in this world waiting for him? Knew that he would return from the upper realm sooner or later. Xianxia's words made Xianxia think about it. He was a little thoughtful. The daughter of destiny was in line with the operation of the heavenly Tao. It was not impossible for her to pry into a wisp of the heavenly Tao. In short, he still had to be careful to avoid capsizing in the future. After avoiding this topic, Xianxia's mood was obviously much better than before. She was not as heavy as before. She returned to her previous lively and proud self. She would even fight with Yao Yao for the meat that Xianxia had roasted. However, at the same time, she complained that the taste was not as good as before. She scolded Guchanga for forgetting his previous roasting skills. Hearing this, Guchanga couldn't help but want to knock on her little head. No one in this world was treated so well. She had the chance to roast meat for her, but she was still not satisfied. She really deserved a beating. After staying in the Peach Village for a while, Guchanga also found that the Peach Demon had recovered a lot of her strength. It was not that she had recovered, but because of the change in the environment, the strength that she could use was much stronger than before. From Guchanga's point of view, she was a real immortal with 0.2 strength. Her spirit and body had reached the level of an immortal. In the following few years, in the center of the upper realm, the full appearance of the dark heavenly court appeared in front of the world for the first time. A group of towering and magnificent ancient palaces appeared from an ancient world and spread out endlessly. The southern heavenly gate, the northern heavenly gate, the western heavenly gate, and the eastern heavenly gate fell with a boom. They were simple and ancient, surrounded by celestial mist, as if they could open up the universe. There were countless rules and divine chains of order around them, like a vast sea. Then, the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who fought in various races and worlds were reflected in the void. The brilliant light was like the sun, rising, illuminating thousands of realms in the heavens. On this day, thousands of realms in the heavens trembled together. Countless cultivators and living beings heard the vast sound of the world, the sound of worship, coming from there, covering the sky and earth. The dark heavenly court established itself as the eternal divine nation and held the first national worship. The vast silver power of faith gathered from all over the world. Above the dark heavenly court, the inextinguishable divine fire was lit and the national weapon was cast. The mighty silver power of faith flowed and gathered from all over the heavens. It was like a vast silver ocean that gathered at the center of the upper realm. Almost all the cultivators and living beings could see the shocking scene. It was a shocking silver light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, drowning out everything. In the end, it was like a divine fire had been ignited. The vast sound of the world and worship resounded throughout the heavens. Countless cultivators and living beings knelt down piously towards that place. In a short period of time, the divine nation that appeared in the center of the upper realm was descending from an ancient world. It was incomparably ancient and vast. This could already be described as a miracle. An ancient world that had existed for an unknown period of time was occupied by the dark heavenly court. A country was established in it. One could see the endless territory, the vast and endless buildings, the towering divine trees, and the majestic ancient divine mountains. There was no end in sight. Across an endless distance, countless forces and races witnessed the scene that could be called a miracle with their own eyes. In that mysterious country, the vast sound of the world reverberated, spreading to every corner of the heavens. One could even see that in that shining country, brilliant immortal light filled the air. Countless armies riding ferocious beasts appeared in all directions, holding all kinds of heavenly swords and heavenly weapons. It was grand and domineering. The national worship ceremony begins. In addition, 108 Tao attainments stood in all directions of the country. Their Dharma bodies were millions of feet tall, surrounded by divine light. They knelt down towards the palace in the center with incomparable piety. These were the 108 divine generals of the dark heavenly court. They were all Tao attainments and were extremely powerful. They could suppress any race or force. In another direction, 36 people with a strong foundation appeared. Their chi and blood were monstrous. Their pressure was like that of a furnace, crushing the entire universe. The entire star region seemed to be unable to contain their true bodies. They wore the clothes of star lords, and all kinds of great weapons hung above their heads. They ruled over various star regions, and the territories under them were boundless. They also knelt down towards the eternal divine nation established by the dark heavenly court. They were extremely pious. In the past few decades, the dark heavenly court had swept through the myriad heavens and realms. It had already developed and expanded. Many experts had followed it. Some had surrendered, and some had willingly submitted. The number of followers of the dark heavenly court had reached an unprecedented number. In this ancient world, the country had long been established, but it had yet to appear in the myriad realms. Now that the time was right, it began to descend into the modern world, appearing there to intimidate the myriad realms. Countless believers knelt down piously and kept kowtowing. Above their heads, a vast silver power of faith surged, turning into silver divine fire that ignited the universe above the dark celestial heavens. Many powerful figures were adding all kinds of immortal materials and sacred items into the silver flames, trying to forge the national weapon of the divine nation. This was a supreme object that was used to stabilize the fate of a nation. It was forged from the power of faith and supplemented with various immortal materials, allowing it to exist eternally. When the brilliant divine fire was ignited, it could burn down a part of the universe. In front of the entire upper realm, the national weapon was cast there. This scene was too shocking. Countless cultivators and creatures who saw this scene fell into shock. Then, everyone saw a blurry supreme figure appear there, shrouded in immortal mist. He began to make a move while chanting sacrificial texts, casting out immortal Tao runes one after another to forge the national weapon. Endless light erupted, so bright that it was like an eternal sun flowing. An unimaginable light that could destroy everything and return everything to chaos. Just a trace of the embryonic form made everyone feel a kind of brilliant aura that could suppress the heavens spread and spread. The national weapon of the dark heavenly court will be cast as the brilliant sun. Xianxia whispered. His true body appeared, and with the silver true fire of faith, he refined all kinds of immortal materials. Then, he began to form a sacrifice to the national weapon, and began to move the great Tao runes into it. He had long planned to refine a brilliant sun into the national weapon of the divine nation. It would hang high in the sky, eternal and indestructible. Wherever it shone, it could destroy everything. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but submit from the bottom of their hearts. They were shocked to the extreme. The master behind the dark heavenly court, he is also the ruthless person who made the upper realms tremble. He has finally appeared. In some self-sealed ancient worlds, many ancient existences who had awakened looked at this scene. Their voices trembled, containing shock and fear. Although they couldn't see Xianxia's true body clearly, they could see a blurry outline. Just by standing there, there was a kind of supreme pressure that was naturally emitted, making the heavens tremble. His figure was tall and slender, extraordinary and extraordinary. Strands of five-colored immortal light flowed out from his hair, surrounded by chaotic energy. Tens of thousands of races bowed down to him, and no one dared to disrespect him. This was the most mysterious master of the dark heavenly court. He finally revealed his true body in front of the world. The immortal Tao pressure covered the world, and even the most powerful figures trembled and submitted under his gaze. The dark heavenly court appeared in the world, establishing itself as the eternal and immortal divine nation, illuminating the heavens. Countless forces were witnessing this scene. Some of the most ancient and mysterious forbidden areas shrouded in fog had supreme existences who were alarmed and looked over in shock. In the sky above the universe, as Xianxia continued to sacrifice the nation weapon, indescribable mysterious phenomena appeared. Among them, an immortal sun appeared in the sky, a divine phoenix attacked, chaos split, all things were born, and the ancient ancestors worshipped the heavens. The vast sacrificial texts were ignited, as if a world 083 was being sacrificed for the nation weapon. All living beings were worshipping, and the heavens and earth were filled with living beings. In the end, the sacrificial texts rushed to the desolate edge of the universe, triggering the power of unknown mysterious areas. Rumbling sounds sounded between heaven and earth, and the universe trembled. Some lightning flashed across the sky, as thick and terrifying as stars. The immortal tribulation that had never appeared since ancient times began to appear with the forging of the nation weapon. It crossed the sky and struck toward Xianxia. These lightning bolts even contained immortal light and chaotic energy. Even the most powerful figures couldn't withstand it. After the environment of heaven and earth changed, even the laws were affected. The laws of the immortal Tao began to descend, forming the most terrifying lightning tribulation to bathe the nation weapon. Countless cultivators trembled in fear. It was the first time they had seen such a vast and terrifying lightning tribulation. This was no longer an ordinary lightning tribulation, but an immortal Tao tribulation that only immortal Tao figures could withstand. This is a scene that has never appeared before when immortal Tao figures were gradually forming immortal artifacts. The dark heavenly court's momentum has been established, and even the nation weapon has been recognized by heaven and earth. Once this tribulation disappears, no one can stop it anymore. In the forbidden areas shrouded in fog, the ancient existences sighed with emotion. They witnessed the rise of an immortal divine nation in just a few decades, stepping on the ruins of the immortal Tao orthodoxies and supreme sections. It had to be said that this was definitely a major event that could be recorded in the annals of history for the current heavens and realms. This was a resplendent era that shone through the ages. Since ancient times, those immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects were all established in ancient times. Since then, how many forces and orthodoxies had appeared, counting through the countless eras, only the orthodoxies and orthodoxies had disappeared. Basically, no immortal forces had appeared. Now that the Dark Heavenly Court had established a divine nation, it was definitely a major event since the Dark Ages. Everyone had witnessed the emergence of an immortal nation. In just a few decades, it had surpassed those orthodoxies and orthodoxies that had existed since ancient times. Although it had not unified the upper realm, it was showing signs of doing so. Perhaps it would not take many years before the Dark Heavenly Court could truly unify the upper realm. It would rule over the heavens and all orthodoxies would submit to it. Rumble. At this moment, the heavens and realms were trembling. Countless gazes were looking at the sky above the Dark Heavenly Court, looking at the vast thunder tribulation. All kinds of ancient lightning were manifesting. There were heavenly gates, palaces, pavilions. All kinds of ancient miracles were manifesting. It was as if there was really an ancient heavenly court that was being nurtured. All kinds of terrifying thunder tribulations since ancient times appeared at the end of the world, turning into a sea of lightning that kept striking down, causing the entire universe to tremble. That kind of divine light splashed out. Just a trace of the aftershock caused the surrounding stars to silently collapse. This kind of scene made people tremble. It was hard to imagine. If it struck a cultivator, they would probably vanish into thin air in an instant, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. Guchunga's figure stood there, his expression deep and calm. Endless immortal chi enveloped him. Similarly, this sea of lightning was also falling on him, but there was an unimaginable rule domain around him that made it dissolve. It could not be touched at all. He raised his hand to refine the nation weapon, connecting with the power of this heaven and earth, refining the runes of the great path into it. Even this thunder tribulation became a material in his hands, constantly being refined. In the end, it turned into an incomparably brilliant sun, overflowing with five-colored immortal light and surrounded by chaotic mist. This sun was exceptionally dazzling, swallowing the vast rules and order. In the end, even the thunder tribulation was purified by the surrounding divine light, evaporating completely, leaving nothing behind. Boom, the heavens and earth trembled. This brilliant sun floated at the end of the sky like a real sun. Its light was resplendent to the extreme, able to illuminate the heavens. No living creature in any corner could escape from its light. Countless cultivators and creatures could see the radiance there. A single strand of radiance seemed to be able to illuminate the endless ages. This was a might that made even those who achieved the Tao tremble in fear. The nation weapon is done. Guchunga whispered. His white robe fluttered in the wind as he slowly disappeared into the depths of the palace. As a national treasure, this item was not only comparable to a true immortal artifact in terms of power, but it also mainly came from the power of faith of the Dark Heavenly Court. As long as the power of faith was not exhausted, this nation treasure could release boundless light and even release power that surpassed this world. A nation artifact suppresses the fate of a nation and can be passed down for eternity. Looking at this scene, countless believers of the Dark Heavenly Court in the surroundings kowtowed in the direction of Guchunga. All races submitted, and countless living beings were shocked. This was an unimaginably magnificent scene. All living beings bowed in worship, and all races respected it. In the depths of the eternal divine nation built by the Dark Heavenly Court, all kinds of divine sounds rumbled and shook the heavens and the earth. All kinds of shocking phenomena appeared here. Whether ordinary cultivators or those who had achieved the Tao, they all felt as if they were facing the most terrifying existences of ancient times. For ordinary cultivators, and even many of the younger generation, this scene would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Countless cultivators and creatures could be seen in every star region, looking at the radiance here and the eternal divine nation that illuminated the heavens. The birth of an eternal divine nation was recognized by heaven and earth. Auspicious clouds and golden lotuses were everywhere within 1,000,000 miles. Immortal flowers bloomed in the void. Golden divine lotuses appeared, shining brilliantly. The great Tao of heaven and earth was hazy, filling this part of the universe with 5-colored immortal light. We pay our respects to the Divine Lord. Then, a boundless voice resounded throughout the myriad realms. In the divine nation, all believers and citizens were piously heading to the center of the nation. They didn't kowtow with every step, but it was close enough. The master of the dark heavenly court had been called the Divine Lord from the very beginning. It represented the master of the divine nation. As for the many experts from the various heavens and territories, they called themselves God's disciples and God's envoys. They had crossed over to their respective worlds and acted as followers of the God Master. They spread the news of the existence of the Dark Celestial Court and felt honored to become a follower of the Dark Celestial Court. When I was still an unwelcome piece of trash in the immortal ancient continent, I was once summoned by the Divine Lord. A young man with a pair of wings on his back looked at the divine nation with fanaticism and reverence. He couldn't speak more excitedly. His older sister was called Black Xianxia, a divine general of the Dark Heavenly Court. He also had a secret that no one knew. When he wasn't welcomed by his family, he'd heard the Divine Lord's voice in the unseen world. The Divine Lord had even bestowed upon him a secret cultivation method. The Divine Lord had even told him to recruit more believers. Of course, he hadn't seen the Divine Lord for so many years, but that didn't affect his fanaticism. In another direction, many cultivators and living beings were heading toward the divine nation as devoutly as this young man. Divine light was shining there, and the world seemed to be glowing. All the buildings and mountains were covered with a layer of brilliant colors. Greetings, Divine Lord. In the divine nation, 36 powerful figures knelt down in the center of the palace like deities with brilliant divine might. Many of them were puppets, but there were also many who sincerely wanted to submit to the dark heavenly court. Apart from these powerful figures, the leaders of many imperishable sects who'd received the news earlier also showed up here with the powerful figures of their clans, heading toward the divine nation in the real world. There were the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Paths, the clans of the Immortal Ancient Continent, the Longevity Gu family, the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, the Reclusivan clan. Some ancient beings even showed up in some forbidden areas outside the divine nation. The divine nation seemed to be built with eternal immortal gold. The buildings were continuous, and they couldn't see the end. One could see the deepest part of the divine nation, and there were immortal stairs on both sides. They were grand and sacred, emitting endless immortal light that extended all the way to the ground. One couldn't see the end of the stairs. Many heavenly soldiers and heavenly guards in golden armor were patrolling everywhere. The ferocious beasts they rode were as huge as mountains, covering the sky and the sun. There were ancient divine mountains everywhere, surrounded by immortal mist and silver waterfalls. All kinds of wild beasts were moving around, letting out earth-shattering roars. This was a vast and ancient world. Almost every place was shining, and rich immortal substances were flowing in it. Even ordinary cultivators could feel the energy waves, not to mention that the laws of heaven and earth here were completely different from those in the upper world. Although this was the first time people came to the divine nation of the dark heavenly court, they could feel the difference in the laws of heaven and earth here. It was more suitable for cultivation than the outside world. Many older cultivators were shocked. They felt that they could better understand the laws of heaven and earth in this divine nation, which would help them improve. Of course, in order to establish the divine nation, Xianxia didn't hesitate to use the Kuan Pole universe as the prototype, melting down many broken universes to create this world. Especially the epic tree, which was planted in the divine nation by him, supporting the sun, moon, and stars, surrounded by the vast sea of chaos, boundless and endless. In this heavenly palace, Xianxia sat there, blurry and hazy, shrouded by the traces of the great Tao, unable to be seen clearly. It was as if he was sitting high up in the 9 heavens, overlooking the ages, not descending upon the mortal world. Only a supreme pressure and brilliant immortal might pervaded the air, the aura suppressing the world, intimidating thousands of realms. The cultivators and believers who came to the divine nation were all outside the heavenly palace at this moment. When they saw such a shocking scene, they couldn't help but want to kneel down. There were figures everywhere in the sky and on the ground. In the halls on both sides, there were many divine nation star lords who came to pay their respects. They ruled over a vast starfield. The territory could be described as endless. Divine soldiers and divine generals filled this divine nation in grandeur, ready to listen to Guchanga's orders at any time, patrolling the thousands of realms in the heavens. We pay our respects to the divine lord. The many guests who came and went were all shocked. Then, they came out of the hall and cupped their hands towards Guchanga. The eternal divine nation had just been established, and it was an immortal Tao figure. How could they not be respectful? Even if they came with a heart of fear, they didn't dare to say anything, choosing to ignore it and obediently stay in the clan, not coming to congratulate. Especially this person in front of them, the most ruthless person behind the Kuan Pol disaster, who killed so many existences behind the scenes, scheming against the entire upper realm behind the scenes. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be terrified? Among these guests, there were actually many people of the younger generation, people who were once in the same generation as Guchanga, old acquaintances he knew. There were also some young people of the current world, heroic and confident, full of the heart to prove their Tao, believing that they were invincible. They looked at the figure above the divine nation with shock, knowing that this was the most invincible existence in the current world. The number of people who died in his hands was uncountable. Among the guests, the ones with the most complicated expressions were naturally those from the Longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang immortal dynasty. All these years, Guchanga's whereabouts were vague. Not to mention the outside world, even the members of the Longevity Gu family rarely saw him. Therefore, based on the many rumors, it was inevitable that they would speculate. There were many smart people in this world. Although Guchanga had never shown his face in front of anyone, no one said that he was the master of the dark heavens. However, this was already a publicly acknowledged fact in the hearts of many imperishable orthodoxies and supreme forces. In the grand hall that was as vast as the universe, many guests had arrived. It was as if it was a grand occasion in ancient times where all the heavens came to pay their respects. Everyone's expression was a bit absent-minded. They saw too many experts here. A few extremely powerful experts from extremely remote cosmos also hurried over, bringing congratulatory gifts, extremely sincere and respectful. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. While the guests were in various states of mind, Guchanga stood up from his seat at the top of the divine kingdom. He slowly opened his mouth. His voice was very calm and gentle. There was no terrifying pressure. Instead, it was like a gentle spring breeze that could calm people's restless emotions. At the same time, the chaotic fog on his body slowly dissipated, revealing his true appearance. There were no traces of age on his handsome face. He was as handsome as jade and unparalleled in the world. It was hard to associate him with the ruthless person who schemed against the heavens and killed the upper realm. Seeing Guchanga reveal his true appearance, the huge hall suddenly fell into dead silence. Some cultivators who did not know the truth even widened their eyes in horror. However, they covered their mouths tightly to prevent themselves from making a sound. Some of the young men and women, who were shocked by this divine master's appearance, suddenly opened their eyes wide. They were also filled with shock. This was because they all recognized Guchanga. Although it had been a few decades since the era of the young heavenly legends of the previous generation, it did not affect the many terrifying rumors left behind by the previous generation of heavenly legends. Among them, the most eye-catching was naturally Guchanga. After being born for more than 20 years, he had reached the level of a hidden figure. Even the average hidden figure was far from being his match. Although it was because he was the reincarnation of a supreme existence from the Forbidden Era and relied on the Tao fruit of his previous life, it was still shocking and unbelievable. Many people guessed that Guchanga had been quietly cultivating in seclusion somewhere during this period, trying to break through to a higher realm. However, they did not expect that the master of the dark heavenly court would be him. Of course, this was the thought of those cultivators and living beings who did not think in this direction before. Those orthodoxies and forces who had previously guessed but did not have any evidence to prove all of this were shocked, complicated, and difficult to calm down. Compared to absurd guesses without any evidence, after seeing the reality, they found that the reality was actually more absurd than their guesses. This was because they did not know how Guchanga did all of this, and how he secretly planned all of this under the halo of the top person of his generation. This was something they could never understand, but it did not hinder the shock in their hearts. If it were not for the fact that many of Guchunga's actions coincided with the actions of the Dark Heavenly Court during this period of time, they would not have been able to guess this fact. Shock, astonishment, horror, fear, this was the same feeling in almost everyone's heart in the main hall. Even the people of the Longevity Gu clan and the peerless immortal dynasty could not calm down, and did not know what to say or what to show. It really is Chang'e, an ancestor of the Longevity Gu clan, had an extremely complicated expression. He sighed in his heart, but it was difficult to hide his fear of Guchunga. No matter what, he was the ruthless person who turned the upper realm upside down with his own strength. Many people's faces turned pale, and their legs trembled, unable to stand steadily. Guchunga looked at the scene below the main hall and slowly took a few steps forward. Then, he looked silently, as if he was deep in thought, and did not speak. The aura of the great Tao on his body was very thick, incomparably lofty and empty, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth, not belonging to the myriad realms of the heavens. Occasionally, strands of immortal light would overflow, colorful and dazzling, accompanied by immortal clouds, as if he could fly up at any time. Everyone looked at him and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Guchunga still did not speak. His gaze slowly swept across everyone. There were familiar people and unfamiliar people. Among them, there were also people of the same generation who had fought with him before, such as Six-Crowned King Junyao, the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and his former followers, as well as the elders of the True Immortal Academy and the Tao Heavenly Immortal Palace. There were too many. But no matter who it was, they all looked at him with fear in their eyes. Although he had long expected this, Guchunga's emotions were still slightly complicated. Other than the few beauties around him, he was really lonely. As far as the eye can see, everything is hazy. In the vast heavens, I am truly alone. In the vast heavens, there is no one who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Guchunga sighed softly in his heart. He stood on top of the kingdom of God and slowly swept his gaze across. There was no change in his expression on his handsome face. He was as still as the most ancient sea. No one could see the expression in his eyes, and no one could guess what he was thinking. Those who were familiar with him in the past, those who were of the same generation as him, could not help but lower their heads when his gaze met theirs. They were filled with fear and horror. Their view of Guchunga had long changed. They could no longer see him as the leader of their generation, and could no longer see him as the invincible figure of the younger generation. The current Guchunga was the real master behind the Dark Celestial Court. He was a ruthless man who schemed against the heavens and killed the upper realm. Many orthodoxies and galaxies were destroyed because of him. Many of the young heavenly prides here were trembling because of this. They could not imagine that one day, they would come into contact with such a terrifying truth. It was truly hair-raising, and they felt cold all over. Even their spirits were frozen. Those who had set Guchunga as their goal and wanted to catch up to him were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. In the end, their eyes were filled with fear, and they could not help but tremble. However, at this moment, those who had the most complicated and fearful emotions were actually the imperishable orthodoxies, the supreme sects, and some of the older generation. In just a few short decades, how many universes and how many races had the Dark Celestial Court taken over? This was a terrifying number that could not be counted. Before Guchunga got married, he was known as the most brilliant heavenly pride in the upper realm. His brilliance was dazzling, and his talent was terrifying. He suppressed his peers so much that they could not lift their heads or breathe. Who would have thought, and who would have dared to think, that he would be the biggest mastermind behind this? From the beginning, Guchunga had been planning a big game of chess. Everyone was a chess piece in his hands. Even the members of the Longevity Gu family did not know about this. They had never even guessed in this direction. However, Guchunga was able to hide from everyone. He was like a shadow in the dark, without the slightest trace or ripple. Just like that, he silently plotted and schemed behind the upper realm. Many young geniuses had even regarded him as a role model. They felt that he was righteous, elegant, easygoing, and had a good reputation in front of others. They had never thought that he would be associated with such a ruthless person. Looking at it now, the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts was actually just a show directed and acted out by Guchunga. He told a big lie, and the entire upper realm was kept in the dark by him and played by him. How many of his peers had died at his hands because of this? Just thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. They could not help but tremble. What kind of terrifying method and scheme was this? He hid it too well. Before the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were destroyed, they tried to frame Xianxia as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Who would have thought that they were actually right? At that time, everyone felt that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and the Endless Fire Nation were deliberately splashing dirty water on Xianxia. Without any evidence, they only knew how to frame him. Everyone was cursing and crying injustice for Xianxia. Haha, looking at it now, don't you think it's ironic? It's the biggest joke in the world. In the Eternal Divine Nation's main hall, many of the older generation had a bitter smile on their faces. They felt that the scene back then was really funny and ironic. Especially Xianxia, who had raised the banner of justice to eliminate the inheritor of the demonic arts, causing people to support him everywhere. I'm afraid that Xianxia's shadow was also involved in the sudden outbreak of the Days disaster. It's really terrifying. The epic tree was actually in the 8 Desolates 10 regions from the beginning. It was just that Xianxia took it first and kept it a secret from the world. Later on, he used it as bait. Thinking of this, at this time a lot of things could be thought through. Everyone laughed bitterly in their hearts and trembled. They felt that this method was really terrifying. If it did not really happen, perhaps no one would dare to think in this direction. Xianxia took in everyone's expressions, but his expression still did not change. The reason why he showed his true appearance today was, on one hand, because the appearance of the dark heavenly court needed to be announced to the world. On the other hand, he wanted to tell the upper realm a fact. The current upper realm was not like before, chaotic and without a master. The immortal divine nation had just been established and ruled the heavens, and he was the true master of the upper realm. Those who submitted to him would live, and those who disobeyed would die. The divine nation's palace was so vast, and the cultivators and living beings who entered and came here were so many. They came from thousands of heavens, from different races and orthodoxies. There were people of the divine nation, and naturally, there were also cultivators from the outside world. But now, they were strangely calm. No one spoke again, and they all looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to speak. They knew that Xianxia must have another purpose for establishing the divine nation. I want to establish the immortal bestowment role. Anyone who enters the divine nation can enter the role and become an immortal. They will be worshipped by the divine nation and will never die. Xianxia said slowly. His eyes were deep, as if there were universes evolving in them. All kinds of terrifying scenes in the heavens flashed by with unparalleled majesty. He did not explain what the immortal bestowment role was, but everyone here could understand, and they were extremely shocked. The immortal bestowment role, as the name suggested, was a list of immortals. Did it mean one could become an immortal if they entered the role? Becoming an immortal? Becoming immortal? Surpassing those who had achieved the Tao. After all, judging from the current situation, Xianxia was the only immortal Tao existence in the heavens. Even the epic tree was in his hands. No one had seen the epic Tao fruit with their own eyes. Didn't that mean that he had a way to help the others become immortals? The cultivators who had already entered the ranks of the divine nation had never seen the epic Tao fruit before. They were extremely eager to hear the news. However, they were aware that those who entered the immortal bestowment role might not be as free as before. They would be bound by the rules, and might even submit to Xianxia and the dark heavenly court. It was even possible that their lives would be controlled by the immortal bestowment role. It was not a simple matter. It was a huge risk, so they had to consider it carefully. The eyes of the cultivators flickered. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts and did not show it on their faces. The immortal bestowment role is very tempting, but it's also very risky. There's no doubt that Xianxia isn't a good person. He won't do good deeds for no reason. Judging from his behavior, there must be a huge trap behind this. We have to consider it carefully. The cultivators exchanged glances with one another. They could see the vigilance in each other's eyes. The myriad realms of the heavens were so vast that they could be said to be endless. Even the immortal Tao existence dared not say they could see everything clearly, let alone see what was happening in the other worlds. They also knew the secrets of the heavens and earth and how many terrifying existences were hiding in the world. Guchanga was no exception. He wanted to establish the immortal bestowment role mainly because he wanted to truly take over the heavens and the heavens. It was not like now, where the imperishable Taoism factions and supreme factions were only afraid of him. He still had a lot of things to do. Everything was just the beginning when he established the deity nation. Therefore, Guchanga was not surprised by their expressions at all. After all, he had not even started to refine the immortal bestowment role. It was still too early for him to truly make cultivators become immortals. He only said that because he wanted to shock the heavens and earth. Because Guchanga had other plans. He glanced around again and said calmly, all beings in the world, regardless of race, can enter the immortal bestowment role. I want to reproduce the rules of the heavens and earth. Those above the supremacy level can enter the role and comprehend the rules of the immortal Tao. What? Those above the supremacy level can enter the role? Doesn't that mean that we all have a chance? As soon as he said that, there was an uproar in the hall. Apart from the younger generation, almost everyone's expression changed. They were shocked, horrified, and even in disbelief. Because from what Guchanga said, the immortal bestowment role was not created for the cultivators with a strong foundation. Previously, they all felt that they were not fated to be on the roll. After all, the number of cultivators with a strong foundation was too rare, especially after the Kuan-ji disaster. On the contrary, the number of supremacy-level cultivators, quasi-emperors, and Tao attainments was the highest. However, if they wanted to become a cultivator with a strong foundation, they would have to cultivate for many years. Therefore, they were not very interested in the immortal bestowment role and knew that it had nothing to do with them. However, Guchanga now said that those above the supremacy level could enter the role. Didn't that mean that they could use a shortcut to become immortals? Directly save many years of bitter cultivation? Such a temptation was simply too shocking. Who could sit still? It had to be said that after Guchanga said that, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone became excited, and the expressions of many cultivators changed drastically. They felt very uneasy and felt that there was a great competition. Initially, they were still very cautious, but after hearing that, it directly meant that other people could also enter the immortal bestowment role and it had nothing to do with them. In fact, the purpose of the role was to force them to make a choice. After all, if they did not enter the role, some supremacies, quasi-emperors, and those who had achieved the Tao would enter the role. How could they be willing to break the rules of heaven and earth in the simplest and most direct way to become an immortal? How could they not do something when they saw such a scene with their own eyes? What a ruthless heart. To be precise, once the role is out, it is forcing those who do not have a strong foundation to enter the role. Then, other quasi-emperors or those who have achieved the Tao will enter the role. When they understood this, many cultivators shuddered and felt a chill in their hearts. The Khanate does not exist, and the postnatal is reversed. The great Tao is formless, and all rules are evolved. If the Khanate can appear, then the postnatal can naturally evolve again. Then, as if to prove what he said, Guchanga directly sat cross-legged in the center of the divine nation like a supreme Khanate god. He began to preach the Tao to the people of the divine nation, discussing cultivation methods and the essentials of the great Tao. These were the scriptures of the great Tao, incomparably mysterious and belonged to the understanding of the immortal Tao. Many strange phenomena appeared in heaven and earth. In the outer sky, the stars with life were affected and began to tremble, as if they were about to fall. They were all shining brightly. Starlight sprinkled down, illuminating all directions. In the divine nation, a divine tree grew. It was boundlessly huge, and rich light appeared around it as if it was nurturing a new world, as if it was about to materialize and grow between heaven and earth. Inside, it was as if there was an ancient vault of heaven, opening up with this divine tree. Wisps of chaotic chi rose and fell, and the great Tao runes disappeared. Then, strands of black matter hung, as if there were many withered and dead worlds. Multicolored light gushed out, showing millions of changes. World, time, creation, space, immortal ascension, all kinds of great Tao appeared at this time. The long river of time even faintly surged, shocking everyone. All the people of the divine nation felt honored and excited. They came to listen to the preaching, intoxicated and intoxicated. The scriptures filled the sky, turning into a large expanse of light rain, covering millions of miles of the star domain. Many cultivators were enlightened at the first moment, entering the state of enlightenment. The invincible figures of the restricted areas, the rulers of the other orthodoxies, in the crowd, all had complicated expressions, feeling the powerful Tao. From these short words, they felt the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, so profound that they couldn't understand. They felt like it involved the path of new life, as if it could be used as a shortcut. For an entire half-a-month, Xianxia sat here, preaching the Tao for the divine nation, at the same time gathering that terrifying power of faith. The entire divine nation was like its name, filled with an immortal aura. Xianxia's good fortune was present. In the void, waves of Tao sound bloomed. The chanting of scriptures resounded through heaven and earth, even spreading outside the divine nation, echoing in the various universes. Countless cultivators entered the state of enlightenment, praising the divine master's name. Tao lotuses appeared one after another, sparkling and resplendent, growing within, gushing with multicolored light. They were like dignified Buddhas, but also like holy immortals. In the vault of heaven, large amounts of sparkling flower petals descended. On the earth, divine springs gurgled, continuously flowing, boundless Tao energy surging. However, all the cultivators who came here benefited greatly, and their cultivation improved rapidly. Some even broke through on the spot, divine flames burning, primordial spirits erupting with multicolored auspicious light. There were also those who made progress in secret methods, Tao methods, and divine abilities. There were also those with great talents, their bloodlines advancing a step further, symbol bones resplendent, illuminating all directions, displaying terrifying potential. All of the space in the great hall was packed with people. There was no room for anyone else. Those who came later were all incomparably regretful, their intestines about to turn green from regret. Some ancient existences who had already achieved the Tao had great Tao revolving around them, but they also entered a state of enlightenment, gaining great benefits. Xianxia's surroundings were also filled with all types of immortal flowers, sacred stamens, auspicious beasts gathered, the Tao sea boundless, immortal mists dense, forming a holy land. Of course, he didn't do this for no reason. The essence of the great Tao he preached contained divine texts of expiation, able to silently influence the minds of cultivators, directly expiating them, turning them into the most devout believers. There is a path to immortality, in the divine nation. All citizens of the divine nation can come here to listen to the Tao from time to time. Xianxia didn't say much, just casually showing what the immortal path was, letting the beings of the heavens understand what benefits there were after becoming a citizen of the divine nation. Of course, at that time, the one preaching the Tao wouldn't be him, but another existence. The heavenly sound echoed, and there were shocking phenomena everywhere. Even the universe outside the divine kingdom was filled with holy and bright light. Golden lotuses were everywhere, and the great Tao surrounded them. It was too shocking. Many cultivators and living beings who had come to listen to the sermons for more than half a month had a deep understanding. At the same time, they had a deeper reverence for the dark heavenly court. Even some of the older generation with profound cultivation couldn't help but be affected, let alone the younger generation. After all, apart from the prosperous era of ancient times, no one in the current era had ever seen a sermon on the Tao. There wouldn't be any supreme powerhouses who would explain the Tao to all living beings. Now, everyone cherished their own knowledge. No one would tell others their cultivation experience for no reason. The explanation of an immortal contained many ideas that contradicted the mortal world. However, it was undeniable that these ideas made people's eyes light up and see the fog. Those who enter the divine kingdom can listen to sermons at any time. Not only that, but there's also a chance to enter the immortal bestowment role. As long as one reaches the supreme realm, there's a chance. There's no need to spend so much effort to cultivate to the point where there's a foundation. For us, this is tantamount to an opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. It's too tempting. It had to be said that Xianxia's words moved the hearts of all who came here to worship. They felt that it was not impossible to submit to the divine kingdom. Even those with a foundation began to think about it. Their emotions were complicated, and it was impossible for them to sit still like before. The real way to become an immortal and the path to immortality was in the hands of Xianxia. He could decide at will whether all living beings could become immortals. If they continued to wait, who could be sure when the path to immortality would appear? Moreover, if the path to immortality appeared, who could guarantee that Guchunga wouldn't interfere? His ruthlessness and indifference were vividly displayed during this period of time, making people tremble in fear. Moreover, the power of the divine kingdom was obvious to all. The only immortal in the upper realm was the master of the divine kingdom. In addition, the divine kingdom wanted to set up the immortal bestowment role. For those cultivators and living beings who had no hope of advancing further, it was tantamount to a bright light in the darkness, a blessing in the end of despair. At this stage of cultivation, there was basically no end in sight or hope. Suddenly, they were told that as long as they could enter the list, they would be able to reach the end and become an immortal. In this world, how many people could resist such temptation, to know that even the undefeatable heaven's favorites of the same generation could only dream of attaining the Tao? Becoming an immortal was an extravagant dream. Since ancient times, which one of those who were able to reach the level of being a character of the foundation, which one of them wasn't a peerlessly talented existence that was unrivaled amongst their peers? It had to be said that Guchunga's plans had a firm grasp of the current situation in the upper realm. Even those orthodoxies that had already sealed off their mountains were deeply moved. They were considering the gains and losses, somewhat unable to hold themselves back. However, Guchunga didn't say what kind of restrictions and requirements they would face once they entered the list. He didn't even reveal anything. This was something that many people couldn't grasp, worrying that there would be a huge trap. Guchunga's gaze swept across everyone in the hall. He wasn't surprised as he had already guessed their reaction. Although he had other plans, for now, the immortal investiture role and the preaching of the Tao were enough. The immortal investiture role was targeted at cultivators of the supreme realm and above, while the preaching of the Tao was for cultivators of all realms, especially those with low cultivation and the largest number of ordinary cultivators. As for how to enter the immortal investiture role, in fact, Guchunga had already thought about it. He couldn't say that he was simply doing a good deed and giving the world such a shortcut. After entering the role, they had to sincerely submit to the God Nation and rely on it with their lives. They had to live and die with the God Nation and be under his control. Apart from that, they also needed to have sufficient contributions. The second point was the most important one. Guchunga couldn't say that after those cultivators had submitted to the God Nation, he would let them enter the role directly. That would be too simple. The heavens were too vast and there were still many unknown areas waiting to be explored. These cultivators who wanted to enter the role, in Guchunga's eyes, were the simplest and also the best tools for development. The immortal investiture role sounded simple, but it involved the repetition of the laws of heaven and earth, and the creation of a true immortal with the vast power of faith. It could even cause the repulsion of heaven and earth, and cause a backlash from heaven and earth. However, these things weren't what Guchunga needed to consider at the moment. Because he also knew that this kind of method of drawing a big picture, only when the big picture was taken out could it cause a real sensation. After that, many guests in the hall planned to leave and discuss this matter in detail with their families. They wouldn't make a decision so quickly. For orthodoxies like the Longevity Gu clan and the Wushuang immortal dynasty, they didn't have so many worries. Because in itself, the God Nation was established, and the Divine Lord was Guchunga. At the same time, he was also the future leader of the Gu clan. There was no distinction between the two. And the current empress of the Wushuang immortal dynasty was Guchunga's wife. From this point of view, the Longevity Gu clan, the Wushuang immortal dynasty, and other orthodoxies existed as the foundation of the God Nation. They didn't rely on or submit to the God Nation. There was no conflict of interest between the two. Guchunga didn't say anything. He just looked at the crowd silently with a calm expression. Many of the believers of the God Nation prostrated themselves devoutly outside. The vast power of faith surged and gathered towards the brilliant sun in the sky. Among them was the golden cauldron of fortune that Guchunga had refined. He had used a different method to refine it. Not only could it collect the power of faith, but it could also be used as a container to convert the power of faith into other origin powers. The so-called immortal investiture role was in essence created by relying on the power of faith. It allowed cultivators who hadn't reached the immortal Tao to unleash the power of the immortal Tao. In the next few days, the divine nation was established, its light illuminating the heavens. Many news related to this place had already spread, circulating in various universes. After some consideration, many orthodoxies decided to submit to the god nation as its subjects. However, Guchanga didn't take the initiative to show himself after that day. He left all the big and small affairs of the god nation to Yinmei. Previously, Yinmei was in charge of the affairs of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty, the business alliance of 10,000 Paths, and other orthodoxies. She was already familiar with these matters. Besides, Guchanga also asked Ji Qingxian, who was in the chaotic star region, to assist Yinmei. He Yanyu from the immortal ancient continent was also a very ambitious person. After some consideration, Guchanga saw that she was loyal and gave her some authority. The god nation had just been established, so there were many things that needed to be resolved. Guchanga wasn't interested in these trivial matters and didn't want to spend time and energy on them. It saved him a lot of free time. In the past few decades, he didn't slack off. While refining the Devil Lord's blood, he also sacrificially refined the 6 puppets, starting from Ada and then Ajiu. Ah-Er was the Hall Master who destroyed Hell. The reincarnation ancient heavenly lord was named third by Guchanga. Their strength was comparable to that of a remnant immortal, and even stronger than the 36 celestial lords. As for these 30 star venerates, they were all people with solid foundations. Some of them had their minds wiped out, and Guchanga had forcibly refined them. Although their cultivations had dropped significantly, they could still easily suppress those who had comprehended the Tao. Some of them were the powerhouses of their orthodoxies. Their cultivation was profound, and they willingly submitted to Guchanga to serve him. In general, the god nation wasn't inferior to any orthodoxies in terms of strength. They had many immortal weapons. Most of them were obtained by Guchanga when he killed those powerhouses during the Kuan-Ji calamity. In the end, they were all put into the national treasury. In the past, the imperishable orthodoxies only had 1 or 2 immortal weapons at most. They couldn't be as extravagant as the god nation. The god nation has just been established. Apart from the territories it occupies in the past, some territories in other realms can also be included. For example, the Empyrean Wilderness 10 realms. Everyone knows about your relationship with the Empyrean Deer Empyrean Maiden. She's in charge of that territory, so logically speaking, the Empyrean Wilderness 10 realms should also belong to the god nation. Then there's Empress Xiao in the monster realm. In the Great Hall, Guchanga was quietly reading through the many jade slips in front of him, looking at the many matters he'd dealt with recently. At the side, Yinmei was wearing a snow-white dress. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her flawless face had a serious expression as she narrated these matters. There's no need to think too much about these issues. As for the Empyrean Deer Empyrean Maiden, when the time comes to establish the Empyrean Deer Palace in the god nation, she'll know what to do with a little effort. The same goes for Empress Xiao. Gu Changa nodded. He didn't care much about these trivial matters. The Empyrean Deer Empyrean Maiden was very smart. When the upper realm conquered the 8 desolates 10 regions, she showed extraordinary decisiveness and rationality. At this time, she definitely wouldn't say anything. She would even refute Guchanga's opinion. As for Empress Xiao, she was probably thinking about how to lead the monster realm into the god nation. She just hadn't said anything yet. On the contrary, what Guchanga was looking at now was the submission of the various orthodoxies and tribes. Compared to what he had expected, it was still much slower. But it made sense. Although the god nation was strong and had the immortal Tao in charge, the environment of the upper realm was changing. Perhaps in the near future, the immortal realm and the god nation would collide. Everything would be reshuffled again. Guchanga didn't want to use force to subdue the orthodoxies like before unless it was absolutely necessary. This was because the upper realm had finally regained peace. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, it was his creation of the god nation that solved these problems. Therefore, at this time, Guchanga breaking the current situation would greatly affect the reputation of the faith and the god nation. This was contrary to his long-term plan. Creating the god nation to absorb the faith was one thing. On the other hand, Guchanga considered that if the immortal realm and the upper realm connected, it would lead to a drastic change in the current situation. He had to control the upper realm. Only then could he have the initiative to speak in that situation. After all, for the immortal realm, the upper realm was the foundation. Over the years, instead of saying that the immortal realm had abandoned the upper realm, it was more like a rootless duckweed, drifting unpredictably. In fact, Xianxia didn't know what the current situation of the immortal realm was. Therefore, he prepared in advance. Whether the situation in the immortal realm was good or bad, it would not affect him. Master, since these problems are not considered for the time being, since the God nation has been decided, should we set up many positions like the mortal kingdoms? Over the past few days, I have collected the opinions of many orthodoxies and aristocratic families. They hope to obtain some rights within the God nation. They don't want to say that after submitting to the God nation, everything will belong to the God nation as if they were annexed. This is also the reason why they have been considering whether to submit or not. Yin spoke up, her brows slightly furrowed. Because the divine nation had only just been established, many matters had been dealt with casually. There was no detailed division of power and authority. Although Xianxia was respectfully called the Divine Lord by the world, she was still used to calling him Master in private. You should have considered these matters, right? After hearing this, Xianxia nodded. He knew that since Yin said this, she must have thought about how to deal with it. She just wanted to inform him. I have discussed with Xianxia and the others. We have decided to divide the orthodoxies according to their strength. 1/6 will be divided into 9 grades. In addition, we can further divide the levels of mortal, spirit, god, sage, emperor, immortal. According to the different levels, the territories and authority can be divided according to their strength. They can be promoted or demoted according to the changes in strength. After hearing this, Yin nodded seriously. At the same time, she passed a very thick booklet to Xianxia. The booklet detailed the process and rules of how to divide the authority and other matters. Xianxia read it carefully and did not find anything inappropriate. Although this was an effective place to imitate the ordinary, in general, it was still arranged according to the strength of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. Perhaps we can use this to divide the rankings. In this world, no matter who it is difficult to escape the word reputation. It is the same for the forces, clans, and powerhouses. Yin then mentioned another plan. All these years, she had been in charge of the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance. In some places, she had set up organizations similar to the Divine Strategy and the 10,000 Dao Heavenly Mystery. They specialized in collecting information from various places and arranged various rankings. It was quite effective. Therefore, she felt that if the heavenly nation ruled the 10,000 Dao heavens, it could naturally set up various rankings. From the people with a strong foundation, to the ordinary heavenly prides, to the aristocratic families and clans, weapons, treasures, supernatural powers, and cultivation methods, all could be listed. The advantage of this was that it could gather fate and absorb faith. This would make all living beings more obedient and identify with the heavenly nation. Your idea is quite good. I haven't thought about it carefully before. Xianxia was very impressed. He knew that no matter who it was in this world, they could not escape from fame and fortune. In addition to the list, Yin also gave many useful suggestions that Xianxia thought were useful. For example, when the divine nation was first established, all races would be appointed as officials. Many orthodoxies from different races would be appointed as officials in the divine nation to enjoy their duties and responsibilities. At the same time, she could see that Xianxia was trying to help the ordinary cultivators in an attempt to balance the interests of the various races. For example, some orthodoxies with a long history could be asked to give up their most powerful techniques and inheritances. Then, the divine nation would reward them with many benefits to balance them out. In short, Yin had studied this kind of imperial ruling method quite a lot. She was also very ambitious and mentioned many ways to suppress the orthodoxies. They discussed and learned from each other and came up with many good ideas. Of course, the kingdom of God had just been established, and there was no lack of talents in all aspects. Xianxia had long expected this. When she had sent the Goldfinger seeds to the myriad realms, she had thought of recruiting talents. However, the talents in this field were the children of fate. Each of them had different destinies and were favored by the heavens. These children of fate had different abilities and were very loyal to Xianxia. They had received gifts from him when they were weak and called themselves God's disciples. Young master, you are now the divine lord and the emperor. You should be the ruler of the divine nation. You should rule over the various realms. Everything under the heavens should belong to you. Mei gently rubbed Guchunga's forehead with her small hands as she spoke softly. She was very ambitious. Although Guchunga had yet to marry a concubine or even an empress, many of the ministers in the divine nation felt that she was very capable and managed everything well. Yu Mingkong was Guchunga's official wife, but her power and prestige in the divine nation were far inferior to Yin Mei. It could even be said that many people felt that if Guchunga were to have an empress in the future, Yin Mei would be more suitable than Yu Mingkong. Of course, Guchunga was also aware of these words. He understood that this was something unavoidable after the establishment of the divine kingdom. Yin Mei, as well as Yu Mingkong, had mentioned this to him many times, asking him to take some time to solve these problems so that the ministers of the kingdom of God wouldn't talk about it. There were many things that had to be done in consideration of the big picture, and could no longer be said to be as casual as before. In addition, Yin Mei was also a little worried that Yu Mingkong would think too much, so she asked Guchunga for her opinion many times. She was ambitious for power, but she wouldn't do unreasonable things and cross the line. I have already made arrangements for these matters. Now, the only thing before me is the matter of being bestowed a celestial title. In the face of absolute power, these rules can be changed and made at will. Just like now, for me, isn't the establishment of the divine nation and ruling the heavens just a casual game? Whether or not the myriad races in the heavens will submit depends on whether I want to or not. Guchunga smiled faintly, took the tea she handed over, and blew on it lightly. He didn't think much of the foundation of the divine nation, but only used it as a means to absorb the power of faith. Because no matter what, the divine nation's current glory was supported by him alone. If he suddenly disappeared, the divine nation would collapse overnight. Guchunga wouldn't be surprised. Young master, do you know how infuriating it is to say these words? Yin Mei blinked her beautiful eyes. She felt that Guchunga was being too casual and didn't take this matter seriously. She said, "This is the everlasting divine nation. It's the only force that has been born in the upper world for so many years. It can be recorded in history and will exist forever. I feel that even if there are drastic changes in the future, the divine nation will stand tall and live forever in the long river of time." This was her greatest ambition, to help Guchunga establish such an eternal divine nation. Infuriating? Guchunga smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. His gaze fell, as if he could see through the boundless heavens and thousands of realms, overlooking everything from the top of the divine nation. Yin Mei looked at him in a daze, her eyes full of admiration and love. However, she soon thought of something and said in a slightly vexed manner, "Young master, regarding the matter of concubines and empresses, many ministers have been remonstrating during this period of time. They want to send their holy daughters or some holy daughters into the palace. In addition, even some female great medium masters in the past, whose cultivation was the best in the world and whose beauty was unparalleled, have expressed many times that they want to enter the palace. One of them is the heavenly maiden Xianxia of the Great Void Divine Tribe. The heavenly maiden Xianxia was a real existence. She had met Guchunga several times before, and was a very ancient existence in the Great Void Divine Tribe. In ancient times, she dominated the world and was sought after by countless outstanding talents. Later on, she suppressed the world and broke through to the Tao. Her cultivation was unfathomable. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon in the mortal countries. Not to mention the divine nation that ruled the heavens. Many orthodoxies and clans wanted to use this method to gain a foothold in the vast divine nation, because this was the general trend. The news of the immortal investiture roll had spread throughout the heavens. Every universe was shocked and talking about it. Even the eternal forbidden land, which had been dormant for a long time, had a drastic change. The myriad realms of the heavens were vast and boundless. Even if one's cultivation base was exceedingly high, it was impossible for one to know every corner and know everything clearly. However, the establishment of the divine nation had shown hope to all living beings. It also showed the terrifying spirit of ruling the heavens to all orthodoxies and clans. As the lord of the divine nation, Guchunga's actions had shocked every corner of the heavens. Who would not be afraid? Who would not be respectful? For the upper realm, this was an epoch-making, or even a new era of change, when Guchanga heard these words, his expression did not change. In fact, he had expected this. Yu Mingkong had also mentioned this to him before. After all, as the lord of the divine nation, how could he only have one empress? As the empress of the unparalleled immortal dynasty, Yu Mingkong had been in charge of the dynasty for so many years. Naturally, she knew what Guchanga was going to face. She naturally did not mind. In fact, she felt that Guchanga needed to consider this carefully, and at the same time, make arrangements for the many women around him. In the past, she was a little overbearing and jealous. However, since the two of them got married, many of her views and ideas had changed. In Guchanga's eyes, she had the temperament of a mother model who could control everything. How many eras has that heavenly maiden Jin Yang lived for? I am actually quite surprised that even she has such thoughts. Guchanga shook his head. If it was Jiang Luoshan from the great void god tribe who wanted to be his concubine, he would feel that it was quite normal. However, it was the heavenly maiden Jin Yang, which surprised him a little. After the Kuan-ji calamity, the number of powerful figures had decreased sharply, let alone female ones. Yin Mei also said helplessly, the heavenly maiden Jin Yang from the great void god tribe has taken the initiative to persuade you 3 times, saying that she wants to enter the divine palace and accompany you. Guchanga smiled faintly and said, she has lived for so long, and her eyelashes are empty. She would not say that it was just because of admiration that she made such a decision. She is probably worried that there is a big trap in the immortal sealing roll, but she is unwilling to let go of the opportunity to become an immortal, so she came up with this idea. He did not think that his charm was so great that a powerful figure would willingly enter the palace to serve him. It was just that it was not a decision made for the sake of becoming an immortal. Of course, Guchanga did not have much of an emotional reaction to this. At his level, it was very difficult for him to feel happy, angry, sad, or resentful at will. Don't say that, Master. To the living beings of the upper realm, you have cut through all obstacles, eliminated all disasters, and established the only immortal divine kingdom since ancient times. How heroic are you? This is a feat that countless cultivators would not even dare to think about. Moreover, young master, you are a true immortal of the present age. In terms of appearance, how many men in the world can compare to you? In terms of talent, no one can compare to you. Such a character is rare even in myths and legends. Which woman in the world won't be impressed by you? The heavenly maiden Jin Yang was a goddess in the first 400 generations. In the past, she was also a beautiful goddess with countless pursuers. It is normal for her to admire you. However, after hearing Guchanga's words, Yin Mei's little face turned serious. Her beautiful face that was full of fox charm revealed a very serious expression as she explained. This was the image of Guchanga in her heart. There was not the slightest element of adulteration. Guchanga smiled and could not help but scratch her nose. He said, when did you learn how to flatter people? Looking at Yin Mei in front of him, his emotions were a little scattered. Back then, he had only planted a magic seed in her and let her do things for him. He planned to abandon her as a chess piece when her usefulness was almost exhausted. However, who would have thought that she would be one of the few people closest to him now? All this time, Yin Mei was the one who helped him a lot. In some things, even Yu Mingkong did not do as much as she did. It was fate making fun of people. I'm not talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, you can ask around yourself. Which goddess doesn't say the same thing? Yin Mei's little face was very serious. Guchanga smiled and did not say anything else. Then, he took out a booklet and placed it in front of her. He said, this was given to me by Mingkong. You can take a look. Yin Mei took it with some curiosity. Her gaze fell on the booklet. This booklet mainly talked about choosing an empress and taking in concubines. For example, how to divide the power of the harem. Empress, divine consort, and heavenly consort were the 3 highest ranks of concubines. There was only one empress, and 3 or 4 divine consorts. Other than that, there could be more heavenly consorts. As for the concubines after that, it was even more simple and casual. There were official concubines, secondary concubines. This was planned by the empress long ago? Yin Mei actually saw her position among the divine consorts. Her face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Without a doubt, the empress belonged only to Yu Mingkong. As for the other positions, Yu Mingkong planned to discuss with her before deciding. This is the list that Mingkong was drawing up some time ago. But it's just for me to take a look. What do you think? Gu Changge said casually. Now that he was really free, he was willing to spend some time on concubines. Therefore, when Yu Mingkong mentioned it to him previously, he had already considered it. He had seen many of the names on the list. For example, Yu Mingkong had originally intended to abdicate the position of Emperor-Empress. However, Gu Changge felt that there was no need. This was a divine kingdom that he had casually created, and he found it troublesome to have so many complicated formalities. As for the 4 divine concubines, there were only Yin Mei and Jiang Chuchu. There were still 2 vacancies. However, Gu Changge had not officially married the 2 of them, nor had he informed the All Heavens that he was going to take concubines. Therefore, he had only drawn up the list. If he really wanted to do it, he would need to hold a proper ceremony. Gu Changge did not want to owe them, especially Jiang Chuchu, for this kind of thing. Below the divine concubines were the heavenly concubines. There were actually many women's names on the list. Yu Mingkong had felt that she had an inexplicable relationship with Gu Changge during this period of time, so she took the initiative to write them up. For example, Yan Ji, Consort Yan, Empress Shi Yao, Heavenly Consort Shi Yao, Sky Deer Mystic Maiden, Heavenly Deer Empress, Ji Qing Xian, Empress Qing Xian, Su Qingge, Empress Qing Ge, Black Yan Yu, Empress Yan Yu, Lin Qiuhan. And even Xiao Ruoyin, the reincarnation of the Immortal Palace's High Priest of Destiny, Tao Yao, and Chan Hongyi. Gu Changge had a headache when it came to these things. He did not even know about them before. Yu Mingkong was very clear about them, but she had never mentioned them in front of him. Moreover, Yu Mingkong had asked him about Xian'er. In the face of these matters, even if Gu Changge could easily kill his way into the upper realm and intimidate the heavens, he would still find it tricky and troublesome. If he could fool them, he would. After that, Gu Changge gave Yu Mingkong and Yin Mei full authority to decide on the consort selection. He would not interfere. For the entire divine nation of eternity, the divine lord's successor was of the utmost importance. Almost all of the ministers immediately requested that Gu Changge establish the Empress Palace. Otherwise, as the divine nation that ruled the heavens, it would appear to lack a foundation and lose its status. Gu Changge thought about it and decided to accept the opinions of the ministers. In the divine nation, he instructed many craftsmen to start building the palace. As for the divine materials and immortal materials, they were to be taken from the national treasury. If they were scarce resources, Gu Changge would send powerhouses to extract them. He was quite diligent in this matter. There were many palaces in the rear palace, including the Empress Palace, the Divine Consort Palace, and the Heavenly Consort Palace. As for the names of the palaces, it was not up to him to decide. For example, the Empress Palace was where Yu Mingkong usually lived. As for how to name it and gather faith, it was up to her to decide. However, Gu Changge thought that with Yu Mingkong's personality, she might name it the Mingkong Palace. In the following days, many palaces began to appear behind the divine nation's palaces. Just the materials alone were enough to make those who had attained the Tao speechless. All types of immortal materials used to forge Tao artifacts were piled up into mountains. Every day, one could see dazzling divine light interweaving in that place. There were a few ancient deity races that were as tall as mountain ridges that appeared. Their figures were tens of thousands of zhang tall, and even the clan elders took action, personally forging a palace for Gu Changge. The ancient god tribe was an ancient tribe in the distant universe. They fed on stars. Every time one of them evolved and grew, a star mark would appear in the space between their eyebrows. 9-star ancient gods had the strength of those who had attained the Tao. For example, the tribe leader was a 9-star golden ancient god. His strength was monstrous. Ordinary people were no match for him. He revered and respected Gu Changge from the bottom of his heart. He specially brought many powerhouses of the tribe to the divine nation to pledge their allegiance to it. They were willing to serve the divine nation to establish an everlasting foundation. The process of building the palaces was not complicated or long. In just a few months, a large group of palaces rose from the ground in the divine nation. There were a few places that were even piled up from unmatched wondrous earth. There were those who achieved the Tao who paid a great price to move over from a few forbidden holy lands. Immortal rain shone brilliantly, incomparably divine, many divine trees and wondrous roots planted here. There were also some areas that were condensed from many stars. They were vast and boundless, and there were wisps of dense fog. It was very quiet. There were also some palaces that were very simple, but outside were all kinds of medicinal fields. Many strange species were planted there, and they were all extremely precious and rare. Some could only be found in the divine nation. There were also some that were just simple scenery. They did not occupy a large area and were more like quiet and secluded houses. However, because of the celestial rain that drifted between heaven and earth, it was stained with all kinds of sacred colors. There were mountain and river corridors, pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. These areas were actually independent small worlds with their own rules. The environment was completely different from the outside world. There were many mysterious restrictions set up between them. Ordinary people did not even have the qualifications to come in contact with them. Of course, these independent small worlds all existed in the divine nation. After all, the divine nation was too vast. It was refined by Xianxia from many universes. The territory was boundless, and those who had attained the Tao might not be able to reach the end in their lifetime. As for the names of these areas, they all had their own characteristics. The most magnificent and majestic palace that exuded a steady atmosphere was called the Emperor Harem Palace, also known as the Clear Sky Palace. It was very close to the palace where Xianxia usually rested. In addition, there was the Heavenly Fox Pure Land, the Sanctus Palace, and so on. In the end, Xianxia could not help but shake his head. Even that guy Xian'er could not help but join in the fun. He sent people to build an extremely primitive Tao field for her. There were vast palaces, endless wastelands, and celestial mist lingering. It was like a fairyland. Celestial flowers bloomed, spiritual springs surged, and silver waterfalls fell. She named it the Xian'er Palace. After the palaces were built, Xianxia chose a date and directly announced to all worlds that he was going to hold a concubine conferring ceremony. When the news spread, all worlds were shaken. The orthodoxies from various universes were deeply shocked. They all expressed their congratulations. Whether it was the ministers of the divine nation or other orthodoxies, they all sent people to send congratulatory gifts to express their congratulations and respect. Meanwhile, on this day, the entire world was celebrating, the red decorations covering millions and millions of li, vast and world-shocking. A grand banquet was held within the divine country. The upper realm was boiling. All the major figures of the orthodoxies came to congratulate. Many bygone-era existences showed up. Those who had attained the Tao, those with deep foundations. They all came to congratulate and send their most precious gifts. Xianxia's figure appeared at the peak of the divine nation. His brilliance was dazzling, as if there was endless celestial light flowing around him. He sat in the universe. His body shone with emperor light. On top of his head, a supreme crown appeared, gathering the faith of all living beings. Greetings, Divine Lord. At this moment, Xianxia's brilliance illuminated all the realms. All the cultivators and living beings cowed out in his direction. Walala. Woo. The ancient and towering epic tree stood behind him. It exuded an ancient and desolate aura as if it had propped up the ages. Divine light shone brightly and the stars in the sky shone brightly. All the heavens came to offer their congratulations and gifts to Xianxia outside the kingdom of God. The grandeur and shock of this grand wedding had simply surpassed many of the occasions since ancient times. It was even comparable to the grandeur of the wedding between Xianxia and Yumingkong. All the cultivators who were lucky enough to witness this wedding would never forget it. It even became an ancient legend for the future generations. The Divine Lord's wedding was held in the Divine Palace on the epic tree. Tao chants resounded across the 9 heavens and shook the universe. The final wedding ceremony was held in the Divine Palace on the epic tree. The earth-shattering wedding of Xianxia and his concubines lasted for half a month. Later cultivators directly called it a heavenly wedding. Lanterns and colored banners were hung everywhere in the kingdom of God. Auspicious scenes of dragons and phoenixes appeared in various universes illuminating all the heavens. During this half a month, ancient existences kept coming to offer precious gifts and blessings. There were also many beings from extremely distant universes who came with a heart of submission. These forces and races didn't just come with gifts and blessings. They even came with resources, wanting to join the kingdom of God and become its citizens. It was inevitable that the kingdom of God would unify the heavens. Moreover, there was a huge difference between having the kingdom of God and not having the protection of the 870 countries. The further the universes from the center of the upper realm were, the more oppressed by orthodoxies that evacuated from the upper realm. If they didn't have a strong background to support them, they would be enslaved by those orthodoxies sooner or later. After all, the further they were from the center of the upper realm, the more incomplete the precepts of heaven and earth in those universes were. The most powerful beings born there were only at the level of Tao attainment. How could they resist those with immortal weapons? Therefore, when faced with a choice, these forces would rather submit to the kingdom of God than be enslaved by those orthodoxies. This kind of thing happened frequently during this period of time. However, it was actually a trivial matter to the huge kingdom of God. "I've fulfilled my promise to you." The starlight was dazzling and the Milky Way was like a train. The Saintess Palace was filled with red clouds. Auspicious red lanterns were hung everywhere. It was very festive. A woman with a graceful and slender figure was sitting at the side of the wedding bed. She was clenching her little hands tightly with slight uneasiness, and she seemed to be unable to sit still and was slightly nervous. However, when he heard Guchunga's slightly amused voice coming from outside the hall, he was stunned. Her entire body suddenly relaxed. Then, she stretched out her jade-like small hand and removed the red veil on her head, revealing a face that was as beautiful as a flower and as exquisite as jade. With a bit of makeup on, she was even more breathtakingly beautiful. Her porcelain-like face seemed to reveal a wisp of rosy charm due to shyness, and it was unforgettable to look away. On the day of the wedding, who would personally remove their own red veil? "Are you in that much of a hurry?" Guchunga looked at Jiang Chuchu, whose eyes were shining brightly. He suddenly chuckled and couldn't help but make fun of him. Hearing Guchunga's words, Jiang Chuchu was first stunned. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and then she suddenly reacted. Did she personally remove her own veil? The rosy color on her face deepened. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Guchunga's teasing expression. She was full of embarrassment and anger. Seeing that Jiang Chuchu was about to put the red veil back on, Guchunga laughed again. He directly grabbed her slender wrist and said, "How can you do that? You've already removed it, and you're still putting it back on. Do you not plan to marry me?" "No." Hearing this, Jiang Chuchu couldn't help but glare at him. However, seeing that Guchunga came directly to her palace tonight, she couldn't help but feel a little happy and secretly happy. This heavenly marriage was very shocking. It was not inferior to Guchunga and Yumingkong's wedding. Moreover, it was an open and aboveboard marriage. Even if there was a rule in the human ancestors' palace that the saintess of each generation was not allowed to marry outside. But so what? All the clans in the heavens and all the orthodoxies witnessed it personally. Who would dare to say a word? "That's great." Jiang Chuchu suddenly hugged Guchunga's waist and buried her head in his arms. Her face was full of happiness and satisfaction. She was deeply in love with Guchunga. This was because Guchunga had gone against his heart many times and done many things that could be said to be inconsistent with her ideals. In the beginning, she had never thought that there would be a day when she would give up everything for Guchunga. Even to her, the sect that had given her a new lease on life and the human ancestors' palace that had raised her. Not to mention the great responsibility of the people on her shoulders. To Jiang Chuchu, her feelings for Guchunga were the kind that, even if she knew that he was a demon who was the enemy of the entire world, and was destined to be her mortal enemy, she was still willing to stand by his side and betray everything. She knew that Guchunga might not be able to give her any status, but she had no regrets. "I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long." Looking at Jiang Chuchu in front of him, Guchunga's expression softened. The red candles shone brightly. With a shake of his hand, they were extinguished one by one. The palace fell into darkness. The night ended in silence. This night was destined to be a sleepless one for many people. Some were happy, some were silent, and some were sad, In the Heavenly Fox mystic realm, Yin was dressing up in front of a mirror. Her face was thin and charming. The maids behind her had been waiting on her respectfully, but they were also very frightened. After all, the divine consort of Heavenly Fox was not the only concubine the Divine Master was marrying in this heavenly marriage. However, the Divine Master had not arrived at this time of the night. The maids were naturally worried that the divine consort of Heavenly Fox was not favored by the Divine Master. The divine consort of Heavenly Fox was a title bestowed by Yin. She was one of the 4 divine consorts. Currently, there were only 2 divine consorts. One was her, and the other was naturally Xianxia. You can all leave now. Yin looked at herself in the mirror. Her expression did not change much. She waved her hand and dismissed the maids. Although she had expected this, she still felt a little disappointed, regretful, and disappointed, as well as a faint sense of grievance. However, in the latter half of the night, when she was about to go to bed, she saw Xianxia quietly coming over. Her heart was filled with an indescribable surprise. Time passed quickly. Decades had passed since the establishment of the divine nation and the concubine selection. Xianxia sat at the top of the divine nation, overlooking the heavens. He had also accompanied his family and lovers for hundreds of years. The divine nation had developed and expanded. According to the plan, it had conquered the heavens step by step. Its territory was already vast and boundless. Many orthodoxies and forces had also submitted to the divine nation in the past few decades. Xianxia had succeeded in refining the immortal investiture role a few decades ago. She had used up a lot of precious treasures and had even accumulated a lot of vital energy over the years. On this day, after perfecting many details, a dazzling golden roll, exuding an ancient aura, appeared in the sky above the divine nation. It was boundless and was surrounded by boundless chaotic energy. It was on the same level as the nation-guarding sun, and its light covered the heavens. The 2 ancient divine characters of the immortal investiture roll reflected everything and had the divine power to suppress the heavens and the earth. Golden light shone brightly as if there was a sun rising in the heavens. Ancient Tao sounds traveled billions of miles and resounded in every part of the universe. This enormous chart was constructed from countless precious divine materials, and it was completely suffused with a faint golden glow while chaotic chi coiled around it. The 2 words celestial bestowment were ancient and majestic. It had a terrifying aura that pressured the heavens. Cultivators of any level would tremble just by looking at it, and they couldn't help but want to kneel before it. Golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed around the board. Divine light surged, and even the surrounding stars trembled as if they couldn't bear the aura of the board. Tao rhymes circulated and immortal light intertwined. Soon, the board was covered by a vast fog. No cultivator could see through it. However, the heavens and realms were shocked by this board. Almost all existences couldn't calm down and couldn't sit still. A few decades ago, Xianxia had talked about immortal bestowment. Cultivators above mortal supremacy could enter this board and become immortal in one step. They would no longer be bound by the rules of heaven and earth. This matter shocked the heavens and realms. Many of the existences at that time couldn't sit still. They were worried that the board would affect them. However, they weren't willing to entrust their lives to the kingdom of God and Xianxia. On the other hand, the immortal bestowment could directly affect the situation in the entire upper realm. It could even affect the various races in the heavens and realms. The various universes wouldn't be peaceful. After all, this was an incredible thing that could allow people to become immortal in one step. Who wouldn't be affected by bewitchment? Above supremacy, there were 3 levels: sub-emperor, Tao attainment, and foundation characters. If cultivators wanted to become immortal, they would have to spend countless years to reach the foundation characters level. Once the immortal bestowment board was released, the balance that had been maintained since ancient times would definitely be broken. Xianxia sat on the peak of the kingdom of God and looked at the board. His voice was calm, and it resounded through the heavens like a great bell. The immortal bestowment board is formed. Anyone who enters this board will be blessed by providence and faith and become immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal bestowment roll concealed itself. Its brilliant might vanished into the horizon, but that shocking and terrifying phenomenon was still reflected in the heavens. However, these words caused a huge commotion in the various universes. The most powerful experts of many races and sects appeared and gathered their people. They began to discuss how to deal with the situation. Although the glory of the divine nation had illuminated the heavens and was on the verge of unifying the world, the divine nation was still in a daze. However, the heavens were too vast and boundless. It was impossible to unify the heavens in such a short period of time. Over the years, many forces had submitted to the divine nation, but there were still many clans and forces hiding in the dark. Even the countries outside the divine nation had revealed themselves. It came from the outer domain outside of the upper realm. It was as ancient as the upper realm. The universe was stacked on top of each other, and the depth of its foundation was unimaginable. It was precisely because the precepts of heaven and earth in the upper realm were evolving and becoming complete that the outer realms began to reveal themselves. Time and space were the greatest forces in this world. Even those who had achieved the immortal Tao did not dare to say that they could understand these secrets, let alone know how many worlds there were in this world. The divine light disappeared, and Guchanga's figure appeared in the palace of the divine nation. His attire was very simple. He wore a green silk robe, and his hair was not tied up in a bun. He was handsome and casual. It was difficult to associate him with the divine master who ruled the heavens and the supreme emperor of a generation. Now, he was more like a fine young master in a chaotic world, a banished immortal who had strayed into the mortal world. He was extraordinary. Divine Master, once the immortal investiture roll is released, there will be chaos outside the divine nation. Although the divine nation has been purging the various universes these past years, there are still remnants in some corners, creating chaos in various ways. A minister was reporting and said respectfully, during this period, there are even remnants of the destroyed orthodoxies who have sacrificed ancient remnant souls using secret techniques in an attempt to worship the evil immortals and disrupt the foundation of our divine nation. We are stupid and cannot get rid of them once and for all. Hearing these words, Guchanga nodded slightly, but his expression did not change. He said, I already know about this. Even if the evil immortals appear, they will not dare to appear in the divine nation. The evil immortals are not to be blamed on you. Even if they have a wisp of intelligence at their peak, they are not something that ordinary people can contend with. He did not like to call himself I, so most of the time, he referred to himself as I in front of the ministers. Things like today had happened too many times over the years. At first, the ministers were very surprised, but later they got used to it. They knew that Guchanga was not old and did not like complicated formalities. Guchanga liked to solve many things in a straightforward and simple way. He did not like to beat around the bush. As for the evil immortals, in the end, the orthodoxies that were once destroyed by him were not completely eradicated. In the past few years, they had gathered forces in various places and even used secret and forbidden arts to sacrifice themselves to connect to the long river of time. They wanted to find a trace or brand of their ancestors and awaken them. Those orthodoxies that had been destroyed because of Guchanga had real immortal realm ancestors. Because of the evolution of the environment, the power of the immortal realm could be seen, so the divine soul marks that had disappeared in the long river of time were also revived. This led to the so-called evil immortals. Over the years, the divine nation had destroyed no less than 10 evil immortals, and the situation was getting worse. It seems that the power of the Evil Suppression Division is still not enough. Marquee Evil Suppression, go to the ministers, sects and families and pick talented young men and women to join the Evil Suppression Division. They will belong to the Saber Division and can use merit points to exchange divine powers and all kinds of treasures. The evil immortals are allowed to wreak havoc in the world, making the country uneasy and the foundation unstable. We have to get rid of them. Guchanga ordered casually. The Saber Division, Spear Division, Sword Division and Halberd were the 4 divisions that he had casually created. The 4 divisions were responsible for killing and were one of the most terrifying forces in the divine nation in recent years. Marquee Evil Suppression was an extremely fierce and burly man. There was chaos chi around him and his appearance could scare off evil and make children stop crying. Yes, Divine Master. After receiving the order, he immediately went to pass the order to the various clans and sects to select talents. Although the Evil Suppression Division sounded nice, it was actually created by Guchanga at the suggestion of Yin Mei. As for the purpose, it was not to get rid of evil or evil immortals, but to balance and suppress the power of the ministers of the various clans. There was no absolute peace in this world. Xianxia had long expected the evil immortals, but in fact, he did not care much about it. But he used this opportunity to create the Evil Suppression Division, in the name of selecting talents, to select talents from various clans and sects for his use. After training and cultivation, they would sincerely submit to him. In the long run, the real effect would be seen. After dealing with many affairs, Xianxia's figure turned into a wisp of clear air and disappeared. This was naturally not his real body, but a Dharma body formed by a random thought. But even if there was a foundation, it would be impossible to see the difference. During this period of time, his real body had been sitting cross-legged at the end of the void outside the divine nation, refining the true blood of the Fiend Lord. At the same time, he used his mind to contact the deity region that was connected to the upper world. In addition, Xianxia was also refining the origin accumulated by the reincarnation ancient heavenly lord, and his cultivation level was increasing at a terrifying speed. If he went through the baptism of the immortal tribulation, his realm might be able to reach an incredible level in an instant. In fact, Xianxia left most of the matters in Divine Kingdom to Yinmei and the others. His real body was outside the void, only appearing occasionally when he wanted to see Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others. Normally, when he had to make a decision on such matters, only then would a thought materialize to deal with them. Xianxia had long planned for the immortal investiture role. After the role was taken out, the Imperial Court of Divine Kingdom would inform all the heavens. Based on the degree of trust in Divine Kingdom, one could enter the role. In the vast heavens, there were countless cultivators and creatures like a sea of smoke. Even the existences above the Supremes were too many. It was impossible for all of them to enter the role. What Xianxia wanted to do now was to show the immortal investiture role in front of everyone, to let all the heavens know that the immortal investiture role was not a lie. As for the immortal investiture role, I'll leave it to Bai Lian. She's been studying all kinds of lists recently. As for the list, there's no need to rush. We can find some ministers who are loyal to Divine Kingdom and give them the title in public. This way, the impact will be much more far-reaching. Xianxia waved his hand in the air, and an order appeared. Then, a terrifying ripple appeared in the air, and the order flew out of the void and landed in a temple in the Divine Kingdom. Bai Lian was the owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion and had the inheritance of the ancient Sha Di. Although the Sha Di called himself an emperor, his cultivation was close to that of an immortal. The inheritance he left behind was extremely terrifying. All these years, Xianxia had Bai Lian in charge of the Azure Palace. She had been secretly training an organization called the Heavens Net. In fact, it was similar to the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. It could gather all kinds of information from all over the world and do some shady things in the dark. Moreover, Xianxia ordered Bai Lian to build the Tianji Hall according to Yinmei's suggestion. They also established the Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Heavenly Mystery Hall, and so on in the various ancient cities of the myriad realms of the universe. These forces were all spies, and they could gather all sorts of information and make all sorts of rankings. For example, the prodigy rankings, weapon rankings, power rankings, beauty rankings, talent rankings, and so on. Xianxia's intention was very simple. He wanted to make the competition between the Dao domains more intense. A cultivator's life is all for fame and power. In fact, Xianxia even had plans to create heavenly Dao steels for the various cultivation realms, gathering the fate of heaven and earth, and listing out the various geniuses since ancient times. By being listed on the steels, one would be able to obtain a ranking and corresponding rewards. In addition, he also planned to open up the Void Realm. It was a realm where all living beings had faith, similar to the 9 underworlds of the underworld in myths and legends. Even though the spirit was destroyed, the incense still existed and was controlled by the Divine Kingdom. It could guarantee the reincarnation of the warrior, or condense the Godhead in the virtual realm and become the incensing God. However, this so-called virtual realm was still in Xianxia's consideration and had not been put into action. If he really wanted to do so, it would be an extremely time-consuming and energy-consuming process. As for the reason for doing so, Xianxia found that this number was compatible with the operation of the heavenly Tao, and it was beneficial for him to comprehend and cultivate through the power of faith. At the same time, Xianxia had a premonition that some kind of shocking change might have happened in the celestial realm during this period of time. There would be terrifying things that were completely different from the rumors in the past. Before Xianxia left the upper realm, he had also told him that in the near future, the upper realm and even the heavens would undergo a drastic change. Now that he suddenly had a sudden impulse, Xianxia also felt that he could not underestimate this matter too much. He had to plan ahead. The Tao of Fate was illusory. Unlike the other great Tao, there were many things that needed to be studied, and they all required a long time to understand. During this period of time, Xianxia carefully thought about it. He planned to break through the Tao of Fate and condense the immortal King Tao fruit. As for the origin left behind by the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, it could only help Xianxia improve his cultivation. He still had to rely on himself to comprehend the great Tao of Fate. In addition to the Tao of Fate, Xianxia was also studying the Tao of Time and Space. Previously, he had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara, so he had dabbled in the Tao of samsara and time. If he wanted to condense the immortal King Tao fruit, he could also consider the great Tao of time, space, and creation. As for the great Tao of devouring, slaughter, and other great Tao, Xianxia did not need to spend time to study and comprehend it. This was because when he was refining the true blood of the demon lord, many insights about these great Tao emerged in his mind. Previously, because of the system, he could exchange the so-called transcendence bone with destiny points. Now, in Xianxia's opinion, this was actually a kind of transaction type of rule. Through destiny points, which was the so-called value or destiny, he could exchange the transcendence bone with the equivalent value. And this transcendence bone was actually a kind of evolution of the original substance contained in the system. This kind of original substance could be understood as a strange energy. Now that Xianxia had comprehended the Tao of Fate, he increasingly felt that the system that had been silent for a long time came from him and had a deep connection with him. Buzz. At this time, Xianxia's order quickly spread out of the void, to the Azure Palace whereby Lianer was now. She was wearing a plain light robe and was saying something to some cultivators in front of her. Her cold and beautiful face was expressionless and dignified. Choose suitable candidates to enter the immortal bestowment list? Understood. When the order landed in front of her, she was a little surprised. The content of the order was very simple. It was to gather information about the various races and choose the most suitable candidates to enter the immortal bestowment list. Of course, Xianxia would also give the officials a chance to recommend themselves. On the other side, at the eastern side of the divine nation, near the vast sea of stars, many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was very blurry and hazy. For many years, it was covered in a kind of cold color and no light shone. At the center of this area was a large palace called the Ancestral Temple. It was grand and solemn, exuding an ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman with a tear mole at the corner of her eyebrows was calculating something on a compass. She was wearing the white robe of an officiant. Her black hair was like a waterfall and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the Guanhan Palace above the 9 heavens. Of course, she was also the owner of this place. Today, the High Priest of Fate of the Divine Nation was respectfully called Lady Ruoyne. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xiao Ruoyne noticed layers of ripples spreading in the void in front of her. A trace of emotion appeared on her calm face. She waved her hand to dismiss the maids in front of her before she bowed gracefully. Xianxia's figure walked out of the void. His blue silk robe was very simple. He nodded slightly. He didn't find it strange that Xiao Ruoyne called him that. Unlike the usual concubines, Xiao Ruoyne preferred to call him Your Majesty, instead of Young Master or Divine Master like Yin Mei and the others. Looks like you haven't been idle. Xianxia's eyes fell on the compass behind her back. There were traces of fate flowing on it. Xiao Ruoyne's expression returned to its usual calmness. She nodded and said, I've been living here for a long time and have nothing to do, so I can only cultivate and comprehend this Tao. Your Majesty, may I know why you're here today? If you want Ruoyne to serve you, just send a maid to inform me. Your Majesty, you don't have to come so far. The Divine Palace of Fate was extremely far away from the Divine Nation Palace. It could be said that it was located at the extreme east of the divine nation. Hearing that, Guchanga waved his hand. A misty light appeared in his sleeve, and then the creation fairy boat appeared. "I'm actually here to talk to you about something else," he said lightly. As a matter of fact, Xiao Ruoyin had guessed what Guchanga was up to when he took out the fairy boat of creation. The fairy boat of creation was a congenital object, not a man-made one. She had relied on her fateless body to resonate with the ethereal long river of fate. That was how she had made it recognize her as its owner. When the celestial palace had collapsed and she had been reincarnated, the fairy boat of creation had also been reincarnated with her. Its weapon spirit had also given birth to a physical body. That was how Jiangchen had been born. However, the fairy boat of creation had been in Guchanga's hands all these years. Xiao Ruoyin had never thought of asking Guchanga to return it to her. "Your Majesty, are you here to ask about the fairy boat of creation?" Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but guess. She laid her eyes on the fairy boat of creation. It looked like it was made of bronze, but it wasn't. It belonged to a rare immortal metal called the mother gold of creation. It had never been recorded in any ancient books. Because this material could bear fate. Even if one traveled across the long river of time, they wouldn't be contaminated by karma, let alone be punished by heaven or punished by heaven. However, it was too hard to find. Many practitioners had never heard of the mother gold in their entire lives, let alone the mother gold of creation. Xiao Ruoyin had looked up these things when she was the high priest of fate of the celestial palace. Even for her, it was extremely difficult to find another piece of the mother gold of creation. Guchanga glanced at Xiao Ruoyin. "It's about the fairy boat of creation. But what I want to know is how well you've mastered the doctrine of fate." As he spoke, his gaze fell on the compass behind Xiao Ruoyin. It was a very simple and unadorned compass, but if one were to look closely, they would discover that there were thousands of strands of star-like matter converging on it. It looked very strange. Ordinary people certainly couldn't see it, but after studying the doctrine of fate, Guchanga understood that it was the so-called karma line. In this world, no matter what happened, it was difficult to escape the word cause and effect. Even he had once been seen through by Xiao Ruoyin because of the matter of cause and effect. Needless to say, it was extraordinarily difficult to truly transcend karma and the 5 elements. The control of fate? Xiao Ruoyin was surprised. Why was Guchanga suddenly interested in this? As someone with a fateless physique, she was extremely sensitive to karma and destiny. Therefore, it was very easy for her to gain enlightenment and research. All these years, ever since Xiao Ruoyin regained her memories as the high priest of destiny, she had been trying to recover the Tao fruit of her previous life. The most obvious was his comprehension and control of the Tao of fate. Just now, she was indeed calculating, and she was calculating the future changes of the divine nation. Between the heavens and the earth, there would be a great momentum in motion. A truly powerful great divine ability expert would be able to see through a person's past and present life with just a glance. It even included the changes and evolutions of the billions of living beings in a great world over countless years. In this world, there were no secrets that he could not know. But at the end of time, he could see the other shore in an instant. It was truly mysterious and unimaginable. However, with Xiao Ruoyin's current strength, she was still too far away from that level. In fact, it was just an unrealistic fantasy. Guchanga nodded. "Recently, I've become quite interested in the Tao of fate. I thought you would have a deep understanding of it." He wasn't lying. He had come here to look for Xiao Ruoyin because he thought that her attainments in the Tao of fate should be quite deep. "So that's how it is." Xiao Ruoyin was enlightened. "Although I have a deep understanding of this Tao, my cultivation base is still too far away from your Majesty's. Even if I can peer into a bit of fate, I'm afraid it won't be of much use to your Majesty." Guchanga's current cultivation base was unfathomable and indescribable. He was definitely walking very far on the Tao of immortality. In the Tao of fate, it could definitely be said to be an anomaly that had never appeared since ancient times. Even those who were most proficient in this Tao could not see the future of the anomaly and the Tao of fate. Xiao Ruoyin naturally did not dare to pry into Guchanga's Tao of fate lightly. It would be a small matter if she couldn't pry into it, but it would be a big matter if she suffered a backlash. Guchanga knew that Xiao Ruoyin would say so. That was why he took out the Creation Immortal boat and let her use it to peer into fate. With the Creation Immortal boat in hand, with your current cultivation base, you should be able to peer into the divine nation's Tao of fate, just barely? He asked slowly. Xiao Ruoyin was silent for a moment. In front of Guchanga, she didn't dare to hide anything. But the chances are not high. It doesn't matter. If there is danger, you can retreat at any time. I will help you bear any backlash. Guchanga shook his head. At his level of cultivation, there was a reason for any whim. Just like what he was going to do now. In Guchanga's opinion, this was an extremely crucial step in his deduction and comparison of the path he was going to take next. At the current realm, Guchanga had deduced and summarized the paths he had taken. Generally speaking, it could be roughly divided into 4 steps. At the end of the first 3 steps, he would reach the other side of the immortal realm, which was the celestial realm. As for the 4th step, he had a feeling when he was studying Tao of Fate. It was above the celestial realm. He had to dispel the clouds and fog, reflect on himself, and achieve the Tao fruit. This was not karma, jumping out of time and space. Then, he would control the 3,000 great Tao, immortality, and destruction of thousands of universes. He would transcend the Tao of self, past, present, and future. He would be the only one in history, free and unfettered for eternity. He could destroy the heavens with one hand, and the universe was eternal. He could cut through everything with one's thoughts, understand everything, nothingness was immortal, and concepts were immortal. These were the following paths. When the fog dispersed, everything could be seen. However, Guchanga still needed to deduce and verify according to Tao of Fate. I understand. Xiao Ruoyin knew that she had no choice. She immediately took the ferry boat. After countless years, it returned to her hands again, and a light trembling sound was heard. Then, layers of mysterious ripples spread out. There seemed to be a wonderful sound in the world. Even the threads of karma were converging towards this place. Xiao Ruoyin, who was dressed in a priest's robe, looked holy and otherworldly. Her whole body was shrouded in boundless celestial light. A large amount of light fog appeared in front of her. It was hazy and blurry, and some blurry scenes flashed past. In these blurry scenes, there was the brilliance of the divine nation, as well as the changes of the various worlds in the heavens, and incense smoke lingered. There were sacrificial sounds everywhere, and the vast sound of the world. However, after that, there was a deathly silence and coldness. Some kind of fog swept over, covering everything. Guchanga's eyes showed many terrifying scenes. At this moment, he seemed to be at the end of the vast and endless void. He was watching the changes of heaven and earth, separating the chaos. There were even lights and shadows that appeared, overlooking everything at the end of the long river of time, watching the changes of mountains and rivers, and the change of eras. The path of Tao of Fate is indeed mysterious, seeing that Xiao Ruoyin was about to be unable to hold on, and that her fair face was flushed red. Guchanga's expression returned to calmness. With a wave of his robe, there was a sudden explosion of thunder at the end of the sky. However, it quickly dissipated. That suffocating and terrifying pressure instantly dissipated into nothingness. You've worked hard. He caught Xiao Ruoyin, who was on the verge of collapsing, and looked at her pale face. Xiao Ruoyin was indeed almost devoured. When she was deducing the fate of the divine nation, she was suddenly shrouded by a great terror. Her whole body was cold. However, the source of that great terror was unknown. It came and went quickly. She suspected that in the end, Guchanga acted and expelled that great terror. But what was that? End of chapter 809. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.